It was not aggressive or questioning. It was the response of something that had been waiting a long time and had just been greeted after a long silence. It was a flutter of attention, a moment of recognition. Someone on the other end of that thread had been waiting for him to pick up the token and look at it, and now that he had done so, they acknowledged him. Xianxia closed his fingers around the jade. The connection faded, but it did not disappear. It simply settled back into the range of perception where it had lived for the past 3 years. But now he understood it differently. Now he understood that it had not been fading because he was not paying attention to it. It had been waiting. The token was not an accident. Nothing about this was accidental. Someone had placed it in a crowd. Someone had calculated that he would find it. Someone had woven the thread as a kind of anchor, something that connected him to whoever had placed it there. And for 3 years, while he had been cultivating and advancing and learning to consume fate lines, that thread had been running through the world, connecting him to someone who was watching. The courier arrived 2 hours later, as if summoned by his realization. Lu Wanshur never used official routes for sensitive communications. She understood the risks of being traced. This message came by way of a trader who sometimes stopped at Hollow Peak, a man whose name Xianxia had never bothered to learn. The merchant handed over a sealed paper, accepted a small purse of coins without counting it, and did not ask questions. It was the kind of exchange that suggested practice, that suggested Lu had used this route many times before. Xianxia read it alone in his chambers, then burned it carefully in a brazier. The Empress knows your name. She has known it since before you took the tournament. The delegation is confirmation. She is signaling that she has made her choice. You should assume you have been in her field of vision for no less than 2 years. She moved slowly. Now she moves openly. LW 2 years. The tournament had been 3 years ago, which meant the Empress's attention had been on him since he was 17, perhaps younger. Since around the time he had picked up the jade token in the crowd. The jade was not warm anymore. It was cool, inert, waiting. But Xianxia understood now that cool and warm were just the extremes of the same thing, a form of communication, a way that someone distant could signal presence. Xianxia burned the message. The ash fell into a bowl, and he watched the paper dissolve into carbon in the heat of the flames. The fire consumed the words, left no trace, made it impossible for anyone else to know what Lu had written. But the knowledge remained in his mind, and it settled there like a stone dropping into still water. The Empress had known. For at least 2 years, longer probably, she had known who he was. The Empress had been watching. The Empress had sent people to her, to his city specifically to show him that she had been watching. The delegation was not an investigation. It was an announcement. It was a person saying, I see you. I have always seen you. Now I am letting you know that I see you. This was not a threat. Threats were what people issued when they had to make themselves seem dangerous, when they did not have the luxury of being obvious about their power. This was something far more calculated than a threat. It was a message from someone confident enough in her own position that she did not need to be subtle about her attention. The message was not fear me. The message was, I am aware of you, and I have decided that your awareness of my awareness is useful information for you to possess. Xianxia had spent his entire cultivation life learning how to read fate lines. He had learned to see the future written in threads of light and color, had developed techniques to parse the subtle variations that indicated a person's trajectory. He understood power written in the language of fate, but he had not counted on the future involving a woman who was currently 73 years old and looked like she was 40, who had already decided something about him before he even knew she existed. He reached into his coat and took out the jade again. This time he did not hold it to his skin. He simply looked at it, turning it in the light. The engraving caught the lamplight, and for just a moment, he thought he could read the character. It looked like something ancient, something that predated the modern scripts, something that meant ruler, or crown, or perhaps simply king. Someone had put this in a crowd 3 years ago. Someone had placed it where he would find it. Someone had waited for him to grow strong enough to understand what it meant. Someone had watched him pick it up. And now someone was confirming, through an official delegation and an official announcement, that the waiting was over. Xianxia set the jade on his desk. The silver thread remained, faint and distant but undeniable, waiting for him to understand what it meant to be seen by something larger than himself. He had thought his problem was simple. Handle Rong Feiyun's betrayal before it became dangerous, manage the celestial divination sect's suppression campaign, maintain his position at Hollow Peak while advancing his cultivation. 3 moving pieces that required constant attention and constant adjustment. Now, with the jade sitting before him like a small piece of a conversation he was only now learning to read, he understood that his problem had been far more complex all along. The 3 threats he had been tracking were not the complete picture. They were fragments of a larger game that had been happening around him, above him, that he had not been invited to observe. Someone much older, much more distant, and much more patient had already made her move. He was only now learning what it meant to be moved, and the knowledge did not frighten him. It clarified. It told him that the stakes of the game he was playing were higher than he had calculated, and that meant the possibilities for advancement were higher as well. Chapter 69 Rong Feiyun had been useful for so long that Xun Yao had sometimes forgotten she was a person with her own fate line. In his mind, she had become a tool, a device for gathering information, a peripheral system in the larger apparatus of his advancement. She occupied a role, not a presence. She was useful because she was ambitious and intelligent and had access to sect information. But watching her across the tea table in a small pavilion at the edge of the Hollow Peak grounds, he forced himself to remember that she was more than a role. She had her own shape in the world. She had her own colors. She had her own trajectory, independent of him. Her fate line was still primarily gold. That was the color of ambition, of upward movement toward power and position, but there were new threads woven into it now. Silver threads that matched the celestial divination sect's signature. She had been compromised on purpose. She had chosen to be compromised, had likely approached them herself or allowed them to approach her. And she had done it so smoothly that Xun Yao had almost missed it until he trained his perception on it. The pavilion was private, tucked away on the eastern edge of the sect grounds where visitors rarely ventured. The sun was in that golden position that made everything look innocent. The tea was good, a blend from the southern provinces, with jasmine and something floral that Xun Yao could not quite identify. He had brought it specially for this meeting, had prepared it himself in his residence and transported it here in sealed containers. Gesture, courtesy, all the small signs that this was not a confrontation but a consultation. I wanted to ask your opinion, he said, setting down his teacup. The sound of the porcelain touching the saucer was the only noise in the pavilion. On cultivation politics. How do you think the sects view independent cultivators who reach heaven resonance? He watched her carefully. Her face remained neutral, well-controlled, the face of someone trained in diplomacy. But her fate line brightened slightly. She understood what he was asking. She understood that he was asking her to provide him with information that only someone in her position would possess. He was asking her to show him what she knew, what she had learned through her contacts. He was asking her to demonstrate her usefulness by being honest about the threat landscape. Threat assessment, she said quietly. Her voice was cautious. Any independent cultivator at that level becomes a problem to institutional powers. You can't predict them. You can't control them. They represent unpredictable variables in a system that requires control. Sects exist to create certainty. Independent power creates chaos. And how does one neutralize such a threat? Xun Yao asked. The question was theoretical, but they both knew it wasn't. Rong Feiyun met his eyes. For a moment, he saw something flicker across her face. A moment of uncertainty, a question about whether she should be having this conversation with him. But she was committed now. She had chosen her path when she made contact with the celestial divination sect. Typically, she said, absorption or elimination. Try to bring them into the system. Make them part of the hierarchy. Or if they refuse, remove them from the board entirely. Xun Yao nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something he had suspected. Then he reached into his robe and produced a document. It was small, sealed with a wax imprint that looked official and clearly marked with the kind of insignia that suggested it contained classified information. He set it on the table between them, precisely in the center, equidistant from both of them. I believe you might find this strategically valuable, he said. It contains assessment data on cultivation methodologies from the dynasty's records, information about how they measure cultivation levels, classified information, the sort of thing that an ambitious person might be able to leverage for advancement, the kind of thing a sect might pay significantly for if they understood its value. Rong Feiyun's eyes focused on the document. She did not touch it immediately. She was careful in that way. She understood the implications of what he was offering. This was not casual information. This was something that could change her position in the sect hierarchy if she was clever about it. This was exactly what someone in her position would need to prove their worth. But her fate line told a different story. It was already brightening. The threads were already reaching for the thing he was handing her. Because Rong Feiyun, for all her intelligence and caution, was fundamentally ambitious, and ambition was a vulnerability he had learned to exploit. Where did you get this? She asked. The question was obligatory. She already knew the answer. It didn't matter. All that mattered was whether the information was valuable. Sources, Xun Yao said. Does it matter? She looked at him. For just a moment, he saw something flicker across her face. A ghost of doubt. A tiny questioning of whether this was a trap. She had been involved in enough underhanded transactions to understand that gifts from seemingly friendly sources often carried hooks. But the doubt was smaller than her ambition. The doubt could not hold against the brightness in her own fate line, the hunger for advancement that defined her. She reached out and took the document. The moment her fingers closed on the paper, Xianxia activated the modification he had woven into the fate line attached to it. It was similar to his Tier 2 ability, the ability to mark a person's thread so he could follow them across distances and through time. But this was different. This was not marking a person. This was marking an object, a bridge of fate energy woven into the document itself that would travel with it as it moved from hand to hand. And when it touched the hands of others, it would show him the path it took. Every person who opened it, every place it went, every person it was shown to, it would paint the conspiracy for him in lines of light. Rong Feiyun did not feel it. Fate line modifications at this level of subtlety were invisible to everyone except the most talented fate sight practitioners, and Rong Feiyun was good, but not exceptional. She was a skilled diplomat, an intelligent observer. But her perceptiveness did not extend to the subtle machinery of fate itself. "Thank you," she said softly. "This is valuable. I thought you might appreciate it," Xianxia said. He picked up his tea again, resuming the casual posture of the conversation. "Strategic information is always useful, but be careful with it. The fact that you have it should remain between us. It would be dangerous if certain people knew that you possessed this." "Of course," Rong Feiyun said. "You can trust me." She left the pavilion 10 minutes later, the document in her hands, her fate line blazing with the brightness of someone who had just acquired something precious, something that could change her position in the world. She moved quickly, deliberately, eager to reach whoever she needed to reach with this gift. Xianxia sat in the pavilion for another hour. The sun moved across the sky. The shadows shifted from one side of the structure to the other, and he waited with complete stillness for his trap to begin showing him its contents. He had given her exactly what she needed to betray him more completely. He had provided her with a gift that would make her feel powerful, that would validate her choice to work against him. He had done this deliberately, with full awareness of what it would lead to. And in doing so, he had woven himself into her betrayal so thoroughly that he would see everything she touched, everyone she spoke to, every link in the chain that led from her hands to whoever she was really serving. By tomorrow, he would know the complete architecture of her compromise, and he would know exactly who else was watching him, and how many layers of surveillance he was already living within. For the first time since he discovered that every act of healing required an act of breaking, he felt something that might almost have been relief. The problem would be solved. Not by morality, not by mercy, but by leverage. Chapter 70. The Fate Line Tracer worked faster than he expected. Within 18 hours, the document had moved through 3 sets of hands. Rong Feiyun had taken it to diviner Xu Qingling, a mid-ranked member of the Celestial Divination sect, who had apparently been her contact for the past 2 months. The connection was clear in the tracer's record. Rong Feiyun had traveled to a meeting point in the lower city, had handed over the document, and the signature of the exchange was plain in the way the fate line attached to the paper had flickered and reformed around this new person. Xu Qingling had examined it carefully. Xianxia could see the thread of analysis and assessment running through the tracer's record. This was not a person who immediately handed things up the chain. This was someone thoughtful, someone who understood the value of information and wanted to understand what they possessed. Xu Qingling had spent hours with the document. She had probably read it multiple times, had compared it against other sources, had determined where it fit in the larger puzzle of the sect's interests. And then she had made a copy. The original went to Grand Seer Murin himself, in the Celestial Divination sect's stronghold far to the south. The tracer showed the document being transported with great care, carried by a messenger who understood its importance. It was treated like a valuable treasure, because to the Celestial Divination sect, it was. It was evidence of an independent cultivator who had begun to reveal information, who might be persuaded to reveal more, who might be turned or at least neutralized. But the copy did not go south. It went east. It went to the capital. It went up the hierarchy of power until it reached a hand that Xianxia recognized immediately by the thread signature it carried. The Hollow Empress. The realization hit him like cold water. Xianxia sat in his study, looking at the map he had drawn on the wall to track the document's movement. He had created it quickly, sketching out the paths with ink and a steady hand. Now he traced the lines with his finger, verifying the connections, making sure he understood what the tracer was showing him. Rong Feiyun to Xu Qingling to Murin. The obvious chain, the expected chain, the Celestial Divination sect's information network. He had known this would happen. He had expected it. This was the path the document was designed to reveal. But Xu Qingling to the Empress. That was the branch that changed everything. The diviner had contacts in the capital. She had someone she answered to above Grand Seer Murin. Or perhaps she had someone who paid her to report on what the Grand Seer was doing. Either way, the result was the same. Both major powers were competing for information about him. Both had decided that he was worth watching closely enough to justify sending spies into Hollow Peak. Both had determined, independently, or perhaps not so independently, that he represented something valuable, something worth the resources of surveillance and investigation, something worth keeping close. And the crucial discovery, they were not allied. The fate threads told him this. The connection between the celestial divination sect's line and the Empress's line was not a cooperative one. They were separate strands, running parallel, sometimes intersecting. But there was no unity there. There was no shared purpose. They were both reaching for information about him, but they were reaching independently. The Empress and the Grand Seer were enemies. Not open enemies. Not enemies who would ever directly fight each other in any visible way. But enemies in the way that two powers could only be enemies when they both wanted the same thing and neither could afford to let the other have it. They competed. They maneuvered. They each tried to understand what the other knew, what the other wanted, where the power in this world actually lay. Xianxia sat down slowly in his desk chair. The realization required him to recalibrate his entire understanding of the situation. He had been thinking of himself as a target. That was the obvious interpretation. He was a heaven resonance cultivator with an unusual ability. Of course he would draw attention from the great powers. Of course they would try to eliminate him or absorb him into their structure or study him to understand whether he represented a threat to their power. But that was not what the tracer was showing him. The Empress was not gathering information to use against him. She was gathering information to understand him, to assess him, to evaluate whether he was the sort of person she wanted allied to her rather than to the celestial divination sect. She had marked him. She had prepared for him. She was making her case. And the Grand Seer was doing the same thing from the opposite direction. They were in competition. They were both making their pitch, and they both seemed to believe that Xianxia was the kind of person who could be convinced to choose. Not forced, not coerced, not simply absorbed into a hierarchy because he had no other options. Chosen, deliberately, of his own will. Xianxia looked at the map on his wall, the paths the document had taken, the hands it had moved through, the power structure it revealed. 3 weeks ago, he had sat with the blank pages in his ledger and confronted a question he could not immediately solve. He had wondered if there was some way to heal one victim without destroying another. He had discovered that the arithmetic of fate could not be circumvented. Every healing required a breaking. Now he saw the shape of the answer, not in mercy, but in leverage. He had been thinking about this problem as if he were a player without agency, a piece being moved by larger hands. A talent to be recruited, a threat to be contained, a resource to be claimed. But the Empress was watching him because she did not know what he would do. The Grand Seer was watching him because he did not know what Xianxia would choose. That uncertainty was power. The moment Xianxia had reached heaven resonance, he had shifted from being a target to being a negotiating point. And a negotiating point between two equal powers, two forces that each had reasons to want him, but neither of which could simply take him, was a position of extraordinary strength. Xianxia looked at the blank pages in his ledger. He had stopped recording names 3 weeks ago because he could not solve the equation. To heal one victim, he would need to destroy another. The arithmetic was inescapable, but he was looking at the equation the wrong way. The equation was not about individual victims. It was about leverage. It was about finding the architecture of power where he could exist in the space between two forces that needed him alive and unclaimed. It was about making them compete for his favor. It was about extracting exactly the price that he was worth. He took the map down from the wall and began to plan in earnest. If the Empress wanted information, he could provide it. But information was a currency that could be controlled, redirected, weaponized. He could feed her pieces of truth that made the celestial divination sect look more dangerous, more ambitious, more threatening. He could shape her perception of the world until she believed that supporting him was the best way to secure her own power. If the celestial divination sect believed he was still vulnerable to their pressure, he could let them believe that while moving closer to the Empress, he could make them feel like they were winning his attention, like their manipulation was working, while he was actually playing them against a rival power they did not fully understand. If Rong Feiyun remained useful, he could keep her in her current position, compromised, reporting, unaware that he knew exactly what she was doing and to whom. She would become a channel of misinformation. He could plant ideas in her mind, let her carry them to her handlers, let her inadvertently cause confusion in the ranks of those who thought they were manipulating him. The blank pages in his ledger suddenly made sense. He had stopped recording names because the problem was not about individual victims. It was about leverage. It was about finding the architecture of power where he could exist in the space between two forces that needed him alive and unclaimed. It was about power balanced so perfectly between two poles that he became the fulcrum. He opened his ledger again. For the first time in 3 weeks, he picked up his pen. But he did not write a name. He wrote a single word in the middle of the blank page, stark and precise. Emperor, and beneath it, smaller, with perfect calculation, King. Xianxia set down the pen. The ink was dry. The page was complete. And for the first time since he had discovered the answer to the question of reversing fate harm, he felt something that was not quite peace, but was close enough to work with. He was not simply a victim of convergent attention. He was a choice point. He was a locus where power had to decide. He was the reason two forces were watching each other carefully, trying to understand what the other knew, trying to position themselves for advantage. And he could make them wait. He could make them compete. He could extract exactly the price that he was worth. All he had to do was make sure he was worth enough that neither of them could afford to lose him. Chapter 71. Xianxia found Rong Feiyun in her private study, the evening light slanting through the window in bands of amber and gold that created the impression of honey suspended in air. She was reviewing a cultivation text, one of the advanced texts on information theory and pattern recognition that she kept locked in her personal collection behind a jade seal that only she could open. Her hands moved with the precision of someone accustomed to managing knowledge with absolute care, turning pages as though cataloging inventory, noting small details in the margins with a brush so fine it left only the thinnest marks, almost invisible until the light caught them at the correct angle. She looked up when he entered without knocking, and her expression didn't change, which meant she had been expecting him for some time. The thought had been waiting in her mind, settling in like a stone, worn smooth by anxiety and calculation. You know, he said. Not a question. His voice carried the same quiet certainty it always did, the certainty of someone who had thought through the consequences of his words before speaking them. She closed the book slowly, her fingers straightening against the leather cover, which had been handled so many times that it had developed a kind of patina. How long? Since the 3rd week of the information passing. He pulled a chair across from her desk and sat with deliberate care, the movement suggesting he had thought about the exact angle at which he would sit, the distance that would create between them. His movements were unhurried, the movements of someone who had nowhere else to be and no urgency driving him forward, who could afford to move slowly because time was his to spend. He did not look angry. He simply looked as he always did, observant and still, as though he had absorbed the world around him and found it precisely as expected, found nothing in it that surprised him. You reported to Shu Qingling on the 18th day of the month. The same month, the celestial divination sect adjusted their intelligence-gathering patterns by exactly 43%, shifting resources away from cultivation monitoring and toward economic tracking. I noticed because I was specifically watching for patterns. When you know what to look for, a pattern announces itself. Rong Feiyun's fingers remained on the edge of the closed book, her knuckles whitening fractionally as she gripped it, as though she could anchor herself through force of will. She was a woman who had learned early to think faster than most people could speak, a survival mechanism she had developed in a sect where slow thinking meant slow death, meant becoming a tool for someone else's ambition. Xianxia had always appreciated this about her, the efficiency of her mind, the way she could trace consequences 5 moves ahead, could see the board as it would be rather than as it was. Now that efficiency was working at full capacity, calculating what she was looking at, measuring the distance between what she had believed and what was actually true, recalibrating her understanding of every interaction they had shared. Everything you told them was selected by me, he continued. His voice carried no particular inflection, no anger, no satisfaction, no enjoyment of her discomfort. It was simply the statement of fact that it was, laid out with the same precision as mathematical proof. For 2 months, you have been passing along information I chose to feed you, verified by your own investigation, which I allowed you to complete by leaving specific breadcrumbs where I intended for you to find them. Some of it was true. Most of it was true, actually, but shaped in specific ways, arranged to be discovered by the wrong people at exactly the right time, in exactly the right context. The false data was minimal and strategic, enough to mislead without being obvious about the misleading. You were very useful. She was silent for a long moment. The room seemed to hold its breath with her. The weight of the silence pressed down like atmospheric pressure. Somewhere far below the tower, the sound of evening bells began to ring from the meditation halls, the deep bronze tones that marked the transition from active study to evening contemplation. The sound was distant, muffled, almost dreamlike in its remoteness. Then she said, quietly, in a voice that seemed to come from further away than her throat, So you've been using me the same way I was using you. Yes, he said, but I told you I would. She looked at him directly. There was something in her eyes that shifted, not fear exactly, not quite. It was something more like a recalibration of the space between them, a sudden reordering of the architecture she had constructed to understand their arrangement, a recognition that she had been walking in a building whose walls were not where she thought they were. The room held steady in its amber light. A breeze moved through the window, carrying the scent of mountain flowers and distant rain, and neither of them marked it. Rong Feiyun had spent her entire adult life within the sect hierarchy, learning which dangers were real and which were merely ornamental, learning which people could be negotiated with and which ones could not, learning the subtle signs that indicated when a person had decided you were valuable and when they had decided you were expendable. She had chosen to be useful to the celestial divination sect because usefulness meant protection. It meant she had a value that superseded the petty hierarchies of cultivation rank, meant that other disciples thought twice before creating problems for someone with connections and knowledge. But she had also been raised on stories about what happened to people who became less useful than they had been. The stories were always quiet. No one shouted about it. People simply disappeared from corridors, were reassigned to distant posts in provinces no one visited, or found their positions quietly eliminated in administrative reshuffles that left no visible trace of what had occurred. You have the advantage now, she said finally. It was not a question. It was an observation about the power balance, recalculated and confirmed. I have the information chain, Xianxia replied. The specifics of what you passed, to whom, and when. What they requested. What they requested that you refused. What they offered you to do it. What they did with what you gave them. How the celestial divination sect used your intelligence to adjust their operations against me. How the Hollow Empress's agents used it to monitor my movements. How you coordinated with each of them separately, believing they didn't know about each other. This is more valuable than simply knowing you betrayed me. This is documentation. This is leverage. Her hands pressed flat against the surface of her desk, and she was grateful for the pressure, for something solid to anchor herself against, for something that wouldn't yield. And me? It was the real question. It had always been the real question underneath the others, the thing she had been waiting to ask since he entered the room without knocking, since his opening words had made clear that he knew everything. Xianxia rose from the chair and walked to the shelf where she kept her personal texts. His fingers traced the spines without reading the titles, moving from one volume to the next with a kind of meditative slowness, as though he were thinking through the answer while he moved. I wrote your name in the ledger, he said. His voice was calm, factual, offering information without context. Do you know what that means? That I was marked, she said. It was the answer she had always suspected, the thing that had kept her awake during her first weeks knowing about the ledger. That you were noticed, he corrected. He turned to look at her directly, and his eyes held the same quality they always had. Clear, analytical, seeing but not judging, seeing things as they were rather than as they should be. There is a difference. Marked implies a target, implies that you have been classified as something that needs to be eliminated. Noticed implies recognition, implies that you were seen. I wrote a star next to your name. It has remained there for months, unchanged. She sat very still. The information was moving through her, rearranging itself into new shapes. A star, not a cross, not a number indicating priority or level of debt. A star meant something else, something different from the other entries. She had seen other names in the ledger during the brief moment he had allowed her to glimpse it, before their alliance had begun in earnest. The other names had been simple entries, names with marks beside them that indicated status or priority. Hers had been marked differently. What does it mean? She asked, and there was something raw underneath the careful precision of her voice, something genuine breaking through the carefully maintained control. It means I noticed, he said. He left her there with that answer, watching the amber light move slowly across her desk, wondering if protection and use were actually two sides of the same decision, and what it meant that he had kept her name there with a mark that suggested she had always been something other than a target. She sat alone in her study as the light faded into deeper amber and then into orange, watching the colors change, watching the day end, wondering what the star meant and whether she would ever know for certain. Chapter 72. The decision crystallized in Rong Feiyun's mind over the course of 3 hours. She sat alone in her study after he left, the evening deepening into night around her, and she thought through the architecture of her situation with the kind of brutal clarity that had kept her alive through years of maneuvering in ambitious sections. The clarity was something she had developed early, the ability to see past emotion, past fear, past the stories she told herself about who she was and what she was doing, down to the bare mechanics of survival. It was like learning to see through walls, like developing a new sense that let her perceive the true structure of things. Her value to both the celestial divination sect and the Hollow Empress's agents had been that she was a current source. Living, cooperative, capable of being leveraged into further betrayals, into deeper complicity, into arrangements that could be escalated as needed. As long as she had information to give, she was worth keeping intact. The moment she stopped providing useful data, the calculation would shift like a scale finding its equilibrium. But Xianxia's confrontation had changed that calculus in ways she was only beginning to understand. If the celestial divination sect discovered, which they would, and sooner rather than later, because someone would eventually notice the patterns in the false information, that their source had been feeding them false information for 2 months, their first response would be rage, their second would be pragmatism, and their third would be the elimination of loose ends. They could not allow someone who had compromised them to continue existing. If the Hollow Empress's agents learned that Xianxia now had her identity fully documented, that he possessed the communication logs connecting her to both parties, that he had weaponized her betrayal, that same usefulness would dissolve like salt in water. In the silence that followed his departure, she would become a liability to both parties. She understood this with perfect clarity. This was the mathematics of espionage, and she had always known it. The knowledge had always been there, a stone in her chest, settling deeper every year. The only path forward was to shift before they realized the shift had occurred. She rose and went to the locked chest where she kept her communication logs. Every message exchanged with Xu Qingling, every request from the Empress's agents, every response she had sent, all arranged in chronological order and cross-referenced with dates and outcomes. She had kept these records because she had always known, somewhere in the part of her mind that dealt in truths rather than comforting fictions, that this would end. She had simply imagined it would end differently. She had imagined she would negotiate, would leverage what she knew, would extract promises and favors and safety. She had not imagined walking into a room and discovering that someone had been controlling every move she made while allowing her to believe she was in control. When Xianxia returned 2 days later, she handed him everything. The weight of the papers in the envelope felt significant, felt like she was handing him not just information, but her entire future. The celestial divination sect communications, the Empress's delegation communications, and the specific instructions for each, she said with the precise tone of someone delivering evidence to a tribunal. She watched his eyes move across the pages, the logs of conversations, the dates, the specific requests, the intelligence she had gathered, the lies she had been told, and the ways those lies had been incorporated into her own reports. His expression didn't shift. He absorbed the information as though it were exactly what he had expected to find, as though her decision had been predetermined. You can leverage this against both of them. They are competitors. Showing each the other's pressure will collapse their coordinated efforts against you. They will begin defending themselves against each other instead of coordinating against a common target. He looked up from the documents. Why? Because my cover is no longer an asset, she said plainly, the words coming out with the finality of statement rather than explanation. It's a liability. My survival depends on no longer being a useful source to either of them. The only way that happens is if they stop needing sources at all. If they are too occupied managing each other's knowledge, too busy defending themselves, too focused on internal threats to remember I exist. She was still calculating, still thinking in chains of consequence, tracing out the paths she could take and the cost of each one. Xianxia recognized this because he thought the same way. He saw himself reflected in her precision, and he understood that this was why he had kept the star next to her name. She was not beautiful in the way that poetry required. She was useful because she thought. You did well, he said. The next day, he told her to resign her position and go to the eastern provinces. They met in a small pavilion on the outer grounds, where few sect disciples ventured, and the sound of evening insects provided cover for quiet conversation. There are contacts I can provide, he said, and he wrote them down on a separate piece of paper in characters that only she would be able to read, using a code they had developed during their time as temporary allies. People who will not ask questions. People who owe favors and understand discretion. You will be safe there. They will help you establish yourself. You will need to live quietly. Cultivate. Learn. Become someone that no one is looking for. Rong Feiyun felt something shift behind her ribs, something that might have been relief or might have been the release of a tension she had been holding for months without consciously noticing it, a weight she had learned to carry so well that she had forgotten it was there. You're sending me away? I'm removing you from a situation where someone else will eventually realize they no longer need you, he replied. His voice carried the same measured calm it always did, the tone of someone explaining simple mathematics, explaining an equation that had only one correct answer. The celestial divination sect will eventually recover from the chaos. The Empress will consolidate her position. When they do, their first impulse will be to eliminate the endpoints of information leaks. You can resign now, claim a personal need to travel, and leave the province before they remember you exist. Or you can wait, and they will find you. They will ask questions. They will try to understand what happened. And they will kill you because you are the only person who can answer those questions. It took her a moment to recognize what this was. Protection. He was offering something he had never offered anyone. A way out. An exit that led somewhere other than death or imprisonment or servitude. It was not kindness exactly. Kindness implied emotion, implied some remnant of feeling underneath the calculation. This was something more precise than that. It was the recognition that she had served a function, that she had been clever, and that there was no profit in being clever enough to survive only to be killed afterward. It was cold logic reaching the conclusion that sometimes the most efficient choice was to save something rather than destroy it. She looked at him for a long moment. You still have me in the ledger? Yes. What does the star mean? She asked again, needing to hear it said aloud a second time to believe it was real, to know that it wasn't some private code he had created, some elaborate trap. It means I noticed, he said. She accepted the contacts he offered. She spent 2 weeks settling her affairs with the kind of careful attention to detail that left no loose threads. She gave no explanations to the sect, claimed a sudden desire to study the cultivation schools of the eastern provinces, to expand her understanding of different methodologies, to take a personal retreat to contemplate matters of importance. She paid what she owed, cleared her obligations, and left with enough resources to establish herself quietly in a coastal city where no one knew her history, where her face and name meant nothing. Before she went, she looked back once at the ledger he had shown her, understanding finally what the star had meant all along. Not that he would protect her, but that he had seen her, and that he was protecting her anyway, which was the closest thing to grace that someone like them could ever receive. Chapter 73. Xianxia walked directly into the administrative office where the Hollow Empress's delegation had been conducting their observation, moving with absolute purpose and no attempt at concealment. He had walked past the outer guards without stopping, had climbed the stairs without hesitation, had opened the doors without knocking. The act of entering was itself a statement, a deliberate violation of every protocol that governed interaction between sections. He was unannounced and without intermediaries, having bypassed the formal channels that would have required advance notice and negotiation and preliminary discussions about whether such a meeting was appropriate. The senior minister, Chao Fengling, looked up from the tea he was having prepared by a subordinate, an excellent tea from the Western Mountains, the kind that cost more than most disciples made in a month, imported through secret channels, and his expression shifted through 3 distinct emotions in rapid succession: surprise at the breach of protocol, reassessment as he recognized who had entered and what this recognition meant, and finally a careful neutrality that suggested he was recalibrating entire strategies in real time. Xinyao, Chao Fengling said, rising from his seat with the measured courtesy that protocol demanded, his movements careful and controlled as though sudden motion might startle something dangerous. This is unexpected. We had understood that you preferred to remain unobserved. The other delegation members shifted in their chairs. They had been trained to handle formal meetings conducted through proper channels, with advance notice and carefully prepared responses and scripted opening remarks that could be adjusted based on the other party's reactions. They had not been trained to handle sudden confrontations with the person who was supposedly being observed. They watched Shun Yao as though he might do something unpredictable, the way one watches an animal that has broken its cage and approached human territory, an animal whose behavior cannot be reliably predicted or controlled. Shun Yao did not sit. He remained standing just inside the doorway, his posture suggesting that this would be brief, that he was not interested in accepting hospitality or engaging in the extended courtesies that normally governed sect interactions. He looked directly at Chao Fengling with the kind of gaze that suggested he was seeing something beyond the surface, seeing not just the man himself but the position he held, the authority behind him, the expectations and constraints he operated within, seeing the full picture of what made Chao Fengling who he was and what his limitations were. You came to observe, he thought, and the thought had the weight of inevitability, the weight of something that had always been true. You believed you could watch from a distance and understand what you were seeing, could gather intelligence without being noticed, could operate from a position of hidden advantage. That option is closed now. It closed the moment I found the token she planted years ago. It closed every day after, as I allowed you to continue watching while I did exactly as I pleased, while I shaped events knowing you were measuring them. You were never in control. Aloud, his voice measured and precise, each word placed with the care of someone who had considered their exact impact. You will deliver exactly one message. Tell her, I found the token. I have kept it. and I am willing to meet, but on my calendar. Not hers. Not yours. Mine. That is the entirety of our negotiation. She sets no terms. She names no conditions. She comes when I call, or she does not come at all. He turned and walked out of the office without waiting for a response, his footsteps echoing in the corridor outside, the sound fading into silence with deliberate slowness. Behind him, in the measured silence that followed, the delegation members looked at each other with the expressions of people whose entire understanding of a situation had just shifted like an earthquake shifting bedrock. Xiao Fengling set down his tea with deliberate care, as though the motion required focus, as though doing something ordinary might help him process what had just happened. The cup touched the saucer with the smallest sound, but it seemed to echo in the quiet room like a bell. He knew about the token, one of them said quietly. It wasn't really a question. It was an observation being stated aloud, testing the words against the air to see if they held true. He's telling us he knew. Xiao Fengling corrected, and his voice carried something new, a recognition, a recalibration, something like the dawning of understanding mixed with the recognition of having been completely outmaneuvered. His fingers moved slowly across the edge of the table, tracing the polished wood as though the texture might help him think, as though his hands could conduct the analysis his mind was struggling with. Which means he's known for some time. Which means he allowed us to plant it. And he has been allowing our observations since then, every meeting, every conversation, every piece of intelligence we gathered and recorded. And now, he paused, the silence extending like a held breath, extending long enough that everyone felt the weight of what was coming. Now he is informing us that the observation period is concluded. He is informing us, not asking permission. There is a difference. What does that mean for the delegation? Xiao Fengling considered this with the slow deliberation of someone whose rank required that every word be weighed, that every statement be chosen with the precision of a diplomat accustomed to having their words scrutinized for hidden meanings. His mind was moving through contingencies with the speed of long practice, calculating what this meant for his position, for the Empress's position, for the broader strategic landscape they occupied. It means, he said finally, choosing his words with care, each one placed deliberately, that the Empress should prepare for a direct meeting. It means that xianxia has moved from being a subject of observation to being a negotiator. And it means that whatever he has been doing for the months we've been watching, he has done it with full awareness that we were watching. Every step was deliberate. Every move was known. Is that a threat? I don't know yet, Xiao Fengling said, and there was something almost humble in his tone, a recognition of limits. But the way he said it suggested that he was beginning to understand he did not have the framework to evaluate this situation anymore. The young cultivator had walked into their administrative office without warning, without deference, without the masks that people normally wore in formal situations, and redefined the nature of their entire operation with a handful of sentences. It was the kind of move that suggested someone who understood power in a way that transcended simple hierarchy, someone who could afford to be direct because the calculation had already shifted in his favor. The delegation would send the message, of course. That much was certain. But they would also be preparing the Empress for the possibility that whatever was coming next, it would arrive on someone else's terms, and that those terms would be accepted because the alternative would be unacceptable. They would be wondering what they had missed. They would be realizing that the young cultivator they had sent them to observe had been observing them all along. Chapter 70 for the meeting request came through official sect channels 3 days later, phrased with the careful formality of someone who understood that anything more direct would be refused without consideration. Xin Guowei requested the opportunity to speak with his nephew. It was polite. It was measured. It suggested someone attempting to repair something that had fractured a long time ago and had never quite been addressed in any serious way. Something left unresolved that was now, perhaps, becoming impossible to ignore. The message included an apology of sorts, vague enough to be plausible, specific enough to suggest genuine regret about past choices and their consequences. The apology was not quite an apology and not quite an explanation. It was a space between them, offered tentatively. Shun Yao received it in his quarters in the evening, as the sun was setting behind the western peaks, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold and deep purple. The light streamed through the window at an angle that made the paper glow. He read it once, then read it again. The message was written in his uncle's own hand, the characters precise and measured, showing care in the formation of each one. The hand that had written these characters was the same hand that had signed the letter terminating his support years ago. This, too, suggested something. That his uncle had deemed this request important enough to write himself rather than dictating it to his secretary, important enough to add his own weight to it. It was a gesture, and Shun Yao understood gestures the way others understood language. Then he opened his ledger to the page with his uncle's name. The entry was old, one of the original names, written in the neat characters of someone who was still learning to balance rage with precision, still figuring out how to think about betrayal in systematic terms. The characters were smaller then, more compressed, as though anger had made his hand tighter, as though rage had literally constrained the space the ink could occupy. Below it, the accumulated entries, each one a marker of a moment, each one a record of decision. The date the family support had been cut with such finality, a date that was seared into his memory with perfect clarity, the assessment letter that had arrived 3 days later, official judgment rendered by sect authorities in bureaucratic language that reduced a human life to a series of measurements and classifications, the exact amount of the annual stipend, recorded like evidence in a trial, the monthly amounts that would have sustained him, and underneath all of that, smaller notations of the various ways this decision had rippled outward through his life. The amount of food he had skipped, the tasks he had taken that wore his hands raw, the cultivation work that he had done at night to keep warm in a cold dormitory where the stone walls froze in winter, the nights he had spent meditating in below-freezing temperatures because other disciples had resources, patented warmers, specialized cultivation chambers, support from families that had not classified them as potential failures. He had written each of these notations in the moment, in the privacy of darkness, in the cold hours before dawn. But Shun Guowei's name had not been crossed out. It remained, visible, marked, but not completed. It remained in a state of suspension, waiting. Unlike other names in the ledger, it did not have a final accounting. It was not settled. It was open. Shen Yao held the ledger open and thought about this for a long time, sitting in the dimming light as evening became night around him. The mountains outside his window became silhouettes, shapes without definition. He thought about how his uncle was not a monster. Monsters were simpler, cleaner, easier to understand. They were people who did monstrous things out of monstrous nature, and they could be dealt with definitively. His uncle was something more complicated than that. He was a man who had looked at an assessment paper, words on official parchment stamped with the sect seal, and made a decision that seemed, in the context of a practical merchant family, entirely reasonable. This son has no potential. This son shows no aptitude for cultivation. The assessment was official. The judgment was clear. Why continue to fund him when resources were limited and other family members showed promise? It was the mathematics of survival, the logic that families used when resources were finite and difficult choices had to be made. He understood the mathematics. He had always understood it. He had spent years understanding it, analyzing it, calculating the exact cost and benefit of his uncle's decision. He had measured how much money had been withheld. He had measured how many opportunities it had cost. He had measured how many other disciples had been kindred to him only because they felt pity, and how many had been crueler because they had smelled weakness. But understanding did not require forgiveness, and it did not require leaving things unchanged. He wrote the date at the bottom of his uncle's page in fresh ink, 2 months from now. A meeting date, recorded in advance. The precision of it was important. Not tomorrow, not next week, but exactly 2 months. 60 days. Time enough to think. Time enough to prepare. Time enough to know exactly what he intended. Time enough to be certain of what the ledger meant and what came after. Time enough to trace all the consequences before he set them in motion. Not because he had decided to reconcile. Not because he intended to forgive the decision his uncle had made. But because he was not finished deciding what to do, and the ledger was a tool for precision, not for haste. The ledger was a record of thinking, a space for planning, a place where decisions could be preserved until they were ready to be enacted. It was a record of consideration, not mere impulse. It was his way of ensuring that when he acted with clarity. He closed the book and sent his acceptance through the same formal channels that had carried the meeting request. And in the waiting time that followed, in those 60 days measured and recorded, he began the work of deciding what his uncle deserved. The ledger had been his tool for thinking. It had allowed him to maintain clarity in the midst of emotion. It had allowed him to separate the man his uncle was from the choice his uncle had made. It had allowed him to consider without rushing, to observe without acting immediately. The 2 months he had given himself were not a mercy. They were a form of rigor. They were the difference between revenge and reckoning. Shen Yao considered the structures of his uncle's life. The alliances, the business relationships, the web of connections that held everything in place. His uncle had spent his entire adult life constructing this web, one strand at a time. And Shen Yao, in his deliberation, understood something that he had not fully grasped before. To destroy the web was not the same as understanding why his uncle had cut the cord that connected them. To destroy it was, perhaps, to avoid that understanding. The ledger was a record of thinking, and he had used it to think about his uncle's choice. And in thinking about that choice, he had come to recognize something difficult, that his uncle was not a man of malice. His uncle was a man of mathematics. And mathematics did not account for things like love or family obligation or the possibility that someone judged as worthless might become something else entirely. That recognition did not change what Xianxia would do. It only changed what it meant. Chapter 75. 2 months passed. They passed in the ordinary rhythm of sect life. Cultivation cycles that deepened his power in measured increments. Training sessions that honed his technique until it became nearly invisible in its precision. The slow advancement of his understanding through careful work and deliberate focus. Xianxia spent 17 of those days in a state of focused attention, examining his uncle's fate lines with the sustained concentration that this kind of work required, the kind of concentration that required clearing his mind of everything but the luminous threads. The threads were visible to him with his particular perception, the glowing connections that bound Xinguowei to the various structures of his life, each one luminous with intention and potential, each one humming with the energy of expectation. They were stronger than they had been in the years since the support had been cut, reinforced by years of successful business operations, by alliances maintained and deepened over decades, by reputation carefully built and defended against rivals. But they were also predictable. Xianxia could read them like text. The strongest ones connected to the merchant consortium that formed the core of his uncle's income and identity. 3 principal members, bound together by alliance and history that stretched back decades, back to when his uncle was younger and hungrier and more willing to take risks, back to before the calculations of practical advantage had made him conservative. The fate lines that connected Xinguowei to this group were thick and luminous, the color of prosperity and secure foundations, the color of something that had been built slowly and was expected to last through his uncle's lifetime and beyond. Xianxia studied these threads with the intensity of someone learning to read a new language. He traced them with his perception, understanding the structure of what held them together. The shared history, the mutual benefit, the slow accumulation of obligations and trust and common interest. The ways in which each partner was bound to the others, how each one depended on the others, how the network held itself together through countless small decisions and commitments. And then, 3 days before the scheduled meeting, knowing that the date was approaching with the inevitability of a calculated outcome, he did what he had promised himself he would do when he opened the ledger and wrote the meeting date in careful characters. He used Tier 4. He held the fate line steady in his perception and released the power that allowed him to shatter what others could not even see, could not even perceive as existing. The thread did not break visibly. There was no dramatic rupture, no visible shattering, no physical indication that anything had changed. It simply separated. The connection remained physically. Xinguowei was still in contact with the consortium members, still had relationships with them, still had every reason to expect their continued partnership based on the bonds they had formed over decades. But the intention underneath it dissolved like morning mist burning away in sunlight, like the last traces of dream dissolving at the moment of waking. The fate line that had been pulling Xinguowei toward continued alliance, toward success with that specific consortium, toward a future where this relationship remained stable and profitable, that intention simply ceased to exist. He watched over the following 4 days as his uncle's primary business partner changed direction. The change came with the careful language of strategic reevaluation and unexpected market shifts and realignment of priorities and evolving business concerns. The consortium lead, a man named Wei who had worked with Xinguowei for more than 20 years, explained it was nothing personal, just business, just changing circumstances in the market that required new directions. The alliance quietly failed. The consortium pulled their investment. The partnership dissolved. And Xinguowei, across the distance of their separate lives, began to understand that something he had built was crumbling, that the secure foundation was shifting beneath him, that the work of decades had come undone. When Xinguowei arrived for their meeting 3 days later, he was a man whose primary income source had just collapsed for reasons he could not fully articulate. The man looked older than he had 2 months before, not physically aged, but weighted, as though heaviness had been added to him. The weight of not understanding. The weight of failure approached without warning. He explained all of this to his nephew across a low table in a private pavilion on the sect grounds, the mountain visible through the open sides, distant and unmoved by human difficulty. His voice carried the controlled frustration of someone unaccustomed to failure, someone for whom things usually worked out because he was careful and practical and reasonable, someone who had built success through the application of consistent logic. "I know," Xianxia said. "I was hoping to show you that I had built something stable," Xinguowei continued, his voice carrying an edge of defensiveness now. the sound of someone trying to explain decisions that suddenly seemed less defensible than they had been. That the years since the assessment have been prosperous. That the decision I made was not. He paused, searching for the right words. Words that would convey his meaning correctly. Words that might explain the mathematics that had seemed so clear at the time. That it was made from a position of strength, not malice. I know, Xianxia said again, his tone absolutely even, containing nothing of judgment or triumph or satisfaction, containing only the observation of fact. He stood and left without waiting for a response. The walk back to his quarters was quiet. The afternoon light moved across the mountain paths in long shadows, creating patterns of brightness and darkness, creating a landscape of definition and obscurity. Xianxia thought about what he had just done. He had used heretofore on his own uncle. He had severed a fate line deliberately, with forethought, knowing exactly what the consequence would be. And his uncle would never know why his business had failed. The man would simply experience it as bad luck, as the random cruelty of circumstance, as failure brought about by his own miscalculations. He would spend the remaining years of his life wondering where his calculation had gone wrong. He thought about the ledger and what it actually contained. Not a list of monsters. Not a catalog of people who needed to be destroyed. Not a simple record of debt and obligation. A list of people who had made choices that seemed reasonable to them. His uncle had looked at an assessment paper and made the decision that seemed practical, that seemed right given the information he had and the family situation he faced. Xianxia had looked at that decision and done what he had promised himself he would do when he was still young enough to believe that all betrayals required a matching punishment. What it cost him, internally, was not guilt. Guilt implied that he had done something wrong, and he had not done anything wrong. He had done exactly what he had set out to do. He had enacted the mathematics perfectly. What it was instead was the recognition that the ledger was not a tool for correcting injustice. It was a tool for enacting the logic of precise, calculated pain. And he had just enacted it against someone who had never understood that he was capable of it, and might never understand. Someone who would never know his nephew had reached across the invisible boundaries between them and changed the course of his life. His uncle would never know what had happened. He would spend the rest of his life thinking he simply had not planned well enough, had made poor strategic choices, had allowed his partnerships to deteriorate through his own fault. He would review the failed negotiations, re-examine the written communications, look for where he had gone wrong. And there would be nothing to find, because the failure was not in the realm of choice or planning. It was in the realm of fate itself, severed at the root. And Xianxia would carry this knowledge forward, that he had completed what he had set out to do, that the ledger was a true record, and that completion did not require the other person to understand what they had lost. That completion required only the knowledge that it was done, that the mathematics had resolved to its final answer, that the account had been settled even though only one party would ever know the settlement had occurred. He walked on in the fading light, and the mountain held his silence without commentary, indifferent to the small calibrations of human revenge, the small reckonings that played out in pavilions and offices and private studies across the world. The mountain would remain long after he was gone. The mountain did not judge. Chapter 76. The breakthrough came without warning, which Xianxia found ironic given that every text on cultivation spoke of the inner resonance technique as a gentle ascent, something to be anticipated and prepared for. Nothing about the sensation felt gentle. He was in the outer courtyard near the training grounds, alone except for two junior disciples arguing about a fallen torch and an elder walking the far perimeter path. The morning was cool, late autumn, the kind of air that made cultivation feel sharper. Xianxia had been working through the heaven resonance state for 3 weeks, accumulating that final thickness of essence saturation. The research was clear. The transition would come when the accumulated weight became too much to hold in suspension. The body would have no choice but to open. He felt the pressure building around his solar plexus halfway through his 3rd meditation cycle. Not pain, pressure, like something vast had decided to exhale from inside his chest. Xianxia's eyes opened. The outer courtyard fractured into visible geometry. Fate lines erupted into the air like cracks in stone spreading outward. They filled the space in front of him, above him, threading between the buildings and the disciples and the elder who had stopped mid-step. Every single thread was visible, not just to him. He could feel it in the sudden quality of the air, in the way the 2 disciples fell silent, in the way the elder's breathing caught. The domain was radiating outward in a sphere, maybe 30 meters in radius, pulsing like a dropped stone's ripples. The threads were extraordinary. The 2 junior disciples had fate lines of almost identical color, a pale bronze green that spoke to their backgrounds, similar families, similar training. But their lines tangled where they spoke to each other, the threads knotting and unraveling in what looked like the pattern of their argument. One line showed a near future where the boy backed down. Another showed a future where the girl's next sentence would make him leave. The threads were not prophecy, they were architecture. They were the visible shape of how everything intended to move. The elder's line was white-silver, thick and ancient, flowing down the courtyard path in a direction that Xianxia could read without effort. And there was something else. Something wrong. There was a secondary thread attached to the elder's primary line, a thin red filament like a leech. Xianxia's breath caught. That was not the elder's own fate. That was something else's intention grafted onto his. The domain lasted 4 seconds before Xianxia's instinct screamed at him to close it. He pulled the field back down, retracting it like a hand withdrawing from flame. The threads vanished. The courtyard snapped back to normal geometry. The two disciples were staring at each other, not at Xianxia, at the space between them where the fate lines had been visible. The girl's hand was still half raised from whatever gesture she'd been making. The elder had pressed his back against the courtyard wall. His breathing was deliberate, controlled, the breathing of someone forcing calm. His eyes followed the path his fate line had been showing him, tracing the invisible route of his own future. When those eyes moved back to Xianxia's, there was something new in them. Recognition, fear, the knowledge that he had seen something he could not unknow. Xianxia did not move. He sat very still in the center of the courtyard, feeling the domain settling back into him like water returning to a closed hand. The domain had been there the whole time, compressed, folded, contained. The breakthrough had not created it. The breakthrough had simply opened the container. That evening, alone in his chamber, Xianxia called the domain back deliberately. He began small, a 2-meter radius, just him and the shadows. The fate lines appeared again, thin and precise. His own thread, the silver anomaly that had been pointing northwest for 4 years, rotated slowly in his sight. The domain held steady. No strain. He expanded it. 5 meters. 10. The threads multiplied, branching like roots through solid stone, showing the probable movements of every person near his chamber, every probability that touched his space. He pulled it back. He tested it again at the library. Expanded it there. The fate lines of the texts themselves showed, not their physical locations but the paths they would take through readers' hands, the futures they would influence. A commentary on the fate cultivation text had lines that reached dozens of cultivators in a web of influence. A record of trivial estate disputes had almost no threads, dead wood. By the third test, in the meditation hall after midnight, Xianxia understood the nature of the domain opening. It was not a defensive tool. It was a revelation. When he activated it, he was not creating a barrier or a shield. He was making the invisible visible. The fate threads that threaded through existence between every person, every object, every intention. He was simply pulling them out of the realm of intuition and into the realm of sight. When he did that, people who could not normally sense fate lines suddenly could. They could see the paths they were on. They could see what others intended for them. They could see the leashes and the chains and the golden threads of alliance. And seeing it, they would change. Xianxia recorded the discovery in his ledger with precise notation. Domain opening, confirmed functional. Range, 30+ meters under full expansion. Duration, sustained as long as active will maintains it. Effect on other cultivators. Visible fate lines create psychological disorientation proportional to self-awareness regarding their own paths. Effect on those with low self-awareness, minimal disruption. Effect on those with high self-awareness and invested deception, severe. He set the ledger aside and considered the implications carefully. The two disciples had gone silent because they saw the shape of their argument made visible. They had been frozen in their conflict, unable to see any way forward, until the domain had revealed the probability paths threading through their interaction. Now they could see the moment-by-moment consequences of each choice they might make. Ignorance had been simpler. The elder had gone rigid because he could see the red thread eating his autonomy, a parasitic line of intention that was not his own. He was looking at the visible proof that his own will have been compromised. People who built their power on denial of their true natures would find the domain intolerable. Seeing the shape of what they had constructed through deception would be psychologically devastating. People who lived honestly within their natures might barely notice the domain at all. Their fate lines would show them nothing surprising, only the expected continuation of what they had already chosen to be. That was a tool worth having. More than that, it was a tool that would define everything that came next. Xianxia went to sleep knowing that the next test would come sooner than he had anticipated. The breakthrough had happened at Hollow Peak. Someone had felt it, multiple someones, almost certainly. By morning, the knowledge would begin to spread through the sect's administrative channels. By the end of the week, others would know what he had become. Others would begin calculating what that meant. He did not feel fear. He felt Instead, the sharp clarity of a door opening. Behind it were people who would need to be addressed. People who had been watching him and assuming they could contain him once he reached a certain point. People like the celestial divination sect, which believed it had monopolized the understanding of fate and its manipulation. Sects that had built their entire structure around the principle that only they could see what others could not. People, in short, who had made a very specific mistake. They had underestimated what it meant when someone could see not just the future, but the shape of intention itself. They had not understood that making that sight visible to others would fundamentally alter the balance of power. Xianxia slept cleanly and woke ready for the response that was already beginning to form. Chapter 77. The notification came at dawn through official channels. Xu Qingling appeared in his chamber before the sun had fully cleared the ridge, moving with the urgency of someone who had spent the night in transit. She did not bow. She came directly to his study table, where Xianxia was already seated, reviewing the documentation that had arrived by formal messenger. Fate Stabilization Procedure. Xu Qingling read the header aloud, her voice tight. Has the language always been this transparent, or are they simply not bothering with pretense anymore? The language is standard for intersect conventions, Xianxia said. He was halfway through his second read of the papers. It is not pretense. It is law. They are following procedure. That makes it worse, not better. The documentation was pristine. 5 senior diviners from the Celestial Divination sect, authorized by the sect council. Formal request issued to Hollowpeak's administration. Neutral sect observers named. The Circle of Stillness and the Jade Contemplatives, both respected, both officially uninvolved in any conflict. A date set, 3 days hence. A location specified, neutral ground within Hollowpeak's outer district. The procedure itself described in careful terms that could mean almost nothing to anyone who had not studied the method. Xianxia had studied it. When did you receive this? He asked. An hour before I left the sect's grounds. Hao Murin called the order yesterday evening. The diviners were chosen at night. The documentation was prepared and distributed to neutral sects before dawn. He is moving quickly. He is moving decisively, Xianxia corrected. The timing is not quick. It is chosen. The domain opening happened yesterday. Knowledge of it will not have reached the Celestial Divination Sect's council until evening, at earliest. He received that news and made this decision within hours. That is not panic. That is calculation. He set the papers down and looked at Xu Qingling directly. Her diviner's bearing was steady, but there was a tightness around her eyes that spoke to real fear. She was not afraid for herself. She had already allied with him, and her fate was tied to his now. She was afraid of what the procedure actually was. What happens in a fate stabilization procedure? Xianxia asked. Xu Qingling hesitated. For a moment, Xianxia thought she might refuse to answer. Then she moved to the window, standing where she could see the outer courtyard below, and spoke. It is a technique that was developed during the Third Sect Wars. Fate devourers had begun to emerge as threats to conventional sect power structures. The old councils realized that conventional methods of containment were failing: isolation, suppression, territorial limitation. None of it stopped the growth. So they developed a method to sever the connection between a devourer and their power source. Severing how? Xianxia asked. By attacking the fate line itself. Not consuming it, as you do. Not even damaging it. By fracturing it at a precise point. The threshold where the devourer's cultivation enters their body. The fracture prevents the devourer from accessing the power they have already accumulated. The cultivation remains, trapped below the break. The cultivator remains alive, but functionally powerless. Xianxia understood the mechanism immediately. It was elegant, lethal in its own way, even if it left the body breathing. How many previous fate devourers have undergone this procedure? He asked. 6 that we know of in the last 200 years. There were likely others, in older records. Of the 6, 3 accepted the procedure quietly. 3 refused and had to be extracted by force. All of them became less diminished. They lived out their lives in reduced circumstances, their potential sealed below a fate line fracture they could not break. And the diviners who conducted the procedure? Xianxia asked. What happened to them? Xu Qingling did not turn from the window. Her shoulders tensed. They became problems, she said quietly. Witnesses to a method that the councils would prefer not to be documented. The historical record is fragmentary, but the pattern suggests that each team of diviners who conducted the procedure developed complications afterward. Sect politics. Mysterious retirements. A few deaths attributed to accident. Hao Murin plans to eliminate his own operatives, Xianxia said. Not a question. Yes. Xianxia rose from his table and came to stand beside her. Below, the outer courtyard was beginning to fill with morning activity. Disciples moving between buildings. Instructors setting up training grounds. the normal, steady machinery of a sect in operation. The diviners he is sending, xianxia said. They know this. They might suspect. They definitely do not know for certain. That is what Hao Murin would believe. He would be certain that fear of the procedure is sufficient to keep them focused on the task. Then I have 3 days to ensure they know, xianxia said. Not suspect. No. He was already thinking through the geometry of it. The diviners would arrive expecting to conduct a procedure on someone isolated, someone who could be pinned down through overwhelming force and sophisticated technique. They would arrive expecting xianxia to flee or hide or resist in ways that could be documented and used to justify escalation. What they would not be expecting was to be shown the truth about who had sent them and what that person intended. Xianxia walked back to his desk and picked up the documentation again. The date, the time, the location, the names of the 5 diviners, and the neutral observers. You need to do something, Xu Qingling said. It was not a question. I need to do nothing, Xianxia replied. I need to be where they expect me to be. I need to let them see what I can show them. The rest will be their choice. He set the papers down and looked at her directly. Can you contact me immediately if there are developments at the sect? I can. But Xianxia. She paused, and he saw the weight of what she was about to say. Hao Murin may send a second team. Or a third. He is Grand Seer. He has resources. He is not going to stop with one intervention. No, Xianxia agreed. But the first one will teach him why he should have. Xu Qingling left before sunrise, carrying with her the message that Xianxia's situation was known, that the threat was clear and immediate, and that everything now hung on what would happen in 3 days. Xianxia spent the day making preparations that appeared to be no preparations at all. He reviewed his cultivation state. He meditated. He practiced the domain opening technique in isolated spaces, expanding it until he could hold it steady for hours at a time. He recorded his progress in the ledger with clinical precision. He also sent a single message through Xu Qingling's network to the Celestial Divination Sect's administrative offices. The Grand Seer should consider planning his succession before the diviners arrive. It was a courtesy of a sort, a warning that he understood not just what was happening, but the true shape of the consequences. A reminder that in 3 days, things would change in ways that could not be undone. Xianxia spent the evening in the meditation hall, sitting in the center of the space, feeling the way his power had settled into a new configuration. Domain opening was not just a technique. It was a transformation of the entire structure of his cultivation. It was the difference between seeing in the dark and making the darkness itself light up. The diviners would come in 3 days. They would enter Hollow Peak's outer district expecting to execute a procedure on a trapped target. What they would find instead was a cultivator who could make them see clearly for the first time in their lives. And that clarity would be more dangerous to them than any physical force. Chapter 78. The 5 diviners arrived in the late morning, moving as a unified body through Hollow Peak's outer gates. Xianxia watched them from a distance, reading their fate lines the moment they crossed the boundary. The threads were as clear as he had anticipated. 4 of them had taken the path to Hollow Peak with genuine belief in the mission. There was a yellow-white tone to their lines that spoke to conviction, to a sense that this was necessary work. The 5th, the senior diviner at the center of the formation, had a line that moved like water flowing downhill, showing only the path of least resistance. That one was a tool, not a believer. Xianxia did not move to greet them. He did not run. He positioned himself exactly where protocol suggested he should be, in the main courtyard of the sect's outer sanctum, seated on the meditation platform, visible to anyone approaching. Unthreatening. Waiting. They arrived an hour past noon. The neutral observers, 3 members of the Circle of Stillness, 2 from the Jade Contemplatives, came with them, their presence a legal requirement that transformed the procedure from assassination into official intervention. The diviners arranged themselves in a precise formation around him. The observers took positions at the cardinal points, establishing the boundary of the space. Xianxia, the senior diviner began, his voice formal. We have come with authorization from the Celestial Divination Sect and the neutral observance to conduct a fate stabilization procedure. You are hereby. Xianxia stood. He did not raise his hand. He did not speak a warning. He simply opened the domain. It exploded outward like an inhalation that had been held for years. The radius was massive, 40 meters, 50, expanding in a perfect sphere that encompassed the courtyard, the diviners, the observers, and everyone in the surrounding outer sanctum. Every fate line visible in the area ignited into 3-dimensional clarity. The diviners saw their own threads first. That was the nature of proximity. They could see the pale blue lines that marked their own futures, the complex braiding of their training and their choices. But that was not what broke them. It was what they saw attached to their primary lines. Secondary threads. red filaments that connected each of the 5 diviners to a singular point of origin. Not a person, a decision. The decision made by Hao Murin, encoded into their fates like a parasite in a blood vessel. And the threads showed them the rest. They showed them the procedure. Not just the mechanics of it. They could read that from technique and knowledge. The threads showed them the intended aftermath. They showed them the quiet retirement that would be arranged. The convenient accidents that would occur. The way their names would be removed from official records. The way the councils would, within a year, deny that they had ever existed in the sect at all. The senior diviner fell to his knees. His face had gone white. You already know, Xianxia said, his voice quiet in the center of the domain. I did not show you anything you could not have suspected. I am simply making it impossible to ignore. 3 of the 5 diviners were backing away. Their fate lines were already showing the path they would take. A retreat from the courtyard, a journey to the observation posts, a quiet declaration of refusal. Their bodies moved to follow the paths their fates had already marked. The senior diviner and 1 other remained. They were different, older, the kind of cultivators who had built their entire power structure on the ability to ignore uncomfortable truths. The red threads attached to them were thicker, older, more deeply integrated into their fate lines. Refusing Hao Murin was not a simple retreat. It was a complete restructuring of everything they had worked for. You cannot make us refuse, the senior diviner said, his voice rough. The domain is impressive. The sight of truth is difficult. But we have our orders. We have our purpose. Your purpose was to fracture my fate line, Xianxia said. For that, you would need to pin me down, to immobilize me, to place your hands on my cultivation core. That requires you to advance. He did nothing else. He simply stood there, at the center of his own domain, and let the domain expand further. The threads multiplied. The clarity became almost unbearable. The senior diviner and his companion could see not just the aftermath of the procedure. They could see the moment by moment of their own deaths. The circle of stillness member who would find them. The timing of their removal. The way it would be arranged. And they could see something else. They could see what happened to Xianxia if they succeeded. The fracture line. The power seal below it. And then, several years distant, a second intervention. Hao Murin's successor deciding that a sealed devourer was still too dangerous. An order for final removal. The end of everything they would have become. The second diviner straightened and walked toward the boundary of the domain. He did not speak. His face was blank, the expression of someone who had seen something that required the complete shutting down of all conscious feeling in order to continue existing. The senior diviner remained for a moment longer. Xianxia could see the calculation happening in his face. The weight of years in the sect. The weight of what refusal would cost. The weight of what acceptance would cost when the debt came due. You have shown me a future, the senior diviner said slowly. Not inevitability. A probability. A thread among many threads. No, Xianxia said. His voice was very quiet. What I have shown you is the primary thread. The most probable future given the current decision structure. Hao Murin is going to remove you. It is not certain, but it is heavy with probability. The other threads, the ones where you survive, where you gain position, where you escape this, they are thin. The senior diviner rose to his feet. His eyes were fixed on the space where his own fate line was flowing. He was looking at his own probable death. I cannot refuse him, the diviner said, and there was something broken in his voice. My position, my disciples, the entire structure of what I have built depends on my standing in the sect. Then you are already lost, Xianxia said. Whether you attempt the procedure or refuse it, that structure is breaking. The only question is whether you break it yourself or let Hao Murin break it for you. The diviner stood motionless for a moment. Then, slowly, he turned and walked toward the boundary. He did not look back. Xianxia stood in the center of the courtyard and waited. The domain remained at full expansion. The neutral observers were frozen in place, their eyes wide, seeing the threat architecture that lay beneath everything. They would report this to their sections. They would describe a cultivator who could make fate itself visible. The descriptions would spread. The accounts would be distorted and magnified. And that would be exactly correct. When all 5 diviners had crossed the boundary of the domain, Xianxia retracted it. The courtyard snapped back to normal visibility. The fate lines vanished from the air. Reality reassembled itself into a shape that most cultivators could comprehend. The observers approached slowly, carefully. Their faces showed the expression of people who had seen something that had fundamentally altered their understanding of what was possible. Xianxia did not offer them explanations. He simply accepted their statements that the procedure was officially concluded, withdrawn, and no longer authorized under intersect convention. They left within the hour, carrying with them the knowledge that whatever had just occurred, it had been nothing close to what they had been told to expect. That evening, Xianxia sent a single message through private channels to the celestial divination sect. Your council should elect a new Grand Seer before I attend the election. It was not a threat. It was an observation. A statement of fact about a future that was already weighted in probability, already showing on the fate lines of everyone in the sect. How Murin had moved against him, and in moving, had set in motion the machinery of his own removal. It was the way of things when you underestimated a devourer. Xianxia returned to his chamber and waited for the response. Chapter 79. The message came before midnight. Not from the celestial divination sect as a body, but from Shu Qingling, her encoded response arriving through the network she had built over months of careful work. 3 council members are now considering it. The other 2 are still fearful. But movement is happening. How Murin's authority is cracking. What you did to those diviners, the sect is terrified. They are describing you as a cultivator who can weaponize truth itself. Xianxia read the message and filed it away. The description was accurate enough. Domain opening was, fundamentally, the transformation of invisible knowledge into visible fact. When everyone in a space could see the fate lines threading through reality, when everyone could perceive the shape of intention and consequence, the usual methods of political maneuvering became impossible. Deception required the power to remain hidden. When you made the invisible visible, deception simply stopped. He spent the hours of early morning in quiet observation of the aftermath moving through Hollow Peak's outer district. The courtyard where the domain had been activated was crowded by dawn, not with disciples. Word had clearly spread that it was not a safe place to linger, but with whispered conversations. Junior disciples in clusters, speaking in low voices about what had been felt. The pressure in the air. The strange moment where something had seemed to shimmer in reality. Some of them had been far enough away that they had only felt the domain's edge, the way it had made the morning air feel heavier, more present. Others had been close enough to notice that something had happened to the 5 diviners who left shortly after. One of the younger instructors, someone Xianxia had spoken to perhaps twice in passing, actually approached him at the meditation library that morning. The visitors from the celestial divination sect left without conducting the procedure, the instructor said. It was not a question. There was something almost accusatory in the tone, though Xianxia detected no actual hostility. Only the fear that came from witnessing something impossible made manifest. They did, Xianxia confirmed. You did something. We all felt it. Did you hurt them? Xianxia considered the question carefully. Hurt was an imprecise word. He had not damaged their bodies. He had not even damaged their cultivation. What he had done was make them aware of damage that already existed in their future, the damage that Hao Murin had already set in motion, the removal that had already been decided. He was simply translating knowledge that existed in the realm of fate into the realm of immediate, undeniable perception. I did not hurt them, Xianxia said. I showed them the truth about who had sent them. What they chose to do with that knowledge was their own decision. The instructor nodded slowly, but there was an unsettled look in his eyes. He was processing the implication that there were methods of manipulation and coercion that did not require any physical action at all. That knowing the truth could be more dangerous than ignorance. That a cultivator who could make the invisible visible was a fundamentally different kind of threat than anyone had anticipated. The instructor was beginning to understand that Xianxia did not operate through force. He operated through revelation. And revelation left no room for negotiation or compromise. Will they come back? The instructor asked quietly. The diviners. Will the sect send others? Perhaps, Xianxia said, which was not an evasion. It was the simple truth. Hao Murin would regroup. Hao Murin would calculate. And Hao Murin would eventually realize that the cost of continuing this conflict was higher than the benefit of silencing one fate devourer. But that realization might take time. The Grand Seer was not the type to surrender quickly. The instructor left without asking anything else, carrying with him the seeds of fear that were already spreading through Hollow Peak's population. By evening, the story had mutated into a dozen different versions. Some disciples were saying that Xianxia had fought the 5 diviners and won decisively, breaking them through superior technique. Some were saying he had spoken a cultivation method that had made them flee in terror, a technique so powerful it left visible marks in the air. Some were saying he had activated a domain that showed everyone their own deaths, their futures written in blood and ash. The truth, that he had simply made visible what was already true, was lost in the translation, becoming something far more mythologized and far more frightening in the retelling. Xianxia recorded it all in his ledger, noting the variations, the distortions, the way fear magnified itself through repetition. The effectiveness of truth did not depend on how the truth was understood. It only depended on people knowing that something they had been confidently denying was actually visible in the world. Once that seed was planted, It would grow on its own, flowering into legend and rumor. That night, he stood in the outer courtyard where the domain had activated. The space felt different now. Not haunted. Exactly. There was nothing supernatural about it, but marked. The ground beneath his feet carried the memory of what had happened there. The air held some residual quality of transformation, as if the barrier between visible and invisible had been thinned permanently in that location. He thought about what would happen next. How Murin would regroup. The celestial divination sect would debate with increasing urgency. Some council members would push for removal of the Grand Seer, seeing him as a liability that was only making their situation worse. Others would defend him, seeing removal as surrender to Xianxia's pressure, the first crack in the wall that would eventually collapse entirely. The politics would be complex and protracted, a dance of influence and counter-influence that would take weeks to resolve. But the domain had changed the fundamental calculation. How Murin could no longer simply order someone to do his bidding and trust that obedience would follow. He had to know, now, that anyone he sent would be able to see the full structure of his intentions. He would have to find cultivators who could either resist that knowledge, which was rare, requiring tremendous self-awareness and willingness to accept predetermined death, or who had nothing to lose by accepting the damage that came after. Neither category was large. Neither category was easy to find. The next move, Xianxia understood with absolute certainty, would not come from the celestial divination sect. It would come from somewhere higher, from someone with greater resources, from someone who had been watching developments from a distance, from someone who had invested in him already. He returned to his chamber and settled into meditation. The power of the domain was still settling into him, becoming part of his natural cultivation state. It would take time to master fully, to understand all the implications. But the essential truth was already clear. He had entered a new tier of existence. He could no longer be threatened through conventional means. Conventional intervention had failed. Conventional authority had crumbled before a simple revelation of truth, which meant the threats would become unconventional. Xianxia waited for them with the patience of a hunter who knows exactly what kind of prey will come. His ledger lay open on his desk, waiting for the next entry, the next name, the next fate line to consume, the next person who had underestimated him. The courtyard behind him slowly emptied as the sun fell. By midnight, only the stones remained, and the faint trace of something that had happened there, a space where truth had been made visible and had changed everything that followed. Chapter 80. The Hollow Empress arrived at the boundary of Hollow Peak's territory in the early evening, when the light was golden and the shadows had begun to stretch across the outer districts. She came alone, which was so far beyond protocol that Xianxia immediately understood it was an intentional statement. No escort, no delegation, no observers from neutral sections, no formal documentation or letterhead, just a single woman at the outer boundary stone, standing at the exact threshold where Hollow Peak's authority ended and the wild cultivator lands beyond began. The statement was clear: I need no authorization to be where I am. No official standing, just presence. She was 73 years old and looked 40. That was Xianxia's first clear sight of her, reading the years and the deception in the way her appearance had been maintained. Her face was unlined. Her hair held no gray. Her posture was that of someone in their prime. But beneath the surface, in the way the fate line moved, he could see the accumulated weight of those 7 decades. 7 decades of cultivation. 7 decades of decisions. 7 decades of becoming. Her fate line was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Normal fate lines moved forward. They flowed in the direction of time, branching into multiple probable futures, but always oriented toward what was coming next. They were vectors pointing ahead, the natural shape of intention moving into possibility. The Hollow Empress's line did not behave that way. It moved like water around stone, flowing around obstacles instead of through them, doubling back on itself, suggesting a depth of history and decision that did not follow conventional causality. It was the fate line of someone who had spent 70 years learning how to bend the shape of her own future into knots that made sense only to her. It was the fate line of a cultivator who had transcended the simple forward momentum that bound most beings to their own destinies. Xianxia felt her before she spoke. The presence of her attention reaching across the distance, not a threat exactly, but a weight of focus that made the air feel older. It was like standing in a room where someone had been thinking deeply for hours, and the accumulated force of that thinking had changed the quality of the space itself. She was looking directly at him, across hundreds of yards, through the layers of sectarian space and training grounds. When she opened her mouth to speak, the words reached his ears with perfect clarity despite the distance, despite the wind and the structures between them. Only someone with fate sight would have heard them. Xianxia understood immediately that she had chosen to speak in a language only people like them could perceive. A language written in the threads of probability itself, audible only to those who could see the shape of destiny. I have watched you for 4 years, the Hollow Empress said. Her voice was not loud, but it carried with the quality of something inescapable, a statement being made directly into the core of his perception. The words were warm, almost gentle, but beneath them was steel. You've made every mistake I made at your age. Now let's see if you make the next one too. She did not move. She did not approach the boundary. She stood at the outer stone and waited, as if she had said everything that needed to be said and now expected his response. As if she had all the time in the world, which, perhaps, at 73 with the cultivation that clearly flowed through her, she did. Xianxia felt the pieces of the puzzle click into place with the inevitability of a lock turning. For years. She had been watching for 4 years. That was the exact span of time he had been keeping his ledger, building his power, starting to consume fate lines. Which meant she had been aware of him since the very beginning. Since before he understood what he was. Since before the silver anomaly had appeared pointing northwest. A fate line of unknown origin that had guided him forward ever since he first noticed it. For years, the timeline aligned perfectly, too perfectly, which meant she had not simply been watching him. She had been guiding him, placing him on the path, teaching him through obstacle and challenge, watching to see if he would survive what he became. He stood slowly, feeling the weight of the revelation settle across his shoulders like a physical thing, and moved toward the boundary. He did not run. He did not hesitate either. He walked deliberately, crossing the courtyard, moving through the outer sanctum buildings, heading toward the place where the boundary stone marked the edge of Hollow Peak's territory. His disciples saw him pass. Some would later report that he had moved with the certainty of someone who already knew what awaited him. Others would say his face showed recognition, mixed with something more complex. Not fear, but not certainty either. As he walked, his eyes stayed fixed on the silver anomaly, that impossible fate line that had been pointing northwest for 4 years, the one that showed something outside of normal causality, something drawing him forward from a source he could not identify. He had spent years wondering about it, wondering who or what it led to, wondering if it was a trap or a gift, wondering if it represented his future self or some external force. He watched as he approached the boundary, and then, just as he reached the final stretch of open ground between the courtyard and the boundary, the line turned. It swung its orientation, smoothly, deliberately, like a compass needle finding north after years of wandering. It rotated from its long northwestward trajectory and pointed directly at the Hollow Empress. It pointed across the distance. It pointed at the 73-year-old woman in the form of a 40-year-old, who was standing at the boundary stone watching him with the expression of someone who had been waiting for this exact moment for 4 years. Xianxia stopped moving. He was perhaps 50 yards from the boundary now, close enough to see the details of her face, far enough that a barrier still existed between them. The silver fate line was bright in his sight, clearer than anything else in the world, and it pointed directly at her with a clarity that was almost painful in its precision. The anomaly that had been guiding him for 4 years was not pointing to an unknown origin. It was not pointing to a distant goal or a vague destination. It was pointing to her. The Hollow Empress had been the source all along, the invisible hand that had set him on this path, the force that had shaped everything that had happened to him, every choice that had seemed like his own, every breakthrough that had felt earned through struggle and cultivation and sacrifice. For years of guidance, for years of watching, for years of measurement, she was still looking at him, and there was something in her expression that was not quite a smile, not quite satisfaction. It was the look of someone watching a student finally understand a lesson that had taken years to unfold. It was the look of a teacher observing the moment when the student sees the whole architecture of what they have been taught. Xianxia stood frozen between where he was and where she waited, unable to move forward, unable to turn back, staring at the fate line that had remade the entire architecture of his understanding. The silver thread that he thought was pointing to some external destiny was actually pointing to the person who had orchestrated his entire cultivation from the beginning, the person who had been guiding him toward this moment. The silver thread pointed at the Hollow Empress, and everything changed. Chapter 81. The private chamber was empty except for the two of them. It existed in a liminal space, neither within Hollow Peak's direct authority nor fully beyond its boundaries. A structure that served as neutral ground for conversations that could not occur under the observation of either sect. The Hollow Empress had selected it, and Xianxia had agreed to meet there without question. There were certain privileges that came with having spent 4 years guiding someone's cultivation entirely from the outside. The right to set terms for conversation was one of them. She sat across from him at a table that held nothing but tea. Not the ceremonial kind, Not weapons, not documentation. Just 2 cups and the knowledge that neither of them would leave until the essential facts had been established. I have been redirecting fate for 51 years, the Hollow Empress said without preamble. Her voice was steady, conversational, the way someone speaks about accomplishments that are no longer new. Not devouring it, not consuming it, redirecting, taking the threads that are already moving and showing them a different path forward. It is a limited skill compared to what you can do, but it is sufficient for empire management and survival. Xianxia listened. He had learned, in the past months, that she spoke only when she had something worth saying. There were no social pleasantries between them, no pretense of hierarchy or deference. Just 2 people who could see fate lines, discussing the practical applications of that sight. 4 years ago, she continued, I placed a jade token in a crowd that you would pass through. I encoded a fate anchor into that token. I have been collecting data on your development since the moment you picked it up. Your consumption patterns, your tier thresholds, the specific signatures of your ability as it evolved from something dormant into something active. Why? Xianxia asked. Not hostile, simply direct. Because the previous fate devourer, the one 300 years ago, the one the records describe in fragmentary terms, he made a specific mistake. He thought he could contain his own power. He thought that by limiting his consumption, by avoiding certain types of fate lines, by being selective about his feeding, he could remain hidden forever. He was wrong. When the pressure built up enough, when the accumulated fate energy in his body exceeded what his cultivation could contain, something failed. He broke. The breakdown was catastrophic. He consumed fate lines indiscriminately for the last 6 months of his life. Hundreds of them. Thousands of them, according to some accounts. The effort killed him. The Hollow Empress reached for her tea, but did not drink. She simply held the cup, looking at it with the expression of someone examining a precise mathematical proof. The Celestial Divination sect knows this history. Grand Seer Humiliate knows it. He knows what fate devourers are, what they become, what they will do when they fully understand their own nature. So I watched to see if you would make the same mistakes, or if you had enough natural instinct to survive what you were becoming. I also watched to see if there was anyone else paying attention, anyone else tracking you through the world. And there was. Xianxia felt something cold settle in his chest. Someone else has been observing me? Yes, but not Humiliate directly. Someone working above or parallel to him. Someone who also has fate sight, or something close to it. The signature is not entirely clear to me, but I have detected a third party maintaining an observation protocol on you since your childhood. Not as constant as my attention, but present, deliberate, watching for the same thresholds I was watching for. She set the cup down and looked directly at him. A war is beginning, she said. Not a small conflict. A continental redistribution of power. 3 northern kingdoms are about to engage in military conflict. The assassination that triggered it was not random. It was orchestrated. I have been redirecting fate for 3 years to prevent this war, adjusting the minor threads, showing the right people the right futures, making war slightly less probable with every intervention. It worked for a while. The war remained a distant possibility. Then something changed. Someone began accelerating it, pushing harder than I could push back, creating pressure from the other direction. Humiliate, Xianxia said. Yes, I recognized the signature of his weave 3 months ago, the specific pattern of his fate manipulation. He has been engineering this war deliberately, not as a political goal, as a trap. Xianxia understood the implication before she finished explaining it. A war created deliberately, a war designed for one specific purpose, a war that would gather thousands of soldiers in one place, all of them trained to view combat as necessary, all of them carrying layers of contempt in the military hierarchy, contempt from commanders toward soldiers, contempt from senior officers toward junior officers, contempt for the enemy, contempt for anyone who hesitated. It would be a feast, an unprecedented feast, a situation where a fate devourer could consume hundreds of fate lines, thousands of them, all in one concentrated space. He is using me as a weapon against myself, Xianxia said quietly. It was not a question. He tried this once before, 300 years ago, on the devourer who came before you. The mechanism is well understood among those with access to the deepest records. If a fate devourer consumes fate lines too quickly from a single concentrated source of contempt, the overflow can collapse his own fate lines from the inside. The power accumulates faster than the cultivation core can process it. The structure breaks. The devourer burns. Humiliate is creating a situation where your own ability will destroy you if you try to use it. And if you don't try to use it, the pressure of the accumulated fate energy in a war zone will force the issue anyway. So I am trapped, Xianxia said. You are being offered a choice that appears to be a trap. That is not the same thing as being trapped. not if you understand the geometry of the choice. The Hollow Empress leaned forward. The war is going to happen whether you participate or not. How Murin is going to accelerate it. Thousands of soldiers will enter a battlefield with contempt layered into them. That fate energy is already being generated. It exists whether you consume it or not. The question is not whether the trap is real. The question is whether you walk into it controlled and careful, or whether you get swept into it by accident and unprepared. Xianxia nodded slowly, understanding. The war would happen. The feast would be laid out. The only variable was whether he approached it with knowledge and strategy, or whether the pressure would eventually force him to act in desperation. Show me the fate line of this war, he said. The Hollow Empress stood. She walked to the window where the light of late evening was beginning to dim, and she raised her hand. Her fate sight was limited, she had told him. She could not consume, could only redirect. But what she could see, she could sometimes make visible to others. A second fate line appeared in Xianxia's field of perception, bright and clear, flowing from the Hollow Empress's gesture directly outward toward the war that was forming. The thread was red, deep red, the color of blood and violence and enormous contempt. It moved like a river swollen with winter ice melt, flowing toward a geography Xianxia could read in the shape of the thread itself. Northeast. The thread pointed northeast, moving away from Hollow Peak, moving toward the border kingdoms where armies were already gathering. And there, woven into the deepest structure of that red thread, was a signature he recognized immediately. The precise weave of Hal Murin's fate manipulation. The mark of someone who had spent years training in the art of making destiny move according to design. The war was his craft. He had engineered it with the precision of a master technician. That is the thread of the war itself, the Hollow Empress said. The probability that thousands of soldiers will enter combat, that violence will take place at massive scale, that the contempt inherent in that violence will create exactly the conditions Hal Murin needs. Xianxia studied it. The thread showed him futures. He could see the branching paths, the ways the war could develop. He could see strategic points where intervention was still possible, where the thread could be bent away from its inevitable conclusion. But the thread was thick with probability now. The machinery was already in motion. Stopping it entirely was no longer possible. Only alteration was possible. And alteration required intervening at the exact right moment, with exactly the right force applied at exactly the right location. There is one other thing, the Hollow Empress said, and there was something different in her voice now. Something that suggested she was reaching the reason she had truly wanted this meeting. The fate line you have been following since the domain opening. The silver thread that has guided you. I know where it leads now. Where? Xianxia asked, though he already thought he knew. He had watched it rotate to point at her at the boundary of Hollow Peak. He had seen it focus on her with the clarity of something that had been waiting for years to arrive at this exact orientation. It leads to you, the Hollow Empress said. But not from me. I have been following it too, for longer than I have been following you. I thought I understood it. I thought I had redirected it, guided it, controlled its direction. But 4 years ago, when I started observing you, the thread began to move in ways I had not expected. As if your emergence as a fate devourer had created a new attractor point. As if the fate lines of the world had suddenly recognized something in you that they had not recognized before. She turned to face him, and in the dimming light of the evening, Xianxia could see the actual age beneath her cultivated appearance. 73 years of watching. 73 years of survival. 73 years of maintaining an empire while secretly being something that the empire would never tolerate if they understood what she was. I do not know where the silver thread leads, she said quietly. I have been trying to follow it for decades, but it moves in ways I cannot fully predict. It is being drawn by something outside of normal causality, something that is not bound by the usual rules of fate and consequence. When I placed the anchor in that token 4 years ago, I thought I was establishing observation of you. Instead, I may have been establishing observation of myself by whatever is controlling that thread. I may have been placing myself under the same watch that I was placing you under. Someone is observing both of us, Xianxia said, understanding spreading through him like ice water through veins. Someone with a capability similar to yours, or perhaps superior to it. Someone who has been watching the development of fate devourers, or fate sight in general, for a very long time. Yes, the Hollow Empress said, and I do not know if that person is an enemy or an ally or something entirely outside of those categories. I only know that the thread that led you to me, that led me to begin observing you, that led us both to this moment, that thread is not under anyone's direct control. Not mine, not Hal Murin's, not even yours. It is moving according to logic that I cannot fully read. Xianxia looked at the silver thread, still visible in his perception, still pointing at the Hollow Empress now with absolute clarity. The thread had brought him here. The thread had guided every major decision he had made for 4 years. The thread had led him to become a fate devourer, to master domain opening, to stand at the threshold of a power that would reshape the world. And now he understood. The thread was not his alone to follow. Something else was following it too. Something was moving through the world on the same path he was moving through it on. And that something had been present since his childhood. "We have this night," the Hollow Empress said. "1 hour, and then you return to Hollow Peak. No one can know that we have met. No one can know about the war that is coming, or about how Murin's involvement in engineering it. That knowledge would spread, and spreading would be used by others to accelerate the conflict rather than slow it. But you need to understand what you are walking toward, because when you walk toward it, you will be doing so with more than just your own fate and my fate in play. There is a third player, a third observer, and whatever they want from you, we do not yet understand it." Xianxia sat with that knowledge, feeling it settle into the structure of his understanding like a stone dropped into still water, creating ripples that would reach outward into every future he could now see. The silver thread was not his guide. It was his pathway into something larger than he had anticipated. And when he stepped onto that path fully, when he entered the war that Hao Murin had engineered, when he began to consume the fate lines that had been prepared for him, he would not be doing so in isolation. He would be doing so under observation. He would be doing so under a watch that stretched back decades, perhaps centuries. A watch that had been placed on the very concept of fate devourers, on the emergence of those with the ability to see and consume the threads of destiny. "I understand," he said finally. "When I enter the war, I will not know who else is watching. I will not know what the third observer wants. But I will know that I am being observed. And I will be careful. Be more than careful," the Hollow Empress said, and her voice held a weight that suggested she was speaking from experience. "Be aware that the game you are playing is larger than you understand. Be aware that your ability, your domain opening, your capacity to consume fate lines, those are not unique in the world. They are rare, but not unique. And whoever is observing you has likely observed others like you before. They know what you will do before you do it. They are still observing, still waiting, still measuring." The evening deepened into night. The tea grew cold in the cups, and the two people who could see fate lines sat in the neutral space, understanding that the world was about to transform, and that transformation would be orchestrated by more than just themselves. That understanding was not comfort, but it was clarity, and clarity was worth a great deal when walking toward war. Chapter 82. The revelation came not as a sudden shock, but as a cascade of understanding that built over the next 3 hours. Xianxia spent the night after leaving the Hollow Empress in a state of perfect analysis, sitting in his chamber with his ledger open, writing and rewriting the geometry of what had been explained to him. By the time dawn broke, the architecture of Hao Murin's plan was clear in every detail. The Grand Seer had been planning this for longer than Xun Yao had been alive, longer than he had been cultivating. The evidence was in the historical records that Shu Qingling had provided. The accounts of the previous fate devourer 300 years ago, the detailed descriptions of how that person had broken under the pressure of concentrated feeding. Hao Murin had studied that failure. He had analyzed what had gone wrong, and he had determined the exact conditions necessary to reproduce that failure with perfect reliability. War created contempt at massive scale. Soldiers looked down on soldiers, on the enemy, on themselves. Officers looked down on enlisted men. The hierarchy of the military created a perfect machine for grinding contempt out of thousands of human beings, all in one concentrated location. Contempt was the tool that opened the door to a fate devourer's power, the act of someone being dismissed, underestimated, looked down upon. And when those acts were happening on the scale of warfare, the fate lines available for consumption would be so numerous, so saturated with contempt, that no devourer could resist. The hunger itself would force feeding. The pressure would force consumption. And the consumption, happening too fast, from too concentrated a source, would cause the breakdown. Xianxia saw it now with perfect clarity. He was being offered a feast that was actually a trap. The soldiers on the battlefield would carry their contempt like parasites. Their fate lines would glitter with the potential for consumption. And as he consumed them, as the fate energy accumulated in his cultivation core, he would pass the threshold where his own structure could process it. The power would become too much. The foundation would crack. The fate lines of his own being would collapse inward, fracturing under the weight of everything he had consumed. The previous devourer had been destroyed by this mechanism. Hao Murin was certain it would work again. He had spent 300 years of historical research validating the method. He had spent the last 4 years manipulating the world to create the exact conditions where Xun Yao would either have to choose to resist or choose to consume and break. Either way, how Murin would have neutralized him. Xianxia sat very still at his desk, feeling the cold clarity of the moment. He was not afraid. Fear was what uncertain people felt when facing unknown threats. Xianxia had uncertainty resolved now. The threat was mapped. The mechanism was understood. The precision of how Murin's planning was actually comforting in its way. It meant there was a logic to work against. There was no question of whether how Murin was right to see him as a threat. By the measure of conventional sect power, Xianxia absolutely was. A cultivator who could make the invisible visible, who could weaponize truth itself through domain opening, who could consume the fate lines of anyone who looked down on him. Such a person was incompatible with any system of concealment or pretense. How Murin's entire structure depended on the celestial divination sect maintaining a monopoly on fate sight. The emergence of a fate devourer, especially one with Xianxia's capacity, threatened that monopoly absolutely. So how Murin was trying to kill him. That was simple power politics. That was the right move for someone who believed he had the tools and the knowledge to succeed. The specific method, the engineered war, the concentrated contempt, the inevitable breakdown, that showed just how carefully how Murin had studied the problem. That showed how completely he believed he had found the answer. Xianxia set his pen down and looked at the ledger, at the careful notation he had been making for months about his consumption patterns, his thresholds, his capacity for sustained feeding. He had been analyzing himself as a system, just as how Murin had been analyzing previous fate devourers. The difference was that Xianxia now had the information that changed everything. Knowledge of the trap was not the same as escape from the trap, but it was the first step toward control. And control was what would matter when the war began. He stood and walked to his window, looking out at Hollow Peak beginning to move through another day. Disciples training, instructors teaching, the machinery of a cultivation sect functioning as it always had. None of them knew what was coming. None of them understood that the world outside their walls was being reshaped, that armies were moving, that the fate of thousands was being rewritten by Grand Seer, how Murin's careful hand. Xianxia opened the window and felt the morning air. It was cold. It was clean. It was the air of a day like any other, except that it was not. Every moment from now forward would be different, because now he understood the depth of what he was walking toward. He could refuse to go to the battlefield. He could stay at Hollow Peak, remaining safe within the sect's boundaries. But the Hollow Empress was right. The war would happen regardless. The fate energy would be generated regardless. And sooner or later, the pressure would force him to make a choice anyway. Better to make it now, with full understanding, than to make it later under duress. Better to enter the war with control than to be swept into it by accident. Xianxia made a decision that cut directly against his nature. It was the nature of a fate devourer to avoid situations where they would be forced to feed. It was the instinct of a cultivator to preserve themselves, to maintain separation from danger. But the war was not danger in the conventional sense. The war was an opportunity that had been disguised as a trap. All he had to do was control the feast. He pulled out parchment and began writing a message to Zhu Beiran. Not through official sect channels. Through the private network that the two of them had established months ago, when they had recognized in each other a kind of professional respect that transcended ordinary alliance. Beiran did not understand fate sight. He could not see the fate lines that Xianxia could see. But there were other reasons to be useful to someone. Other reasons to work with someone who operated in the spaces between visible and invisible reality. The message was simple. I need to leave Hollow Peak for an extended period. I need someone who cannot be affected by what I can do, and who will not be bothered by working with someone who operates differently than other cultivators. Are you interested? The response came before midday, delivered through the same quiet channel. When and where? Xianxia smiled slightly. Beiran was not a fate devourer. He had not studied the consumption of destiny. But he had the quality that mattered most. He was someone who could see directly what was being done and could choose to work with it anyway. He was someone who did not need the invisible made visible in order to understand the truth of a situation. By evening, the arrangements were made. Zhu Beiran would leave Hollow Peak within the next 3 days, ostensibly on a personal cultivation journey that had nothing to do with Xianxia's movements. They would meet at a location that the Hollow Empress had suggested, a neutral ground between Hollow Peak and the war zone. They would coordinate from there, and when the moment came, they would enter the battlefield together. Xianxia recorded all of this in his ledger with methodical precision. He wrote out the geometry of how Murin's trap. He wrote out his understanding of the mechanism. He wrote out the specific threshold where fate energy accumulation would become dangerous. And then he wrote out his plan for controlled consumption, the technique that would allow him to feed from the concentrate battlefield without triggering the overflow. It would require precision. It would require constant awareness of his own accumulation rate. It would require the ability to stop himself before the pressure became critical. But those were things xianxia was good at. Those were things he had been training towards since he first realized what he was. The previous fate devourer had failed because he had panicked, because the accumulation had become too much, and in his desperation, he had fed indiscriminately. He had lost control, and in losing control, he had broken. Xianxia would not lose control. Xianxia would enter the war understanding exactly what it was. A feast, yes, but also a test. A test of whether he could master his own nature. A test of whether he could face the exact conditions designed to destroy him and survive by force of will and precision. Humiliate believed he had found the answer to the fate devourer problem. He believed he had found the mechanism that would work. He did not understand that the answer he had found was actually a question that xianxia could now answer in his own way. The cold clarity settled over him completely. Not triumph, not fear, just the precise understanding of someone who sees exactly what must be done and has the capability to do it. By the time night fell, everything was ready. Xianxia had made his decision. He would enter the war. He would consume the fate lines that had been laid out for him. He would do it with control and precision. And he would survive what had been designed to destroy him. And when he emerged from the battlefield, Humiliate would finally understand what it meant when someone you thought you had trapped actually understood the shape of the trap well enough to transform it into a tool. Chapter 83. The Jade Token was exactly where xianxia expected it to be. He had kept it on his shelf for years, the small piece of green stone that he had picked up from a crowd long ago without understanding its significance. He had carried it through all his cultivation, through all his growth, never knowing that it was a recording device, that it was capturing every moment of his development from the outside, that every choice he made and every threshold he crossed had been documented and analyzed. The Hollow Empress examined it when he brought it to her at their second meeting, 3 days after their initial conversation. The token lay in the palm of her hand, seemingly inert, just a piece of jade that caught the light. But when she spoke the activation sequence, a series of words that meant nothing in any living language, but apparently everything in the language of fate anchors, the stone began to glow with a faint internal light. It recorded everything, she said, not a question. The data is complete? Back to the first day you placed it, xianxia confirmed. But not randomly. It recorded specific thresholds. Moments of breakthrough. Moments when my consumption patterns changed. Moments when my understanding shifted. It is efficient. It does not store information continuously. That would overwhelm the structure. It stores decision points. The Hollow Empress nodded and pressed the token into his hand. Then you should see what you have become through my eyes. Should understand how the transformation looked from the outside. Should know exactly what changed and when and why it matters. Xianxia held the token and let the connection form. It was not painful, exactly, but it was disorienting. The flow of recorded observations moved through his perception like water rushing through a channel. He saw himself from the outside, a young man moving through Hollow Peak, beginning to notice fate lines, beginning to understand his own nature. He saw the moment he first consumed a fate line, a small thing, a cultivator who had looked down on him, a thread that had been so thin and insubstantial that at first xianxia thought it was just illusion. But it had been real, and consuming it had created the first cascade of understanding. The recordings showed him the patterns that he had not consciously noticed, the specific types of contempt that made fate lines brightest and most consumable. The way his power had grown not in linear progression, but in sudden jumps, threshold moments where everything reorganized itself into a new configuration. The recordings showed him the precise moment when he had begun keeping his ledger. The Hollow Empress had seen that decision being made and had coded it as significant. The recordings showed him the moment of domain opening. The breakthrough that had been visible not just as a burst of power, but as a complete restructuring of how his fate lines appeared to external observation. The token had captured that moment with precision. It had recorded what it looked like when a cultivator transformed into someone entirely new. And then the recordings continued forward, showing the period after domain opening, showing how his presence in the world had begun to change things, how people moved differently when they knew he was near, how the probability paths in Hollow Peak had begun to shift, branching around him, how the fate lines of everyone he encountered had begun to carry traces of his influence, just from the fact that he existed near them. But there was something else in the recordings, something that made xianxia's perception catch and hold. There was a second observer, not the Hollow Empress. The recordings showed her, but her observation was deliberate and consistent. A constant attention, like the light from a steady lamp. But there was another presence in the recordings, one that was not constant, that came and went, that seemed to access the information the token was collecting and then withdraw again. a presence that had a signature unlike anything Xianxia had ever encountered. Not human, not even cultivator-shaped in the conventional sense. It was more like a pattern than a being, a way of moving through probability that was entirely unlike the way fate lines normally flowed. This second observer had been present since Xianxia's childhood, decades before the Hollow Empress had placed the token. The recordings could not capture what this observer had been doing before the token was active, but the fact that it appeared in the token's data at all meant that it had been watching the token, examining it, reading the information it was collecting, and then withdrawing, leaving traces of its presence that were visible to someone with the right kind of sight. "You see it," the Hollow Empress said quietly. She had remained silent during the entirety of Xianxia's access to the recordings, standing at the window, giving him space to process. The third presence. The observer who was already here when I placed the anchor. "What is it?" Xianxia asked. His voice was steady, but there was a new kind of coldness in his chest now. Not fear exactly, but the recognition that there were forces moving through the world that existed outside the categories he understood. "I do not know," the Hollow Empress said. "It is not a cultivator. It is not anything I have encountered in 73 years of observation. It moves through fate lines differently than I move through them. It reads the structure of destiny, but its presence does not seem to change what it reads. It is purely observational in a way that goes beyond what I can manage. It sees without affecting. It watches without influencing. And it has been watching the line of fate devourers for a very long time." Xianxia returned the token to her and felt the flow of recorded information slow and stop. The token grew inert again, just a piece of green jade, just a small stone that had been carrying the weight of years of observation inside its structure. "It is not hostile," Xianxia said. It was not a question. He could feel that truth in his own perception of probability, in the way the unknown observer's presence in the recordings did not show any intention toward harm. "It appears not," the Hollow Empress agreed. "But that does not make it safe. There are forms of danger that do not manifest as hostility. There are ways a being could observe and protect something, or study it, or preserve it for purposes of its own that have nothing to do with the thing's survival. This observer, I do not think it means you direct harm, but I do not think its purposes align with your survival either. It has its own agenda, its own reasons for watching." Xianxia filed the information away in his mind the way he filed everything away, with precision, with the understanding that knowledge was power, but only if it was maintained carefully. He had spent his life learning to navigate between people who looked down on him and people who were indifferent to him. Now he would add a third category, entities that observed him for reasons he might never fully understand. "When the war begins," Xianxia said, "this observer will be watching. It will be recording what I do, how I do it, what changes as a result of my involvement." "Yes," the Hollow Empress said. "You cannot avoid that. You can only proceed knowing that it is happening." "Then I will proceed," Xianxia said. "And I will try to understand, while I am at the war, what it is that this observer wants. Why it is so interested in the development of fate devourers. Why it has been watching since my childhood. That would be information worth having," the Hollow Empress agreed. She turned from the window to face him. "But do not let it distract you from what must be done. The war is still Halmurin's trap. The mechanism is still designed to break you. Whatever this third observer is watching for, it will not stop the Grand Seer from trying to destroy you. It may only observe the attempt. It may record your success or failure and then move on to whatever comes next." Xianxia nodded. He understood. The knowledge of the third observer changed the context of what was happening, but it did not change the essential facts. The war would happen. The feast would be laid. The test would be offered. And he would have to pass through it knowing that at least two other entities were watching to see whether he would survive. That was a peculiar position to be in. But Xianxia had spent his life in peculiar positions. He had learned to be comfortable with uncertainty. He had learned to move forward even when the ground beneath him was shifting. This was just another form of the same practice. Only larger. Only with higher stakes. Only with an audience that included forces he could not fully comprehend. "I am ready," he said finally. And in the privacy of his own mind, in the spaces of his perception that even the Hollow Empress could not read, he thought about the unknown observer. He thought about what it must have been watching for, all these years, in the development of someone like him. He thought about the possibility that there were fate devourers who had come before him, who had been observed and recorded and perhaps guided toward specific outcomes, all without knowing what was happening to them. He thought about the possibility that he was not the first, and that the observer did not expect him to be the last. And then he set that thought aside, filed it for later consideration, and focused on what was directly in front of him. The preparation for war, the practice of controlled consumption, the architecture of how he would survive what had been designed to destroy him. The unknown observer could wait. The Hollow Empress could observe him in her limited way. Hao Murin could accelerate the conflict, believing that he had the answer. But in the end, none of that would matter as much as the simple question: could Xianxia master his own nature? Could he stand at the threshold of unlimited power and choose to take only what he could hold? That was the question that had never been answered before. That was the test that the third observer was most interested in seeing resolved. And that was the test that Xianxia was now ready to attempt. Chapter 84. The war began not with a declaration, but with the assassination. The ambassador from the eastern border was found in his chamber 3 days after Xianxia and Zhu Beiran had reached the neutral ground, murdered by a carefully placed blade. The wound was precise, professional, the work of someone who had trained to kill and understood the mechanics of it. The investigation was swift. The evidence traced back with almost suspicious clarity to agents working for the Central Kingdom's military council. The kind of evidence that would have seemed convoluted if it had not been so thoroughly documented. The kind of trail that Xianxia recognized immediately as deliberate. Hao Murin had left fingerprints. He wanted the response to be automatic and escalatory. He wanted the blame to be clear enough that the offense could not be ignored, but murky enough that peaceful resolution seemed impossible. It worked. Within hours, the Eastern Border Kingdom had mobilized their armies. Within a day, the Central Kingdom had responded in kind. By the time the sun set on the second day, 3 kingdoms were in active conflict, their armies moving toward the central gathering point at the Valley of Shanlian. The neutral observers from the Circle of Stillness had issued formal statements of non-involvement. The major sects had declared the conflict outside of their direct authority. The machinery of war had begun, and once begun, it had the momentum of a landslide rolling downhill. Xianxia stood at the edge of a cliff that overlooked the valley and watched the faint lines of thousands of soldiers begin to focus and brighten. They were marching toward the gathering point. They were preparing for battle. They were carrying their contempt like soldiers carried weapons, as equipment, as necessity, as the edge that kept them fighting even when their bodies wanted to stop. The contempt was already visible, already beginning to manifest in the faint lines. Contempt from officers toward enlisted men. Contempt from older soldiers toward younger ones. Contempt for the enemy. Contempt for anyone who hesitated or showed weakness. The military machine generated contempt as naturally as it generated boots and spears and armor. How many? Zhu Beiran asked. He had not questioned Xianxia's reasons for coming to this place, for watching the armies gather. He had simply followed, stood at the cliff edge beside him, and waited. In this valley, 20,000 to start. That number will grow as reserves arrive. The contempt in that many people. Xianxia paused, counting in ways that Zhu Beiran could not perceive, counting the threads of disdain, the bright spots of contempt that would make the feast possible. The contempt is enough to sustain feeding for weeks. If it escalates, if the battle becomes brutal enough, the number could triple, could become 50,000 soldiers with contempt sufficient to feed a fate devourer for months. And that is what the Grand Seer intended, Zhu Beiran said. It was not a question. Xianxia had disclosed enough of the plan for Beiran to understand the geometry of what was happening. Not the specifics of how a devourer worked, but the basic outline. This war had been engineered. The contempt was the target. The test was whether Xianxia would consume or resist. Yes, Xianxia confirmed. But he made a mistake. He designed the trap assuming I did not know what it was. Assuming I would stumble into the feast blindly and lose control. He did not plan for the possibility that I would enter the war with full understanding of what was being done, that I would consume deliberately, that I would control the process. Beiran looked at him. There was something in his expression that might have been approval, or might have been the grimace of someone who knew exactly how dangerous what Xianxia was planning actually was. You will need someone who is not affected by whatever you do, Beiran said. Someone who can move through the battle zone without being touched by your power. Someone who can monitor whether the consumption is remaining controlled or beginning to accelerate. Yes, Xianxia said. Then I will do that, Beiran said simply. I came knowing that was what you would need. I can move through crowds. I can observe without being observed. I have no fate lines that matter in conventional ways. Your domain will not affect me. When the battle begins, I will move through the chaos and watch you. I will see if you are maintaining control. And if you are not, I will do what is necessary to stop you. Kill me, if needed, Xianxia said. It was not a question. It was a statement of the compact they were forming. If needed, Beiran agreed. But you are the most dangerous person I have ever met, and you have not done anything that is actually wrong yet. I would prefer not to kill you. I would prefer for you to survive this, to master your own nature, and to continue being dangerous in the world in ways that make sense to me. But if mastery fails, if you break like the previous one broke, then yes. I will stop you by whatever means are available. Xianxia nodded. It was the most direct statement of alliance he had ever received from anyone. Not obligation, not debt, not even friendship, exactly. Just the recognition that two people who understood each other could work together for reasons that were entirely their own, without needing approval from anyone else. When Baron asked, "Tonight," Xianxia said, "when the first skirmishes begin, when the contempt is active but not yet at maximum concentration, I will establish a perimeter zone. I will expand my domain to cover a specific section of the battlefield, and I will begin consuming the fate lines of soldiers who carry contempt. I will do it with precision. I will monitor my own accumulation rate. I will stop before the pressure exceeds what I can contain. And if you cannot stop," Baron asked, "then you will be nearby," Xianxia said, "and you will ensure that I do not continue." The sun was setting, painting the valley in shades of orange and red. The armies were settling into position, establishing perimeters, preparing for the battle that would come in the morning. The contempt in their fate lines was brightening with every moment, becoming visible even to people without fate sight, manifesting as tension and hostility and the particular mood that comes before violence. Xianxia felt the pressure of it, felt the way the accumulated disdain was like a weight pressing down from the sky. All of that was potential food. All of that was power waiting to be taken. All of that was the feast that had been laid out to destroy him. He was not afraid of it anymore. Fear was what uncertain people felt. Xianxia had moved past uncertainty into calculation, into precision, into the understanding that the very thing designed to kill him was actually the tool that he could use to survive. That was the irony that Murin had failed to anticipate. The Grand Seer had created the perfect trap, yes, but he had not accounted for the possibility of someone who could look at the trap and see it not as a cage, but as a weapon. Someone who could take the contempt that was meant to kill them and transform it into the specific kind of power they needed. As the light faded from the valley, Xianxia made the final preparations. He meditated on the structure of his own cultivation. He reviewed the signatures of contempt he would be targeting. He established the precise limits of how much he would allow himself to consume before pulling back. He drew the perimeter where his domain would activate. And when the first sounds of violence echoed through the valley, when the first blood was spilled, when the first contempt blazed up into immediate, urgent disdain, Xianxia opened the domain. The valley transformed. The fate lines of thousands of soldiers ignited into visibility. The contempt became visible as threads of red and orange and yellow, flowing like rivers through the chaos of combat. The structure of the battle itself became clear in the way the fate lines moved, showing the probable trajectories of soldiers, the points where the battle would be decided, the thresholds where one side would begin to break. And in the center of it all, Xianxia began to feed. Deliberately, carefully, with complete awareness of what he was doing and what it meant. Not in the blind frenzy that the previous devourer had fallen into, but with the precision of someone who understood the exact geometry of his own limits. Zhu Beiran moved through the chaos, visible to the soldiers because they expected to see someone, invisible to their attention because he moved in the way a ghost moved, present but unremarkable, there but not significant. He watched, he observed, he monitored, and in the growing light of the newly activated domain, he saw exactly what Xianxia had intended him to see, a fate devourer in control of his own nature, a cultivator who had walked into a trap and transformed it into an opportunity, a person who had looked at the destiny prepared for him and decided to rewrite it through force of will. The night was long, the feeding was continuous, but the control remained absolute. And by the time the first light of dawn broke over the valley, everyone who could see fate lines understood one thing with perfect clarity. Something new had entered the world. Something that Murin had not anticipated. Something that would change everything that came next. Chapter 85. The conversation happened in the aftermath, in the silence that comes after violence, when the magnitude of what has been lost becomes clear. Xianxia and Zhu Beiran sat in a relatively quiet section of the camp, away from the main areas where wounded were being treated and the dead were being processed. The battle had not yet ended. It would continue for days, probably, but the intensity of the first night had subsided into the rhythm of an established war. Xianxia's consumption had been complete but controlled. Zhu Beiran had observed without interruption, watching the rate of accumulation, seeing whether the pressure was building toward dangerous levels. It had risen, yes. The cultivation core had felt the strain. The fate lines within Xianxia's own structure had begun to show the stress of absorbing so much external power. But the control had held. The limits had been respected. The trap had been walked through without being triggered. "I need to explain something," Xianxia said quietly. "Not justification, not defense, just explanation of what this is. What I am, what I can do." Zhu Beiran listened without interrupting, the way he always listened. Entirely present. Entirely still. A fate devourer, xianxia began, is a cultivator who can see and consume the fate lines of other people. The consumption happens when someone looks down on me, when they underestimate me, when they carry contempt in their interaction with me. In that moment, their fate line becomes visible to me, and I can consume it. The power that comes from consumption is direct and immediate. Their future becomes my power. He paused, letting that settle. The previous fate devourer, 300 years ago, lost control. The power accumulated too quickly. His cultivation core could not process it. He broke. Internally, the fate lines that structured his own being collapsed from the weight of everything he had consumed. He became unstable, and in his instability, he consumed indiscriminately. The historical records suggest he killed several hundred people in his final weeks, consuming their fate lines in a kind of desperate feeding that was no longer under conscious control. Zhu Baran nodded slowly. And that is what the Grand Seer intended for you. Yes, he engineered a war to create the exact conditions where that breakdown would be inevitable, where so much contempt would be available in one location that the hunger alone would force me to feed beyond my limits. He believed he had found the mechanism that made fate devourers ultimately self-destructive, that given the right circumstances, they would destroy themselves. But that is not what happened, Zhu Baran said. Because I knew what he was doing, Xianxia said. Because I understood the trap before I entered it. Because I could measure my own accumulation and stop before the pressure exceeded what I could contain. Because I had choice, while the previous devourer did not. He looked directly at Zhu Baran. I need you to understand what you are agreeing to, Xianxia continued. By working with me, by being present during my consumption of fate lines, by accepting what I do and what it means, you are choosing to work with someone who operates outside of normal cultivation frameworks. Someone whose power comes from the despair and contempt of other people. Someone who benefits from the hierarchy and the disdain that makes civilization function the way it does. You are choosing to accept all of that. Yes, Zhu Baran said. Because you have not used that power wrongly. Because you have shown constraint. Because you have walked into the exact conditions designed to destroy you and instead maintain control. That is worth accepting. It might not continue, Xianxia said. The pressure will increase as the war deepens. The number of soldiers carrying contempt will grow. The hunger may become harder to resist. There is a threshold where control becomes impossible. I do not believe I will reach that threshold, but the possibility exists. Then I will be there to stop you if I am wrong, Zhu Baran said. He stood and extended his hand to Xianxia. It was a formal gesture, not casual. Not the kind of thing people did unless the alliance they were forming was something they intended to be binding. My name is Zhu Baran, he said. I was trained at Hollow Peak, and I have spent the last years learning to navigate the spaces between sects, between systems, between the conventional structures of cultivation. I do not have fate sight. I do not carry a power that requires others to look down on me to activate. But I have the quality that matters most. I can see directly what is being done, and I can choose to work with it anyway. I can work with someone dangerous, because I understand that danger is not inherently destructive. I can work with someone who operates outside convention, because I recognize that convention is often the cage that prevents necessary things from happening. Xianxia took his hand. I need someone who is not affected by my domain, Xianxia said. Someone who cannot see the fate lines and is not disturbed when I make them visible. Someone who understands that what I do is not evil, but is also not something that most people can accept. Someone who will remain steady when the world around us is in chaos. Then I am your person, Zhu Baran said. The alliance solidified in that moment. Not from obligation. Not from shared purpose, exactly. But from mutual recognition. Two people who were very different, who operated in very different ways, who had come to understand that they could work together for reasons that were entirely their own. What comes next? Zhu Baran asked. The war will continue, Xianxia said. I will continue consuming, night after night, as the contempt accumulates. How Murin will eventually realize that his trap has failed, that the thing he believed would destroy me has instead become the tool through which I consolidate power. When he realizes that, he will escalate. He will try something else, something more direct. But by then, I will have absorbed enough of the battlefield's contempt to reach a new threshold. By then, I will be approaching the tier known as Fate's Sovereign. What is that? Zhu Baran asked. The cultivator who has mastered not just consumption, but the ability to consume without condition. The cultivator who no longer requires contempt as a trigger. The cultivator who can see and consume any fate line they choose, regardless of how they are treated by the person carrying it. The previous devourer tried to achieve it. He failed because he broke before reaching the threshold. But I will not fail, because I have you watching. Because I have the Hollow Empress's information about what it costs. Because I understand the precise geometry of what I am becoming. Zhu Baran nodded. There was no surprise on his face, no shock at the revelation that Xianxia was moving towards something so fundamentally transformative. He had known, somehow, that working with a fate devourer would lead to this. That the stakes were higher than conventional cultivation. That what was being built here was something that would reshape the world when it was complete. I will be with you, Zhu Baran said finally. Through all of it. Through the war, through the escalation, through the moment when you become something that the world has not seen in 300 years. I will be there to ensure that you survive what was designed to destroy you. Why? Xianxia asked. It was the one question that remained unanswered. The one thing he still did not fully understand. Zhu Baran smiled slightly. Because you are the most dangerous person I have ever met, he said. And you have not done anything that is actually wrong yet. I would like to keep it that way. And also because I am curious about what the world will look like when a fate devourer learns to master their own nature. I am curious about what someone like you will choose to do when you have the power to reshape the destinies of everyone around you. I am curious whether you will do something that is actually wrong, or whether you will find a way to use that power in service of something that makes sense. Xianxia understood. It was not friendship, exactly. It was something more precise than that. It was the alliance of two people who recognized that they were playing a game at a level that most cultivators would never reach. A game where the stakes were not material power, but the shape of destiny itself. The war continued through the night. The fate lines continued to accumulate. The contempt continued to brighten. And in the center of the chaos, two people who were very different worked together to ensure that someone dangerous remained in control of their own nature. It was not a comfortable alliance. It was not a simple one. But it was real. It was binding. And it would last through everything that came next, because both of them understood the same essential truth. The world needed people like Xianxia. It just needed them to remain in control. And that was exactly what they intended to ensure. Chapter 86. The checkpoint guard squinted at the travel papers Lu Wanshur had prepared. Xianxia held himself at the middle of his posture, not stiff enough to suggest anything, not loose enough to invite questions. The medic's sash across his shoulders was dyed a careful neutral gray, the kind that no faction claimed exclusively. The rowan leaf pendant at his collar, genuine, sourced from a real medical network, caught the afternoon light. Medics are supposed to stay clear, the guard said. He was young, maybe 19, with the aggressive sharpness of someone trying to prove he belonged in a real war. That's the protocol in settled zones, Xianxia said evenly. His fate line was a steady thread of muted gold. He kept it that way deliberately, letting his own certainty radiate the particular calm that came from someone who had already committed to danger and accepted it. Battlefield medicine operates on different rules. The surgeons need us before soldiers reach the surgical tents. That's where we go. The guard looked at the papers again. They were good papers. Xianxia could see the care in them from 6 feet away. Lu Wanshur had spent time on this. Behind them, Zhu Baran stood with the bearing of a medical assistant, which was not technically false. The credentials in his name were real. He had simply chosen not to mention that his assistance usually involved making sure no one interrupted Xianxia's work. The guard stamped the papers with more force than necessary and stepped aside. The battlefield was not what Xianxia had expected, which meant it was exactly what he had anticipated. Reality never matched the aesthetic that memory built for it. The first impression was not the grandeur of conflict, but the smell, blood, yes, but underneath it the sharper reek of open bowels and the chemical copper of trauma. And noise, not the orchestrated clash he had imagined, but a chaos of individual sounds stacked so densely that the human ear could not sort them into components anymore. Shouting, metal on metal, the wet sound of impact, a horse screaming, silence where something had died. The second impression was dust. His cultivation domain opened automatically when he passed into the engagement zone, responding to the sheer density of human presence and emotion. The battlefield was not organized in ranks anymore. Soldiers had devolved into a loose, hungry mass, each section pursuing its own fragment of the larger conflict. His domain pushed outward to its maximum range, a half-mile in diameter, invisible to everyone except him and those whose perception was advanced enough to feel it. The world inside it snapped into a new kind of clarity. Thousands of fate lines. They hung in the air like silk threads hung in an enormous loom, and they were all singing. Xianxia had never heard them like this. The individual lines were bright enough, soldiers' fear and contempt layered into sharp, clear threads, each one humming with its own small destiny. But the architecture was what seized him. The officers' lines curved downward in patterns of command and dismissal. The soldiers' lines spiked with resentment at each rejection, each moment where they were told they did not matter, where their lives were treated as currency to be spent. Even the enemy soldiers carried threads that sang with contempt for their own weakness, for the weakness of the men they faced, for the futility of this engagement that no one had chosen. It was a feast almost too vast to process. Xianxia had prepared for this. He had a system, 20 minutes at a time, never the same source twice in an hour, never a full draw from any single line. He found himself a position near the medical tents, legitimate, visible to anyone who needed a medic, invisible enough to anyone too distracted by the war to notice him. Zhu Beiran positioned himself 5 meters away, watching the perimeter with the methodical attention he brought to everything. Xianxia opened his hands and began to drink. The first line came from an officer 40 feet north, a man with a captain's insignia who had just ordered 20 soldiers to hold a defensive position he knew was already collapsing. The contempt in the fate line was elegant. The captain's future was secure regardless. His soldiers' futures were not. Xianxia drank from the officer's line at the point where that contempt crystallized into decision, pulling just enough of the thread to feel the taste of it. Resignation, fear, a kind of numb acceptance that this was simply the nature of hierarchy. It was like drinking from a river instead of trying to swallow it whole. The difference between drowning and thirst. His body calibrated the intake, drew what it could process, let the rest flow past. The consumption left him steady and clear. 17 minutes had passed. He noted it in his ledger, a physical notebook in his pocket, marked with coded notations that meant nothing to anyone but him. 3 more lines in the remaining minutes. A soldier's line where anger at an unjust command crystallized into a small, poisonous version of that anger directed at his own compatriots. Another officer's line where anticipation of victory mixed with indifference to the cost. A merchant's fate line. There was a merchant somewhere in the supply perimeter trying to extract profit from the wounded and dying. 20 minutes. Xianxia closed his hands and waited. The line of his own fate stayed steady, muted gold. He was exactly where he wanted to be, doing exactly what he had come to do. The Grand Seer's overflow trap hung somewhere ahead in this battlefield like a trap set for a specific animal. Xianxia had chosen to walk into it on his own terms, with his eyes open. A soldier stumbled past him, bleeding from a scalp wound. Xianxia caught him without thinking, assessed the damage with a medic's genuine eye. It was not as bad as the volume of blood suggested, and used that moment of contact to draw a breath of the soldier's fate line at the point where his fear had transformed into something that looked almost like relief at being pulled from the fighting. The pattern was clear now. The feast would continue for as long as the battlefield remained active, and Xianxia would consume methodically, carefully, building toward whatever confrontation was waiting for him in the fate line's architecture. 3 more cycles passed. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Each cycle a careful threading through the battlefield's emotional landscape, pulling only what he could process, leaving the rest to flow past. His ledger grew with notations, initials, times, the quality of what he had consumed. A captain's resignation, a soldier's rage, a quartermaster's petty cruelty, an enemy commander's fear disguised as discipline, each one catalogued, each one accounted for. The accumulated consumption began to change the texture of his awareness. His cultivation channels, designed for careful control, began to hum with the power he was feeding through them. It was not uncomfortable yet, but he could feel the edges of it, the approaching point where it would become dangerous to consume more. He was precise in his calibration. Never too much, never too fast. But the feast was so abundant that even measured intake was a significant accumulation. Around him, the battlefield continued its choreography. A unit that had been advancing from the north suddenly found itself in retreat, driven back by a coordinated assault from soldiers who had been losing moments before. The reversal happened so quickly that Xianxia almost missed the moment it occurred. The officers on both sides made rapid adjustments. The soldiers adapted. The war was not a static thing. It was a living system responding to every input, every death, every small shift in momentum. Zhu Beiran caught his eye once, 2 hours into the afternoon. The other man was standing as still as stone, watching 3 different patrol groups move through the perimeter. His position had not changed in the entire time that Xianxia had been consuming. His attention had not wavered. One of the patrol groups had started to turn towards Xianxia's position, drawn by curiosity or suspicion or simply the accident of where they were walking. Zhu Beiran had shifted his weight. The motion was minute, almost invisible, but he had placed himself between the patrol and the medical tents, allowed a moment of genuine threatening stillness to enter his posture. Not a threat articulated in words, not a direct command, simply a presence that suggested very clearly what would happen if the patrol group continued on its trajectory. The patrol group had found somewhere else to be. Their departure was accompanied by no discussion, no apparent decision-making process. They had perceived the threat and adjusted course. This was how Zhu Baran worked. Not through force directly articulated, but through the creation of an environment in which bad outcomes became apparent and unavoidable. The sun had begun to move lower on the horizon. Xianxia noted the passage of time, but did not rush it. The night would come, and the darkness would provide cover for other kinds of work. But for now, while the afternoon still held, there was still feast to be gathered. He completed his fourth cycle, 4 complete 20-minute periods, each one bringing him more power, more refined understanding of the battlefield's emotional currents. By the end of it, he had consumed enough that his awareness had shifted into a higher register. He could see patterns now that had been invisible before. The ebb and flow of morale. The cascade of decisions that led from one outcome to another. The way that the Grand Seer's trap was structured underneath the surface of the engagement, woven into the fate lines like a second layer of control. He understood now why the Grand Seer had done this. Why he had woven this particular kind of threat. The overflow would not have been simple death or destruction. It would have been something far more sophisticated, a cascade of cognitive failures, of perception fragmenting, of Xianxia's ability to process fate information suddenly becoming too vast for his consciousness to contain. The trap was not designed to kill. It was designed to break. And Xianxia had chosen to walk into it on his own terms, with his eyes open. Xianxia returned to his ledger and began the next cycle. 20 minutes. He was exactly where he needed to be, and the feast was far from over. Chapter 87. The Grand Seer's handiwork became visible to Xianxia at dusk, when the chaos of the battlefield had settled into a kind of rhythm, and he had consumed enough to sharpen his perception to the highest clarity his cultivation could maintain. The fate-weave threads were extraordinary. Xianxia had never seen this kind of work before. The Grand Seer had not simply marked out which commanders should fail and which should succeed. Instead, he had woven a living architecture into the battlefield itself. Threads that moved through the air, that touched the fate lines of specific commanders at specific moments, that nudged their decision-making toward a particular trajectory. Every critical choice point in the engagement had a Grand Seer's thread nearby, waiting. The design was elegant in the way that cruelty could be elegant. The Grand Seer was not trying to make one side lose. He was trying to make a specific group of soldiers, the ones already most despised by their own officers, believe for a moment that they had a chance to win, only to have that chance systematically destroyed by their own commander's decisions. The overflow of contempt and betrayal would be extraordinary. And in that overflow, the Grand Seer's trap was set to trigger. Xianxia's perception would fracture. The feedback loop would begin. Unless Xianxia destroyed the threads first. He began after the sun fell below the horizon, when the darkness was complete enough that his movements would not be obvious even to someone watching the perimeter carefully. The methodology was simple and absolutely exhausting. He moved through the battlefield in a pattern only he could see, approaching each fate weave thread one at a time, and used his Tier 3 ability to redirect the fate energy that fed it. It was not a strike. It was not even a disruption. It was a careful, patient redirection of the energy flowing through each thread, coaxing it into a pathway that led nowhere. The thread would remain in place, but the force powering it would dissipate like water running into sand. Each redirection took time. Each one drained a measurable portion of his stored energy reserves. And there were dozens of them. He counted as he worked. 18 major threads woven through the command structure. 7 minor ones supporting the psychological architecture. 5 subsidiary threads that connected the whole apparatus together. The work was invisible. Even to other cultivators, it would look like Xianxia was simply moving through the battlefield, pausing occasionally, doing nothing at all. But inside the layer of perception where fate lines existed, threads were going dead. One by one, the Grand Seer's apparatus was being unmade. Zhu Baran held the perimeter flawlessly. 3 patrol groups wandered close during the long hours of Xianxia's work. A supply detail veered near the medical tents. An officer making his evening rounds moved within 20 meters of where Xianxia was working to dismantle a secondary thread. Each time, Zhu Baran appeared with credentials, with plausible reasons, with a physical presence that suggested very clearly that this area was not where they wanted to be. The 3rd patrol group actually put a hand on a weapon. Xianxia saw Zhu Baran's posture change. Not dramatically, just a shift in the weight of his stance that suggested he had moved from defensive to capable of instant violence. The patrol group saw it too. They found somewhere else to be. By the time Xianxia had dismantled the last thread, a delicate structure woven through the fate line of a general commanding the forces that were supposed to achieve the engineered humiliation, it was nearly dawn. His reserves were depleted. His consciousness was running on the residue of his last calorie expenditure. He could feel the physical exhaustion like a hand pressing on the back of his skull. But the architecture was gone. The Grand Seer's trap was unmade. Whatever happened on this battlefield now would happen on its own momentum. The armies would continue to fight. Soldiers would continue to die. But the engineered overflow of contempt, the cascading betrayal that was supposed to fracture Xianxia's perception, that was no longer possible. He made his way back to the medical tents, moving with the shuffle of an exhausted medic who had been working through the night. Zhu Beiran was standing in the gray pre-dawn light, absolutely still, watching the battlefield wake up to another day of fighting. Xianxia met his eyes. Zhu Beiran gave a small nod. Then the mist parted ahead of them, and everything changed. The figure that emerged from the mist was blind and walking with a stick, and the battlefield part around him the way water parts around something that does not belong to its physics. Soldiers saw him and found they were looking somewhere else. The very edges of fate lines rippled away from his approach, like water disturbed by something moving through it from underneath. Xianxia recognized him from 30 meters. His perception snapped to absolute clarity despite his exhaustion. Tanren. His mentor walked directly toward him, and with each step the walking stick made contact with the churned earth of the battlefield. Xianxia felt something drop in his chest like a stone sinking in dark water. Tanren's blindfold was still in place. He was moving with the precision of someone who could see perfectly, who did not need eyes to navigate the world around him. As he reached the medical tents, he raised his hands and removed the blindfold with the kind of deliberate ceremony that suggested he had been waiting 300 years for this specific moment. His eyes were open. The fractured twin-pupil eyes were glowing now, faintly, warmly, like coals remembering a fire. The glow came from somewhere deep inside, not reflected light, but generated light, the warmth of something that had been cold for centuries and was finally beginning to heat again. The fate's sovereign threshold. The true cultivation that had been suppressed for 300 years was rising again to the surface. I chose to give it to someone else, once, Tanren said. His voice was still soft, still measured, but there was something underneath it now. Power, not threatening but present. I'm choosing again. Xianxia took a step back without meaning to. I'll die when I give them, Tanren continued. I know that. I've known it since I saw you. He held out his hands, palms up. Everything I've held for 3 centuries. All of it. I offer it to you. No, Xianxia said. It was not negotiation. It was refusal, absolute and complete. His exhaustion dropped away in the face of something sharper, a kind of fright at the scale of what Tanren was proposing. 300 years of accumulated fate lines. The power in them would be immense. The cost of consuming them would be. He did not let himself finish the calculation. No, he said again. You don't. There has to be another way. Tanren looked at him for a long moment. The twin-pupil eyes glowed steadily, warm and resigned. Behind him, the battlefield continued its organized chaos. Soldiers died. Officers made decisions. The war went on without waiting for the conversation of cultivators. It's not a request, boy, Tanren said. Xianxia opened his mouth to argue. Before he could speak, Tanren's hands moved. The transfer began without waiting for acceptance, without waiting for permission. 300 years of accumulated destiny began to move from Tanren into Xianxia like a river changing its course. The cascade was vast. The sensation was like being struck by something physical and enormous and completely inevitable. Xianxia tried to refuse the transfer, tried to close himself against it. But the power was too great, and Tanren's will was absolute. Xianxia had no choice but to receive. Chapter 88. The transfer lasted 40 minutes. And in that time Xianxia experienced the largest single consumption event of his life by an order of magnitude that he could not have calculated accurately even in the best state of clarity. The first minute was shock. His consciousness was too small to contain the vastness of what was entering him. The Fate Sovereign's accumulated destiny was not stored in threads the way mortal fate was stored. It was stored in layers, in dimensions that Xianxia had never perceived before. Each layer was a complete lifetime. 300 of them pressed into him all at once, and his mind could not process the quantity fast enough to prevent damage. He tried to scream, and the sound did not come out. His throat was full of something that was not breath. The second minute was pain. His cultivation domain, designed to hold the fate lines of thousands of soldiers, expanded violently to accommodate what was entering it. The expansion itself felt like something tearing open. His channels, the pathways through which cultivation energy flowed, became flooded with power they were not designed to hold. The pain was not sharp, but deep, foundational, like the pain of something growing too quickly. His bones felt like they were being reforged in real time. His eyes watered without tears. His skin burned from the inside. By the third minute, His consciousness had shattered into fragments. He was aware of the ground, at some level, aware of Zhu Beiran's hands catching him as his legs failed, aware of the sound of the battle continuing around them like it was happening in another world entirely. But his perception was no longer anchored in xianxia. He was the transfer, and the transfer was him, and there was nothing else. The layers moved through him. He lived 300 years in the space of 40 minutes. He experienced Tan Ren's last day as a true fate sovereign. The moment the celestial divination sect had hunted him, the moment he had made the choice to destroy his own cultivation and go blind, to hide what he was. He felt the twin-pupil eyes blazing with power in that final moment, felt the decision crystallize like ice in his chest, to give it all up, to bury it, to become nothing rather than be hunted. He experienced the first decade of that hiding, the pain of suppressed power, the way that power had slowly settled into dormancy like a light going out. The ache of it, the daily choice to not use the sight, to navigate by blindness, to let the fate lines he could still perceive simply flow past without touching them. He lived through hunger, not for food, but for the use of his own power. He lived through decades of that hunger. But he also experienced the choice Tan Ren had made, every single day for 300 years, not to consume those fate lines, not to use them, not to let them shape the world. The accumulation of 3 centuries worth of asceticism, of power held but not spent, of a burden carried alone, that moved through xianxia like a river of ice. He could feel each day, the weight, the discipline, the knowledge that using even a fraction of what he carried would draw attention, the knowledge that attention would bring death. And underneath it all, the layer where Tan Ren's twin-pupil eyes had seen the future. The moment he had perceived xianxia as a child, walking toward him across a courtyard. The moment he had known that this meeting was not accident, it was written in the fate lines themselves. The moment he had accepted that his own life would end because of that choice. Not tragic, not heroic, simply necessary. The fate lines had shown him the path forward, and the path required him to be gone. All of it. History, power, weight, acceptance. 300 years of it. Every moment, every choice, every day of hunger held in check. The layers stacked into xianxia's cultivation like books being shelved in a library that was expanding endlessly. His ability grew with each one. His perception of the fate lines around him deepened. The fate's sovereign threshold, which had been distant and theoretical before, suddenly became tangible. Another 6 months of work, perhaps. Another year at most. The path had become visible, a silver thread glowing in the darkness of his perception, waiting for him to walk it. But his consciousness was drowning in the speed of it. He could feel his own identity being compressed, becoming smaller, flattened under the weight of 300 years of someone else's existence. He screamed silently. No one heard it. Around him, the battlefield continued its war, indifferent to his internal catastrophe. Soldiers died. Shells fell. The noise of the engagement was a distant roar, as if from underwater. The layers kept coming. He lived through decades where Tan Ren had remained perfectly still, perfectly hidden, watching the world change around him without changing his own position. He lived through the moment when the celestial divination sect had finally stopped hunting. They had decided he was dead or harmless or too difficult to find. He lived through the slow, careful process of learning to live with unspeakable power while appearing to be nothing at all. 20 minutes had passed. Then 30. The transfer was not slowing. If anything, it was accelerating. The density of what was entering him was becoming impossible. His lungs felt like they had forgotten how to breathe. His heart was beating in rhythms that had nothing to do with his will. His body was beginning to break apart under the pressure of integration. At some point, 35 minutes into the transfer, perhaps, or 40, he became aware that something outside the cascade had changed. Tan Ren's presence began to fade, not withdrawing the transfer, but dissipating. The vast accumulation of 300 years of destiny that had been flowing into xianxia suddenly went through a transformation. The layers stopped being knowledge and history and started being light. Golden light, silver light, light in colors that xianxia had never seen before because they only existed in the space between fate lines. The light was warm. It was saying something, though not in words. The light was saying, "It's finished. The burden is past. You are free now to choose what to do with it." But the light was also saying, "And I am finished. This is the end of Tan Ren. This is the point at which the last fate sovereign ceases to exist." The glow from Tan Ren's eyes intensified one final time. Brilliant. Warm. And then it was gone. Xianxiao's consciousness came to a sudden, wrenching halt. He fell, or had already been falling. He hit the earth with no energy left to soften the impact. His entire body convulsed once, violently, and then all voluntary control was simply gone. He could not move. could not speak, could not do anything but lie on the blood-stained earth and try to remember how to breathe. His lungs felt like they had forgotten their purpose. His heart was beating in rhythms that did not match his will. The last thing he was aware of before consciousness let go was Zhu Beiran, still holding the perimeter, still standing watch. The other man's posture had changed. He was no longer simply watching. He was ready for combat, ready to defend the unconscious form of Xianxia against whatever came next. And beyond Zhu Beiran, in the gray pre-dawn light, a faint silver glow rising into the sky, like steam rising from water, like breath leaving a body, like something returning to the world it came from. Then darkness. Chapter 89. He woke to a world that had changed, and 6 hours had passed. The first thing Xianxia was aware of was pain, not acute but thorough, the kind that came from every muscle in his body being simultaneously exhausted and overstimulated. The second thing was cold. He was lying on wet earth, and the morning dew had settled into his clothes, turning them heavy and clingy. The third thing was the sound of fighting, still happening, somehow, impossibly. The war had not paused for his transformation. It churned forward with its own momentum, indifferent to whether anyone was watching. The battle had not stopped for him. His eyes opened to a gray sky in the shape of Zhu Beiran's silhouette above him, still standing, still watching the perimeter. There was blood on Zhu Beiran's clothes, not all of it fresh. A cut on his forearm had been roughly bandaged with torn fabric, bruising visible on his neck and jaw. There was a tear in his shirt near the ribs where something sharp had caught him. The particular stillness of someone who was very tired but had not admitted it yet. Xianxia tried to speak. His voice did not work. His throat felt like it had been scraped raw from the inside. He tried to move. His limbs did not respond. He lay in the mud and waited for his body to remember how to function. His mind was moving faster than his flesh could accommodate. He could perceive everything now, the subtle shifts in the fate lines around him, the way the soldiers' emotions created patterns in the air, the particular weight of Zhu Beiran's attention as it moved across the perimeter. Zhu Beiran did not look at him, did not acknowledge the return to consciousness, simply continued standing watch with the methodical attention he brought to everything. As Xianxia watched, unable to do anything but observe, a group of soldiers stumbled toward the medical tent perimeter. They were looking for supplies, medical aid, or just a place to hide. Zhu Beiran stepped in front of them without apparent effort, gestured them somewhere else without speaking. They saw something in his posture and obeyed. They went. Then another group came, perhaps 20 minutes later. This time, one of them actually questioned the interdict. Zhu Beiran's hand moved, a single strike, nothing elaborate. The soldier dropped like his strings had been cut. His companions dragged him away. They did not come back. The hours that had passed while Xianxia was unconscious had left marks on the battlefield around him too. The area immediately surrounding the medical tent perimeter had taken on the character of a place where something dangerous lived. Soldiers had begun to give it wide berth, the way animals avoid the territory of a predator. No one articulated why. It was simply understood that this space belonged to something that did not want to be disturbed. Xianxia's perception began to sharpen as his body slowly relearned the ability to function. He could feel the fate lines again. They were different now, richer, more complex. The layers Tan Ren had transferred were not separate anymore. They had integrated into Xianxia's own perception like breathing. He could see the battlefield with a depth that had not been possible before. The soldiers' individual threads glowed with their small destinies. The officers' fate lines curved with command and consequence. Even the enemy soldiers' futures were visible to him now, layered with their own contempt and fear and defiance. He could see the Grand Seer's threads, or rather, their absence. Every single one of them was gone. Not redirected, not dismantled, not complicated or obscured, burned away completely. The architecture that had been so carefully woven into the engagement was simply no longer there. The points where the Grand Seer's threads had touched the commander's fate lines now showed scars, places where the connection had been severed with such violence that even the underlying fate lines were marked. And that burning, Xianxia could see the traces of it now, fading like embers cooling, had been done using the last of Tan Ren's accumulated power, not as a transfer, but as a cleanser. The last act of the last Fate Sovereign had been to use his power as a tool of destruction, not gift. In the final moment, when the 300 years of destiny had been transferred into Xianxia, Tan Ren had used the last residue of his own existence to burn away the threat on the battlefield. A sacrifice that no one would know about. An act witnessed only by the fade lines themselves. There was no body, no remains, only a faint silver light dispersing into the early morning sky, and the manuscript page in Xianxia's hand. He didn't know when it had gotten there, had not felt it placed, but it was clenched in his fist, real and physical. He opened his fingers slowly and looked at it. The paper was warm, despite the morning dew that had soaked everything else. New text had appeared on the page, written in handwriting that was definitely not Xianxia's. The ink was still slightly damp. The letters formed with deliberate precision. The silver line is moving toward you. But the line had already found him. Xianxia stared at the words. Somewhere in the 6 hours he had been unconscious, Tan Ren had written this message. But when the transfer had ended, Tan Ren had dissipated into silver light. And yet, the manuscript page had appeared in Xianxia's hand with fresh ink still wet from the writing. Tan Ren, who was no longer present in the world in any form that Xianxia could perceive, who had given everything and then burned the rest away, who had left nothing except this single sentence, this single promise. The silver line is moving toward you. In the battlefield around him, soldiers continued to die. Officers made new decisions. Commanders adjusted their tactics. The war continued on its own momentum, not caring that fate had just shifted, not caring that the Grand Seer's careful architecture had been erased. But the immediate danger was gone. The overflow trap was disabled. Whatever came next would come on Xianxia's own terms, not on the terms of a trap that had been set for him. He folded the manuscript page carefully and placed it against his chest. His hands were still not entirely stable, but they obeyed when he asked them to move. The act of folding the paper was almost ceremonial, a small acknowledgement of what it represented. Zhu Beiran turned and looked at him for the first time since he had woken. The other man's face showed no particular emotion. Zhu Beiran rarely did. But there was something in the set of his shoulders that suggested he was still running the calculations, still assessing whether Xianxia was actually conscious or still in some other state, still unable to defend or move. 6 hours, Zhu Beiran said. His voice was rougher than usual, worn from disuse or shouting or both. I held the line. Xianxia tried to speak again. His throat made noise, but no words came out. He closed his eyes and tried again, more carefully, breathing through the pain. I know, he managed. The words came out thin but clear. Zhu Beiran considered him for a moment longer, and something in the other man's posture shifted. Not relaxation. Zhu Beiran would never fully relax in the middle of a war. But something like the moment when a guard finally allows himself to believe that the threat he's been watching for has passed. Then he turned back to watching the perimeter without saying anything else. Xianxia lay in the mud and waited for his body to finish returning to life. When he could move again, truly move, not just twitch, not just speak, he would have to understand what Tan Ren's transfer had done to him. He would have to process the 300 years of history that were now integrated into his perception like threads woven into fabric. He would have to figure out what it meant to be this close to the Fate's sovereign threshold when there was no longer a Fate's sovereign to guide him. But not yet. First, he had to simply breathe and listen to Zhu Beiran's methodical footsteps as he walked the perimeter, and watch the sun rise higher over a battlefield that would continue its war without caring that fate had just shifted underneath it all. 2 more patrol groups would come before the afternoon. Zhu Beiran would handle them as he had handled all the others. The silver line was moving toward him. But for now, in this moment, with the morning light filtering through dust and smoke, with Zhu Beiran still standing watch, it could wait. Chapter 90. Xianxia's full consciousness returned over the course of the next hour. His cultivation channels, overloaded from the transfer, slowly processed the excess energy and settled it into stable configurations. The 300 years of accumulated fate knowledge integrated further, becoming something almost like instinct. He could feel the Fate's sovereign threshold beckoning. Clear now, no longer theoretical, no longer distant. The path to it glowed in his perception like a silver thread running through the layers of his ability. By the time he could sit up without assistance, the scope of what had changed on the battlefield was apparent. The Grand Seer's fate-weave threads were completely gone. Not fading, not obscured. Gone. The engineered collapse that had been set to unfold across specific units of soldiers simply would not happen now. Xianxia could see the architecture of the trap clearly in its absence. He could map it from the scars it had left. The Grand Seer had been methodical in his design. The trap had been elegant, and now it was unmade. The soldiers would continue to fight. They would continue to die. The momentum of the war would carry forward exactly as physics demanded. Armies in motion tend to stay in motion unless something external stops them, and nothing external was stopping these armies. Commanders would make decisions based on their own ambitions and fears. The rank and file would follow because they had no choice. Blood would be spilled because that was what this engagement demanded. But the layer of deliberate cruelty underneath it, the trap that had been set specifically for Xianxia's perception, had been erased. Tan Ren had burned it all away in his final moment. Not to save the soldiers. Xianxia did not make the mistake of thinking that. Tan Ren had not suddenly become a savior. He had burned it away because it was the last thing he could do. Because the power he had held for 300 years needed to become something other than a burden, even if only for a moment. Even if only so that it could be destroyed. He had taken his centuries of restraint and patience and turned them into one final act, burning away the threat that had been woven into fate itself. A gesture that meant something only to the universe itself, only to the fate lines, only to Xianxia. Xianxia's body cooperated better now. He managed to sit up slowly, using the medical tent's support pole to brace himself. The movement sent pain through his entire frame, every nerve ending screaming in protest at the activation. But the pain was familiar now. He had learned how to live inside it. He looked at Zhu Beiran. The other man was sitting now, his back against one of the supply crates, still maintaining a line of sight to the perimeter. The cut on his forearm had started to bleed again. The rough bandaging had come partially loose when he had shifted position. The bruising on his neck was darker now, deepening from blue into the kind of purple that suggested significant impact, the kind that came from blunt force applied with precision. There was a shallow cut along his ribs visible where his shirt had been torn, not deep, but enough to require attention. There were other wounds too, smaller ones, scattered across visible skin like a map of 6 hours of constant engagement. The particular quality of stillness that had entered Zhu Beiran's posture was the stillness of someone whose body was beginning to register exactly how exhausted it actually was. Not the active exhaustion of someone working hard. The bone-deep, foundational exhaustion of someone who had been operating on reserves for hours and was finally recognizing that those reserves had been depleted somewhere in the middle. "I owe you something I can't return," Xianxia said. His voice still felt rough, but the words formed correctly now. The admission felt necessary in a way that was difficult to quantify. 6 hours of solo combat. Zhu Beiran had held the position against the tide of a war that did not even know he was there. The soldiers had not cared about the medical tent area before. They had cared even less once Zhu Beiran made the cost of approach too high. The man had become a piece of the environment, a force to be calculated and avoided. Zhu Beiran turned his head slightly. The motion was careful, deliberate, the kind of movement made by someone whose neck was injured and who knew it. One eye opened enough to look at Xianxia with a kind of analytical assessment. He was still making calculations, Xianxia realized. Still running evaluations. Still deciding whether the immediate threat environment had shifted enough to allow for partial relaxation. "Buy me dinner when it's over," he said. The simplicity of it was almost shocking. Not a claim on Xianxia's future. Not a request for power or influence or knowledge or anything beyond what it literally meant. Just dinner. Just the basic acknowledgement that Zhu Beiran's body would continue to require sustenance after this war ended, and it would be good to receive that sustenance in Xianxia's company rather than alone. The offer was not complicated. It was not layered with obligations or implied promises. It was simply, "I will have survived this. You will have survived this. We will eat together to acknowledge the fact of our survival." Xianxia found himself almost smiling, though the muscles of his face were too exhausted to make the expression fully coherent. The attempt at a smile probably came across as something between a grimace and a rictus. He did not particularly care. "Agreed," he said. Zhu Beiran closed his eye again and leaned his head back against the crate. The acceptance was complete. The arrangement was made. Whatever came next would come with that promise embedded in it. When this ended, there would be dinner. Around them, the battlefield continued. Soldiers fought. Officers made decisions. The war churned forward on its own momentum, exactly the way wars did when no external force intervened to stop them. But here, in this small pocket of space that Zhu Beiran had held alone for 6 hours, the medical tent perimeter, the space where Xianxia had lain completely unconscious, there was a moment of quiet. A moment of simply being present in the aftermath of something significant without needing to process it or understand it or do anything at all except survive it. Xianxia let himself rest. His perception settled into a new configuration. 300 years of knowledge spread through it like sediment settling in water. The crystallization process was slow but methodical. Eventually, when he had rested long enough, those 3 centuries would become part of how he thought about the world. They would become instinct rather than knowledge. They would become the substrate of his understanding rather than an additional layer on top of it. The manuscript page was still against his chest, the message still written in handwriting that was not his own. "The silver line is moving toward you." He did not read it again. He did not need to. The words were inside him now. The promise was inside him now. But the line had already found him. It was woven into his fate now, inseparable from what he had become through the transfer. He would understand it in time. For now, in this moment, with the war continuing to move around them and Zhu Beiran slowly allowing his guard to lower beside him, understanding could wait. There were too many other things that needed to happen first. The Grand Seer's overflow trap was dismantled. Tan Ren was gone. The threshold to the Fate's sovereign cultivation level was visible in the architecture of his own fate. And somewhere in the layers of 300 years of accumulated power, the path forward was glowing like a light waiting to be followed. But first, there would be dinner. Xianxia leaned his head back against the cool canvas of the medical tent and let himself rest. His body began to heal. His channels began to stabilize. The 300 years of Tan Ren's accumulated destiny began to settle into the foundation of who he was. And beside him, Zhu Beiran kept watch over the perimeter, the way he had kept watch for 6 hours, the way he would keep watch for as long as it was necessary. They had survived. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Fellow cultivators, if you're enjoying this story, please take a moment to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support helps us bring you more tales of perseverance and hidden strength. Now, let's continue Xianxia's journey. Chapter 91. The fever lasted exactly 38 hours. Xianxia lay on the camp cot, a thing for soldiers, utilitarian, narrow, and felt the transformation happening inside his meridians like slow crystallization. Tan Ren's fate lines, 300 years worth, didn't dissolve into his own the way lesser power transfers did. They integrated. They remade the architecture. His eyes burned. Every blink brought colors he had no names for. The threads of fate, always visible to him, had sharpened into something that approached absolute clarity. Individual lines became architectural systems, a civilization's worth of complexity compressed into each cultivator within his perception range. He could see the fine control mechanisms now, the safeguards. Where before he had seen fate lines like a merchant examining rope, now he saw them like an engineer analyzing a bridge. When he opened his eyes on the morning of the 39th hour, the fever had broken. Zhu Beiran was sitting 3 paces away, perfectly still, watching him. His face was gaunt. There were bloodstains on his left shoulder that the camp medic had already treated, but not thoroughly enough. Xianxia could see the inflammation underneath. 6 hours of solo perimeter work showed in the exhaustion around his eyes, in the way he didn't react to Xianxia waking beyond a slight straightening of his spine. "Drink," Zhu Beiran said. Xianxia did. The water was cool, probably drawn from a running stream. His throat felt like he'd swallowed gravel. "Status?" Xianxia asked. His voice came out rough, but functional. "The war continues. The Empress held the line here. The Sunset Sect mobilized reinforcements 3 times. They're still fighting on the eastern flank. Divisions on both sides are exhausted. You've been unconscious for 38 hours, 20 minutes. I did not move from this position." Zhu Beiran said this without inflection, a statement of fact rather than an offer of reassurance. Xianxia understood, in that moment, the exact weight of what had happened while he was unconscious. Zhu Beiran had stood watch alone through Tan Ren's sacrifice, through Xianxia's transformation, through the hours when his companion couldn't defend him. That kind of trust didn't have a currency. It couldn't be repaid. It could only be acknowledged and carried forward. He said, "You're injured." Superficially. Xianxia didn't argue. He sat up slowly, feeling the new architecture in his meridians settle into place as he moved. His body responded differently now, faster, more precise, as if the 300 years of Tan Ren's accumulated knowledge had brought with them not just power but efficiency. He knew, without being taught, how to move with this much force inside him. It was written in the fate lines themselves. When he looked up, his perception shifted. Before, his ability to see fate lines extended perhaps 200 li in clear weather. It was a broad range, but defined, a circle of sight with a boundary like the edge of a lamp's light. Now, when he looked outward, seeking the boundary of his perception, it didn't have a clear edge. It spiraled outward, still focused, still precise, but reaching further. Much further. The boundary was dissolving into something indefinite. He could feel fate lines at 300 li now. Further. The range was becoming so vast that he couldn't quite perceive its edge. Xianxia stood. Zhu Beiran rose with him, balanced, ready. He turned toward the west, toward the celestial divination sect's territory, 300 li away, perhaps more. The sect itself was shielded, warded against direct scrying with protections built up over centuries, but he didn't try to pierce the wards. Instead, he looked for the threads that led into them. The fate lines of the sect's members, the power signatures, the vast web of connection and history that held an institution together across generations. He felt it. The Grand Seer's fate lines. For the first time in his life, Xianxia perceived them at true range, without proximity, without the Grand Seer's permission or knowledge. And what he saw took his breath with sharp clarity. The threads were ancient. Not merely old. architected over 400 years with the precision of a master weaver. Every line was load-bearing. Every connection had been made with intention and maintained with obsessive care. The Grand Seer's fate web wasn't a thing that had grown organically the way a normal life did. It was a thing that had been constructed, maintained, refined with the focus of someone who understood what he was building. Some threads gleamed with such old polish that they'd taken on the sheen of relics, worn smooth by centuries of careful handling. Others were newer, reinforced, thicker where stress points had been identified and shored up. The pattern was less like a person's fate and more like a civilization's, intricate beyond measure, weighted with 400 years of deliberate decisions. And then, across those hundreds of li, xianxia felt the Grand Seer flinch. It happened in the threads, a spasm, a sudden tightening, like someone had plucked a violin string without warning. The Grand Seer had felt himself being seen, not perceived through normal scrying, something else, something older, something that didn't respect distance or shielding or the careful defenses built up over 4 centuries. For the first time in his life, xianxia had made someone flinch with sight alone. "What did you just do?" Zhu Beiran asked quietly. "Learn what I'm now capable of," xianxia said. The fever was gone. The transformation was complete. He could feel the new tears settling into place like a key in a lock. Fate's sovereign, the ability his body and power had been building toward. The culmination of every choice that had led him here. And with it came something that had no name in the cultivation texts he'd read, something that made his hands steady even as his mind calculated the hundreds of implications. Fate Dominion. The ability to perceive and interact with the fate lines not just of individuals, but of entire sects, bloodlines, organizations, empires. The ability to see the architecture that held power together, to understand how systems were built, to identify load-bearing threads. And it meant he could never be merely a devourer again. He could never look at a faction and see only prey. He had to see systems, consequences, the weight of 400 years of careful building. He had to understand that pulling a thread didn't just harm one person. It could collapse an entire structure. He had to see what happened when he pulled a thread. He sat back down on the cot. His hands were steady. Zhu Beiran remained standing, watching him, waiting for the next order. "I'll need a ledger entry," xianxia said. "A new category. Tier-based interactions. I need to track what I can do now," and he paused, choosing words carefully. "What I should not do. There's a difference now." Zhu Beiran nodded once, accepting the statement without needing explanation. He understood what xianxia meant. Power and responsibility had become inseparable. Outside the tent, the war continued. Soldiers moved. Orders shifted. Fate lines tangled and separated in response to circumstances they couldn't perceive. And in the distance, 300 li away in the seat of the celestial divination sect, the Grand Seer withdrew carefully into his most protected chambers, wondering what had just brushed against his perception with the casual certainty of something far larger than himself. He had lived 400 years. He had thought himself at the apex of fate-reading capability. He was beginning to understand that he had been very, very wrong. Chapter 92, The Divination Report, was masterwork. xianxia had spent 4 hours preparing it, working from calculations only half of which he could articulate. The war was burning itself down like a candle, but inefficiently. Armies were moving in directions that led to Pyrrhic victories, resource exhaustion, cascading defeats that only stretched the conflict. He could see it in the fate lines. The war didn't need to end, it just needed to be redirected. Using Fate Dominion, he traced both armies' paths forward, the military leadership's choices, the supply line constraints, the moment when one side would break. He'd mapped the futures as precisely as a cartographer mapping terrain. Then he'd constructed a report. The report didn't mention him. It didn't mention fate at all, not directly. Instead, it was framed as a combined intelligence analysis, official channels, signed by the Empress and her generals, cross-verified by neutral third parties. It laid out the strategic positions of both armies with perfect accuracy, noted the critical points where a change in approach would shift outcomes, and presented 3 possible paths forward. For each path, it listed the cost in resources, lives, time, and likelihood of success. The report made the entire fate web visible without anyone having to know they were looking at a fate web. xianxia had been meticulous about the presentation. The numbers were accurate to within a margin of error less than 1%. The strategic analysis used conventional military terminology, avoiding anything that might hint at precognition. A general reading, it would see the work of an exceptionally talented intelligence officer, not the sight of someone who could perceive the future as clearly as others perceive the present. He had buried prophecy inside the language of strategy. It was almost beautiful, in a technical sense. The Empress's diplomatic corps delivered it through neutral channels to both sides' commanding generals simultaneously. A message of peace, technically, an offer of terms that might preserve lives. And underneath it, for anyone with eyes to read it, a map of the future itself. The general commanding the Empress's defensive line read it in his war room, with advisors flanking him. Xianxia watched from the Empress's camp, using fate dominion to perceive the man from distance. The general's fate lines shifted as he processed the information. 3 critical decision points identified, 3 new routes proposed. The moment of understanding, clear as dawn breaking. When the general finished reading, he gave new orders. The advance halted at a point that the report had recommended. Reinforcements that would have been wasted were redirected to supply lines. His fate lines began spiraling toward a conclusion that didn't end in defeat. It was elegant. Xianxia found satisfaction in that elegance. The general commanding the opposing force also received the report. This general was different. Xianxia could see it in the structure of his fate lines. Where the Empress's general had been methodical, this one was rigid. Military hierarchy ran through his threads like iron. He read the report in a command tent surrounded by officers who deferred to him absolutely. Xianxia watched that general's fate lines with the clinical interest of a physician examining a patient's pulse. This one was made of different material, less careful calculation, more pure hierarchy. The man read the report. Xianxia perceived the moment of confusion cross his face, the moment when reality and the prophecy before him tried to align. And then, with a choice so clear it might have been lit from inside, the general rejected it. He ordered his forces forward anyway. He committed to the path the report had warned against. It was a choice, Xianxia understood, born of pride. The general couldn't admit that a neutral third party understood his situation better than he did. Couldn't accept that changing course meant acknowledging error. So he chose collapse instead of adaptation. Xianxia didn't intervene in the Second Army's fate. He stood at the edge of the battle camp, wearing camp clothes, unremarkable, and watched the general's fate lines begin their descent into predetermined failure. He could see the moment the supply shortage would hit, for days. He could see the moment reinforcements would arrive to cut off retreat, 7 days. He could see the moment, 3 weeks hence, when the general would understand that he'd read the future and refused it. He didn't stop any of it. He simply bore witness. Zhu Beiran stood beside him in the cool morning air, his own fate lines opaque and strange, as always. "You're enjoying this," Zhu Beiran said. It wasn't a question. "No," Xianxia said. It was technically true. Enjoyment implied pleasure, and what he felt was something more complicated. It was satisfaction mixed with something like regret, or perhaps the memory of regret anticipated. It was the feeling of being a tool so precisely made that it could cut things you hadn't intended to cut. It was the weight of knowing you could stop suffering and choosing not to. It was knowing that the general's pride would kill thousands, and choosing to let it happen because the alternative was to reveal what he was capable of. "I feel something. I don't have a word for it yet." "You will," Zhu Beiran said, his voice carrying the certainty of someone who'd observed Xianxia long enough to know the contours of his understanding. Over the next 72 hours, the report's predictions proved accurate with almost supernatural precision. The opposing general's supply lines broke exactly when calculated. His forces began a retreat that turned into a rout. The war didn't end. Wars never ended that cleanly, but its direction changed. The fate line that had been leading toward a stalemate splintered into a dozen possible futures, most of them less bloodied than the original path. Xianxia kept his ledger entry detailed. Not for judgment, just for knowledge. A record that he had done this, that he could do this, that the difference between fate and manipulation had become so thin he could barely see the space between them anymore. The Empress sent him a private message through the Hollow Empress's channels. "Thank you." The general is confused but grateful. Xianxia didn't respond. What was there to say? That he'd known the future and made it happen by simply showing it to someone? That the report wasn't intelligence, it was prophecy dressed in diplomatic language? That an army was collapsing in the western sector not because of superior tactics, but because he'd chosen which version of the future would become real? He kept watching the Second Army's fate lines collapse toward that appointed moment, feeling something that contained both satisfaction and regret, and he didn't have a word for it yet, but he would. Eventually, when the weight of what he'd done had settled fully, when the novelty of power wore off and he was left only with choice, he would find the word. Or perhaps the word didn't exist in any language. Perhaps it was something created fresh each time someone with the power to reshape fate chose to do so deliberately. Chapter 93 The Grand Seer's announcement came through Continental Cultivator Congress channels. Official, stamped with his seal, signed by 3 of the highest-ranking members of the Divination Sects Council. The message was read aloud in every major faction's war room. Xianxia heard it from the Empress's council chamber, where he was reviewing secondary supply lines with two of her generals. The reader was a neutral messenger, but her voice carried the weight of institutional authority. A rogue fake corruptor has infiltrated the continental theaters of conflict. The messenger read, voice formal and clipped. This individual has demonstrated the capacity to manipulate the fate lines of entire military formations, to impose false divinations upon command structures, and to circumvent the natural order of destiny itself. The Grand Seer identifies this actor as a threat to the integrity of all fate-based systems across the continent. An immediate joint response is recommended. All sects and factions are encouraged to provide intelligence to the Celestial Divination sect's investigation. Xianxia kept his expression level. Zhu Beiran, standing to his left, did the same. The two generals, however, exchanged worried glances. The Empress's general to his right looked confused. Fate corruptor? Is that a designation the divination sect uses? One of Xianxia's handlers said carefully. For individuals who fundamentally disrupt fate architecture, they're considered extremely dangerous. Usually hunted. Usually, the general asked. There hasn't been one confirmed in 70 years, the handler said. The weight of history hung in that statement. 70 years was the span of a long life, which meant this kind of threat was rare enough to be almost theoretical, almost historical. When they do appear, the response is continental in scale. Military, political, magical, all mobilized. The announcement didn't name Xianxia. It didn't need to. Anyone with a connection to the war could do the arithmetic. The military intelligence report had appeared 3 days ago. The general who'd rejected its advice now faced defeat. The general who'd accepted it was winning. And now someone in power was claiming that both outcomes had been manipulated by a single actor. The timing was too clean, too convenient. The accusation too specific. The evidence pointed in one direction. The messenger continued reading supplementary documents, casualty figures that had changed dramatically since the report's distribution, testimony from officers about unusual tactical decisions they couldn't quite justify, reports of unnatural clarity in some commanders' strategic thinking. It was all circumstantial, all deniable, all perfectly designed to create the narrative that someone had been pulling strings. Before Xianxia could finish processing the implications, his personal communicator, a warded stone the Empress's team maintained, vibrated. A message from Xu Qingling, scrambled through 3 separate relay stones. 3 council members voted to remove him. He found out. The internal election won't happen. I'm out of time. 5 words in heavily encrypted script. And in those 5 words, the shape of Xu Qingling's position inverted from planned advancement to terminal danger. Xianxia excused himself from the council chamber, citing the need to verify the intelligence independently. Zhu Beiran followed without being asked, as he always did. They walked to a private tent he maintained. One of 3, rotated regularly, and sealed it against scrying with personal wards. Xianxia read the message again, letting his fate dominion sight ripple outward toward the Celestial Divination sect. The cost of that message was written in the spaces between words, and it was staggering. Xu Qingling had been planning, carefully, methodically, to remove the Grand Seer through legitimate internal channels. She had found allies on the council. She had been building consensus. She had done everything right, everything safe, everything that should have taken weeks or months to unfold naturally. And the Grand Seer had discovered the plan, which meant he would accelerate his agenda, consolidate his power, move against her before she could move against him, which meant he was already moving, which meant Xu Qingling had just run out of time inside the sect. She's going to defect, Zhu Beiran said. It wasn't a question. Or be executed, Xianxia said quietly. The Grand Seer doesn't tolerate betrayal. I've read his history through his fate lines. He's executed former allies before, diviners with decades of loyalty, people who challenged his authority even obliquely. His ledger didn't have an entry for allies becoming liabilities through circumstances beyond anyone's control. He would need to add one. And underneath that entry, he would have to calculate whether Xu Qingling was worth saving, and at what cost. Because saving her would mean revealing his position. It would mean bringing the Grand Seer's attention directly toward them. It would mean, you're going to save her, Zhu Beiran said. Xianxia looked at his companion. Zhu Beiran's opaque fate lines gave nothing away, but his eyes were steady. Certain. How are you so sure? Xianxia asked. Because you've already calculated it, Zhu Beiran said. And the calculation favors it. She has knowledge we need. She has access to sealed records. And more importantly, she broke with the only institution that ever made sense of the world she lived in because she decided it was wrong. That kind of conviction is useful. That kind of conviction is rare. The war around them continued. Soldiers moved. Orders arrived. The opposing army began its calculated collapse toward defeat, exactly as predicted. The fate lines of thousands of soldiers spiraled toward predetermined endings that would have been different if a single general had made a different choice. Xianxia walked to the tent's window and looked westward, toward the celestial divination sect, toward the Grand Seer inside his protected chambers, toward the fate lines that had already begun to shift in preparation for war against something they didn't quite understand. He could feel the attention now, a searchlight gradually rotating into focus. The Grand Seer was turning his perception toward the theater of conflict, using ancient scrying techniques, trying to isolate the source of the disruption. "She'll come here," Xianxia said finally. "If she runs, she'll run toward us. There's nowhere else to go." "Then we prepare," Zhu Beiran said. Xianxia nodded, still looking west. The Empress's generals were giving new orders based on intelligence that had actually been fate carefully arranged to look like strategy. The opposing army was beginning its death spiral. And 300 li away, the Grand Seer was preparing for war. For the first time since reaching fate's sovereign stage, Xianxia felt something close to urgency. Not fear. Fear was too small a word for what he felt. It was something larger, something that recognized itself in the carefully constructed fate lines of the Grand Seer, something that understood that the distance of 300 li was no longer sufficient protection. The tide was shifting, and in the next few hours, Xu Qingling would run. She would choose flight over the slow death of purge and execution. She would arrive carrying secrets that would shift the tide further. And Xianxia would have to decide whether saving one person was worth accelerating the timeline toward full continental war. Chapter 94. She arrived at dusk with nothing but the clothes on her back and a leather satchel that looked heavier than she was. Xu Qingling had been running for 3 days. Xianxia could see it in the exhaustion scripted across her face, in the way her hands shook slightly when she handed him the satchel. She had cut her hair short, a practical decision, harder to grab in a fight, harder to identify in a crowd. Her diviner's robes were gone, replaced with simple merchant's clothing that made her blend into the refugee crowd moving through the Empress's border camps. "The records," she said. Her voice was hoarse. "All of them. Everything they've been hiding." Xianxia opened the satchel carefully. Inside were documents. Old ones, the parchment yellowed and brittle, the ink faded. And newer ones, recent copies made in careful hands. Hundreds of pages. Centuries worth of history. "Explain," he said. Xu Qingling sat down heavily on the camp cot, the one where Xun Yao had lain through his fever. She looked at her hands like they belonged to someone else, examining them with clinical detachment, the hands that had sorted sealed records, that had copied forbidden documents, that had held the decision between loyalty and truth. 8 fate devourers, she said. Over 600 years. Every single one hunted by the sect. Every single one supposedly trying to break the natural order of fate. But the records, the actual records, not the histories we're taught, show something different. Show something that makes everything we believe about ourselves into a lie. She opened the satchel and pulled out a sealed folder, labeled with characters so old they looked like a different dialect. The original experiment. "Do not open without council authorization." "What is this?" Xianxia asked. "The evidence," Xu Qingling said quietly. "That you were made, not born." Xianxia felt the statement more than heard it. Across the tent, Zhu Beiran's posture shifted in a subtle way that suggested surprise. The first time Xianxia had seen him register anything as truly unexpected. "Explain," Xianxia said again. His voice was steady. He was proud of that. "The twin pupil mutation," Xu Qingling said, "appears naturally once every 800 years or so. That's what the public histories say. But the sealed records show something different. There was a project, started 417 years ago, to create the mutation artificially. To design someone who could see fate clearly, could read the threads, could interact with the lines in ways normal cultivators never could." She pulled out another document. This one in the Grand Seer's own handwriting, old enough to be from early in his current life. "The project was successful," Xu Qingling continued, her voice becoming more hollow. "They created the mutation, but it failed their purpose. Whoever they created didn't obey, didn't act the way they expected, wouldn't submit to control. So they sealed the records and made it look like a natural occurrence. The sect's historians were told that twin pupils appeared randomly, as acts of providence. And the people they'd created, the ones who survived the early failures, the ones who escaped the culling, were hunted as fate devourers instead. Hunted as aberrations instead of admitting what they actually were. Proof that we were playing God." Xianxia read the sealed entry in the Grand Seer's handwriting. Trial 7 achieved functional mutation. Subject shows unprecedented capacity for fate line perception. Recommend immediate termination before independence becomes liability. I'm one of them, Xianxia said. It wasn't a question. The evidence was too clean, too obvious once presented. Not exactly, Xu Qingling said. You're later. Refined. Better. The records stop before they get to you. Which means either they destroyed the documentation of your creation, or they created me outside the official project, Xianxia finished. Someone in power wanted to see what a fully mature artificial fate devourer could do. Xu Qingling nodded slowly. She looked like she might be sick. The Grand Seer? Xianxia asked. He's been alive for 400 years, Xu Qingling said. He was there when the original project started. He signed off on most of the trial terminations. And when the project was sealed, he inherited the records. He's been protecting those secrets for centuries. She leaned back on the cot and closed her eyes. I thought we were protecting fate, she said quietly. Keeping it safe. Preserving the natural order. These records show that the natural order is what we decided it was. That we had the power to make people. That we were terrified of what we'd made. And instead of owning that, instead of trying to understand the mutation, we hunted it. We hunted you. All of you. Xianxia looked at the documents. 400 years of history reframing itself in a few pages. Every fate devourer before him suddenly acquiring a context that made the Grand Seer's hunts look like murder instead of justice. Genocide instead of pest control. Infanticide instead of prophecy. You could have died delivering these, he said to Xu Qingling. I should have died in the sect, she replied without opening her eyes. This seemed like a better option. And also, she paused, and when she continued, her voice was quieter. Someone needed to bear witness. Someone from inside needed to say it out loud. That what we did was wrong. That the natural order we were protecting was something we invented. That the mutation wasn't a plague. It was proof we were afraid of our own children. Outside the tent, the war continued its directed spiral toward predetermined outcomes. The Empress's generals moved pieces on their maps, following the intelligence report that had been fate disguised as strategy. The opposing army accelerated toward the collapse Xianxia had calculated, each soldier thinking they were fighting for honor, for resources, for ideology, none of them understanding that they were simply playing out a role already written in threads of light only a few people could see. And Xianxia held records that proved he was designed. That his ability wasn't a miracle or a curse or a natural occurrence. That someone, for centuries ago, had chosen to make someone like him. And that choice had cascaded through history like a stone dropped into still water, creating ripples that had drowned 7 people before him. He looked at Zhu Beiran, whose fate lines remained opaque and impenetrable, whose function and origin were mysteries even now, whose steadfastness suggested something far more intentional than chance. How long have you known? Xianxia asked him. Since you first told me what you could see, Zhu Beiran said. Fate devourers don't appear randomly. The sect's propaganda has always been obvious to anyone who paid attention. I just didn't have the documents to prove it. Didn't have the historical record to show that I was right to doubt. Xianxia nodded. He added the documents to his personal filing system, not in the ledger where he tracked political moves and military calculations, but in a separate, locked compartment. Evidence. Proof. The thing that changed everything and nothing simultaneously. Changed his understanding of himself, while changing nothing about who he was or what he had to do next. Xu Qingling was asleep on the cot by the time he finished organizing the documents. Exhaustion had finally caught her, the physical and emotional toll of betraying everything she believed in, of running from the only institution that had ever made sense of her abilities, of bearing witness to the truth about what she'd been part of. Xianxia covered her with a spare blanket and returned to his calculations, his mind moving faster than it ever had. The Grand Seer's fate lines, perceived at 300 li distance, seemed different now. Not just ancient and carefully maintained, but purposeful in a way he hadn't recognized before. The threads weren't just load-bearing. They were load-bearing because they were holding something up. Something secret. Something massive. Something they'd been protecting for 400 years. A truth about the nature of power and creation and the line between cultivation and corruption. Xianxia had been designed to disrupt that architecture. Someone had made him to break what the Grand Seer had spent centuries building. He wondered if the Grand Seer knew that. If that knowledge was written in those ancient threads, some prophecy made 400 years ago about what would eventually destroy him. The Tier 5 ability was called fate rewriting. The principle was simple enough in theory. If a seer's perception of fate was the seer's reality, then changing what they perceived changed what they acted on. But execution required precision that bordered on the obsessive. A single false note, and the entire thread would crumble, triggering scrutiny, exposure, apocalypse. He crafted a thread so carefully that it hurt. His meridians ached with the effort. His vision blurred when he tried to focus on physical objects. The concentration required was absolute. He had to hold the entire continental divination network in his mind, while simultaneously building a fictional branch that hooked into it so naturally that no one would question its presence. The false thread suggested that the fake corruptor the Grand Seer was hunting had been tracked to a distant western province, far from the border war, far from the Empress's camps, far from Xianxia's actual location. The thread showed transit signatures, fate line disturbances, all the indicators that a fate devourer of significant power had recently passed through that region. It matched every pattern a professional diviner would expect, avoided every trap they might have set. It was designed to be exactly specific enough to fool even the Grand Seer's most advanced seers without being so perfect that it triggered the suspicion of seers sophisticated enough to recognize artificial construction. It was a masterwork of deception, and it cost him. By the time Xianxia finished, his hands were shaking and sweat covered his chest. His meridians felt like they'd been scraped raw. Creating something that could fool continental-level seers required drawing on power reserves that, while seemingly infinite after Tan Ren's transfer, still had limits when applied with this kind of precision. Zhu Beiran brought him water, which he drank in one long pull. His companion didn't ask how he was. Zhu Beiran had learned long ago that Xianxia would tell him when something mattered. Xu Qingling watched from the corner, her recovery already remarkable. 3 days of rest had returned most of the color to her face, though her eyes still carried the weight of what she'd delivered, the knowledge that was now part of her, the complicity in Xianxia's design, and the certainty that she'd done the right thing anyway. "It will hold," she asked. 3 weeks, Xianxia said, his voice hoarse. "Maybe 4. The Grand Seer is perceptive, but even he can't verify continental distance readings in real time. His diviners will send investigation teams. They'll go to the western province. They'll look for traces. By the time they realize the thread is false, that it's been artificial all along, implanted in the fate web like a splinter in flesh, we'll have that much more time." "Time for what?" Xu Qingling asked. It was the question that mattered, the question that would decide everything. Xianxia didn't answer immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and felt the false thread settling into the continental network. It was still resonating at the edges, still integrating, still becoming part of the larger architecture of perceived fate. He extended his perception across continental distances, something he could only do now, in fate's sovereign stage, and watched it propagate. Within hours, the thread would reach every major divination center. Within a day, every seer of notable power would have the information. Within a week, the false intelligence would be accepted as gospel truth. The thread settled in like water finding its level. To any seer without personal knowledge of the situation, it would look inevitable, natural, the kind of truth that felt so obvious once you knew it that you wondered how you'd missed it before. "Time to move faster," he said finally. "Time to become something different." The Grand Seer received the false thread within hours. News of a fake corruptor sighting traveling through his divination networks as naturally as gossip through a market crowd. The information propagated through channels designed to carry the truth, and because it was built on the same material as all other fate threads, no one questioned it. Why would they? Fate didn't lie. Fate was absolute. Xianxia watched from distance as the thread registered in those ancient, carefully maintained lines. He felt the spike of attention, a sudden focusing of the Grand Seer's perception, the moment when everything shifted into priority. This was what the Grand Seer had been waiting for. This was confirmation of his fears. This was validation of his greatest conspiracy. By the morning of the next day, the Grand Seer's intervention team had mobilized toward the western province. 20 cultivators, all senior diviners, all handpicked from the sect's most faithful. They traveled at forced pace, pushing through fatigue, driven by the certainty that they were chasing something real. Their fate lines pointed west like compass needles drawn to iron, unwavering, inevitable, absolutely committed. They were moving away from the border war, away from the Empress's camps, away from Xianxia's true position. Perfect. Exactly as planned. Exactly as the false thread had promised. 3 weeks, Xianxia said to Zhu Beiran, watching the team's fate lines spiral westward through his expanded perception. Maybe 4. The Grand Seer is brilliant and will eventually suspect deception, but even he can't reverse a full continental mobilization without evidence. And by the time he gets evidence, we'll be ready. Ready for what? Zhu Beiran asked. It was the same question Xu Qingling had asked, and this time Xianxia was prepared to answer it completely. "For the war he's going to declare on us," Xianxia said. "A full continental alliance against a fake corruptor. Sect forces, noble house martial cultivators, provincial governments. Everyone he can convince that we're an existential threat to destiny itself. It will be the largest coordinated response to a fate devourer in recorded history, larger than anything the ape before me ever faced. He opened his ledger and began a new entry, not in the section for military calculations or political maneuvering. In the section he'd created 3 days ago, tier-based interactions. Consequences of power. Because using Tier 5 abilities meant accepting responsibility for consequences that extended into centuries, into the reshaping of continental power structures. We have 3 weeks, he continued, to become something they can't simply kill. Not stronger, they'll have strength in numbers. Smarter. We need allies they can't separate us from. We need information they can't suppress. We need a narrative they can't break without destroying their own authority. Xu Qingling leaned forward, her hands still bearing the marks of the documents she'd carried out. I have access to the sect's sealed records through my knowledge. We could release them. Make the public understand that the Grand Seer has been hunting artificially created fate devourers for 400 years. That we're not aberrations to be destroyed. We're engineered from the start. And the sect knows this. Has always known. That will take too long to process, Xianxia said with clinical certainty. Public opinion shifts slowly. The Grand Seer will have his alliance assembled and moving before the revelation settles into belief. We need something faster. Something that works on the timeline of power, not the timeline of truth. Zhu Beiran was perfectly still. His opaque fate lines gave nothing away. But the way he was breathing suggested he was already thinking multiple steps ahead, calculating contingencies, preparing for scenarios that hadn't happened yet. The false thread, Zhu Beiran said slowly, understanding crystallizing. It will collapse. And when it does, the Grand Seer will know exactly what you're capable of. He'll understand that you can manipulate the very substrate of fate perception, that you can make seers see things that don't exist, that you can rewrite reality at the level where reality is defined. Yes, Xianxia said. That changes the scale of the threat, Zhu Beiran continued, his voice taking on the quality of someone working through a chess problem. He won't present it as hunting a fate devourer anymore. He'll present it as defending the continent against the emergence of something that can rewrite reality itself, something that makes all other threats irrelevant. Xianxia nodded. It was exactly right. The false thread wasn't just a tactical delay to buy time. It was a demonstration of capability. And demonstrations of power, in the world of continental politics and continental fear, changed the scale of response. They changed which factions would answer the call. They turned a hunt into an extinction event. He watched the Grand Seer's intervention team move westward, their fate lines bright and clear and pointed in the wrong direction. 20 skilled seers chasing a ghost, their conviction growing stronger the further they traveled, their certainty cementing with each day of travel. He felt the false threads settling deeper into the fabric of continental fate-reading networks, integrating so completely that in a few weeks, even he might believe it had been real all along. He calculated timelines with mathematical precision. Discovery in 3 weeks, panic in 4, full continental mobilization in 5 to 6. Which meant he had 5 to 6 weeks to become something stronger than a hunted fate devourer. Which meant he had 5 to 6 weeks to become something the continent couldn't afford to hunt without risking everything it was built on. Xianxia closed his ledger and looked at the documents Xu Qingling had delivered. 400 years of history compressed into pages. 8 fate devourers before him, all hunted, all ultimately killed. And one carefully crafted like currently traveling westward through the continental fate-reading networks, spreading like a virus of false certainty through 1,000 diviners' minds. We move tomorrow, he said. Full camp relocation. New position. We build fortifications, not for practical defense, but for show. Visible from a distance through fate line perception. The Grand Seer will see them in the threads. He'll understand we're not running. We're preparing. We're waiting. We're ready for whatever comes next. Are we running? Xu Qingling asked. It was the question that mattered. The question that would define everything that came after. No, Xianxia said. We're accelerating. Accelerating toward the moment when the deception collapses and we have to face what we've become. He began moving faster. In his mind, he could already see the shape of what was coming. The Grand Seer's confusion turning to rage. The Continental Alliance mobilizing. The hunt beginning. And underneath it all, a question that would drive everything. What did you do when you discovered that the person hunting you had designed you? What did you do when the predator realized it had created its own prey? The fate lines of the Western Province, where the false thread had pointed, began their long journey toward the moment when the Grand Seer would discover they meant nothing. And in that moment of discovery, the real threat would already be positioned. Already ready. Already moving to rewrite the continental hierarchy itself. Already moving toward a confrontation that would define destiny for 1,000 years. Xin Yao kept his calculations precise. He kept his ledger updated. He kept his hands steady even as everything accelerated toward chaos. In 3 weeks, the Grand Seer would understand that he'd been deceived. In 4 weeks, he would know the scale of that deception, that someone could shape perception at the continental level. In 5 weeks, he would realize that a fate devourer at fate sovereign stage was not a problem to be solved by force. It was a problem to be solved by surrender or mutual destruction. Chapter 96. Meng Xiaoyu arrived on foot, not as a messenger, not in borrowed armor, not with the colors of any faction or sect. She wore a gray traveler's coat over clothes that had been mended more times than they had been whole, and her pack was small enough that she could have carried it for days without breaking pace. The sentries at the camp perimeter stopped her because she was trying to walk directly into the staging area, not because she carried anything that marked her as important. Xin Yao was reading the Destiny Ledger when word came. Lu Wanxia brought it personally, which meant Xin Yao did not ask clarifying questions. He set down the ledger, 47 pages now, names and dates in his precise hand, and stood. The autumn wind had picked up across the warfront. In the 3 weeks since his fate rewriting had sent the Grand Seer's team spiraling west, the conflict had continued in its measured, grinding way. Xin Yao had spent that time consuming fate lines from the battlefield with systematic precision. A scout who contemned his intelligence, a captain who sneered at his youth, a mid-rank cultivator who laughed at his robes. The war provided abundance. The fate lines poured into him like smoke, and he stored them with the same methodical care he applied to everything else. But Meng Xiaoyu, he had not planned for this. He found her standing near the edge of the command tent, apart from the clusters of strategists and scouts. She was smaller than he remembered, or perhaps he had simply grown in the months since she had last seen him. Her face was weathered from travel, her hands calloused in new places. When she saw him approaching, she did not smile. She did not wave. She simply waited. "You crossed 3 faction lines," he said. 2.5, she corrected. "The eastern border is more of a suggestion now." He stopped 3 paces from her, close enough to speak without projecting. "Lu Wanxia said you had something to show me." Meng Xiaoyu reached into her pack and withdrew a ledger. Not leather-bound like Xin Yao's. This one was bound with string and water-stained paper, pages creased and worn. She opened it to the first entry without preamble. "Hu Jing," she read. "Age 28. Martial Ascension Stage. Contemned your assessment of the Autumn River sex mobilization." 3 weeks later, his fate line had been fractured at the node where his cultivation stabilized. Healer said the damage is permanent. She turned the page. "Qian Luo. Age 19. Laughed at you during a camp discussion. Your ability touched her fate line so thoroughly that her spiritual sense is now permanently clouded. She went home last month." Meng Xiaoyu. "There are 17, she said, and her voice was not angry. It was worse than anger. It was careful, measured, disappointed in a way that implied she had expected better and had been watching to see if he would prove her wrong. 17 people whose fate has been altered by you. 13 of them did not know you could see their contempt. 3 were mocking you specifically. 1 was mocking the war itself." She held up the ledger. The pages were full. "Is this what you wanted?" Xin Yao did not answer immediately. She did not push him. She simply stood there, the ledger open in her hands, the autumn wind catching the loose pages and making them flutter slightly. Behind them, the camp continued its ordinary work, soldiers sharpening weapons, scouts changing horses, cooks preparing the evening meal. None of them understood what was being weighed in this small, quiet space. The weight of it was immense. "I keep track," Meng Xiaoyu said, when the silence had stretched long enough. "Of everything. Of people I know. Of people I don't. I've been doing it for 8 months. I watched you in the capital once, consuming a fate line from a clerk who had looked at you the wrong way. And she was just someone doing her job. I watched you at the Eastern Outpost, where you took a permanent scar on a merchant's destiny because he was skeptical about your ability. And I watched you here, and here, and here." She tapped pages in the ledger. "Methodical. Precise. Everything you do to everything else, you've been doing to them." She lowered the ledger. "So I came to ask you, is this what you wanted? Because if it is, I need to know that about you. If it isn't, I need to know that too." The silence between them now had weight of a different kind. Not the weight of judgment, but the weight of knowledge, of being seen completely, without omission or strategic framing. Xin Yao had built his entire approach to power on the assumption that no one would understand what he did, or why, or at what cost. He had been meticulous about that assumption. Meng Xiaoyu had spent 8 months systematically proving him wrong. "No," he said finally. "It is not what I wanted." She waited, not pushing, waiting for the rest. "I wanted power. I wanted to remove the contempt that was killing me. I wanted to be strong enough that when I looked down a fate line and saw something vicious there, I could do something about it. He paused. The war sounds continued around them. The ordinary noise of soldiers, distant sounds of scout reports, the endless mechanical function of conflict. I did not count the cost. The ledger does, Meng Xiaoyu said. 17 people, Xianyao. 17 people who will never be the same again. She closed the ledger and held it out to him. I'm giving this to you. Because either you will ignore it and prove to me that you are what I feared you were, or you will do something about it. He took the ledger. It was heavier than it should have been, heavier than physics could account for. In it were the collected facts of his damage, names, dates, the precise nature of what he had taken from each of them. Permanent records of impermanent cruelties. I don't know how to repair this, he said. Then you should learn, Meng Xiaoyu replied. Because I didn't come here to give you a ledger. I came here to see if you were still worth believing in. She turned to go. He reached out, not quite touching her arm. Why, he asked. Why did you cross 3 faction lines for this? She looked back at him. Her eyes were tired, and there was something in them that he recognized, the same careful measurement he applied to everything. She was calculating something about him, still. She was watching to see what he would choose. Because, she said, 8 months ago, I saw you consume a fate line from someone who had been kind to you. And afterward, you stopped for a full minute and looked at your hands like you didn't recognize them anymore. And I thought, there's still something in him that knows this is wrong. I came here to find out if it was still alive. She left him standing there with the ledger of 17 names. The camp continued around him, ordinary and functional, and entirely unaware that something had shifted in the space where Xianyao stood. He opened the ledger again and read the first entry, then the second, then the third. 17 people, 17 permanent damages. And somewhere in the accumulated weight of it, the realization that he had become exactly what he had feared, someone for whom power was sufficient justification. The question now was whether he could become something else. Chapter 97. Shun Yao made his decision that night. He sat in the command tent long after the strategists had departed, the ledger open before him. 17 entries. He had read each one twice. By the third reading, he had narrowed it to the 7 he would attempt to correct. The clerk in the capital who had simply looked uncertain. The merchant at the eastern outpost who had been only skeptical. 3 soldiers whose only offense had been momentary disrespect. A healer whose casual laugh had been about the situation, not about him specifically. And 1 cultivator whose fate line he had touched because the person had been rude to someone else, not to him. 7 of 17. It was not redemption. It was a fragment of accountability. The mechanism was straightforward, if difficult, to have fate energy to give back. He would need to take new fate energy. The reservoir from Tan Run and the battlefield would be depleted slightly, yes, but the real cost would be deliberate risk. He would need to provoke enemies into contempt, consume their fate lines, and convert that stolen destiny into something he could return to the people he had damaged. It was expensive in every way. It was also the only option. He left the tent at dawn and made his way to the eastern perimeter, where a scout unit was preparing for reconnaissance. The captain, a woman named Xiao Fei, looked up as he approached. He recognized her. He had encountered her twice before, always maintained perfect courtesy. This time, he let something slide into his expression, a brief, unmistakable flicker of disdain. Your scouting patterns are predictable, he said, not as observation, but as accusation. Any diviner could track your unit's movements. Xiao Fei's face hardened. He felt the shift in her fate line immediately, the bloom of offended pride, the spike of anger, the contempt rising like a flame. Beneath it all, the small, sharp cutting quality that marked genuine opposition. She hated him in that moment. That was good. Xianyao extended his fate dominion outward, light and precise, and took what she offered. Her fate line unraveled into his perception like thread, and he pulled it clean. The consumption was quick, less than a second of her actual life, but it felt like eternity to him. He felt the weight of her destiny settle into his reservoir, a small but singular thing. Xiao Fei gasped, staggered backward. By the time her unit moved to catch her, Xianyao was already turning away. The second was easier. A quartermaster at the supply depot, someone who had always served the camp efficiently and without comment. Xianyao found him reviewing inventory and made a dismissive remark about the camp's supply situation, implying incompetence without stating it directly. The quartermaster's contempt rose quickly, sharp and clean, and Xianyao took it. 3 was at the healer's tent. The healer who had reported Xinyao's expansion of power, who had been genuinely afraid. Xianyao approached him with a question about medical efficacy, and when the healer began to answer, Xianyao let mockery enter his expression. Just a flicker. Just enough. The fate line rose like a hand offering itself. For was a supply runner. This one actually a minor merchant passing through. Xianyao arranged to meet him at the camp's edge, criticized his trade goods with precision, and watched the runner's face flush with offended dignity. The fate energy came clean. 5 was a soldier in the main camp, someone xianxia had seen perhaps once before. He created an encounter, made a statement that implied cowardice, and the soldier's contempt blazed. Xianxia consumed it. 6 was harder. Xianxia had to work for this one, a cultivator of genuine competence who was not easily provoked. He had to arrange a sparring session, had to demonstrate superior technique with unnecessary precision, had to make sure the cultivator understood that he was being surpassed not through effort, but through natural superiority. When the contempt finally rose, for the cultivator's own inadequacy as much as for Xianxia, it came with a flavor of despair that tasted like iron. Xianxia pulled it in anyway. 7. The last one took him to the afternoon. He found an alchemist working in the camp's temporary facility, someone who had expressed mild skepticism about Xianxia's ability during a conversation. Xianxia forced a confrontation about alchemical theory, made statements that were subtly insulting, let the alchemist's frustration build. When the moment came, when the alchemist's contempt for this young man who understood nothing finally reached its peak, Xianxia extended his perception and took the entire glittering thread. He stood very still for a moment after, feeling the 7 new acquisitions settling into his reservoir alongside the vast accumulation from Tan Rin and the battlefield. He was fuller than he had ever been. The sensation was almost overwhelming, like drinking too much water, like breathing too much air, like his skin was too small for what he was becoming. Meng Xiaoyu was waiting for him near the edge of the command area. He had not seen her approach, but he realized she had been watching each encounter. All 7 of them. Her expression was unreadable. "I have the energy now," he said. "For 7 corrections." 7, she repeated. "Not all of them." "No. The others, their contempt was more justified. Or more deliberate. Or both." He met her eyes. "I can't pretend that I have the moral clarity to fix everything. But I can fix these." She did not speak for a long moment. Then she walked forward, deliberately, measuredly, until they were standing close enough that anyone observing would understand the significance of the distance. She reached out and took his hand. It was a small thing. A contact, nothing more. But Xianxia felt it like the settling of something that had been unsettled for months. She held his hand without squeezing, without demand, just here, present, still believing in him, or at least still willing to see if he would choose better. He did not pull away. He could not pull away. For the first time since his ability had awakened, Xianxia felt something that was not contempt, not fear, not the cold precision of power. He felt the weight of another person choosing to be present beside him, and it was the heaviest thing he had ever carried. "Come," Meng Xiaoyu said finally. "Show me how this works." Together, they walked into the camp. One by one, Xianxia used the stolen fate energy to restore fragments to those he had damaged. A clerk's clarity returned. A merchant's confidence stabilized. A soldier's natural grace came back. A healer's steady hand steadied. A cultivator's small, persistent self-doubt released slightly. A quartermaster's efficient mind found its focus again. An alchemist's intuition returned. It was not redemption, but it was a beginning. And as each restoration was completed, Meng Xiaoyu did not let go of his hand. Chapter 98. The Grand Seer appeared on the 3rd day after. Xianxiao's fate dominion caught the signature before the scouts did, a massive disruption in the local fate weave, a collection of powerful presences suddenly becoming visible at the western perimeter. But not the western perimeter where he had sent them. That was impossible. That was the entire point of the fate rewriting. The camp was in motion before the alarm bells rang. Soldiers moved to the walls, strategists gathered in the command tent, and Xianxia stood absolutely still at the center of everything, extending his perception outward to understand what he was seeing. The Grand Seer Halmurin was present. 5 council members were with him. 6 senior diviners in formation. And underneath it all, a geometric pattern of fate lines that did not belong to any individual. A structure, a formation, a net of intentional destiny designed by human will and distributed across the physical space of the warfront's edge. Xianxia released his fate dominion and walked toward the perimeter. The Hollow Empress met him halfway, her movements slow but present. "The western misdirection," she said. It was not a question. He anticipated it, Xianxia confirmed. Counter-rewritten, made his fate line invisible to second sight. "I saw only what he wanted me to see." They walked together to the front of the camp's defenses. The Grand Seer stood on open ground, roughly 50 paces beyond the perimeter. He was an old man, impossibly old, with white hair that seemed to move with its own intention and eyes that held the quality of someone who had seen too many possible futures simultaneously. Around him, the 6 diviners had arranged themselves in a hexagon pattern, each one standing at a point of a larger geometric form that extended across the entire approach to the camp. "Xianxia," the Grand Seer called out. His voice did not need to be loud. It carried across the distance with the certainty of someone speaking a simple fact. "You have consumed enough." Xianxia did not answer immediately. "The overflow will begin in 48 hours, the Grand Seer continued. "Regardless of what either of us does now, the formation is active. The continental fate weave will begin to push back against the concentration of destiny you have accumulated. It is already beginning. Do you feel it?" He did. Xianxia had been feeling it for hours, since the morning after his corrections. A pressure, subtle but unmistakable, like the weight of air increasing in a sealed space. The accumulated fate energy from Tan Run, 300 years of destiny, combined with the battlefield accumulation, combined with the recent acquisitions, was reaching critical mass. "This was your design," Xianxia said. "It was not an accusation. It was an observation. You started the war to push me to this point." The Grand Seer smiled. "It was not a kind expression. I started nothing. The war was always coming. But yes, I have guided the confluence to ensure that a fate devourer of your capability would reach this exact moment. The formation is simply a guarantee. It accelerates the process, yes, but even without it, you would overflow within the week. And if I refuse, then the formation will force it anyway," the Grand Seer said. "The overflow will occur, your body will be destroyed from the inside as the accumulated fate energy tears through your meridians, and you will die. I have designed this formation specifically for that outcome. It is independent of your will. It is a law, not a suggestion." Behind Xianxia, he heard the Hollow Empress draw a breath. He could feel Meng Xiu's presence somewhere in the camp behind them, could sense the careful calculation of every strategist and cultivator present. They were all waiting to see what he would do with 48 hours. Xianxia looked at the formation more carefully, at the geometric structure of the fate lines that the Grand Seer had arranged. The precision was immaculate. Every diviner was positioned at an exact point of a complex mandala, their combined power creating a net that had only one purpose: to compress fate energy until it violently released. It was the work of decades, perhaps centuries. The Grand Seer had been patient. The Grand Seer had been thorough. And the Grand Seer had believed the outcome was certain. "You have been planning this since I first consumed a fate line," Xianxia said. "It was not a question." "Since before that," the Grand Seer replied. "I perceived your emergence in the fate weave years ago. A devourer with unusual capacity, unusual precision. I guided events to ensure you would reach this moment. The war was merely the accelerant. Your nature provides the rest. You wanted me to overflow. I wanted you to reach maximum capacity and destroy yourself," the Grand Seer said with absolute clarity. "A fate devourer cannot be allowed to exist at scale. You consume the destinies of others. You fundamentally alter the probability structures that allow divination to function. Every major cultivator on this continent is rendered less predictable by your existence. That cannot stand." Xianxia felt something shift inside him, not fear, but recognition. The Grand Seer was not acting out of personal animosity. This was philosophical. This was the collision between two incompatible forms of power: the diviner's need for predictable fate, and the devourer's ability to consume and rewrite that fate. One of them could not exist comfortably alongside the other. "The formation will remain active for exactly 48 hours, the Grand Seer said. "At the 49th hour, I will withdraw it. Not out of mercy, but because by then, the overflow will have already begun. The process cannot be halted once initiated. You have that window to make whatever peace you require with your existence. Or to find another way," Xianxia said. The Grand Seer's smile deepened. It was not condescending. It was almost respectful. "If you believe one exists, I have seen the probabilities. I have mapped the fate lines. There is no other way. But please, spend your 48 hours searching for one. I will be interested to see what you attempt." "This confrontation," Xianxia said carefully, "assumes I have no resolution to the overflow. Assumes I can only accept death or allow you to push me into uncontrolled release. You have 3 theoretical options," the Grand Seer acknowledged. "Release the energy inward, which will kill you. Release it at a target, which will destroy that target utterly. Or allow the formation to compress you until the overflow occurs naturally. All 3 end with your death and the fate energy either dispersed or consumed by another seer. I have calculated every possible outcome. There are none where you survive." He was right. Xianxia could feel the truth of it in the structure of the Grand Seer's formation, in the relentless logic of the continental fate weave pressing against his accumulated destiny. There were no simple answers. There were no individual solutions. There was only the mathematics of what happened when one person accumulated too much power. 48 hours, the Grand Seer said. Consider how you wish to spend them. He turned and walked away, the council members moving with him, the 6 diviners maintaining their formation. The geometric pattern of the formation remained behind like a scar in the fate weave itself, constant, relentless, indifferent to any individual will. Xianxia stood at the camp's perimeter and felt the weight of destiny pressing against him from every direction. The war continued around him, soldiers and scouts and strategists moving in their ordinary patterns, utterly unaware that the entire landscape of fate was collapsing toward a single, inevitable point. 48 hours. And no clear path forward. The Hollow Empress took his arm. Come, she said. We will call a council. This decision cannot be yours alone anymore. Chapter 99. The command tent was full by the time Xianxia had arranged the seating. The Hollow Empress sat directly across from him, her condition stable but clearly managed. Her cultivation had not returned to its former level, but her mind was sharp as fractured glass. Zhu Beiran occupied the space to her right, his methodical presence a constant weight. Lu Wanshur had arrived from the merchant district, his luck sight already working, his eyes tracking probabilities that none of the rest of them could see. Meng Xiaoyu stood near the entry, where she could see and hear everything. Xu Qingling was the last to arrive, the defected diviner moving with the careful precision of someone who knew exactly how dangerous knowledge could be. Xianxia laid out the situation without omission. The accumulated fate energy is at critical capacity. The formation will force overflow in 48 hours. I have 3 immediate options. Release the energy inward and die. Release it at a target and destroy that target. Or wait and allow the natural overflow, which kills me and disperses the energy across the continent's fate weave. He paused, letting the silence settle. There is a theoretical 4th option, he continued. One that I did not mention to the Grand Seer. Controlled redistribution. Instead of collapsing the accumulated destiny inward or releasing it outward at a target, I could disperse it across the continental fate weave deliberately. Not as destruction, but as distribution. Spreading the energy across the network of destiny itself. Essentially feeding the fate weave rather than forcing it to absorb the overflow. That would require a massive expenditure of control, Xu Qingling said immediately. Her voice was careful, precise. You would need to maintain consciousness and precision through a process that would normally trigger instinctive release. The mental discipline required is, theoretically possible, the Hollow Empress interrupted. I have read historical accounts of devourers who attempted similar processes. Some succeeded. Most did not. What is the actual outcome? Lu Wanshur asked. If we assume Xianxia achieves the redistribution successfully. Everyone turned to look at him. Lu Wanshur's luck sight was giving him something, some configuration of probability that they could not perceive. The energy disperses, Xianxia said. The overflow does not occur. I survive, but the continent's fate weave becomes saturated with the redistributed energy, concentrated in the places where the pressure is greatest, which, given the current state of the war and the armistice negotiations, would be the fate lines of every governing faction simultaneously. Effectively, the armistice would become the highest probability outcome across the continent. Peace would become the destiny that almost every major decision-maker would naturally flow toward. The war would end, Zhu Beiran said. Not from military victory, but from collective choice. Yes. And the cost? Meng Xiaoyu asked. Her question was not about physical danger. They all understood the physical danger. She was asking about the other kind of cost. Xianxia met her eyes. Visibility. The moment I perform the redistribution openly, every seer on the continent will be able to feel it happening. Every diviner, every fate reader, every person with even minor talent for perceiving destiny will know that it occurred. They will be able to locate the epicenter. They will be able to identify me. The silence was absolute. You become, the Hollow Empress said quietly, the most visible fate devourer in recorded history. Yes, every seer from here to the capital will know what I am. They will track my movements, try to study my ability, attempt to contain or kill me. Long term, it makes me a target in a way I've been deliberately trying to avoid. But it ends the war, Lu Wanshur said. His luck sight was active now, his eyes tracking something across the multiple threads of fate that extended into the future. Multiple pathways collapse into a single probability. Thousands of lives saved. The continental balance of power restructures around the assumption of peace instead of conflict. Thousands of lives, Xu Qingling repeated. She looked toward Xianxia. Against your lifetime of exposure. That is the actual equation. Yes. That is a terrible trade, Zhu Beiran said flatly. Your life for thousands of others. That is not a trade that exists in reasonable calculations. That is something else. It is if you believe the thousands matter, the Hollow Empress said. Her old eyes were fixed on Xianxia. Is that what you believe? He did not answer immediately. The command tent was silent except for the distant sounds of the camp continuing its ordinary evening operations. Soldiers preparing food, scouts returning from patrol, strategists discussing tomorrow's defensive positions. None of them aware that the fate of the entire continental structure was being decided in this small, enclosed space. I came here to achieve power, Xianxia said finally. To remove the contempt that was killing me. To be strong enough to defend against those who looked down on me. But in achieving that power, I became something I did not intend. Someone who looks down on others. I consumed 17 people's fates because they offered me disrespect. And only when Meng Xiaoyu showed me what I had done did I understand the scope of my damage. He paused. The thousands matter. Not because thousands is a number that can be calculated against my exposure, but because thousands means every one of them is someone whose contempt I might consume, someone whose fate I might use. If the war continues, if the conflict stretches on, I will become worse than I already am. The formation is forcing me to choose between two impossible things. But there is a third impossibility that matters more, becoming someone for whom power is ever sufficient justification. Then you have decided, Meng Xiaoyu said. It was not a question. I need 30 minutes to prepare the meditation framework, Xianxia said. After that, I will be ready. The redistribution should complete before the 48-hour deadline. Xu Qingling rose. I will assist with the preparation. The meditation framework for dispersal requires external anchors. You cannot maintain all the distribution vectors alone. I will be present at the redistribution, the Hollow Empress said. If your control wavers, I may be able to reinforce it through secondary pathways. The exposure, Lu Wanxer said quietly, is inevitable. But it is also survivable. I see paths extending beyond it. You will not be killed. Zhu Beiran simply nodded. Meng Xiaoyu stepped forward and took Xianxia's hand again. Then we should begin, she said. They moved together toward the meditation chamber. Behind them, the command tent emptied slowly as the strategists and scouts understood that this particular council was over. The war would end, but not through the actions of generals or armies. It would end through one person choosing to surrender the very power they had been building toward all along. In the distance, the Grand Seer's formation waited. 48 hours became 37, and Xianxia sat in meditation, preparing to become visible to the entire continent. Chapter 100. The redistribution began at dawn. Xianxia stood at the exact center of the camp's open ground, the place where every seer on the eastern front could perceive him clearly. Around him, Xu Qingling and the Hollow Empress maintained the meditation framework, their presences like scaffolding holding the structure of what he was attempting stable. Zhu Beiran stood at the northern point, Lu Wanxer at the southern. Meng Xiaoyu at his immediate left, her hand still in his, not pulling away. The continental fate weave was visible to everyone now, not through Xianxia's fate dominion, but through the sheer, undeniable pressure of what was beginning. The sky itself seemed to shift. The fate lines of every person in the camp brightened simultaneously, their personal destinies suddenly more legible, more vivid, as if the entire continental network was being amplified to make room for what was coming. Xianxia extended his consciousness outward. The accumulated fate energy, 300 years from Tan Run, months of collection from the battlefield, the 7 recent acquisitions, the ongoing reserve of contempt he had been storing since his ability awakened. All of it rose toward the surface of his awareness. The sensation was like standing beneath a tidal wave. The weight of 300 years of destiny was immense. The pressure of it wanted to crush him, wanted to explode outward in an uncontrolled release. He breathed and pushed. The first wave of redistribution went outward like light breaking through a cloud. The fate energy dispersed, spreading across the continental network with deliberate precision. Xianxia felt it move through the major fault lines of destiny. The pathways of governors and generals, the fate threads of council members and judges, the deep currents of collective will that moved empires toward peace or conflict. The warfront's eastern flank saw a sudden shift. General Hua, commanding the eastern defenses, felt the probability of peace rising in his calculations. His fate line brightened, showing him outcomes where withdrawal was possible, where negotiation was viable. Around him, subordinate commanders felt the same shift. One by one, their fate lines aligned toward the same conclusion, that the continued conflict was not inevitable. Xianxia continued the redistribution. He fed the armistice negotiations with the accumulated destiny he had gathered. He distributed peace probability across every table where peace was being discussed. He sent surges of favorable outcome toward the capital, toward the council chambers, toward every place where someone was currently deciding between continued war and peace. The second wave was harder. His body was beginning to show strain. His hands trembled. His breath came shallow. The pressure of maintaining the dispersal while conscious was exceeding even the preparation he had done. But the Hollow Empress reinforced the framework. Shu Qingling adjusted the vectors. Lu Wansher's Luxite tracked every distribution point and corrected course as necessary. The third wave. The fourth. Across the continent, seers were beginning to perceive what was happening. In the capital, the Grand Diviners Council felt the sudden surge of fate energy redistributing across their networks. On the southern fronts, commanders sensed the probability curves shifting toward peace. In the merchant districts, the luck readers felt the continental balance shifting. And in every location where a seer existed, they felt the epicenter. Here, on the eastern front, a single person standing in open ground, pouring their power outward into the very structure of collective destiny. They were all watching him. They could all see what he was. Xianxia completed the redistribution. The final wave went out, not with force, but with the deliberate gentleness of someone placing something precious into the hands of thousands of people simultaneously. The peace probability distributed. The fate energy dispersed. The continental fate weave absorbed the influx and stabilized around its new configuration. For a moment, there was silence. Even the war seemed to pause. Then, from the eastern front, a general issued the order: cease active offensive operations pending armistice resolution. Within the hour, the order had propagated to every commander on the eastern flank. An hour after that, the southern fronts received equivalent orders. By afternoon, even the northern command had begun to acknowledge that the conflict's trajectory had fundamentally changed. The war was not ending in a single instant, but it was ending. Every general was making the choice independently, through their own calculated judgment, and that judgment, guided by the favorable fate probability that Xianxia had distributed into the continental network, all pointed toward the same conclusion: peace. Xianxia tried to collapse back into himself. His body was exhausted beyond measure. His consciousness felt like a candle flame burning on water. Meng Tsayu's hand in his was the only anchor keeping him present. The Grand Seer's formation activated its secondary trigger. The geometric pattern of destiny that had waited at the camp's perimeter suddenly contracted, compressing inward like a fist closing. The failsafe independent of Xianxia's action. The contingency the Grand Seer had designed in case everything else failed. It struck with the force of the continental fate weave itself, a condensed shock of reality pressing inward toward a single point. Xianxia felt it like impact, like falling. The backlash of overflow hit him directly, the accumulated pressure of the distribution suddenly reversing, not as gentle dispersal, but as violent rejection. The continental fate weave, having accepted the redistribution, was now shedding the excess like water rejecting oil. The shock drove him backward, toward the ground, and there was a moment of absolute clarity where he understood that this was how he was going to die. Not from overflow, but from the violence of safe resolution. Then it stopped. Not because the formation stopped, it was still active, still pressing, but because Xianxia's body, struck with the full force of the backlash, did something unprecedented. It adapted. His meridians, designed to carry fate energy, suddenly shifted into a configuration that could accept the violence of the impact without rupturing. His consciousness, instead of shattering, instead of fragmenting, held firm. Xianxia rose. He stood. Meng Tsayu's hand was still in his. She had not let go, even as the backlash struck. When he straightened fully, every person in the camp could see what was now visible in the open air above him. His fate lines. For the first time in his life, they were perceivable to everyone. Not hidden, not obscured, not filtered through his own perception of them. They rose from him like silver ropes thick as sword blades, burning with a light that was not fire, but something far older. 300 years of accumulated destiny, concentrated and compacted and burning with the heat of being transformed from individual power into continental force. His fate lines were visible to every seer from the eastern front to the capital itself. They were visible to the Grand Seer, who stood frozen at the camp's edge, finally understanding that his calculation had failed in one critical way. He had planned for Xianxia's death, but not for his transcendence. The war was ending. The continental fate weave had accepted the redistribution and restructured around it. And standing at the epicenter of it all, his fate lines burning silver and visible to everyone who cared to look, was Xianxia. He was no longer hidden. He was no longer unknown. He had surrendered his invisibility and somehow, inexplicably, impossibly, he had survived. Meng Tsayu squeezed his hand. The war fell silent. Chapter 101. The silver threads burned. Xianxia stood in the Hollow Empress's quarters, watching the way light fell across the stone table, watching the way the threads of fate that wrapped around him now burned with silver fire where they had once been invisible. For 3 years he had been concealed. For 3 years, every cultivator who looked at him saw only an ordinary apprentice, a thin young man with mediocre spiritual roots and no prospects. The fate lines that marked him as something other had been hidden in the spaces between perception, visible only if you knew to look, only if your sight could pierce the devourer's natural shadow. That was finished. The public fate distribution at the armistice had been necessary. The secondary overflow that the Grand Seer's formation triggered, that had been survivable. But it had burned away the last veils. Now when cultivators looked at him, they saw immediately, silver, thick, burning, a fate sovereign's mark, made manifest, made undeniable. The hollow empress sat across from him, her mortal hands folded on the table. She had given away her cultivation in the energy transfer that saved him from the overflow backlash. Her face was lined with new tiredness, her body the shell of an ordinary person. But her eyes were still sharp. They still tracked patterns. "You're not distressed," she observed. "No," Xianxia said. It was accurate. Distress required the expectation of maintaining something already established. What had been established was gone. The ground had simply shifted. He needed to reorient, not grieve. He set down the ledger he kept, the leather-bound record of every faction, every cultivator, every debt owed, and obligation incurred. For months, he had been adding to it in code, in careful notation, documenting the landscape while he remained hidden. Now the landscape would see him back. The calculations would have to change. "The council has issued a statement," Zhu Beiran said from the doorway. He carried a sealed letter. The 3 members who endorsed the armistice. They released it publicly through their own channels rather than wait for official channels to adopt it. Xianxia took the letter. The seal was legitimate. He recognized the verification marks of the Celestial Divination Sect's official registry. He broke it open. The statement was direct. 3 council members, Chen Rue, Liang Shui, and Song Wei. All of them had been present at the closed negotiations. All of them had voted to endorse the armistice. And now, in response to Xianxia's exposure and the secondary formation backlash, they had made their position public. Xianxia is the legitimate architect of the armistice agreement. His fate's sovereign abilities have been instrumental in achieving a peaceful resolution to the conflict that threatened the entire cultivation realm. The Celestial Divination Sect recognizes his role as essential and offers our support for any further measures he deems necessary to stabilize the regional power structure. It was exactly calibrated, not a personal endorsement. They were careful not to position themselves as his followers, but a political recognition, a statement that the sect's council was split and that 3 of its senior members had chosen a side. "This changes things," the Hollow Empress said quietly. "This reveals what was always true," Xianxia corrected. He turned the letter over in his hands, feeling the weight of it. The council was always split. Grand Seer Hao Murin controls a faction. These 3 are his opponents. The moment I became visible, the neutral ground collapsed. Either they embraced the new reality or they opposed it. They chose to embrace it because opposing it would have meant aligning with the Grand Seer. He stood and walked to the window. Outside, cultivators moved through the halls. Some of them stopped when they saw him pass, saw the silver threads that marked him. He could sense their perception shifting. Before, they had felt only a slight pressure, a dimness, the vague sense of something worth avoiding. Now they saw fate's sovereign, the person who had ended a war, the person who wore visible destiny like a crown. "The Grand Seer will respond," Zhu Beiran said. "Yes." Xianxia traced the path of a fate line through the window, one of his own, thick and silver, burning toward some outcome he could not yet read. But not immediately. He is calculating. He understands what has just happened. The Hollow Empress made a small sound of understanding. She had been a fate's sovereign herself, in another lifetime, before she gave everything away. She understood the mathematics of it. "I can no longer operate from concealment," Xianxia said, still facing the window. "Everything I do from this moment will be visible. Every cultivator in the region who has even basic fate sight will see my movements, my alignments, the way I position myself. The advantage I had, the advantage of working in shadow, is gone." He turned back to them. His expression had not changed, but his mind was already several moves ahead, recalculating, adapting the topology of his strategy. "But that works both ways. I am now also visible enough that my opponents cannot act against me carelessly. The Grand Seer cannot simply suppress me with quiet maneuvers. He has to do it in the open now, which means the cost of acting against me is visible to everyone." He opened the ledger and began to write. Not in code this time. In clear notation. The 3 council members who had endorsed him, the immediate reactions of other factions, The way the political landscape had reorganized itself in a single statement. They have given me political cover, he said, as he wrote. The council is divided. The sect itself is divided. That division is now public. The Grand Seer cannot reassert control without doing it visibly, without forcing a confrontation that everyone will witness. He may force it anyway, the Hollow Empress said. Yes, Xianxia agreed. But if he does, he loses the authority he has built over 400 years. He loses the narrative that Celestial Divination sect is unified, that its position is secure, that he controls the realm's destiny. The moment he moves against the 3 council members, he admits that his control is fragile. He looked at the page of the ledger. Already he was seeing the new alignments, the new pressure points, the way the landscape had reconfigured itself. Not into his favor, necessarily, but into clarity. The hidden game was over. Now they all played in the open. I need to meet with Chun Rue, he said. Not immediately, but soon. Once they have made their position clear and survived the first response. They have just invested political capital in supporting me. I need to understand what they expect that investment to buy them. They expect you to challenge the Grand Seer, Zhu Beirant said. Eventually, perhaps. Xianxia closed the ledger. But not yet. First I need to understand exactly what I am challenging. The council's endorsement has given me visibility. Now I need to use that visibility to gather information. The silver threads burned around him, bright and undeniable. For the first time in 3 years, Xianxia did not reach for concealment. Instead, he let them burn. He had spent so long hiding. Now the whole realm would learn what happened when a fate devourer stopped running. The board had changed. Everything would change from here. He was ready to move. Chapter 102. The message came without warning, without physical courier, without the normal constraints of space or communication. It arrived directly in Xianxia's fate sense as he meditated in his quarters, threading through his consciousness like a voice heard underwater, clear despite the distance. The sensation was disorienting, not a thought generated by his own mind, not a communication received through cultivation channels, but something that manifested directly in the weave of his perception. You are what was lost. I am what was left behind. Xianxia's eyes opened. The message was not hostile. It carried no pressure, no threat, no demand. It was simple observation, but it was also impossibly specific. Only someone who knew him at a level that went beyond information, beyond reputation, could have sent it. He rose and went to his study. The manuscript page that Tan Run had given him was still there, in the inner pocket of his coat where he had carried it for 3 years. The blank page that was supposed to contain the previous devourer's final thoughts, but which had arrived empty in Xianxia's hands. He had never asked Tan Rin about it. It had seemed like a gift offered without expectation of explanation, a simple transfer of something the older devourer could no longer use. But as Xianxia unfolded the page now, holding it up to the light, he saw it. Faint, almost invisible, present only in the paper's watermark. A symbol. It was the same symbol that had appeared in his consciousness just moments ago, embedded in the message itself. Not a sigil of power, not a seal that indicated origin, but a mark, a sign that something had been here, watching, waiting. He examined the page more carefully. The watermark was old, older than the paper's creation, somehow. It existed in the very structure of the material, as if it had been worked into the fibers before they were pressed into form. Xianxia had carried this page for 3 years without ever truly seeing it. The irony was sharp. He had been walking around with a message pressed into the substance of his very possessions, and he had been blind to it until the moment the preserved consciousness in the fate weave chose to manifest and reveal what had always been there. The message came again, quieter this time, like a second reading of something already said. You are what was lost. I am what was left behind. Xianxia sat with this. He did not reach for his cultivation sense to investigate, did not try to trace the message's origin or force communication in return. Instead, he simply sat with the knowledge of it. Something had been watching him since before he was what he was. Something that had left this mark on this page, pressed into its very substance. Something that had waited. 3 years. Tan Rin had given him this page 3 years ago, when the older devourer was still alive, still coherent, still capable of action. Tan Rin had been the previous fate devourer, the one who came before Xianxia inherited the role. But Tan Rin had been hunted. He had spent his entire existence running from something older than himself, running from the cascade of fate that the Grand Seer had set in motion against him. And yet Tan Rin had known about this mark, this page, this witness that had been waiting since before the current conflict even began. The weight of that knowledge was significant. It meant that Tan Rin, in his final moments, had not been entirely without allies. It meant that even as the Grand Seer's overflow cascade had consumed him, Even as he had been broken apart and scattered through the fate weave, some part of him had remained connected to this older presence. Some part of his consciousness had been preserved alongside something that had been waiting even longer. Xianxia placed the manuscript page carefully on his table. He did not unfold it, did not try to read whatever might be written in the watermark structure. The message had been clear enough. Something that was lost had been recovered. Something that remained behind from that loss had been preserved. He understood, in the abstract way that required no explanation, Tan Ruin was what was lost. The previous devourer had been consumed, broken, dissolved into the fate weave when the Grand Seer engineered his overflow cascade. But not completely, not entirely. Something of him remained. Something had been preserved, protected, held in place in the very threads that bound the realm's destiny. A fragment, an echo, and it had been watching Xianxia since the moment he inherited Tan Ren's power. The understanding was not frightening. It was, instead, clarifying. For 3 years, Xianxia had thought himself alone in his knowledge. Alone in understanding what he was, what he could do, what the Grand Seer wanted from him. Isolated in a way that no other cultivator in the realm could understand. But he had not been alone. Something older than himself, something that had lived longer and seen further, had been there in the threads all along. Watching, waiting for the moment when Xianxia became visible, when the hiding was over, when he would finally be strong enough to understand what needed to be understood. The preserved consciousness had been patient in the way that only something existing outside time could be patient. It had waited 300 years for its own moment. It could wait for Xianxia to catch up to the understanding it had to teach. The timing made perfect sense now. The public fate distribution, the exposure, the burning silver threads. It was only now that Xianxia would be ready to hear what the preserved consciousness had to say. Only now that he was visible enough, strong enough, committed enough to actually listen. He went to the window. The sun was setting over the cultivation grounds, painting the sky in shades of amber and red. He could see his own fate lines from here, burning through the evening light like molten silver. They were beautiful in their own way. Beautiful the way a blade is beautiful, or the way a truth told without mercy is beautiful. They would burn like this forever now. Visible, undeniable, a constant declaration of what he was, marking him in a way that no concealment could ever hide again. He folded the manuscript page carefully and returned it to his coat. The symbol in its watermark seemed to shift as he moved, as if acknowledging the gesture, as if agreeing to wait just a little longer. Xianxia recognized in that silent agreement a kind of contract being formed, not spoken, not formal, but binding nonetheless. A pact between a living fate devourer and the consciousness of a dead one, preserved in the threads of destiny itself. I will open it when I understand what it means to do so, Xianxia said quietly, speaking to the mark, to the presence that lived in the fate weave, to whatever remained of Tan Ren in the threads that bound the realm. The message came one final time before the presence withdrew, soft as closing a door. I will teach you. Chapter 103. Xianxia descended into the fate weave in meditation, using the full extent of his fate dominion to extend his perception beyond his physical location. The previous message had come from somewhere in the threads, from a consciousness that existed not in the material world, but in the layered reality of destiny itself. Finding it required precision. Xianxia had learned, over months of practice, to read fate lines the way a scholar reads text, to follow a single thread through the complex snarling of thousands, to trace it back to its point of origin, to read the pressure and weight that indicated whether its source was a living person, a location, or something more esoteric. This source was none of those things. It was a preserved consciousness, a fragment of awareness that had been frozen in place in the fate weave, isolated from the normal flow of destiny, held in stasis by something he did not yet have words to describe. It was like encountering a fossil in a living river, something ancient and no longer active, but still present, still readable, still capable of leaving an imprint on the flow around it. As Xianxia's perception approached it, the consciousness responded. The sensation was of reading a letter written by someone who was simultaneously dead and not dead, preserved but aware, gone but still present. You found me, the voice said. It was not the voice of anyone Xianxia had ever met. It carried no accent, no particular tonality. It was the voice of someone describing themselves. I am the original, the first devourer, the one your predecessor served before he became what he became. How long have you been waiting? Xianxia asked, speaking through the fate weave. His consciousness extended into the threads where the fragment existed. 300 years, the consciousness said. I was not destroyed when they attempted to destroy me. I was only fragmented, only preserved. The overflow that took my life also locked me in place, froze my awareness in the moment of dissolution. I have been conscious throughout, watching, waiting for someone to inherit what I left behind. Xianxia understood. This was what Tan Ren had known. This was why Tan Ren had left the manuscript page with its hidden mark. The previous devourer had been in contact with the original consciousness, had been informed by it, had been prepared for the moment when Xianxia would become strong enough to perceive the truth. Why now? Xianxia asked. Why reveal yourself now, when I am visible to everyone? Because now you are visible, and now you are ready to know what you are fighting, the consciousness said. The Grand Seer's architecture is not new. It is 200 years in the making, but I remember when it began to be laid. I remember the moment when he started weaving the threads together, constraining the fate lines of entire kingdoms, entire sects, building what he calls the cosmic fate structure. Xianxia listened as the consciousness described a system so vast that his mind struggled to encompass it. The Grand Seer had spent 200 years in patient construction, weaving the fate lines of cultivators across the entire region into a single controlled web. It was not crude. It did not force specific outcomes. Instead, it suppressed possibilities. It made certain futures statistically impossible by threading the destiny lines in ways that prevented them from ever aligning. Minor cultivation sects are prevented from advancing past a certain level, the consciousness explained. Certain political alliances are designed never to quite form. Certain talents are subtly constrained, not destroyed, but guided away from their true potential. The continent has been quietly edited. Every major power structure in this region exists not because it is naturally strong, but because the Grand Seer has woven its competitors' fates in ways that prevent them from rising. And the Celestial Divination sect, Xianxia said, it was not a question, is the only faction in the entire region that is not constrained by the web. The Grand Seer excluded his own sect from the suppression. All the power that might have gone elsewhere is concentrated there. All the alignments that might have challenged them are deliberately prevented. The sect's dominance is not earned. It is imposed. Xianxia stood in the physical world, his body still, his consciousness still extended into the threads. He was processing the implications. A 200-year project. A suppression system so vast that it shaped the entire regional power structure. The Grand Seer had not been content to simply be powerful. He had rewoven the realm's destiny itself to ensure that nothing could ever challenge him. Why could you not break it? Xianxia asked. Why? If you understood the structure, did you not dismantle it before the overflow took you? Because I did not understand the full extent of it until it was too late, the consciousness said. And because understanding was not enough. To break the suppression web, you must have something the system was never designed to account for. You must be able to perceive and interact with fate lines in ways that go beyond simple manipulation. Fate devouring, Xianxia realized. Yes, the original system was designed to suppress the emergence of a second fate sovereign through normal cultivation paths. It was designed by a fate sovereign, woven by fate sovereign power. It accounts for every evolution of strength that a cultivator might achieve through absorbing spiritual essence, through breakthrough, through advancement. But fate devouring is not a cultivation path. It is a gap in the design. It was not accounted for. Because the system was designed before the devouring method was invented, Xianxia said. Exactly. You became what you are not because the system failed. You became what you are because you found a way around the system entirely. You did not rise through the normal paths. You consumed your way there. The system has no answer for that. It has never needed one. Xianxia understood the full topology of it now. The Grand Seer had created a cage for fate's sovereigns, woven suppression so complete that natural cultivation would never produce another. But the cage was designed for natural cultivation. It did not account for someone eating fate lines. It did not account for consumption. It did not account for Xianxia. Is there a way to break the lock entirely? Xianxia asked. Only one, the consciousness said. The suppression web has an anchor point, a primary node where all the threads converge. Destroy that node, and the entire system collapses. All the suppression falls. All the constrained fates return to their natural flow. The realm would reorient itself in days. Where is the anchor? That, the consciousness said, is what I cannot tell you. Not because I do not know, but because I cannot act in the material world. I can guide you. I can teach you the structure. But I cannot go where you go. You will have to find it yourself. The consciousness began to fade, its presence withdrawing back into the deeper strata of the fate weave where it had been preserved for 300 years. Why come back now? Xianxia asked, one final time. Because you are visible. Because the Grand Seer will know now that you exist. Because the time for hiding is over, and the time for fighting is about to begin. Because I have been waiting 300 years for someone strong enough to finish what I could not. And because, the consciousness said, its presence almost gone now. Tan Ren believed you were ready. Then it was silent, returned to its stasis in the threads, preserved and waiting again. Xianxia opened his eyes in the physical world. The afternoon light had not changed. No time had passed in the material realm. But in the fate weave, he had received education that would take months to integrate, information that would reshape every strategy he had built. He rose and went to the window. Outside, the silver fate lines that marked him as a fate sovereign burned in the afternoon light, visible to any cultivator with eyes to see. The Grand Seer would know. The council would know. Everyone would begin to move now. But they would be moving against someone who finally understood what he was fighting. They would be moving against someone who knew the system's weakness. They would be moving against someone who, for the first time, could see the full board. Chapter 104. The Cosmic Fate architecture was elegant. Xianxia sat in the central library of the region, using a combination of his natural intelligence and his fate dominion to construct a working model of the Grand Seer's 200-year project. The preserved consciousness in the fate weave had taught him the structure, and now he was mapping it in the material world, not committing it to writing, but holding it in his mind, understanding every thread and suppression, every point where the system constrained the realm's natural destiny. It worked like a lock, a complex, multidimensional lock made of the fabric of causality itself. At the highest level, the system functioned through constraint. The Grand Seer had taken the fate lines of entire bloodlines, entire sects, and woven them together in specific patterns. These patterns acted like filters. They prevented certain combinations of events from ever aligning in the material world. For example, in a natural timeline, a talented cultivator from a minor sect would eventually encounter a major sect's elder. They would exchange some insight, form a relationship, and the minor sect would grow. The pattern would repeat across the region, and eventually minor sects would challenge the dominance of the major ones. But the cosmic fate architecture had suppressed this pattern entirely. When a talented cultivator from a minor sect got close to breaking through to a new level, small obstacles appeared. A sudden sickness, a coincidental clash with someone more powerful, a simple miscalculation at a critical moment. Nothing obvious, nothing that could be blamed on external interference. Just the kind of bad luck that happened to everyone sometimes. Except it happened to the minor sects constantly, and it never happened to the celestial divination sect. The lock makes certain futures statistically impossible, Xianxia said aloud, to Zhu Beiran and the Hollow Empress, who were listening as he explained his findings. It does not control events. It constrains probability. It makes the rise of any sect that might challenge celestial divination sect's dominance so improbable that it is effectively impossible. For 200 years, the Hollow Empress said. For 200 years, Xianxia confirmed. And the Grand Seer has been maintaining it constantly. This is not a passive system. It requires constant attention, constant adjustment, constant weaving. Every time an unexpected cultivator emerges, every time an opportunity develops that might crack the system, the Grand Seer has to reinforce it. He has spent the last 2 centuries doing nothing but this, reinforcing the lock, preventing the realm from naturally evolving. Why? Zhu Beiran asked. Because a fate sovereign cannot rule through pure power alone, Xianxia said. A fate sovereign can become the strongest cultivator in the realm, yes, but they cannot become stronger forever. Eventually, another will emerge, unless there is a system in place to prevent them. He returned to his map, not a physical map, but a map constructed in the fate weave, visible only to those with his level of perception. The lock has a central anchor, a primary node where all the suppression threads converge. The preserved consciousness told me this, but not the location. However, I can infer it. Xianxia began to trace the structure, showing how every thread of suppression flowed inward, concentrating toward a single point. The lock is not located in the physical world. It is woven into the primary fate line of the Grand Seer himself. It has to be. The system is so large, so complex, that it requires a constant consciousness directing it, a constant while maintaining the pattern. That consciousness is the Grand Seer's own awareness. The anchor point is his vital core, the place where his fate line intersects with the threads he has woven. He paused, allowing this to settle with the others. The Hollow Empress was already nodding, understanding the geometry of it. Zhu Beiran was tracking the implications, his expression focused. Which means destroying the lock requires killing him, the Hollow Empress said quietly. Or, Xianxia said, it requires destroying his connection to the lock, isolating him from the threads he has woven, making him unable to maintain the pattern. There is a distinction that matters. Death is irreversible, but isolation, forced distance between consciousness and system, that can have other outcomes. This was the critical insight. Xianxia saw it clearly now. The Grand Seer's greatest strength was also his greatest vulnerability. The The fact that he had woven such a vast, intricate system meant that he was tied to every thread. He could not step back from the lock. He could not abandon it. If he did, the entire structure would collapse immediately, like a dam breaking when the primary supporting pillar is removed. Which meant that if Xianxia could force the Grand Seer to choose between maintaining the lock and defending himself, he would be forced to choose self-defense. A Fate Sovereign would always choose to preserve his own existence over maintaining abstract systems of power, no matter how laboriously constructed. And in the moment that he stopped maintaining the lock, the system would unravel. The suppression threads would snap. The realm would reorient itself toward natural flows. The lock also explains why the Grand Seer wants to control you rather than kill you, Xianxia said. A dead Fate Sovereign would shatter the lock's central anchor. The threads are tied to his consciousness, his will, his presence. If his mind is destroyed, the weaving dissolves. The suppression falls. All the constrained fates return to their natural flow. He saw the understanding dawn on the faces of the people listening. If the Grand Seer kills you, the lock dies with him, the Hollow Empress said. Yes, which is why he cannot. He cannot kill me without destroying his own work. But if he controls me, if he binds me to his will, he can integrate my power into the lock itself. He can use my fate-devouring ability to reinforce it. He can make the suppression absolute and permanent. So his goal is to capture you, not to destroy you, Zhu Baran said. His goal is to prevent me from becoming aware of what I can do, Xianxia corrected. As long as he can keep me contained, keep my knowledge limited, he maintains the balance. But now I am visible. Now I know what the lock is. Now I understand its structure and its weakness. Now the Grand Seer has to move faster, has to make his move before I understand fully how to break the system and dismantle everything he has built. Xianxia looked out over the map in the Fate Weave. He could see the Grand Seer's power now, the vast web of suppression he had built and maintained for 2 centuries. It was impressive. It was a masterwork of applied fate sovereign craft. But it was also brittle. It was strong only because nothing had ever been designed to counter it. And Xianxia had found the counter. He was the counter. He was the thing the system had never accounted for. For the first time in the confrontation, Xianxia understood that he could not just survive against the Grand Seer. He could win. Chapter 105. The implications cascaded through Xianxia's mind with the precision of a mathematical proof. He sat in his study, the manuscript page with its hidden watermark on the table before him, and worked through each step of the logic. The pieces had been scattered across 3 years of isolation, but now they assembled themselves into a complete picture. Why Tanren had hidden? Because the Fate Lock made discovery of a Fate Sovereign inevitable if he acted openly. The suppression system was designed to prevent the rise of Fate Sovereigns through normal cultivation, but it did not prevent their discovery. Once a second Devourer emerged, the Grand Seer would sense it immediately, would feel the disturbance in the lock as it struggled to constrain something it was not designed to contain. So Tanren had run, had hidden, had tried to exist in the cracks of the system, hoping the Grand Seer would not notice him, hoping to find a solution before the confrontation became inevitable. Why the previous Devourer had died so easily? Because the lock had been working against him for years before the overflow even began. The system did not suppress Fate Sovereignty directly. It could not, because suppressing something requires knowing what you are suppressing. But it suppressed probability. It made certain futures impossible. And for a Fate Devourer who did not understand what he was fighting, those suppressed futures included survival. So the previous Devourer had been slowly constrained. His options had narrowed. Every path toward escape, toward safety, toward power had been made subtly more difficult, more improbable. And when the Grand Seer finally moved against him directly, the lock had already weakened him. The overflow had only needed to finish what the lock had already begun. Why the Grand Seer wanted Xianxia controlled rather than dead? Because a dead Fate Sovereign would shatter the lock's central anchor. The threads that bound the realm's destiny were tied to the Grand Seer's consciousness, to his will, to his presence. If he was destroyed, they would sever. The suppression system would collapse. All the constrained fates would return to their natural flow. The celestial divination sect's dominance would end. The power structures that had been artificially maintained would crumble. Killing Xianxia would cost the Grand Seer everything he had built over 200 years. So instead, he had tried to control him, to bind him to the system, to integrate his power into the lock itself. But now the situation had inverted. Xianxia understood the topology of it clearly. He was in a position where both action and inaction cost the Grand Seer equally. If Xianxia moved against him directly, the Grand Seer could defend himself, but only by abandoning the lock, by stopping his maintenance of the suppression system. The moment he did that, the lock began to unravel. But if Xianxia did nothing, If he simply refused to be captured or controlled, the Grand Seer would be forced to move against him anyway. Because the continued existence of an uncontrolled fate sovereign was itself a threat to the lock. Every day that xianxia existed and remained free, he was proof that the system could be circumvented. Every day that he lived was a day the Grand Seer had to spend managing the cognitive dissonance of his own fear. The Grand Seer had held absolute power over the continent for 400 years. He had built a system so complete that no one could challenge him. And yet that absolute power had become a trap. He could not step outside the system. He could not abandon the lock without losing everything. He was bound to it as tightly as it was bound to him. And xianxia, visible for the first time, known for the first time, exposed for the first time, had become the lever that could move him. Xianxia opened the ledger and began to write. Not notes this time. A strategy. A plan. Not a plan to kill the Grand Seer, but a plan to make him choose between defending himself and maintaining his grip on the realm. A plan to force him into a position where every option led to his loss. You understand now, a voice said. Xianxia looked up. The preserved consciousness was manifesting, its presence flowing into the material world in a way it had not done before. It was taking a shape, not a physical shape, but a presence visible in the fate weave, readable even to those without Xianxia's level of perception. I understand, Xianxia said. The lock is a cage that has trapped him as thoroughly as it trapped anyone else. He built it to ensure his own dominance, and in building it, he locked himself inside. And you? The consciousness asked. I am outside the cage because I was never meant to exist in the first place. The system was not designed to account for me. I slipped through the gaps in the architecture because fate devouring is not a cultivation path that appears in the lock's constraints. The consciousness seemed to smile, or the closest approximation of a smile that a preserved fragment of awareness could manage. Then what will you do? It asked. Xianxia looked down at the ledger, at the plan he was constructing with meticulous care. Every action calculated, every response predicted, every outcome accounted for. I will give him a choice, Xianxia said. I will make visible to him what has always been true, that his power depends on the lock, and the lock depends on no one challenging it effectively. I will make myself into a challenge he cannot ignore and cannot suppress. And then I will wait to see if he chooses to maintain his dominance over the realm, or to defend his own existence. He cannot do both. No, Xianxia agreed. He cannot do both. That is the leverage I have just discovered. For the first time in 400 years, the Grand Seer is vulnerable. Not vulnerable to direct attack. His power is still immense. But vulnerable to the structure he built. Vulnerable to the fact that I exist. And he cannot suppress me. And he cannot kill me without destroying everything he has built. Xianxia set down his pen. The ledger was complete. The strategy was mapped. The game had entered a new phase. For the first time, he said quietly, I have actual leverage over someone who has been the most powerful cultivator on the continent for 400 years. And he knows it. He must know it already. The moment I became visible, he must have understood what it means. The preserved consciousness withdrew, satisfied. It settled back into the fate weave, returning to its stasis in the threads where it had waited for 300 years. But now it was not waiting for anything. Now it was simply watching. Watching to see what would happen when the youngest fate devourer finally learned to wield the power he had been given. Watching to see if, this time, the lock could finally be broken. Outside Xianxia's window, the silver fate lines burned. Visible. Undeniable. A challenge that could not be ignored. A promise that everything the Grand Seer had built was about to be tested in ways he could not control. The game had begun. Chapter 106. The Hollow Empress sat at her war table in the hidden estate, her mortal hands flat against the wood surface. No cultivation remained in her. 30 years ago, she had given it all away to be invisible to the fate lock's perception. Now, in the pale afternoon light, she looked smaller than Xianxia had ever seen her. A 73-year-old woman in plain robes, her hair completely white. But her eyes had not diminished. I have been probing it for 3 decades, she said. Not the lock itself. That would have triggered alarms. But its edges. The places where fate redirections bend too hard. Where cultivators suddenly decide not to pursue certain paths. Where ambitions die without reason. Xianxia stood beside the table, looking at what she had drawn, a map of the continent with 7 points marked in red. The Grand Seer built this after his exile. The Empress continued. I don't know exactly why, but I know when. About 200 years ago, something changed. Certain bloodlines stopped rising. Certain sects never expanded past a threshold. Certain individuals, the ones who could read fate too well, who understood how to reshape it, they simply didn't exist. Not dead. Prevented. She traced a line with her finger from one red point to another, then to a third. The lock has 7 anchor points. Each one holds a piece of the mechanism. They're connected by fate currents, invisible channels where the lock's power flows. Why 7? Xianxia asked. 7 is the old number for binding. He was old when he built it. Probably used methods from before anyone alive now was born. The Empress tapped the northernmost red point. This one is at the heart of the Celestial Divination Sect's archive, the most heavily defended, the one that contains the lock's center of control, the actual mechanism that measures and suppresses outcomes. And the others? Distributed deliberately. No single attack can reach more than one at a time. The northern tier holds 1 anchor in a sealed mountain. The eastern harbor has 1 built into the merchant prince's vault. Lu Wanshir will handle that. The southern reaches, 1 in the old demon suppression archive. The western tombs, where the dead cultivator's bones are kept. The central plain, in a cultivator's hidden pagoda. And here in my territory, I have quietly discovered the 7th, buried under the old royal gardens. Xianxia studied the map. 7 points, each in a different territory, each defended separately. The Grand Seer had designed it well. A coordinated assault would be nearly impossible. But there is a flaw, the Empress said. Not in the structure. In the maintenance. She looked up at him. The lock does not defend itself. It is defended by people who believe they are defending the fate equilibrium. If all 7 anchor points are attacked at the same moment, by people the lock cannot simultaneously suppress, the system cascades. The power feedback loop breaks. All 7 points must be overwhelmed together, or the lock redirects and survives. How much power is required to overwhelm a single anchor? I have estimates. She slid a ledger across the table. Based on the residual fate distortions I've detected, the amount of concentrated fate energy needed to destabilize 1 anchor point is equivalent to what 5 sovereign stage cultivators could release simultaneously. Xianxia did not need to read the ledger. He understood the implication immediately, which means we need 35 sovereign stage cultivators, or an equivalent concentration of power distributed differently. Yes, except, the Empress leaned back. Except you are not a normal sovereign. You consume fate. You don't release it. That changes the equation entirely. Xianxia moved to the window. Outside, the estate gardens were in spring growth. The Empress had retired here years ago, giving away her power while the world believed she was still defending her dynasty's interests. Instead, she had been watching the Grand Seer's cage tighten, understanding its construction, planning. You have known, Xianxia said quietly. For 30 years, you have known what he did and how. Why did you not move? Because I couldn't. The Empress stood, moving to join him at the window. I am one woman. The Grand Seer is 400 years old and has an entire system built around him. I needed someone who could do what you do. Someone he couldn't predict, because his predictions are what keep him safe. She turned to face Xianxia. But now I have you. And I have been preparing this moment since the day I realized what the lock was. Xianxia looked at her. This old woman who had traded her cultivation for the chance to remain invisible, to study, to plan. What do you propose? We attack all 7 simultaneously. Xu Qingling at 1 anchor point. She has rebuilt the Celestial Divination Sect's inner circle and can position people there. Zhu Beiran at another. His presence is unreadable to fate. He can approach without triggering alarms. Lu Wanshir at the Merchant Vault. She has been operating within that territory for years. 3 more trained operatives I have positioned in the other territories over decades. And the 7th anchor? The one at the Celestial Divination Sect's archive. That one is for you. The Empress moved back to the table, her movement slow, conserving energy. Because only you can do what is required. You will need to walk directly to the lock center. You will trigger every security measure. You will be perceived as a direct threat. And you will consume everything they throw at you. Xianxia understood the plan now. The 6 assault teams would create simultaneous pressure on 6 anchor points, forcing the lock's power to distribute itself across multiple defense points. And while the lock's attention was fractured, while its power was pulled in 6 directions at once, Xianxia would walk into the 7th point and consume it entirely. The Grand Seer will know, he said, the moment the attacks begin. Yes, the Empress agreed. He will have perhaps 3 hours to respond. In those 3 hours, he must defend 7 anchor points simultaneously across 7 territories, each one now under active assault. Some anchors are easier to defend than others. He may sacrifice the weaker ones. But he cannot abandon the central anchor. That is where the lock's consciousness resides. That is what he must protect. She pulled out a second document. These are the precise coordinates of every anchor point. The energy signature of each one, based on my 30 years of observation. And the names of every cultivator who is woven into the lock's defense mesh. There are thousands, but they will not all mobilize. Most of them will only move if directly threatened. Shen Yao took the document. He could see her handwriting, neat and precise, spanning decades of careful observation. Every detail she had noticed, every distortion she had detected, catalogued here. An old woman, alone, with no cultivation and no allies, had been building toward this moment for 3 decades. When, he asked. When the autumn comes, the Empress said. When the Grand Seer is distracted by the seasonal fate tides. I have chosen the date already. The night of the autumn equilibrium, when fate currents are slowest and the lock is most vulnerable to cascading failure. She moved back to her chair and sat carefully, as if the act required concentration. You will need to prepare. Learn what you can about the archive. Understand the territory. And you will need to control your consumption carefully. 400 years of fate is a tremendous amount. Taking it too quickly will shatter your mind. Taking it too slowly will give him time to counter. There is a narrow window where it is possible. Shen Yao looked at the old woman sitting across from him. Why tell me this now? Why not wait until the night itself? The Empress smiled. It was a thin expression, but real. Because in 5 months, I will be dead. My heart is weak. I have been probing the lock's edges for 30 years because I knew I did not have the time to do anything myself. But I have been waiting for you to exist. And now you do. So I tell you now, so you understand what must happen, so you can prepare. And when autumn comes, you will finish what I started. She gestured to a shelf on the far wall, lined with leather-bound journals. Those contain every observation, every coordinate, every detail. Take them. Study them. The fate lock is old and powerful, but it is also predictable. It was built by a man who has spent 400 years believing no one could challenge it. The lock's greatest weakness is his certainty. Shen Yao moved to the shelf and pulled down the first journal. It was dated 30 years ago, in the Empress's careful handwriting. The first entry was a single sentence. I have discovered the bars of our cage. Now I must learn how they are made. Chapter 107. The briefing room was underground, in a facility that did not officially exist. Shen Yao had rented the space using a dead merchant's name, and the Empress had ensured that no diviner of quality would be paid to notice it. Here, in this sealed chamber lit by mundane oil lamps, Shen Yao laid out the plan to the 4 people who would help him dismantle the fate lock. Zhu Beiran sat with his massive frame folded into a wooden chair that creaked under his weight. His fate line was still unreadable, a blank space in the destiny that surrounded everything else. The Empress had confirmed it. Zhu's presence in the world created a gap in the lock's perception, which meant he could move without triggering the defenses designed to alert the Grand Seer. Lu Wanshur stood by the map, studying the Eastern Harbor anchor point with the precision of someone who had spent her life reading probabilities in market flows. Her luck sight was different from fate reading. She saw the currents that led to advantage and disadvantage, and she moved through the world by following the invisible pathways that favored success. That vault is warded against physical breach, she said, not as a question, but not against someone who simply walks the corridor that was always there to be walked. Exactly, Shen Yao confirmed. Your sight reads probability pathways. The lock responds to fate manipulation, not to probability. You can reach it without triggering alarms. Xu Qingling, the reformed celestial divination sect leader, had spent the last months consolidating power in the sect's interim leadership. She was neither young nor old, and her face bore the marks of someone who had spent years in shadow and was only now learning to work in the open. The archive is guarded by 7 protective circles, she said, each one tied to a sect authority. If I attempt to approach the central anchor, I will be challenged. You will be challenged, Shen Yao agreed. And you will retreat. Your role is not to seize the anchor. Your role is to create a distraction. The moment the assault begins, the sect's security apparatus will activate. You will coordinate with our teams outside the territory. You will make it impossible for the sect to mount a unified response. Your people will need to challenge the protective circles, force the sect to defend multiple points simultaneously. Xu Qingling nodded slowly. And the central anchor itself? Will be handled by me. The 4th person in the room was an operative the Empress had trained, a woman named Yun Mei, whose face had been deliberately scarred so that no diviner would waste their attention on reading her. She would handle the northern tier anchor. 2 other operatives, names withheld for security, would handle the western tombs and southern reaches anchors. And the Empress herself would coordinate the assault on the anchor buried in her own territory, with an assistant prepared to seize it the moment Shen Yao gave the signal. The timeline is critical, Shen Yao said. All 7 attacks must begin within a span of 10 minutes. If one begins early, the Grand Seer will shift power to defend that point, and the cascade effect is lost. If any point takes more than 30 minutes to disable, he will have time to counter. He pulled out a device he had spent the last weeks constructing, a set of 7 synchronized timers, each one tied to a small chiming mechanism. When Xianxia activated the master timer, each of the 7 would begin counting down to the exact moment of assault. At the autumn equilibrium, Xianxia continued, "We activate these. Every team moves simultaneously. No deviations. No mercy for unexpected obstacles. If you cannot reach your anchor point, we will find out within 30 minutes, because the lock will cascade and you will feel it." Lu Wanshur picked up one of the timers, examining it. "And if the Grand Seer simply abandons one of the anchor points, sacrifices it to save 6 others, then we destroy that one first," Xianxia said, "and the cascade begins. Once the first anchor is severed, the power flow destabilizes. The other 6 become easier to overcome. The lock is only stable when all 7 are intact." The Empress had explained this to him in detail, based on 30 years of observation. The lock was a closed system. Each anchor supported the others. Remove one, and pressure built on the remaining 6. Remove a second, and the system became unstable. Remove a third, and cascade failure began. From that point, the lock would devour itself. "How long do we have?" Xu Qingling asked. "Before the Grand Seer learns of the plan?" Xianxia checked the document the Empress had given him, a timeline of the Grand Seer's movements, his schedules, the major fate tides that would occupy his attention in the coming months. "We have until we begin the assault. The Grand Seer does not know the lock is vulnerable. He has defended it for 200 years without serious threat. He believes it is invisible to everyone. The moment we trigger the 7 points, he will understand what is happening. He will have perhaps 3 hours to mount a defense. And then," Zhu Beiran's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of his understanding. "Once he knows we are attacking, what does he do?" Xianxia did not answer immediately. This was the part of the plan that remained uncertain, the part that could not be fully calculated because it depended on the choices of a 400-year-old man who had never been seriously challenged. "He begins mobilizing," Xianxia said finally. "Every cultivator whose fate is woven into the lock system begins to feel a pull toward defending it. Not a command they can refuse. A current they are already swimming in. The defenses activate not as soldiers, but as inevitabilities. People make choices they think are their own. The merchant who decides to close his warehouse and travel to the harbor. The cultivator who feels a sudden need to meditate in the mountains. The administrator who chooses to investigate reports of intruders. All of them moved by fate threads toward the 7 anchor points." Lu Wanshur understood immediately. The lock doesn't defend itself. It uses the world to defend itself. "Yes," Xianxia said, "and that is its vulnerability. Because those fate threads can only compel, not control. If we move too quickly, if we overwhelm the anchor points before those threads harden into action, the lock cascades before its defenders can fully mobilize." The meeting continued for another hour. Details of equipment, routes through secure territories, contingencies for each anchor point. By the end, each operative understood their role and the stakes. They filed out separately, going back to their ordinary lives, waiting for the autumn equilibrium. Only Xianxia remained in the underground chamber after the others had left. He pulled out the Empress's journals and began reading in earnest. 30 years of careful observation, distilled into dense handwriting and precise calculations. She had mapped the lock's entire power structure. She had identified every major cultivator woven into its defense. She had calculated the moment of maximum vulnerability, and she had done all of it knowing she would not live to see the moment of destruction herself. Xianxia made a mental note in his ledger. Asterisk, the Empress has given everything twice. Wants to gain this knowledge, wants to pass it to me. Do not waste it. Asterisk. 3 months later, as the autumn equinox approached, reports began coming in from across the continent. Diviners were feeling strange pulls. Cultivators were suddenly motivated to travel to seemingly random locations. The fate currents were shifting. The Grand Seer, after 200 years of perfect control, was beginning to sense that something had changed. The lock was waking up. Chapter 108. The Celestial Divination Sect's outer territories were designed to impress. Towering gates carved with prayers to fate, gardens arranged according to auspicious meridian flows, pagodas positioned at points of accumulated spiritual energy. The architecture was deliberate, to make an outsider feel insignificant. Every building was higher, every pathway wider, every courtyard more ornate than any external structure. It was the architecture of a hierarchy carved into stone and wood, a constant physical reminder to any visitor that they existed at the bottom of a carefully ordered world. Xianxia walked directly toward the main gate. He did not sneak. He did not conceal his presence. As soon as he appeared on the road leading to the sect's outer grounds, he felt the first wave of attention, a diviner's perception brushing against his silver fate lines, reading the unmistakable signature of a fate devourer. Then another diviner noticed, and another. Within moments, a dozen perception threads had touched him, each one a small gesture of recognition and assessment. He welcomed each one. Each diviner who perceived him was one more person who understood that a fate devourer now walked the sect's grounds uninvited. The outer guard stopped him immediately. There were 6 of them, all cultivators of solid foundation, their hands already moving through binding gestures. They were young, probably stationed here as a prestigious but ultimately routine duty. Their faces showed confidence. They had never encountered anything they couldn't handle within the sect's secure boundaries. "State your business," the captain demanded. His hand rested on a binding array generator at his hip. Xianxia stopped a precise distance from them, close enough that they could feel the weight of his presence. "I am here to address the sect's leadership. The outer gates are sealed to visitors. You are not registered. Leave immediately, or we will." Xianxia's presence flared. Just for a moment, just enough for them to understand what they were facing. His silver fate lines blazed with the light of accumulated power, and for an instant, the space around him felt suffocating, as if all air had been drawn inward. 3 of the 6 went pale, their hands shaking. The other 3 solidified their stance, trying to fight what they perceived with willpower alone. It was that fear, that contempt mixed with terror, the judgment that a gate guard like them should never have to face what stood before them, that Xianxia consumed. He drew it in like a breath, pulling the emotional weight of their inadequacy into himself. The feeling of being beneath him, of having failed in their primary duty, of being unable to comprehend the force now in front of them. Their self-doubt became his fuel. He kept walking, and as he walked, the 6 guards felt their energy draining, their willpower evaporating. The guards attempted to form a barrier anyway, a last desperate gesture. Xianxia moved through them without touching them, and 3 collapsed where they stood, too disoriented by the pull of his consumption to remain conscious. The other 3 scattered, running toward the inner gates to raise an alarm, their shouts echoing across the outer courtyard. Xianxia let them run. This was the entire point of this approach. He wanted them to run. He wanted the sect to know he was coming. He wanted them to prepare and fail. He wanted every layer of their defenses to understand before he arrived exactly what they could not stop. The inner gates were larger, more ornately carved, covered in ancient runes that supposedly blessed only the righteous. More diviners arrived to meet him, stronger ones this time, cultivators with years of experience, their perception keener, their understanding of fate manipulation more sophisticated. They formed a line across the approach, their weapons readied, their bodies positioned according to tactical formation protocols. "The fate devourer," one of them said, her voice steady but cold, carrying the weight of official authority. "We have been waiting for you. The sect leadership anticipated your arrival. Turn back now, and you will be permitted to leave. Advance further, and you will be met with lethal force. You have been warned." So they had been preparing. The Grand Seer had felt something in the fate currents, had understood that an assault was coming. Xianxia made a note of this in his mental ledger, information for later. Xianxia kept walking. "I have a question for each of you. We do not answer questions from." He reached the line. They struck at him in unison, a coordinated assault designed to overwhelm through precision and training. Binding spells wove around him like chains, attempting to lock his movement. Force projections slammed into his chest and legs. Energy attacks tore at his clothes and scarred his skin, leaving burns that would have crippled a normal cultivator. He felt nothing. His body absorbed the impacts, and what passed through him as energy, he consumed. But he consumed more than that. He consumed their contempt for what he was, the judgment that a fate devourer was a violation of natural order. He consumed their certainty that he did not belong here, that his presence was an abomination against the sect's carefully maintained hierarchy. He consumed their absolute conviction that they had the right to stop him, that their authority was natural and permanent and could not be questioned. All of it fed him. All of it sharpened his hunger. More diviners arrived. Older ones now, some who had spent decades in the sect, cultivators with genuine power and understanding. Each new confrontation added more fuel. Each moment of judgment, each instant of dismissal. "You cannot be here. You should not be here. This space is forbidden to you," reinforced the narrative that Xianxia was something that should not exist in the celestial divination sect's carefully ordered world. And he consumed all of it. Every judgment was a feast. He moved deeper into the sect's territories. The outer grounds gave way to the inner sanctum. Bridges of pale stone crossed courtyards where divination circles were being hastily drawn and erased. Training halls were emptied of their students as instructors rushed to mount a defense. The defensive perimeter contracted as cultivators realized that direct physical confrontation was not working. They began trying to seal off zones, to prevent him from advancing deeper by creating magical barriers at choke points and corridor junctions. But each seal represented another judgment, another institutional act of contempt, another reinforcement of the boundary he was meant to not cross. Xianxia crossed anyway. He walked through seals designed to repel invaders. He ignored barriers meant to be impassable. And with each seal he breached, with each barrier that could not hold him, he fed on the shock and despair of the cultivators who had created them. Hours passed. The day turned to evening. By the time Xianxia reached the archive building, a towering structure of pale stone covered in protective arrays so complex they seemed to ripple in the light, the sect had organized a final, significant force. 50 cultivators stood between him and the entrance, arranged in defensive formation. They ranged from foundation stage up to several at the celestial level. This was not routine security. This was the sect's serious defense. The tension was palpable. This was the moment where they had to decide whether to actually fight him, whether to commit to violence. Xianxia stopped before the formation. His silver fate lines were bright enough now to cast shadows in the evening light. "I am coming through," he said simply, his voice carrying absolute certainty. "You can move aside, or you can try to stop me. Either way, the result is the same. I will reach the archive." A cultivator near the center of the formation, an older woman with the bearing of genuine authority, probably a master of the divination arts, stepped forward. Her robe was embroidered with symbols of rank. "If you take one more step, every last one of us will strike. We will not stop you. We understand now that we cannot. But we will hurt you. We will slow you. We will make your ascent costly." "Yes," Xianxia agreed. "You will try." He took the step. The formation erupted. 50 cultivators unleashed their full power in a coordinated assault designed to overwhelm him through sheer force and number. Binding spells wrapped around him like chains, each one reinforced by the power of multiple casters. Force projections slammed into his body from a dozen angles simultaneously. Energy attacks of different types, cutting force, crushing force, binding force, rotational force, tore at his clothes and scarred his skin. And Xianxia consumed every bit of it. Not just the energy, but the contempt that powered it. These cultivators, who had spent their entire lives believing themselves superior to the outside world, who had been taught from childhood that their sect was the ultimate authority on fate's nature, they looked at him and saw a violation. An outsider who had dared to cultivate without permission, without the sect's blessing, without understanding the proper hierarchy of their world. A devourer, which meant a consumer, a thing that took rather than earned. That contempt was exquisite. That judgment was fuel of the highest quality. By the time Xianxia reached the archive's entrance, stepping over collapsed cultivators and through the dissipating remnants of binding spells, his silver fate lines were burning so brightly that anyone looking directly at them would have to shield their eyes. His hunger was not diminished, it was sharpened. The sect had fed him for the entire journey, and with every step deeper into their sacred territory, he had grown stronger. He was not exhausted. He was not wounded. He was not afraid. He was fed, and he was ready to consume everything the archive held. Chapter 109. The archive chamber was lit by perpetual luminescent stones embedded in the ceiling, a light that never varied, never dimmed, steady and eternal like the records it illuminated. The walls were lined with shelves holding records of divination going back 500 years. Not just scrolls or tablets, but physical manifestations of fate itself. Every prophecy, every reading, every fate calculation ever made by the sect's greatest seers had been crystallized and stored. Some shelves held chains of small crystals, each one containing 1,000 calculations. Other sections had entire walls of bound leather, records so old the leather had turned to something closer to stone than hide. But at the center of the chamber, beneath a protective dome of layered fate barriers that shimmered with intricate patterns, sat the anchor. It looked like nothing. A small crystal sphere, no larger than a child's fist, suspended in midair by invisible forces. It seemed almost dormant, almost insignificant, the kind of object that might have been placed in a corner and forgotten. But Xianxia could feel the power flowing through it with every beat of his heart, the weight of 200 years of accumulated control radiating outward in invisible tendrils that touched every cultivator on the continent. He could sense the lock's consciousness reaching through this point, touching millions of fate lines simultaneously, adjusting them, constraining them, making certain outcomes impossible. And standing before it, arms crossed, was Grand Seer Halmurin. He was older than Xianxia had imagined. Not in body. The Grand Seer's physical form was maintained by cultivation, locked at the appearance of a man in his 60s, with dark hair only beginning to gray at the temples. His hands were unmarked by age, his posture straight. But his eyes held 400 years. They had seen empires rise and fall. They had guided the fate of an entire world according to his design. There was a depth in those eyes that no living human should possess. Centuries of accumulated memory, calculation, and consequence compressed into a single gaze. Xianxia, the Grand Seer said calmly, his voice carrying no alarm or surprise, only a kind of satisfied recognition. You have survived the Sex Guardians. Impressive, though I confess I expected no less from a fate devourer. You have a gift, after all, a gift that should not exist, a gap in my perfect work. I have been wondering when you would mature enough to challenge it. The Grand Seer did not reach for a weapon. He did not assume a fighting stance. He simply stood before the anchor, as if his presence alone was sufficient barrier. He did not seem afraid. He seemed, instead, satisfied, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. I know what you are, Hao Murin continued, his tone conversational. And I know what you have been doing. Walking through the sect, consuming the judgment of every cultivator you encountered, feeding on their contempt. It is, actually quite clever. You have the strength of 5 sovereigns now, perhaps 6. Enough to challenge me, if I were an ordinary cultivator. But I am not. You are not. Xianxia asked, though he already knew the answer. I am 400 years old, the Grand Seer said. Every year of those 400 years is written into my fate line. Every decision I have made, every technique I have learned, every power I have accumulated, it is all there, layered on top of each other. My fate line is not just thick, Xianxia. It is ancient. It is a density of destiny that no single person could possibly consume in their entirety. He stepped aside, moving around the anchor with unhurried grace to face Xianxia directly across the small space. His eyes never left Xianxia's face. Do you understand what you are proposing to consume? 400 years of accumulated destiny. Every crime I have committed. Every life I have directed toward particular outcomes. Every outcome I have suppressed or diverted because it did not serve my design. Every manipulation, every calculation, every moment where I chose to reshape someone else's fate instead of allowing them to exist as they were meant to. 400 years of that, all compressed into a single fate line. All of it burned into my being. All of it waiting to be taken. Yes, Xianxia said. His voice was steady. And you believe you can survive it? For the first time, something flickered across the Grand Seer's face. Not doubt, but curiosity. Most minds would shatter. A human consciousness can only hold so much experience before it fragments into incoherence. I have watched cultivators attempt to consume too much power too quickly. They either go mad or they die, their souls rupturing under the weight. I know I can survive it, Xianxia said. I may not survive it well. I may emerge changed in ways I cannot predict. But I will survive. Because I am not most people. I was not supposed to exist, and yet I do. My entire nature is an exception to your perfect lock. The Grand Seer's expression did not change. But Xianxia saw something flicker in those ancient eyes, not fear, but recognition. This was not a cultivator trying to stop him. This was a man who had just realized that his certainty, which had sustained him for 400 years, which had allowed him to believe his work was permanent and unassailable, was about to be tested by someone who could not be predicted using the tools of fate reading. You will remember this moment, Xianxia said, speaking the words as if they were fate themselves, making them true by saying them. Probably not why it mattered. The significance will fade. But the moment itself, you will remember. Probably not why it mattered. That's fine. He stepped toward the Grand Seer and began to consume. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. The Grand Seer's fate line was not a simple thing to be drawn in. It was a vast labyrinth, a structure of immense complexity, where 400 years of decisions had been layered on top of each other. The outer layers were accessibility, those parts of his fate that had been actively used, actively redirected, actively maintained. But beneath those lay countless other strata, centuries upon centuries of memory compressed into pure destiny. As Xianxia pulled, fragments came loose and entered his consciousness. A young man, 400 years earlier, standing in a burning city. The taste of ambition, a desire to understand fate, to read it, to master it, to never be surprised by destiny again. The weight of the first killing he did, using fate reading to guide an assassination, to calculate the exact moment when a cultivator would be vulnerable. The discovery of the lock's design, sketched on paper, the idea arriving fully formed as if the universe itself wanted him to understand how to control it. The realization that he could build a system. He could make certain outcomes impossible. He could lock the world in place. Centuries of power. the taste of reshaping kingdoms by redirecting the fate of key individuals. The moment he isolated a child, Xianxia himself, he realized with a shock of recognition, in the moment before the child was born, calculating whether to allow the fate devourer to develop. The Grand Seer had decided yes, for a moment, then decided no. Then the lock had been adjusted, tightened, narrowed to ensure no second devourer could ever fully manifest. But there was a gap. There was always a gap. Xianxia existed in that gap, and the Grand Seer's fate lines, as ancient and thick as they were, could not quite reach to eliminate him. So instead, the old man had spent 400 years suppressing every outcome where Xianxia became a real threat. Infinite calculations, endless redirections, a 4-century-long effort to keep a single child bounded. Until now, the first wave of consumption hit Xianxia like a physical blow. For centuries of memory and power poured into him. Too fast, too vast, too much. His body convulsed. Blood ran from his nose. His vision fragmented into 1,000 overlapping moments, each one a different period in the Grand Seer's eternal existence. He saw kingdoms rise and fall. He saw individual faces, thousands of them, each one a life that had been redirected by a fate reading made 400 years ago. But he did not stop. He kept pulling, kept consuming, kept drawing the ancient fate line into himself. He could feel the limit approaching, the point where his mind would begin to fragment, but he pushed past it anyway. The Grand Seer's face twisted. Not in pain. A man of his power did not feel pain from simple consumption, but in the shock of violation. For 400 years, no one had taken from him. Everyone had feared him, or served him, or worked within the limits he had set. But no one had ever simply seized what was his without permission, without negotiation. This was not combat. This was violation of a kind he had probably never experienced. Until now, Xianxia kept pulling. The archive chamber shook from the pressure of the extraction. The protective arrays around the anchor flared and brightened, attempting to stop the consumption, attempting to sever the connection between the Grand Seer and the anchor point. The luminescent stones in the ceiling flickered erratically. And through it all, Xianxia pulled and pulled, drawing forth centuries of fate into his body, burning with the effort, his silver lines bright enough to cast harsh shadows across the chamber walls. The Grand Seer gasped, a sound that might have been surprise or might have been the beginning of understanding. "You are actually doing it," Halmurin said, his voice strained, carrying genuine shock for the first time. "You are actually—" And then he stopped. He closed his eyes. And instead of resisting the consumption, instead of trying to protect himself, the Grand Seer began to redirect. Chapter 110. The redirection was subtle at first, a shift in how the fate lines moved, a rotation of their angle that made them harder to grip. Xianxia felt the consumption become more difficult, like trying to drink water that was flowing upward instead of downward. The Grand Seer was not trying to stop the extraction. He was trying to angle it, to redirect the flow sideways, to distribute it in ways that made the draw less efficient. It was brilliant, actually. He was not defending against being consumed. He was making consumption itself inefficient. It was an insidious defense. He was not protecting his fate lines by making them stronger. He was changing their trajectory so that Xianxia could not consume them cleanly. Every thread that Xianxia pulled was twisted slightly, rotated, bent at angles that scattered the consumption. Xianxia pushed harder, but pushing harder required more energy, more focus, more will. And the deeper he reached into the Grand Seer's fate lines, the more complex the redirection became. The old cultivator had spent 400 years perfecting every technique, every method of controlling destiny, every subtle manipulation. And now he was applying all of that accumulated expertise to a single problem, making himself fundamentally unconsumable. The archive chamber became its own contained war. Not a war of physical violence, but a war of competing perceptions, fate against fate, consumption against redirection. Xianxia tried to pull. The Grand Seer rotated and redirected. The stone walls began to crack from the pressure of their conflict, hairline fractures that spread like spiderwebs across the pale stone. Shelves of ancient records tumbled, and centuries-old crystallized prophecies shattered on the ground, releasing the fates they had preserved into the open air. The protective arrays around the anchor point flared and brightened, then flickered, then stabilized, then flickered again, unable to determine which of the two forces it should be protecting against. Blood ran freely from Xianxia's nose now. His ears bled. His body was burning from the inside. His cultivation channels running hot enough that his skin had begun to show red, whilst where internal heat was radiating outward. The 4 centuries he had already consumed were warring with each other inside him. The memories, the techniques, the accumulated trauma of 400 years of wielding absolute power and reshaping the world according to a single man's vision. It was like trying to hold 1,000 different people's consciousness in one skull at the same time. Some fragments tried to assert themselves, demanding to be understood. Some tried to retreat deeper into his mind, seeking shelter. Some simply shattered under the pressure, exploding into component pieces. But he would not stop. He understood with absolute clarity what stopping meant. Stopping meant failure. Stopping meant the fate lock remained intact, meant the Grand Seer's dominance continued for another century, meant the 6 other assault teams would fail to cascade the system. It meant the world remained beneath the weight of 200 years of carefully controlled destiny, with every outcome already calculated, every future already locked into place. He reached deeper. The Grand Seer's face was gray now, drained of blood, his ancient features becoming skeletal as he poured all his being into the work of redirection. The effort of continuous, intricate fate manipulation was exhausting even him, burning through reserves of power that had taken 400 years to accumulate. His 400 years of power met xianxia's fundamental nature, consumption against redirection, the irresistible force meeting the immovable object. Neither could overcome the other. Neither could yield without losing completely. The stalemate deepened. Seconds stretched into minutes. The archive grew colder, not from winter wind, but from the fact that so much energy was being focused into the invisible war that the normal ambient temperature was being pulled toward zero. The air itself seemed to resist breathing, compressed by the weight of their conflict, made dense and heavy by the pressure of competing fates. Frost began to form on the surviving shelves. Xianxia was on his knees now, then on his forearms, then nearly prostrate. One hand extended toward the Grand Seer, fingers spread wide, drawing fate with all his remaining strength. His body shook from the effort. His mind was fragmenting at the edges. He could feel his own consciousness trying to come apart, trying to reject the overwhelming amount of alien experience being forced into it. The old cultivator stood still, absolutely motionless, his eyes closed, his attention entirely focused on the intricate, constant work of redirection. Every moment, he was recalculating, re-angling, finding new pathways to bend the fate lines away from clean consumption. It could not continue like this forever. One of them would break. One of them would fail. Xianxia could feel his own limits approaching. He had consumed nearly as much as his mortal body could possibly hold. If he pushed further, the consumption would not kill him, but it would drive him insane. 400 years of someone else's lived experience, compressed into a single human mind, would shatter most consciousness beyond recovery. But the Grand Seer was approaching his own limit. The effort of redirecting his entire fate line, of making himself fundamentally unconsumable, was burning through his reserves at an accelerating rate. He was ancient, powerful, but he was not infinite. He was still mortal, still subject to the laws of energy and exhaustion, still capable of running out. And then, a presence. The archive chamber's back entrance burst open with force enough to shake the remaining shelves. A figure stepped through with such casual ease that the protective arrays, still partially destabilized from the consumption war, did not activate. Zhu Beiran's massive frame filled the doorway like a wall, his face empty of expression, his presence like a void in the world, that same unreadable, impossible to perceive emptiness that had always made him invisible to the lock's perception. He had abandoned Anchor Point 4. The operative team there would have failed or succeeded without him. Either way, he had made a choice in direct violation of the plan. He was here instead. Zhu said nothing. He never did. He simply positioned himself between the Grand Seer and any possible path of retreat, blocking the space where the old man might try to escape. He did not draw a weapon. He did not take a fighting stance. He simply stood there, an immovable presence, a blank space in fate where the Grand Seer's redirections could not calculate an escape. And in that moment of distraction, a moment so brief that even the Grand Seer's perception nearly missed it, his attention fixed entirely on the redirection work. The redirection wavered. Just for one instant. Just for a half-breath. The angles shifted. The redirected fate lines trembled. The perfect defense stuttered. Xianxia pulled with everything he had left. The Grand Seer's eyes snapped open, and for the first time, Xianxia saw genuine fear in those ancient eyes. Not fear of death. Death was probably a relief after 400 years. But fear of violation, a violation so complete that there was no recovery. The fate lines came loose. Thousands of them, burning with 400 years of history, tearing free from the Grand Seer and flowing into Xianxia in a torrent. The consumption became complete, total, absolute. The old cultivator gasped, a sound like a man drowning. his body suddenly diminishing as centuries of power left him. His ancient eyes dimmed as the weight he had carried for so long was suddenly lifted away. He fell to the ground. Xianxia fell with him, unable to move, unable to remain conscious, unable to process the weight of what had just entered his mind and body. For 100 years. In his consciousness now, all of it. The archive was silent except for the sound of their breathing, one shallow and labored, one deep and raw, both of them broken in their own way. Chapter 1:11 The archive chamber breathed tension like a living thing. Xianxia had been locked in the stalemate with Hao Murin for 17 minutes now, and the pressure of immobility was becoming its own weapon. Neither could break the other's fate lines. The Grand Seer's defenses were not physical. They were architectural, a careful weaving of centuries that refused to collapse under direct assault. Every thread Xianxia consumed from the surface of the older man's fate tapestry was replaced by something deeper, something older, something that Xianxia could not quite penetrate without shattering the entire structure. And if he shattered it, the backlash would be uncertain. The uncertainty was the worst part. Xianxia had learned precision in his cultivation, learned to calculate outcomes and trace fate lines forward with clarity. But this was a choice that branched into darkness. If he forced his way through Hao Murin's core, the lock's infrastructure would convulse. 200 years of accumulated pressure, all released at once, would backwash through both of them like a whip made of pure force. He would survive it. He thought he would survive it. But the aftermath would be chaos, and chaos was a thing he could not control. Xianxia's eyes remained fixed on Hao Murin's face, watching for shifts in the Grand Seer's expression, reading the minor twitches that revealed where his consciousness was focusing. The old man was not afraid. That was almost worse than fear would have been. Fear made people predictable. Hao Murin simply looked patient, as if he had spent 4 centuries learning to wait, learning to outlast, learning that time itself could be a weapon if one was willing to let it flow around them like water around stone. "You are stalling," Hao Murin said quietly. His voice carried no accusation, merely observation. "Your support structure is working elsewhere. 7 anchors, I count, have fallen to external pressure. You have 12 minutes remaining in your coordinated window before the lock resets and consumes all 7 simultaneously." The precision of the information struck Xianxia like a physical blow. The Grand Seer had been reading the fate lines of the entire operation in real time, had been tracing the threads of every cultivator involved, had seen through the layers of distance and shielding to perceive the exact shape of the attack. The archive chamber's silence deepened. The realization that Hao Murin was not merely defending. He was observing, calculating, knowing exactly what was being attempted against him, sent a cold spike through Xianxia's consciousness. Then Zhu Beiran spoke from behind the perimeter barrier, her voice sharp and focused, still holding. "No one has breached the outer seal, but they're testing the northern gate. 2 minutes before they find the weakness." Her presence was solid, unwavering. She was not a powerful cultivator by the standards of the peak realms, but she was here, holding the perimeter alone, keeping the outer world from collapsing into this contained space. Xianxia felt the weight of her trust, the absolute certainty that he would find a way through this, that his plan would not fail them. The fate channel opened before Xianxia could respond. The Empress's presence arrived like a whisper through a vast darkness. 4 of 7 anchors are down. 3 remain. Your window closes. 11 minutes, 50 seconds. Xianxia's mind accelerated into a different kind of consumption, not of fate, but of possibility. The mathematics of the problem rearranged itself in his consciousness. 3 anchors. Anchor 5 was Lu Wanshir's responsibility, paired with the outer cultivators, a cultivator he trusted but had never fought beside, whose strength he could only estimate through their preliminary fate reading. Anchor 7 was the Grand Seer himself, woven into the lock's core in ways that were still not entirely clear to him. That left Anchor 6, which he had assigned to Shu Qingling and the council members who had turned against Hao Murin's reign, an anchor that depended on internal rebellion, on the sect's own cultivators choosing to dismantle the structure from within. 2 unknowns, 1 certainty, and time that was running out like sand through a broken hourglass. "Zhu," he said, without breaking his gaze from Hao Murin. "Signal Lu Wanshir. Code 7, Mark 3. Push on Anchor 5. Full collapse. We cannot afford partial success." Zhu Beiran's fate line flickered. She was already moving, already using the prearranged fate resonance to communicate with the outer network. She did not ask questions. Her trust in his command was absolute, which meant she did not ask what he was doing here, suspended in deadlock with a man 400 years old, while the architecture of the sect crumbled in real time. She simply moved to obey, her consciousness extending outward like a beacon, reaching through layers of spatial separation to deliver his message to the outer team. How Murin's expression shifted. Not fear. Calculation. You would consume me now, if you could. Why do you hesitate? It was a test. Xianxia recognized it as such. The Grand Seer was probing, trying to understand whether Xianxia's hesitation came from inability or strategy. The answer mattered. If Hao Murin thought he was facing an opponent who lacked the raw power to break through, his next moves would follow one pattern. If the Grand Seer understood that Xianxia was choosing restraint, choosing to fight through a different method entirely, that changed everything. Xianxia did not answer immediately. He was listening to his own fate lines, tracing the pathways that led from this moment forward. Every thread that showed him forcing a breakthrough on Hao Murin ended in a specific kind of death, not physical death, but something closer to dissolution. The Grand Seer's fate was not a weapon. It was a cage. Break it, and the 200 years of accumulated suppression energy would backwash through them both like a tidal wave made of pure force, reversing through their entangled fate lines, consuming everything in its path. Unless he changed the parameters of the problem entirely. Because, Xianxia said finally, I am waiting for your sect to realize they do not need you anymore. Something flickered across Hao Murin's face. Not uncertainty. Recognition. The Grand Seer understood, in that moment, that Xianxia was not attempting to destroy him through force. He was attempting to destroy him through clarity. The archive chamber seemed to compress around them, the weight of centuries and secrets pressing down like a physical force. The shelves of ancient texts that lined the walls seemed to lean inward, as if they too were listening, as if they recognized that something fundamental was shifting in this space. Outside the barrier, Zhu Beiran held her position with absolute stillness, her fate sense extended like a taut wire, monitoring for breach attempts, ready to move at a moment's notice. The minutes were bleeding away. 10 minutes, 40 seconds remained in the window. The Grand Seer's eyes were very dark, very old. And if they do, then, Xianxia said, the lock has no center left to anchor it. The stalemate held. The pressure mounted. Somewhere in the outer darkness of the sect, 5 cultivators fought against the remaining anchor points with everything they possessed, their voices reaching through the fate channel in fragments of strain and determination. And in a tower 3 districts away, an elderly woman with 30 years of fate mapping in her mind began to understand that her remaining time was not measured in years or even hours. It was measured in minutes. Chapter 112. The Empress did not scream when her body began to fail. Xianxia felt it through the fate channel, not as sound, but as a sudden, alarming silence. The coordination network that had held the 7-point attack in perfect synchronization for the last 20 minutes began to fray like a rope being pulled apart from both ends. It was not a violent collapse. It was worse than that. It was a gradual dissolution, a slow unwinding of threads that had been carefully maintained at the absolute limits of her cultivation for nearly an hour. Anchor 5 was collapsing rapidly, pushing toward completion, its defenders fighting with renewed intensity. But the Empress's consciousness was dissolving like watercolor paint in rain, the edges of her awareness beginning to blur and fade. She was not being attacked by external forces. She was simply running out. Running out of time, running out of cultivation, running out of the reserves that a 73-year-old woman should never have been able to maintain for this long in the first place. Xianxia's attention split for a fraction of a second, just enough to acknowledge the danger, just enough to begin calculating what would happen if the Empress's consciousness flickered out entirely. And Hao Murin seized that moment with the precision of a predator recognizing weakness. The Grand Seer pushed forward with a wave of fate pressure that should have broken Xianxia's concentration entirely, a surge of force designed to capitalize on his momentary distraction. It would have, 3 minutes ago. But Xianxia had spent nearly 20 minutes learning the exact shape of Hao Murin's attack pattern, had memorized the precise angles of his assault, had learned where the pressure built and where it could be redirected. He twisted through it like water through a sieve, losing no ground, his concentration remaining intact even as he felt the weight of the attack passing through him. The fate channel flickered and died, then sparked back to life. The Empress's voice came through in fragments, broken and interrupted. Cannot sustain. 12 more minutes. Too long. Calculations show will collapse in 3 minutes, 4 at most. Xianxia felt the weight of that knowledge. If the Empress's consciousness collapsed, the coordination between the 7 anchor points would shatter. The whole operation would fail. Years of planning, months of careful positioning, weeks of cultivators risking their lives for this moment. All of it would be undone. Then, something changed. Xianxia felt it as a surge of intentionality, a profound shift in the Empress's consciousness. It was a decision being made in a split second by a woman who had lived 73 years and accumulated 30 years of patient, meticulous observation. The Empress did not try to stabilize her own failing cultivation. She did not attempt to find some hidden reserve of strength, did not try to preserve herself. Instead, she opened every barrier in her mind, every carefully constructed wall that had held her knowledge close, every sealed chamber where she had stored her observations, and she pushed everything outward. Everything she had learned, everything she had seen, everything she had carefully noted down across 3 decades of quiet study was shoved directly into xianxia's consciousness like water through a broken dam. It was not a scream. It was a cascade. 30 years of fate mapping entered xianxia in a single, overwhelming flood. The transfer was not gradual. It was instantaneous, overwhelming, complete. He saw the pressure points of the lock as the Empress had seen them over 3 decades of observation, not as abstract architectural elements in some distant theoretical space, but as living pressure points that breathed and shifted, that had rhythms and patterns, that weakened in certain ways and remained strong in others. He saw the vulnerabilities she had mapped in the quiet hours of her study, the places where the lock's infrastructure bent under its own weight, where the centuries of accumulated pressure had worn grooves and weaknesses into its structure. He saw the blind spots she had identified with patient precision, the moments of weakness that occurred in precise 5-minute cycles as the lock systems recycled and reset themselves. But more than that, more significant than all of the specific knowledge, he felt the nature of how she had learned these things. Not through violence or consumption, not through the harsh methods of forced extraction, through watching, through decades of patient, careful observation, through sitting quietly in gardens and listening to the hum of the lock's mechanisms, through noticing the small tremors and shifts that most people would overlook, through love for her sect and the people in it, and through horror at what it had become under Murin's careful suppression. Through the quiet accumulation of knowledge across 30 years, never spoken, never shared, never weaponized, held close to her heart like a secret prayer whispered to the night sky. The transfer burned through his fate lines like lightning through water. Every cell in his consciousness was illuminated by the sudden influx of understanding. The map of the lock became clear in his mind, not as diagrams or abstract theory, but as a living architectural system with pressure points and vulnerabilities, with rhythm and pattern. When the transfer ended, Xianxia felt the weight of it settle into his core. The Empress's presence in the fate channel did not disappear entirely. It simply quieted. Her consciousness was still there, still alive, but muffled and distant, as if she had stepped into a distant room and closed the door between them. Alive. Definitely alive. But the cultivation that had sustained her for decades was simply gone, completely redirected, entirely transferred into Xianxia's understanding. She was no longer a cultivator. She was simply an old woman in a tower, her power consumed in an instant to save the operation. He staggered. It was the first outward sign of strain he had shown in the entire confrontation. His legs actually wavered, and Murin's eyes widened slightly. The Grand Seer, recognizing something fundamental, had just shifted. What did you just? But Xianxia was not staggering from weakness. He was staggering from the sheer, overwhelming weight of comprehension. He could see the fate lock now. Not abstractly, not theoretically, clearly, with the precision of someone who had spent 30 years studying it. Every thread of it, every tension point, every place where 200 years of accumulated suppression energy had been carefully balanced and maintained. Every vulnerability, every pressure point, every moment where the lock's infrastructure was vulnerable. The Empress had given him not just knowledge, but understanding, and understanding was consumption of a different kind entirely. Understanding was power that came from knowledge rather than force. Anchor 5 is gone, the fate channel whispered, not the Empress's voice, but Shu Qingling's, reporting in from the outer network. The council member's voice was sharp and clear. 5 is completely collapsed. 6 is engaged and under fire. We are holding the perimeter. 8 minutes, 32 seconds in the window. But Xianxia did not need 8 minutes anymore. He did not need even half that. With the Empress's fate map overlaying his own perception, with 30 years of careful observation now written into his consciousness, he needed perhaps 3 minutes. Perhaps less. He looked at Murin across the 3 meters of archive air that separated them. The Grand Seer's expression had shifted. Not fear. Not yet. But something close to understanding. The old man had just witnessed something he could not replicate, could not consume, could not defend against. Xianxia had received something vast from outside. Not power, not force, but clarity. Understanding. A gift that the Grand Seer could not counter or consume in return. because it had come through sacrifice and love rather than ambition and accumulation. For the first time in 400 years, Halmurin looked genuinely unsure. Chapter 113. The clarity was crystalline. Xianxia stood in the center of the archive chamber, and with the Empress's fate map overlaying his own perception like a second set of eyes, the entire structure of the lock revealed itself in perfect detail. The three-dimensional architecture of suppression became visible to him in all of its terrible complexity. He could see how it had been built, not as an external cage that could be broken and discarded, but as an internal framework woven into the sect's very foundations, into the bedrock of every cultivator's fate line, into the soil and stone upon which the sect itself stood. He could see where each anchor point connected to the others, how they formed a network of interdependent pressure, how the energy flowed from one to the next in a carefully choreographed pattern that had been refined over 2 centuries. More importantly, he could see the weak points, the places where the Empress's 30 years of observation had identified vulnerabilities in the lock structure. Not cracks, exactly. Halmurin was too skilled for that, but places where the pressure became slightly unbearable, where the fine balance that maintained the entire system began to strain and shift. And he could see the 7th anchor. It was Halmurin himself. The understanding struck Xianxia with the force of revelation. The Grand Seer was not merely the lock's builder, not merely the lock's keeper. He was the lock's living center. His 400-year-old fate lines were woven into the lock's architecture so completely that they had become inseparable from it, that the distinction between the man and the mechanism had ceased to exist long ago. The lock did not merely rest on him. It was him. Or rather, he was it. The differentiation had no meaning anymore. They were one system, one architecture, one being. Xianxia could see the complete pathway forward now. If he pressed the attack, if he forced his way through the remaining barriers using the vulnerabilities that the Empress had mapped for him, the lock would shatter. It would definitely shatter. The suppression would end. Every cultivator in the sect who had been quietly held back, every potential that had been carefully capped, every future that had been made impossible would suddenly be released, would become possible again. But in that moment of shattering, all 200 years of accumulated fate pressure that Halmurin had carefully collected and stored and managed would snap backward through him like a whip made of pure force. The reversal would be complete and instantaneous. Every thread that had been woven outward from the Grand Seer's consciousness to maintain the lock would snap backward to its source, pulling with it all of the energy that had been accumulated over centuries. He would not die from it. Halmurin was far too carefully preserved, far too masterfully maintained, for death. The Grand Seer would survive the reversal, but he would lose everything he had built himself into. For centuries of knowledge, power, careful manipulation, and accumulated fate energy would simply drain away, pulled backward into the void that the lock's destruction left behind. The 400-year accumulation would be reversed in seconds, annihilated, made void. He would be returned to the baseline, to what a 400-year-old cultivator would be without 4 centuries of careful gathering and preservation. Halmurin would become ordinary. The thought crystallized in Xianxia's mind with absolute clarity. The Grand Seer who had walked through 4 centuries in perfect control of his own fate and the fates of everyone around him would simply become a very old man. Powerful still, by the standards of most mortals, but ordinary by the standards of those who had spent their lives in the higher cultivation realms. His special status would be gone. His 400-year accumulation would be reversed and dispersed. He would be left with only what any 400-year-old cultivator could achieve through conventional means. Xianxia looked at Halmurin. Halmurin looked back. The archive chamber held them both in its silence. The shelves of ancient texts that surrounded them seemed to lean in, listening, witnessing. Xianxia could read every line of the Grand Seer's face, could see the moment of absolute clarity when a man who has lived 400 years realizes with sudden, overwhelming finality that his time of control has ended. The carefully composed masks that Halmurin had maintained across centuries began to crack, one by one, like ice breaking on a frozen river. The expression underneath, the truth that the Grand Seer usually hid even from himself, was not anger or desperation. It was fear, pure, naked, existential fear. Not of death, which he had already contemplated and accepted long ago, but of powerlessness, of becoming irrelevant, of becoming small. A man who had spent 400 years ensuring that he was never small, never overlooked, never ordinary, never weak, confronting the moment when all of that carefully maintained status would be taken from him in an instant. In the space of seconds, his accumulation would reverse. In the space of a breath, his power would drain away. In the space of a heartbeat, he would become what he feared most, insignificant. Between them, The archive dust hung suspended in the still air, fine particles moving like slow snow through the light that filtered through the high windows. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the barrier, Zhu Beiran held her position with absolute stillness, her presence unwavering. In a tower 3 districts away, the Empress lay in a garden with her cultivation gone and her consciousness retreating into the quiet spaces of rest, her body finally allowed to stop fighting. In 7 different locations across the sect, cultivators fought against anchor points that were crumbling toward collapse, their voices reaching through the fate channel in fragments of effort and determination. But in the archive chamber, there was only silence. 2 men who understood fate completely, separated by 3 meters of air and 4 centuries of accumulated difference. 2 practitioners of the highest cultivation arts, locked in a moment where words had become almost unnecessary because everything that needed to be said could be read in the fate lines themselves. "You know," Hao Murin said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "You have seen what I would become." "Yes," Xianxia replied. His voice matched the Grand Seer's, soft, measured, precise. "And you will do it anyway." Xianxia did not answer immediately. He was listening to his own fate lines, tracing the pathways forward, observing the multiple branches of possibility that opened from this moment. He could feel the weight of the Empress's sacrifice, the burden of 30 years of careful observation now carried in his own consciousness, woven into his fate threads. He could feel Zhu Beiran's unwavering presence behind the barrier, solid and steady. He could feel the sect's cultivators fighting in the darkness, each of them aware that this moment was the hinge on which the entire future would turn, that everything they had sacrificed for led to this single moment. He could see what he was being asked to do, not to destroy Hao Murin through force, but to enable the Grand Seer's own system, his own careful architecture, to consume him, to force the lock to reverse itself, to pull back all of the accumulated power into a single point, and to create a moment of such overwhelming force that even Hao Murin's carefully preserved consciousness would be left ordinary. "Not," Xianxia said finally, "in the way you expect." The Grand Seer's expression shifted, not relief, exactly, because no relief was truly possible in this moment. Something closer to resignation. Understanding. He had perceived, in that instant, that he had already lost, not to Xianxiao's force, but to the very system he had created. The lock would consume him. It was only a question of when. Chapter 114. Xun Yao did something that Hao Murin had not prepared for, something that no amount of 400 years of fate reading could have fully anticipated. He stopped consuming. The pressure that had been building between them for the last 23 minutes suddenly released like air escaping from a sealed chamber. The weight that had been accumulating in the archive space seemed to lift for a moment. But instead of using that release as an opening for a final assault, instead of forcing his way through the last barriers of Hao Murin's fate core while the Grand Seer's concentration was fractured, Xianxia did something entirely different. He opened his own consciousness entirely, not in a defensive posture, but fully, transparently, completely. And he spoke directly to every Celestial Divination Sect Council member who was currently watching this confrontation through their own Seers network. The cultivators who had positioned themselves throughout the sect, monitoring events, waiting for the outcome of this confrontation. The transmission was not violent. It required no force, no compulsion, no manipulation. It was precise and absolute, and utterly transparent. Xianxia did not hide anything. He opened his own fate lines and allowed the council members to see, to fully perceive with their own cultivation sense, every action that Hao Murin had taken across the 400 years of the Grand Seer's time as the sect's supreme authority. Every fate devourer who had been quietly eliminated when they grew too powerful or too dangerous. Every assassination carried out in the shadows. Every manipulation of the lock itself. Each one designed with meticulous care to suppress the natural growth of cultivators who might become too powerful for Hao Murin to control. He showed them the council members' own fate lines as they appeared before the lock was built, the potential paths that each of them could have walked, the futures that should have been available to them, the cultivation realms they should have been able to reach. And he showed them the lock's influence, the careful pressure that had been applied to each of them across decades, the futures that had been quietly made impossible by the Grand Seer's hand, the potential that had been systematically suppressed and constrained. It was not an accusation. It was knowledge, pure, undeniable, transmitted directly through their fate sense, impossible to refute or deny because it was written in the very structure of their own fate lines. The cascade of revelation moved through the Celestial Divination Sect like a shock wave moving through water, spreading outward in concentric circles of clarity. Xianxia felt at the moment the first council member realized the truth. The sudden, sickening recognition of what they had been living under for decades. Then the second council member. Then the third reaction came within seconds. By the time 15 seconds had passed, 6 of the 7 council members had understood what their own eyes had been prevented from seeing through careful cultivation suppression, that humiliate, their grand seer, had been carefully suppressing each of them across decades, had been preventing their natural advancement, had been quietly ensuring that none of them would ever become powerful enough to challenge his rule. The sect's internal power structure did not collapse gradually over time, did not fade away slowly through resignation. It collapsed in real time. Xianxia could feel it happening, could perceive it through the fate channel as if watching dominoes fall. Xianxia could feel the exact moment when the senior council member's loyalty simply evaporated like morning mist in sunlight. Not out of hatred. Some of them had served humiliate faithfully for decades, and gratitude does not die in an instant, does not transform into rage in a heartbeat. But out of clarity, out of the sudden, overwhelming understanding that they had been slowly poisoned from within, that every moment of stagnation in their cultivation, every suppression they had felt across their fate lines, every ceiling that had been placed on their advancement, had been deliberate, intentional, designed. In the archive chamber, humiliate's expression did not change outwardly, but Xianxia could read the Grand Seer's fate lines clearly. He could see the moment when humiliate understood what had just happened. Not destruction, not violent overthrow, not physical defeat. Something worse. He had lost the support of his own sect. More than that, he had lost the loyalty of people who had served him faithfully, not out of coercion or fear, but out of choice, out of genuine belief in his leadership. And that loss was irreversible. And that loss was perhaps more devastating than any fake consumption Xianxia could have performed directly. You did not need to destroy me, the Grand Seer said quietly, his voice measured and precise despite everything. You needed only to show them what I had done. Yes, Xianxia replied simply. 7 minutes. 43 seconds remained in the coordination window. But Xianxia did not need the full 7 minutes anymore. He did not need to force his way through humiliate's remaining defenses. He did not need to destroy the Grand Seer with his own hands. The sect itself would do that now, in its own way, in its own time. The council members were already moving, already repositioning themselves, already beginning the process of dismantling the lock from within their own authority structures. The senior cultivators were already recalculating their positions relative to the Grand Seer's power. The shift was happening in real time. The fate channel crackled with activity, voices overlapping. Xu Qingling's voice came through clear and sharp. Anchor 6 is failing. Council support is withdrawn. The Grand Seer is isolated. We are proceeding to the next phase. Anchor 7, humiliate himself, stood in the center of an archive chamber that was no longer his domain. For the first time in 400 years, he was truly alone. Not physically alone, but in every way that mattered in the cultivation world. He had lost his place. He had lost the structures that had sustained him. He had lost the loyalty that had propped him up. Xianxia could see it in the old man's face, the acceptance spreading like frost across winter glass. The understanding that 4 centuries of careful control had been undone not through force, not through direct confrontation, but through clarity. Through the simple act of allowing others to see what they had always been prevented from seeing. The power of truth was greater than the power of the lock. It was, in its way, the perfect victory. The Grand Seer stood before him still possessed of 4 centuries of knowledge and power, still capable of tremendous destruction, still formidable in every conventional sense. But all of that was now anchored to nothing. The sect that had sustained him for so long had withdrawn its support. The cultivators who had relied on him for guidance and protection had discovered the truth. His isolation was absolute. His foundation had crumbled beneath him. What do you mean to do now? Humiliate asked. The question was not meant to delay. It was simple curiosity. The Grand Seer had made peace with his end. But before Xianxia could answer, before he could respond to that question, the fate channel erupted with new information. Xu Qingling's voice arrived in rapid fragments. Anchor 6 is collapsing, final barrier breaking. He sealed the innermost chamber. We cannot proceed further without direct access. You must complete the 7th anchor yourself. He is moving. He's moving toward the archive center. He is moving toward the emergency protocol. The Grand Seer's expression hardened. Not with fear, with resolve, with the understanding that mercy had been the only option available to him, and that option had just been taken away. He turned away from Xianxia, turned toward the center of the archive chamber where the deepest records were stored, where the oldest mechanisms of the lock were rooted, and Xianxia felt the moment when humiliate made his final decision. The decision to fight. Chapter 115. The emergency protocol had been designed over 300 years ago, buried deep in the lock's infrastructure, sealed away in places that only the Grand Seer possessed the knowledge to access. It was meant to be the ultimate failsafe, not a defensive measure, but a weapon that could be deployed if the lock itself was ever threatened with complete destruction. A last resort that would ensure that if the lock fell, it would not fall alone. Hao Murin reached toward that deepest chamber with his consciousness, and Xianxia felt the moment when the Grand Seer activated it. It was not subtle. It was not refined. It was simply power, the full 200 years of accumulated fate pressure that had been stored and concentrated and preserved, all of it, released at once and directed with absolute precision at a single target. The entire weight of 2 centuries of suppression energy, concentrated into a spear made of pure force, aimed directly at Xianxia's core. The attack hit Xianxia like a physical collision. It was not a fake consumption attempt, not a subtle maneuvering of threads, not an attempt to break through his defenses or overwhelm his consciousness through superior force. It was simply destruction, raw, undeniable, and sufficient to kill almost any cultivator in the known world. The archive chamber became a maelstrom of pressure, the very air bending and distorting under the weight of so much accumulated energy. Books fell from shelves. The stone floor cracked. The entire chamber seemed to compress inward, pulled by the force of the attack, towards Xianxia's position. Xianxia's consciousness flickered. The attack struck him at a level deeper than the physical, deeper than the cultivation sense, hitting directly at the core of his being. His awareness wavered. Darkness began to creep in at the edges of his perception. For a moment, for just one instant, Xianxia believed he was going to die, but it did not break. Something interpursed itself between the attack and Xianxia's core. Something vast and ancient and patient. Something that had been waiting for this moment for 300 years, since the day when the original Devourer had made a decision that preserved a fragment of themselves in the lock's own infrastructure. Not to be captured, but to be preserved. Not as a prisoner, but as a witness. As a memory. As a promise. The Fate Echo spoke once, and only once. At last, it said. The voice was not quite Xianxia's, not quite anyone's. It was something other, something beyond the normal categories of existence. It was the voice of a consciousness that had been suspended in the lock's own threads for 3 centuries, held in the spaces between the suppression threads, waiting for the moment when a devourer would return, when the original enemy of Hao Murin would come looking for them, when the moment of resolution would finally arrive. The voice carried with it the weight of 300 years of patient waiting, the accumulation of centuries of hope held in the darkness. The echo expanded. It grew outward, filling the archive chamber with its presence. It was not a large thing, just a fragment, a preserved shard of consciousness and will, a tiny piece of what the original Devourer had been 300 years ago. But it was fierce. It was absolute. It was bright with purpose. And it had been waiting. 300 years of waiting in the dark places, 300 years of holding on, 300 years of existing in the margins, all for this one act. This one moment of purpose. This single instant when it could be useful. The Fate Echo consumed the entire emergency protocol attack. It moved with perfect grace and terrible determination, spreading itself like a shield between the incoming force and Xianxia's core, and then taking the attack directly into itself. It took all of the Grand Seer's 200-year accumulated power, all of the lock's backup energy, every ounce of the fail-safe mechanism that Hao Murin had carefully built into the system over centuries, and it simply absorbed them, drew them in, held them. The echo burned with the effort. Xianxia could see it happening with his fate sense, could feel it, could perceive the dissolution that was happening in real time. The echo was not destroying the attack or dissipating it. It was consuming it, taking the energy into itself and burning it away from the inside, converting the attack into harmlessness through sacrifice. The echo was dying, not dissolving into nothingness, not fading away into irrelevance, burning away, consuming itself in the act of saving Xianxia from the attack, trading itself for his continued existence, making a choice that was clear and absolute and could never be undone. "Forgive me," the echo said. Its voice was growing fainter, attenuated as the consciousness that powered it dispersed. "Forgive me for existing only in the dark places, for waiting so long, for being so little after such a long time, for not having more to give." Then it spoke something that was almost a prayer, a final statement carved out of the last moments of its existence. "Let them know that we existed. Let them know that we fought. Let them know that in the end, we chose to return. We chose to matter, even if only for this one moment." The Fate Echo dispersed. It went quietly, without fanfare or final revelation or dramatic manifestation. Just a fragmented consciousness dissolving back into the threads of fate it had emerged from. scattering like autumn leaves on wind, leaving behind only the faintest impression of presence, the ghost of a memory, the echo of an echo. But in that moment of dissolution, Xianxia felt something that he had not expected to feel. He felt grief. Deep grief. Profound grief. Grief for a consciousness that had existed only in the dark places of the loch, that had never known what it was like to walk in sunlight or feel free. Grief for a devourer whose name had been erased from history, whose contributions had been forgotten, whose very existence had been suppressed and hidden. Grief for the 300 years of waiting, of holding on, of preserving a fragment of self in isolation, only for this moment. The echo had given everything, its entire existence, to ensure that Xianxia would survive the fail-safe attack. And now it was gone, completely gone, not to be recovered or restored or found again. The consciousness that had waited 3 centuries had ceased to exist, had transformed into nothing, had returned itself to the fundamental threads of fate. The archive chamber fell silent. In that silence, something broke. The careful control that humiliate had maintained across 4 centuries began to crumble. The Grand Seer was standing motionless, his expression void of all feeling, all control, all the careful masks that had sustained him through centuries of absolute rule. For the first time in 400 years, his facade had fallen completely away. The 7th anchor fell. Humiliate's fate lines, which had been woven into the loch's infrastructure for so long that they had become the architecture itself, suddenly became vulnerable. And with nothing holding them up anymore, with no external support, with the council members withdrawing their power and the loch itself beginning to crumble into chaos, they simply came apart. The threads unraveled. The pattern dissolved. The loch shattered. It did not shatter dramatically or violently. There were no explosions, no visible light, no signs of cataclysm that could be perceived by the physical senses. But in the realm of fate, in the deep architecture of suppression that had held the entire celestial divination sect in careful stasis for 200 years, everything simply fractured and dispersed like ice breaking on a frozen river in spring. The structure that had taken centuries to build came apart in seconds. The suppression lifted. Xianxia felt it move through the entire sect in a single instant, moving like a wave through water, touching every cultivator, reaching into every corner. Every cultivator who had been quietly held back now found themselves suddenly free. Every potential that had been carefully capped was suddenly released. Every future that had been made impossible suddenly became possible again. The loch's pressure, which had been so constant and so pervasive that most cultivators had ceased to notice it, had simply ceased to exist. Humiliate collapsed. Not into unconsciousness. He remained aware, remained conscious, remained present. Not into death, though that would perhaps have been merciful. He simply fell to his knees in the center of the archive chamber, his 400-year accumulation gone, his power reversed back into the void where it had come from, his fate lines simple and ordinary and very, very tired. A man 400 years old, yes, but only 400 years. No more. No special power. No accumulated greatness. Just age and exhaustion. The Grand Seer looked up at Xianxia. In his eyes was no anger, no fear, no final defiance or desperate last stand. Only exhaustion. The profound, deep exhaustion of a man who had carried weight for far too long and had finally, at last, been allowed to put it down. The weight of 400 years. The weight of 200 years of accumulated power and responsibility. The weight of the loch, woven into his very being. All of it gone. Zhu Beiran's presence flickered across the barrier, her consciousness reaching through the failing seal. It's done. The outer seal is breaking. We need to move. Now. But Xianxia did not move immediately. He stood in the archive chamber, feeling the echo's absence like a weight in his chest, like a cavity where something had been and now was not. 300 years of waiting. 300 years of existing in the margins, holding on, preserving itself in the darkness. And then, in a single moment, it had chosen to cease being, to burn away, to return to the threads of fate from which it had come. He carried the echo with him now, not in his fate lines, which remained untouched, but in his understanding, in his knowledge, in his consciousness, in the awareness of what sacrifice looked like when it was made not from duty, not from obligation, not from hatred or fear, but from a quiet, absolute clarity about what mattered, about what was worth existing for. The loch was broken. Humiliate was fallen. The sect would restructure itself over the coming months and years, would begin to grow in the ways that had been made impossible for 200 years. New leaders would emerge. New paths would become available. New futures would become possible. But the cost was written in the dissolution of a consciousness that had waited 3 centuries for this one moment of meaning. The cost was paid in the dispersal of the echo, in the end of that patient waiting, in the return to nothing of something that had insisted on existence for 300 years. Xianxia turned away from the kneeling Grand Seer and moved toward the barrier where Zhu Baran waited, her presence solid and steady. Behind him, the archive chamber began to crumble into silence. Books fell. Stone cracked. The great shelves that had held the sect's oldest secrets began to collapse. But Xianxia carried the echo's memory with him as he walked, holding it carefully in his consciousness like a small, precious thing. The original devourer had returned. The lock was broken. The old world was ending, and the sect would never be the same. Chapter 116. The sensation arrives like the world's breath released. Xianxia is in the archive room when it happens. Not a shaking. The ground does not move. Not a sound. No bells, no warnings, no supernatural fanfare announcing the conclusion of epochs. Instead, there is a sudden, profound absence of pressure. Every being across the continent feels it simultaneously. The weight they didn't know they were carrying, the invisible hand that held their fate lines in prescribed patterns, simply stops. Through fate dominion, Xianxia sees it in crystalline detail. The seventh anchor, humiliate, the Grand Seer himself, is collapsing inward. His function as the lock's keystone is being severed. The fate echo of the previous devourer, that ancient, sacrificial consciousness, takes the final strike meant for Xianxia and fragments itself in the process of absorbing it. As that echo shatters, the lock it has been anchoring for 400 years breaks with it. Across the continent, the lock's constraint dissolves. Xianxia closes his eyes and watches with eyes that are not physical. He sees the moment the fate lines understand they are free. Thousands of them, millions of them, suddenly no longer corralled into their prescribed paths. They were like rivers forced through channels too narrow for their true currents, and now the channels shatter. The water moves toward where it actually wants to go. A cultivator in the northern province of Tianyang reaches a barrier he has been unable to breach for a decade, a bottleneck in the ascending breath technique that has kept him suspended for years. In the moment the lock shatters, his fate lines rush forward. They find the passage he couldn't see before. He advances. His two disciples, who stood beside him with equally trapped destinies, advance with him. 3 break through simultaneously. It takes them 15 minutes to understand that something in the world has changed. It takes another hour for word to spread to the celestial divination sect's communication array. By then, other minor sects are reporting the same impossible rush forward of disciples trapped for years. The lock is gone. Xianxia opens his eyes. He is in the archive room of the celestial divination sect, and he is not alone. Grand Seer humiliate stands near the center of the room, exactly where he has stood for 4 centuries. His hands are at his sides. His breathing is shallow but even. His eyes, which once held the weight of ages and the complexity of 400 years of processed fate information, are now simply old eyes, dark, tired, unremarkable. The accumulated fate energy that has sustained him is gone. All of it. Every scrap of the 4 centuries of power he consumed and stored and balanced within his frame has drained away with the shattering of the lock. He is not dead. This is not the mercy of a quick ending. He is alive and present and extraordinarily, starkly ordinary. Xianxia does not move. He watches the old man in the archive room, and he sees the moment how Murin realizes what he is now. The Grand Seer's fingers curl slightly. That is all. He does not speak. He does not explain himself. There is a strange dignity in it, in the absolute refusal to perform grief or shock or despair in front of the one who orchestrated his fall. The archive room is quiet. The scrolls line the walls in their neat arrangements. The fate logs, the records, the 4 centuries of documented manipulations and management, all of it remains. The evidence of what was done exists independent of the power that maintained it. The scrolls do not care that their author no longer has the strength to enforce what they document. They simply exist, bearing witness. Humiliate turns toward the door. He moves like an old man, because that is what he is now. Not a Grand Seer, not a pillar of power, not an anchor managing the destinies of millions. Just an old man, moving through an archive room in the failing light of late afternoon. Each step seems to take longer than it should. There is no grandeur in it. There is no tragedy, either. Only the simple mechanics of an aging body crossing a room. At the threshold, humiliate pauses. For a moment, Xianxia thinks he will turn back and speak. There is something in the old man's posture that suggests the beginning of words. But then he steps through into the corridor beyond, and the moment passes. Xianxia does not stop him. He does not call out. He does not try to extract some final confession or apology from the Grand Seer. That would be treating humiliate as though he still mattered, as though his words or his understanding would change anything. Instead, Xianxia simply watches him go, and in that watching there is a kind of completion. He turns to face the archive room more fully. The walls of scrolls stretch toward the ceiling, thousands of them, each containing records and predictions and management logs written in Murin's meticulous hand. How many of these entries are about people already dead? How many document lives that were controlled and redirected and consumed? The Grand Seer kept perfect records of everything he did. That is the kind of person he was, someone who took pride in the precision of his manipulation. Xianxia walks to the nearest shelf and pulls down a scroll at random. It is dated 317 years ago. It contains fate predictions for a merchant who would die in a flood, precisely as predicted. The predictions were written 4 decades before the event. Murin had known, and had done nothing to prevent it. The merchant drowned as written, carrying whatever goods he was meant to carry, creating whatever consequences were supposed to ripple from his death. He closes the scroll and places it back. The weight of the room is not in its physical presence. It is in the knowledge that every scroll here represents a life that was managed, a fate that was constrained, a person who was treated as a piece in a game being played across centuries. He watches the Grand Seer go, and he thinks about the ledger that remains in the storage room below. The ledger that contains Murin's name and all the names of the people he consumed or controlled or destroyed over 400 years. The weight of that ledger remains unchanged, even as the Grand Seer's power ceases. The information inside it does not become less true because its author has become powerless. Xianxia is still holding the page that belonged to him, the entry that was written in anticipation of his own death. He reads it once more, as though the words might have changed. Xianxia. 16. 0 rating. Exceptional devouring capacity. Marked for collection. Contains vectors for controlled consumption of Murin's secondary anchors. Primary value. Elimination potential. Secondary value. Forced servitude. Recommended. Acquisition before Holopeak sect advancement cycle. The words are the same. But he is not 16 anymore. He is not the person that recommendation was written for. That 16-year-old, standing in the evaluation hall at Holopeak sect, heard his 0 rating and felt the weight of it. That 16-year-old did not know he would one day cause the lock to shatter. He closes the page and places it back in the ledger with careful precision. The ledger closes with a soft sound. Then he rises and walks to the window. Outside, the celestial divination sect is in its first moment of existing without the Grand Seer at its center. People are beginning to run through corridors. Council members are gathering. There are already voices raised in the central plaza, asking what happens now. The organizational structure is fragmenting. All the careful chains of authority suddenly uncertain without the one who held them in his mind. Xianxia watches and does not go to them. Not yet. First, there is the silence to sit with. The moment when the lock breaks and the world is still making sense of what happened. Tomorrow there will be chaos and reorganization and attempts to salvage the sect's reputation. But for now, there is this, a room full of scrolls, an old man walking away, and a young devourer standing alone with the weight of what he has done. Below the archive room, in the storage chamber, the ledger remains unchanged. All the names inside it, all the marked people, all the broken fates, they are still written. They are still real. But something fundamental about what those names mean has just shifted. The lock is gone. The Grand Seer is powerless. The future is no longer predetermined. The lock is gone. Thousands of fates are moving again. And Xianxia stands in an archive room that suddenly feels much smaller than it did an hour ago, crowded now with the presence of all the people whose names are written in these scrolls, all of them finally moving toward futures that were not planned for them. Chapter 117. The sect's structure fractures immediately. Without the Grand Seer's binding authority, the power structure that held the council in careful submission begins to collapse. Arguments erupt in the inner chambers about succession, about the nature of the suppressed records, about whether the sect can survive the revelation of what it has been. Xianxia does not attend these meetings. He is not a council member. He has no official standing within the hierarchy. But when Shu Qingling finds him in the third-floor quarters he has been given, her expression makes it clear that she has been expecting him. It's happening faster than I anticipated, she says, sitting across from him. 3 factions are consolidating already. One wants to hide everything, seal the archives, blame the Grand Seer for acting without council approval, attempt to recover the sect's reputation through opacity. Another wants to dissolve the sect entirely, cleanse ourselves by refusing to continue. The third, she pauses. The third is mine. We're going to survive this, but not by hiding, not by ceasing, by transforming. Xianxia listens without interrupting. He has learned that Shu Qingling thinks several steps ahead, and that her plans are rarely simple. We've already had preliminary agreements from 6 senior council members, she continues. Not because they trust me, Because they're terrified of what happens if the sect fragments completely. If no one is managing the suppressed records, someone outside the sect will take them. Someone with less restraint. She looks at him directly. You're going to make a public statement. Not as a member of the sect. As a witness to what the Fate Lock was doing. What statement? Xianxia asks. That you're going to announce in the Central Plaza, in front of everyone. That the suppressed records will be made public within the moon. That the sect is dismantling the Fate monopoly. That any Fate devourers or twin pupils found in the future will be trained and protected, not recruited or eliminated. That the lock is gone, and the sect's function now is to help cultivators find their real paths, not walk predetermined ones. Xianxia considers this. And if they refuse? Then I move to the fourth faction's plan, and the sect collapses anyway. But I don't think they will. Xu Qingling leans forward. Because you're going to show them your ledger when you make the announcement. You're going to open it. You're going to read your own entry. And then you're going to tell them why you're closing it. The public statement is given in the Central Plaza at dawn. 300 people gather. Council members, senior disciples, servants, guards, all watching as Xianxia stands on the low platform where announcements are traditionally made. The Celestial Divination sect was built to manage fate, he says clearly. His voice does not shake. To ensure that the futures predicted were the futures that came to be. The lock that enabled this is shattered. The suppressed records will be made public. Any Fate devourers or twin pupil children found henceforth will be trained as cultivators, not conscripted into servitude or eliminated as threats. The monopoly is ended. A council member, Xianxia does not know his name, only that he is one of the faction leaders who wanted to hide everything, stands and raises his voice. Who are you to make declarations on behalf of the sect's authority? You are not a council member. You have no standing here. Xianxia opens the ledger. The archive has given it to him, freely, without question, because Xu Qingling's faction already controls the archive staff. He turns to the final entry and holds the page so that everyone in the plaza can see his own name, written in archival script, marked for collection and consumption. Someone who was on this list, he says. He closes the ledger. He steps down from the platform. He does not wait for the council to ratify the statement or debate its implications. The ledger is in his hands, and that, apparently, is enough. By evening, Xianxia has left the sect's territory entirely. He does not say goodbye to Xu Qingling, though he leaves her a note confirming that the reconstruction can proceed without him. The note is brief. The suppressed records will be published as agreed. The monopoly is broken. He has done what he came to do. He does not visit Humiliate in the outer district, where the old man is being kept under benevolent surveillance. The Grand Seer is no longer a person to deal with or confront. He is simply a fact now, a 400-year anchor reduced to an ordinary man, living out whatever years remain to him in a modest house, watched by guards who are less jailers than keepers. This is perhaps a kinder fate than death would have been. Xianxia will not think about him again. The reactions to the public statement ripple outward with unexpected speed. By the time Xianxia is 2 days' travel from the sect, word reaches him through merchant networks about what has happened after he left. The council member who challenged his authority was forced to resign. Xu Qingling's faction moved quickly to consolidate control. The suppressed records are being unsealed, scroll by scroll, and the revelations are staggering. 3 senior council members attempted to flee with certain documents and were intercepted at the southern gate. Another took his own life rather than face the truth of what he had participated in. The sect is collapsing not because of any single action, but because the structure itself was only ever held together by the lock. Without the lock's invisible management, without Humiliate's overwhelming power, the institution was just a building full of ambitious people who had been cooperating under duress. Xianxia reads these reports without emotion. He has done what was necessary. The reconstruction will happen whether he watches it or not. Xu Qingling does not need him to oversee it. In fact, his absence is probably better. The new leadership needs to establish its own authority, to make its own decisions without deferring to the young man who shattered the lock. He travels north, away from the sect, carrying the ledger and everything it represents. The ledger grows heavier with each day, though its physical weight does not change. What is changing is his understanding of it. For months, he had conceived of it as a weapon, a record he would use to dominate and control. But now, as he carries it, it feels more like a coffin. All these dead fates, all these controlled lives, they are buried in this book, and he is carrying them like a tomb. Behind him, Xu Qingling begins the work of rebuilding an institution that will no longer trade in suppressed fates. She appoints new council members from outside the original structure. She implements protocols that make it impossible for any single person to accumulate the kind of power Humiliate held. She reaches out to the twin pupil children still in hiding, promising them sanctuary and training. She rewrites the sect's charter to explicitly forbid the consumption of human fate for any purpose. It is not redemption. Xianxia does not believe the sect can be redeemed. An institution built on manipulation and suppression cannot be made pure through reorganization alone. The blood is too deep in the foundations. But it is transformation. It is cessation. It is the sect choosing, finally, to stop doing what it was designed to do. It is enough. Not perfect, not complete, but enough. The lock is broken. The monopoly is ended. The names in the ledger are finally, free to move toward their own futures. Xianxia does not stop to witness the reconstruction. He trusts Xu Qingling to do what needs to be done. He trusts the machinery of institutional change to grind forward without his guidance. And he begins the long work of understanding what comes next, now that the accounting is nearly complete. Chapter 118. The message finds him at a neutral inn on the border between two provincial territories. An official letter, sealed with Pei Hongru's personal mark, not his house seal, but the young master's own. Xianxia opens it and reads the simple request. Meet me at the courtyard of the Singing Willow Inn. Alone. I need to say something to you. Xianxia's first impulse is to ignore it. Pei Hongru is the arrogant young master from the Royal Profound Tournament, the one whose fate lines Xianxia has been consuming for the last year. The one whose contempt was genuine and cutting, whose confidence was built on privileges that Xianxia spent months stripping away. There is no reason to grant this audience. But Xianxia has the ability to see fate, and he is curious. Pei Hongru is waiting in the courtyard at sunset. He looks different from how Xianxia remembers him. His fate lines have recovered significantly. They are no longer the fragmented, desperate things Xianxia left them as when he stopped the consumption. They are still not what they were before, but they are building again, threading toward new trajectories, steadily reconstructing themselves. The young master is dressed simply, without the gold-trimmed robes or the display of wealth. He looks older than he did at the tournament. Xianxia notices that he is missing the ring he used to wear, the one that marked him as the heir of the Pei family's trading enterprise. I owe you an apology, Pei Hongru says. He does not try to smile. His voice is steady but quiet. I don't know exactly what you did at the tournament or what it cost me, but I know I was wrong about who you were. And I know the contempt was. He pauses, searching for words. It was real. I meant it. I don't know how to apologize for something I meant. Xianxia does not respond immediately. He is considering the truthfulness of this statement. Pei Hongru is not performing penitence. His fate lines do not carry the signature of someone saying something he does not believe. This is a young master who has actually done the work of realizing his own wrongness, which is somehow harder to hate than someone who is insincerely wrong. You don't need to apologize, Xianxia says finally. You were what you were. You believed what you believed. That was real. But I was wrong about you. Pei Hongru insists. I thought you were insignificant. I thought you would never matter. And then he stops, as if he realizes he is not supposed to know what Xianxia did. Something happened. Something I can't explain. But I know now that you mattered far more than I did. That you've mattered far more than any of us. Mattering is not the same as being right, Xianxia says. No, Pei Hongru agrees. But being completely wrong about someone's entire essence, that's something I have to live with. Not a shame exactly, because I earned the contempt in the moment I felt it. But as a fact about myself. That I was the kind of person who despised you without knowing you. That I am that kind of person. Xianxia watches him. Pei Hongru is not asking for forgiveness. He is not asking for absolution. He is simply standing in a courtyard at sunset and admitting something difficult and true. What do you want from this apology? Xianxia asks. Nothing, Pei Hongru says. I wanted you to know that I know I was wrong. That's all. Xianxia nods slowly. He does not forgive Pei Hongru, because there is nothing to forgive. The young master is right that the contempt was earned in the moment of feeling it. But he acknowledges the apology with a kind of respect. It is harder to sincerely change your understanding than to keep hating someone you were wrong about. The Pei family's business is dissolving. Pei Hongru says as Xianxia turns to leave. The alliances that held it together are reforming without the fate lock to anchor them. We're losing ground. But it's cleaner now. It's just competition, just merit, not invisible management. He looks at Xianxia. I think I prefer this. Even losing. Xianxia does not tell him that this dissolution was part of the plan, that the collapse of the Pei family's trading empire was always inevitable once he began consuming Pei Hongru's fate lines. He does not explain that every decision the young master made, every overreach, every moment of arrogance that Xianxia witnessed in the tournament, all of it was being consumed, redirected, unraveled in a way that led directly to this end. It would be cruel to confirm what Pei Hongru has clearly already begun to suspect. Instead, he simply nods. The gesture is small but deliberate. It contains nothing, neither forgiveness nor condemnation. It is simply an acknowledgement that Pei Hongru has lived through something difficult and has emerged with a different understanding of who he is. That is worth something. The capital is rebuilding the merchant alliances, Xianxia says, offering something that might be useful. They're moving quickly. If your family repositions fast, if you position yourself as someone aligned with the new structure rather than the old one, you might recover some standing. Pei Hongru looks at him with surprise. This is not advice Xianxia should be giving to someone whose fate lines he has consumed. This is advice that goes against his own interests. But Xianxia is realizing that his interests have changed. He is no longer interested in the granular management of individual fates. That work is nearly complete. I don't know if I want to recover, Pei Hongru says quietly. Standing in the old structure, I mean. I've been thinking about doing something entirely different. Something that has nothing to do with the family business or the court or any of it. But I didn't know if I was allowed to want that. Xianxia understands what he means. Pei Hongru has lived his entire life in a predetermined position, marked by the fate lock to be the heir, to carry the weight of family expectations. Now that the lock is broken, those expectations have lost their invisible enforcement. But it takes time to understand that you are free. It takes time to stop flinching. He simply nods and walks back toward the inn, leaving Pei Hongru in the courtyard. Behind him, the young master stands alone, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of amber and crimson. He is holding the cloth he used to wipe his eyes, whether from emotion or just the dust of travel. Xianxia did not see. Pei Hongru is carrying the weight of being someone who was wrong about who he was. He is carrying the weight of realizing that his entire life was built on false assumptions. That is a different kind of burden than what he carried before, but it is a burden he chose to take on the moment he asked for the apology to be heard. Xianxia watches for a moment longer, making sure the young master does not try to follow him. He does not. Pei Hongru remains in the courtyard, alone with the sunset and whatever decision he is reaching about his future. He will never see Pei Hongru again. This is not something he knows with certainty through fate dominion or through logical prediction. It is simply something he feels, in the same way he felt when the lock shattered, a sense that this thread of his accounting is finished. Pei Hongru will go on to live whatever life he chooses, and that life will be his own, not written in any ledger, not constrained by any invisible hand. Whether it is success or failure, whether it is great or ordinary, it will be real in a way that his old life never was. Xianxia carries that knowledge with him as he leaves the Singing Willow Inn and continues his journey north, away from the place where the young master stands alone in the fading light. Chapter 119. The evaluation hall of Hollow Peak Sect is exactly as he remembers it, and completely different. Xianxia stands in the doorway at midday, when the hall is empty. No evaluations are scheduled. No disciples are being sorted into their tiers. The platforms are clean. The polished floor mirrors reflect the ceiling perfectly. He steps inside and walks to the center of the hall, to the exact spot where he stood 6 years ago, at 16 years old, to hear Xianxia announce his 0 rating. The third row. That was where he stood. Not the first row, where the children of wealthy families positioned themselves with absolute confidence. Not the back row, where the anxious clustered together. The third row, the middle, the place for people who were neither comfortable nor desperate, just moderately present. He looks down at his reflection in the polished floor and reaches for fate dominion to see his own fate lines clearly. They are extraordinary. Dense, brilliant silver white, layered with complexity and intention. Nothing like the thin, brittle things he had at 16. Nothing like what Xianxia saw when he looked at this 16-year-old and assigned him a 0 rating. Xianxia does not feel triumph looking at this transformation. What he feels is more complicated. The 0 rating was not inaccurate. It was precise. At 16, he had no measurable cultivation, no demonstrated power, no trajectory that could be predicted through conventional methods. Xianxia looked at him and saw exactly what was there to see. Nothing, according to the sect's criteria. The injustice is not that the evaluation was wrong. The injustice is that the evaluation was treated as final, as absolute, as a statement about who Xianxia was and would always be. He walks toward the platform where Xianxia stood. The elder is gone, expelled and stripped of rank during the corruption investigations that followed the sect's reorganization. His name is barely mentioned now, but the platform remains unchanged. The podium where evaluations are announced is still there, still solid, still the center of the room. Xianxia climbs the 3 steps. From this height, the hall looks larger. But from his memory, standing in the 3rd row at 16, the hall had seemed enormous, a canyon of judgment, with the platform towering above and the master's voice carrying absolute weight. He was 16. He stood in the third row because he had no money and no anxiety, just a quiet certainty that he would find out what he was capable of. Xianxia looked at him and saw 0. That was not the elder's failure, it was the system's failure. A system that measured potential through conventional cultivation markers, that could not see what xianxia actually was because it did not have the tools to measure devourers. A system that had no language for someone like him. Xianxia steps down from the platform. The podium is made of expensive wood, inlaid with cultivation markers that glow faintly in the afternoon light. He has never been close enough to examine them before. They are beautiful, intricate work. They represent centuries of the sect's commitment to evaluation, to measurement, to the belief that potential could be quantified and ranked. He places his hand on the podium and reaches for fate dominion. Through that sight, he can see what the podium's fate looked like before, what its intended purpose was. It was meant to be used by Xianxia for exactly this purpose, to announce evaluations, to sort disciples, to maintain the hierarchy. But it was also meant to endure only for a certain amount of time. The wood was always destined to rot. The markers were always destined to fade. In the space of another decade, this podium will be replaced. Xianxia is already gone. Someone else will eventually stand here and announce different evaluations, using different criteria. The sect will move on. The hall will continue to exist, serving its purpose, even as everything inside it changes. He is still neither the first row nor the back row. He is still the third row, the middle, the person who does not belong entirely to comfort or anxiety. But now the entire sect knows his name. Now the fate lock has shattered partially because of what he was doing. Now Xianxia's 0 rating hangs in the evaluation record as the most spectacular example of miscalculation in the sect's recent history. Does this feel like triumph? Xianxia considers the question carefully. If triumph is the satisfaction of having been right when everyone else was wrong, then yes, this is triumph. If triumph is revenge for the humiliation of that 0 rating, then yes, this is that too. But these are not the feelings that dominate his experience standing in this hall. What he feels is something more like completion. The 0 rating was real. He had no cultivation to measure. He had no demonstrated power. He had no trajectory that could be predicted. Xianxia was accurate in seeing all of that. The overturning of it is also real. Now everyone knows his name. Now the lock has shattered. Now his power is undeniable. Both things are true. Both things are necessary to understand who he is. You cannot understand the person who became extraordinary without understanding the person who was rated as nothing. You cannot appreciate the transformation without remembering what he was transformed from. The 0 rating is not invalidated by his current power. It is contextualized by it. It becomes a marker on a timeline that stretches from insignificance to world-breaking consequence. He walks out of the evaluation hall, and it is smaller than he remembered. Not because he has grown, but because he now has a perspective that can contain the entire sect without being contained by it. He can see the walls of this building and remember what it felt like to be trapped inside them, bounded by them, made small by them. He does not return to Hollow Peak sect after this day. There is no triumph to harvest here, no confirmation he needs to claim. The hall simply exists as a place where he was once rated and found wanting. Now he knows better than to believe in absolute ratings. Not because ratings are meaningless, but because they are inherently incomplete. A rating can only measure what it has the tools to measure. It cannot measure what is hidden, what is not yet developed, what exists outside the framework of measurement itself. But he also knows that the evaluation itself was not wrong. It was just incomplete. Xianxia saw truly what was there to see at that moment. He simply did not see what was beginning to form underneath, what was waiting to emerge, what had always been there in potential, but had not yet learned to recognize itself. Some things cannot be measured until they have already become themselves. Xianxia was not a fate devourer until he learned what a fate devourer could do. He was not anyone's fate line consumer until he began consuming. He was not a force capable of breaking the lock until the moment he actually did it. The evaluation was accurate, and the transformation that invalidated it was equally real. Both truths exist together. That is the completion he feels. Chapter 120. The meeting place is a private tea house in a neutral merchant district. Shen Guowei is already seated when Xianxia arrives. His uncle looks older, worn down by the years of managing the consequences of their family's rise and fall through the fate lock's manipulation. I've been thinking, Shen Guowei says without preamble, as Xianxia sits across from him, about everything that happened. About the business alliance collapsing. About your advancement in cultivation. About the celestial divination sect structure falling apart. About the fate lock breaking. About how all of these things occurred in a specific sequence, at a specific pace, as if something were orchestrating them. He pours tea carefully, methodically, like a man who has practiced this movement many times and needs to ground himself in something physical before continuing. I've finally assembled enough of the pieces, Shen Guowei says. Not all of them. I don't have enough information to understand the complete picture, but I have enough to ask the question that matters. Was any of it natural? Did any of it happen on its own? Or was all of it you? Xin Yao accepts the tea and holds it without drinking. The question is direct, pointed, and it requires honesty. His uncle is not asking for reassurance or explanation. He is asking for truth about whether the world's events were natural chaos or deliberately shaped cause and effect. Some of it, Xin Yao says finally. Not all. He considers the full weight of that answer as he speaks it. Some of it was the fate lock itself, constraining everything toward predetermined ends, working according to its own logic that had nothing to do with Shen Yao's intentions. Some of it was how Murin's 400 years of accumulated power and choice, his insistence on managing the futures of others. Some of it was Shen Yao's own power, developing and expanding as he consumed fate lines, as he learned what a fate devourer could actually do. And some of it was simply the way the world moves, chance, accident, the inherent momentum of systems that have been constrained too long. I don't know the exact proportion, Shen Yao continues. I would have to count what I did and what the lock did, and what how Murin did and what you did, actually, without knowing it. I would have to separate the intentional from the accidental. And some of it can't be separated. Shen Guowei nods slowly, as if he expected this non-answer and is accepting it as the most truthful answer possible. He sips his tea. I'm done, Shen Yao says. With the ledger. With counting. With keeping track of who owes what to whom through the medium of consumed fate. He opens the ledger and removes a single page, the one with his uncle's name. Shen Guowei looks at it, sees his own entry, sees the careful documentation of how his life was positioned, what favors were granted to him, what opportunities the fate lock arranged. He sees his entire trajectory measured and recorded and shaped by forces outside his understanding. Shen Yao passes the page across the table face down. You don't need to read it, he says. I'm done. His uncle looks at the page for a long moment. His hand is shaking slightly, though whether from anger or grief or simple recognition of what was done to him, Shen Yao cannot determine. Shen Guowei reads the entry silently, his eyes moving across the text, seeing the careful documentation of his own life written in another's hand. It must be strange to discover that every fortune you thought you earned, every opportunity that seemed to come naturally, was actually orchestrated by forces beyond your knowledge. To realize that your own agency was compromised by invisible management. Then Shen Guowei looks up at Shen Yao's face. His expression is difficult to parse. It contains anger, certainly. It contains something like grief. But it also contains something that looks almost like understanding. What will you do now? He asks quietly. It is not a challenge. It is a genuine question, one uncle asking a nephew about the shape of the future. Shen Yao does not answer immediately. He is looking past his uncle's shoulder, out the window of the tea house, where the sky is beginning to show the first colors of evening. Clouds are gathering to the north, lit from below by the setting sun. It is beautiful in the way that natural phenomena are beautiful, without intention, without design, simply the result of water vapor and light intersecting. And in that sky, he sees something he has never seen before. A fate line, not from anyone in the room. The fates of Shen Guowei and the tea house servants and the other patrons are visible to him in their usual forms, silver threads running outward from their bodies, extending into futures he could theoretically consume if he chose to. But this is different. This line descends from somewhere above the cultivator hierarchy itself, from a space that should not contain fate lines at all. It comes from beyond the human world, from a direction that does not have a name in the geography of destiny. The line is deep red, deeper than any red Shen Yao has seen in the years of consuming fate. Almost scarlet, almost the color of something burning from the inside. It is thicker than ordinary fate lines, more substantial, and it moves with a deliberate purpose that suggests intelligence behind it. This is not a passive fate line the way most are. This is an active force, descending from above like a sword, and it points directly at him. Not at his uncle, not at anyone else in the tea house. At Shen Yao specifically, at his location, his body, his position in the room. Shen Yao has seen thousands of fate lines. He has consumed hundreds of them. He has read the ledger that catalogs generations of futures, all documented in Hao Murin's hand. He has learned to see fate in its most basic forms and in its most complex webs. But he has never seen a fate line that came from above. Never seen something descending toward him from beyond the cultivator hierarchy, from a space he did not know existed. In the years of consuming, he believed he understood the structure of fate. Fate came from people. It radiated outward from their bodies and extended into the future, showing the paths they would walk and the choices they would make. The strength of a fate line corresponded to the power of the cultivator who carried it. The structure of fate itself was fundamentally human. It was created by the choices and the will of individual people, constrained by the lock, managed by the Grand Seer. But this line comes from nowhere. It comes from above, from outside the system, from a direction that was supposed to be empty. Xianyao's hand tightens slightly on the cup he is holding. The tea inside has grown cold. He does not remember drinking it. His uncle is still watching him, waiting for an answer about what he will do now. Shen Guowei does not appear to see the fate line. It is not visible to him. Only to someone with Shun Yao's particular sight. Only to someone who has consumed enough fate to understand how to perceive it in all its forms. But Shen Yao is no longer listening to that question. He is watching the red line descend, precise and inevitable as a falling blade, and he is thinking about how the ledger was supposed to be closed. He was supposed to finish his accounting. He was supposed to consume the last names, balance the last pages, and then put the ledger away forever. He was supposed to be done. The red line continues to descend. It is still far away, not seconds away, but not distant enough to be ignorable either. It is moving toward him with the slowness of something that is absolutely certain of its arrival. There is no hurry in it. There is only the inevitable patience of a force that knows it will reach its target eventually. Shen Yao does not look away from the window. He does not try to run or hide or prepare a defense. What would defense even look like against a fate line descending from above the cultivator hierarchy? What could he do against a force that came from outside the system entirely? What will you do now? His uncle asks again, because Shen Yao has not answered. Shen Yao finally turns back to face him. For a moment, their eyes meet across the table. His uncle is waiting for an answer, waiting to understand what the young man who has destroyed the lock intends to do with the rest of his life. Shen Yao opens his mouth to answer, but before the words can come, he feels something change in the room. It is subtle, a shift in the air, a change in the quality of light. The fate line is no longer descending. It has arrived at the level of the tea house. It is entering through the window, passing through the walls as though they are not obstacles, and it is wrapping around him. The sensation is unlike anything he has felt before. Consuming fate lines is an act of will. He reaches out with fate dominion and pulls, and the fate comes into him, adding to his power. But this line is not being consumed. This line is consuming him. Or not consuming, binding. It is wrapping around him, anchoring itself to his existence, creating a connection between him and whatever lies above the cultivator hierarchy. Shen Yao gasps. The ledger falls from his lap and lands on the floor with a heavy thump. What's wrong? His uncle asks, standing up in concern. But Shen Guowei does not see the red line. To him, this is simply the moment when his nephew suddenly looks stricken, suddenly looks like something profound has shifted. Shen Yao closes his eyes and tries to understand what is happening. The red line is still there, still visible even with his eyes closed. It is wrapping around him, and he can feel it. Feel it like a weight that is not physical, like a calling that comes from beyond the human world. It appears it was not. The ledger is not closed. The accounting is not finished. And something from above the cultivator hierarchy has just chosen to mark him, to bind him, to claim him as its own. Shen Yao opens his eyes and looks at his uncle across the table. Shen Guowei is asking the question again, what will you do now? But Shen Yao finally understands the answer. He will do whatever the red line requires of him. The ledger is opening again. The real accounting is about to begin. Chapter 121. The red fate line did not tighten. That frightened Shen Yao more than if it had. Had it constricted, he would have known the shape of the threat. Hostility had grammar. Murder, suppression, capture, coercion. He had spent years studying contempt until it became a kind of map. But this line wrapped around him with the cool, measured pressure of a physician taking a pulse. No hatred, no triumph, no urgency, only recognition. The teacup slipped from his fingers and struck the floor. Porcelain cracked. Tea spread over the wooden boards in a dark fan. Across the table, Shen Guowei was already half risen, one hand braced on the edge. Yao. Shen Yao heard him distantly. The room had become two rooms. One was the tea house, full of steam and old cedar and the sour sweetness of sugared dates left too long in a bowl. The other was a place behind sight itself, where fate lines were no longer threads running between people, but architecture descending from above. He forced his breathing to slow. Do not react before the chain is visible. That principle had kept him alive through sect feasts, courts, purges, and empires of carefully disguised vanity. He applied it now even though his pulse was beating too fast, and the red line made every other fate thread in the room look thin as hair. He reached inward, Fate's sovereign sight opened. The world peeled back. Shen Guowei's life spread before him in silver-gray strands. The tea house, the steady years, the unglamorous dignity of a man who had lost much and still set water to boil every morning. The servants' lines flickered with ordinary futures. One would marry a carter. One would leave in spring. One would gamble unwisely and regret it for 6 months. Human, local, legible. The red line was none of those things. It descended from above the hierarchy Shun Yao had spent his whole life climbing and dismantling. Spirit tempering, core building, nascent soul, ascendant, transcendence. Even the broken categories of the old celestial divination sect, which had liked to pretend its charts could quantify the universe, ended before this point. Beyond transcendence, the maps thinned into theory. Apex immortal, some records called it, though few wrote the term without reverence or fear. The red line came from there. No, it came from higher than the rank itself. From whatever stood behind the possibility of that rank. Cold sweat gathered under Shun Yao's collar. Memory moved at the edge of his mind. Chaptered, indexed, recorded. The fate echo burned in chapter 115, its last coherent fragments scattering like coals in rain. At the time, he had been busy surviving the collapse of Murin's continental design. He had taken the words, written them, stored them, not yet understanding them. The Weaver built you. It will want you back. The ledger on the floor trembled faintly where the red line's shadow touched it. Shen Yao bent and picked it up before his uncle could. That motion, ordinary and precise, gave him enough cover to speak without alarming the room. "Uncle," he said quietly, "close the west shutters." Shen Guowei did not ask why. Years of knowing Shun Yao had taught him that the quietest requests were usually attached to the largest danger. He moved at once, crossing the room while the two servants glanced up in confusion. The shutters clapped shut against the late light. The red line remained. Walls meant nothing to it. Shen Yao stood, ledger in one hand, and walked to the back storeroom. The air inside was cooler, scented with dried tangerine peel and dust. He shut the door behind him and finally allowed the second pupil ring in his eyes to flare open fully. The red line answered, not by brightening, by unfolding. Symbols moved through it, not script exactly. Structural memories. He saw, in flashes sharp enough to hurt, a pair of eyes like his own opening under a moon no human sky had ever held. He saw countless thin silver lines being sorted and tuned like strings on an instrument. He saw one mutation introduced deliberately into the web of mortal fate, not as accident or blessing, but as design. Twin pupil, not discovered, made. Shen Yao's grip tightened on the ledger until the leather edge bit his palm. "You will show yourself," he said softly. The storeroom went silent. Then the red line pulsed once. Information entered him like cold water poured through the skull. There was no body attached to the line. No old man on a throne, no woman in celestial robes, no beast of divine omen. The consciousness behind it existed in distributed contact, housed in the great ordering structure behind mortal probability. Vast, patient, more custodian than sovereign. A name assembled itself in his mind. Fate Weaver. Not Murin's superior. Not the Grand Seer's predecessor. Something older than both, as Mountain Root was older than the pavilions built on its face. Shen Yao inhaled sharply. The twin pupil mutation had not been a rare drift of bloodline talent. It had been an intentional instrument placed in the mortal world for some buried purpose. The celestial divination sect had not merely hidden the devouring function to preserve power. It had inherited and then mutilated something whose original architecture predated its own history. The ledger slid open in his hand of its own accord. One page, then another. Names he had written years ago trembled faintly. Zhao Lin, Chengqiru, Pei Hongru, Hao Murin. Every insult recorded, every quiet repayment engineered through consumed fate. The whole shape of his life. The Weaver's line touched the pages the way a teacher might touch the edge of a student's notes. Recognition again. Not approval. Not condemnation. Claim. Shen Yao despised that feeling immediately. The door behind him creaked. Shen Guowei had not entered, but his voice came through the narrow gap. "Do you need help?" Shen Yao kept his eyes on the red line. Not yet. That answer was true only in the narrowest sense. He traced the line upward with fate's sovereign sight until his vision began to blur. More future chains flooded him than any ordinary consumption could have carried. Not personal futures. Civilizational ones. Sects that had risen because harvests aligned 3 years in a row. Kingdoms that survived because one envoy took ill and missed the boat that later sank. Whole traditions standing on stacked coincidences so small no historian would honor them as load-bearing. The Fate Weaver lived among those tiny alignments. Managed them. Perhaps had always managed them. He had spent so long fighting men who believed themselves custodians of fate that discovering the possibility of a true custodian should have been clarifying. Instead, it made his mouth taste like metal. Because now the question was obvious. If the Weaver had made the twin pupil, then why make a devourer at all? The red line answered before he formed the words fully. A final image bloomed. The first fate devourer, 300 years ago, not dead by sect ambush as the records implied, but burning from inside the moment he reached a threshold too close to full function. Recalled, retrieved, dissolved back into the larger system from which the mutation had been dispatched. Built, the dying echo had said. Want you back. Xianxia's expression did not change. Inside, a colder understanding took shape. He had not broken free of a cage simply to discover the cage belonged to a larger hand. Behind the storeroom door, Shen Guowei spoke again, more quietly this time. Yao. Xianxia put the ledger shut with one firm motion. Call Lu Wanshi, he said. And if you can reach Meng Xiaoyu first, use her. That made the silence outside sharpen. His uncle knew enough now to measure urgency by names. Both. Both. What do I tell them? Xianxia looked once more at the red line coiled around his wrist like a mark no one else could see. Tell them the accounting has moved above the sky. Chapter 122. Lu Wanshi arrived before sunset with frost on her sleeves and bad temper in her stride. She did not enter tea houses delicately. The door banged open hard enough to set the hanging copper charms clinking against one another. 2 caravan guards followed her in, took one look at Xianxia's face, and withdrew without waiting for instruction. Meng Xiaoyu came only minutes later, sword still belted, hair tied too hastily to pass for calm. Zhu Beiran arrived last and least dramatically, which in his case meant he was suddenly leaning against a support pillar as if he had been part of the building all along. Shen Guowei poured tea for all of them and then, at Xianxia's look, took the servants into the front room and shut the partition. The red line hung over the table like a private sunset. Only Lu Wanshi saw it at once. The color drained from her face under the paint and dust of travel. That, she said, voice very flat, is not market luck. Meng Xiaoyu glanced between them. Speak plainly. Lu Wanshi laughed once without humor. I am. That is what plain looks like when heaven starts writing directly. Xianxia set the ledger in the center of the table. He did not sit. It comes from above transcendence, he said. From something calling itself the Fate Weaver. Zhu Beiran's brows lifted. You found a thing arrogant enough to name itself after a job. Not found, Xianxia said. Contacted. Then he told them. Not everything. Not the whole internal architecture, because some things still needed verifying. But enough. The twin pupil mutation was designed. The celestial divination sect had inherited and corrupted an older system. The Fate Weaver was older than Hao Murin's office and likely responsible for the foundational structure the sect later twisted into the Fate Lock. Meng Xiaoyu listened with the rigid attention of someone keeping fear in a sheath by force. Lu Wanshi listened like a merchant recalculating a market she had just learned was built over an abyss. Zhu Beiran listened with his usual infuriating stillness, as if revelations of cosmic authorship were no more unusual than weather. When Xianxia finished, the room went very quiet. Lu Wanshi was the first to speak. It marked you because you touched the continental system too deeply. Yes. And because you're the first stable fate sovereign in 3 centuries. Xianxia looked at her. That term wasn't mine. It's mine now. She folded her arms. If I'm going to panic, I prefer neat labels. Meng Xiaoyu leaned forward. What does it want? That was the question. Xianxia looked down at the red line. Since arrival, it had communicated in pulses, not words, but the meaning had become increasingly difficult to misread. It was not threatening him, not luring him with false mortal incentives. It was presenting a function as if a function were sufficient reason. The line pulsed again. This time everyone in the room felt it. Meng Xiaoyu hissed and reached for her sword before realizing there was nothing to strike. Zhu Beiran's expression sharpened by a hair. Lu Wanshi shut both eyes and swore under her breath. Information bloomed across the table. The cups rattled. Tea rose in thin, trembling domes that did not spill. Fate patterns spread in red over the wood like veins of light. Not random threads. A map. The whole continent in abstracted pathways. Kingdom trade arteries. Sect routes. Marriage alliances. Crop cycles. Exam seasons. Ship departures. Weather windows. 10,000 small alignments that let ordinary life proceed. At the center of it all sat the old corruption. The lock Hao Murin had maintained by forcing fate through one controlling intelligence. But beneath that, deeper and older, there had once been another design. Distributed load. Living correction. Twin pupil custodians inserted into mortality not to rule it, but to stabilize deviations before they compounded. The celestial divination sect had hijacked that design. How Murin had narrowed it further. Xianxia, by shattering the lock without replacing the missing management layer, had broken the corruption and exposed the raw underlying need. The red map condensed. One message settled into all of them. Integrate. Meng Xiaoyu's hand tightened on her sword hilt. Explain. The line answered with ruthless clarity. No lies. No seduction. That made it worse. Xianxia saw what it meant if he accepted. No more body in the ordinary sense. No more separate self. His consciousness would be extended into the continental fate system, not as one seer among many, but as the active governing intelligence. He would maintain probability load, resolve fraying chains, rebalance deviations, prevent the kinds of accumulations that allowed sects, tyrants, and single men like Hao Murin to seize disproportionate control. He would also cease to be Xianxia. The ledger would be irrelevant. The names would be irrelevant. His uncle's tea house, Lu Wansher's dirty boots, Meng Xiaoyu's impatience, Zhu Beiran's irritating half-silences, all of it would flatten into variables. Infrastructure. There was no hidden cruelty in the offer. That was precisely the horror. Lu Wansher breathed out slowly. It thinks this is mercy. It probably is, Zhu Beiran said. Meng Xiaoyu rounded on him. You say that as if it helps. He met her glare. It helps to know the enemy is not lying in order to manipulate you. It is telling the truth according to its structure. That makes refusal cleaner. Xianxiao's mouth almost curved. He appreciated clarity where he found it. The red line pulsed again, and now words formed inside the pulse, spare and vast. Fate lock, corruption. Sect monopoly, distortion. Twin pupil function, stabilization. Current status, first viable sovereign in 300 years. Necessary outcome, reintegration. Lu Wansher said. It talks like an inventory report. It is an inventory report, Xianxia said quietly. I'm listed under missing infrastructure. That broke something in Meng Xiaoyu's control. Her palm struck the table hard enough to spill one cup at last. No, the single word rang against the cedar walls. Lu Wansher looked at her sidelong. Elegant argument. Meng Xiaoyu did not care. No, he does not get turned into a mechanism because some old cosmic steward dislikes inefficiency. Zhu Beiran asked Xianxia. And you? The room waited. Xianxia had not yet answered the weaver directly. Not because he was uncertain. Because he wanted to see every angle of the cost before naming his refusal. That was his habit. Delay until the chain is visible. But now the full chain was visible enough. He looked at the ledger. At the worn edge where his thumb had thinned the leather. At the names inside. At the years spent forcing accountability onto a world that preferred ranking, sorting, and forgetting. The weaver's offer was elegant. Cosmic. Probably correct by metrics so broad they made human sorrow look trivial. He had built his life in opposition to exactly that kind of arithmetic. The red line gave one final pulse, colder than the others. Consent yields continuity. Xianxia lowered his eyes to it and said, in a voice so calm it made Lu Wansher go still, you will remember this moment. Probably not why it mattered. That's fine. Then he added, I am not infrastructure. Chapter 123. Nothing exploded when he refused. No thunder. No heavenly punishment. No blood falling from rafters. The tea house remained a tea house, full of dust motes drifting in slant light and the distant clatter of cups from the front room. The red line merely went still. For 3 breaths, Xianxia wondered if the exchange was over. Then Lu Wansher made a small choking sound and gripped the edge of the table. Her pupils had widened until the hazel ring around them nearly vanished. Luxite was not Fate's sovereign sight, but it was close enough to feel structural collapse when it started. No, she whispered. Meng Xiaoyu was already on her feet. What? Lu Wansher's gaze flicked from the window to the floor to the table, as if all 3 were showing her different versions of the same wrong answer. The small alignments are failing. Xianxia knew what she meant a breath before the evidence arrived. Outside, someone shouted because a cart axle had snapped on smooth stone where it should not have. In the next lane over, a dog began barking at nothing, then yelped as a hanging sign fell and struck the ground an inch from its nose. In the front room, one of the servants dropped a full kettle because her hand cramped at the exact worst point in the lift. Minor things. Except the continent was built out of minor things. The red line pulsed once in detached acknowledgement. Unmanaged system instability. Zhu Beiran looked toward the door. That was quick. It isn't doing this, Xianxia said. The distinction mattered. He could see it clearly. The weaver had not attacked him for refusing. It had simply declined to solve the problem his refusal left unsolved. The old lock was gone. Hao Murin was gone. The false centralized maintenance layer had been torn out. The underlying system, long warped around artificial control, was now running bare. Probability frayed at the edges first. The tiny mercies and habits that made life function. Meng Xiaoyu shoved the shutters open. Cold evening air rushed in, carrying street noise that felt subtly wrong. Not panic. Irritation. Confusion. A horse refusing a familiar turn. A delivery boy missing a doorstep and spilling herbs into mud. Two men colliding at a corner they had crossed without incident for years. This can't break the whole continent, she said. Lu Wancher laughed sharply. It doesn't need to. It only needs to make enough people miss enough ordinary moments. As if summoned by that sentence, a caravan bell rang outside in the wrong sequence, and 3 mules turned against each other in their traces. Xin Guowei opened the partition and looked from face to face. Do I need to start boiling bandages? Xin Yao answered honestly. Yes. That was the first hour. By the second, messages began arriving. A courier from the lower market reporting that scheduled grain wagons had crossed routes and delivered the right goods to the wrong warehouses. A runner from the sect road saying a bridge rope had frayed clean through despite morning inspection. A sealed slip from Lu Wancher's northern convoy master. 2 shipments of spirit salt had vanished from ordinary tracking and reappeared in a village that had not ordered them, while the actual destination sat waiting on empty shelves. No war. No earthquake. No dramatic heavenly wrath. Only systems forgetting how to line up. That was worse. Because empires could mobilize against armies. Sects could cultivate through storms. But what answered a world in which timing itself had become unreliable? Lu Wancher stood by the window with both hands pressed to her temples. Luck is torn. Not severed. Torn. I keep seeing near futures slipping half an inch sideways. Xin Yao watched the red line. Continent-wide. She lowered her hands and met his eyes. Merchant bravado was gone. For once she looked only tired and frightened. Continent-wide. His fatal flaw moved in him then, sharp and familiar. No direct humiliation ever passed unanswered. The weaver had not insulted him in the ordinary sense, but the offer had contained the same structural contempt he had spent his life opposing. Become useful by ceasing to be yourself. Submit because the system is larger than your objection. Take efficiency as proof of moral authority. He wanted to answer that insult now. Not later. Not after planning. Now. That impulse cost him. Because instead of staying in the tea house and tracing the collapse with patience, Xin Yao seized his cloak and headed for the street. Meng Tsiyu blocked him at once. Where? The line is still anchored to me. That tells me nothing. It tells me the weaver expects me to watch. Lu Wancher snapped. Then disappointed from indoors. Xin Yao did not move. If this is structural pressure, I need to see where the first fractures choose to show themselves. Zhu Beiran asked quietly. Or do you need to answer being treated like a spare part? The question landed where it was aimed. Xin Yao looked at him and did not bother lying. Both. Meng Tsiyu cursed under her breath. There it is. He knew she was right. This was the breaking point in him. He could delay strikes, build ledgers, engineer consequences years in advance. But once someone dismissed his selfhood directly, patience became expensive. And now that flaw cost time. Because while they argued, 3 more runners arrived with worsening reports. Temple candles going out in rooms without wind. Healers opening the wrong herb drawers despite labeling. A defensive array at the old eastern gate activating 1 breath late and clipping a guard captain's sleeve to ash. When Xin Yao finally stepped into the street, the city felt familiar in shape and alien in rhythm. People still moved. Carts still rolled. Market calls still rose. But the invisible trust between event and expectation had thinned. He walked through it with fate sovereign sight open. Everywhere, small silver threads shivered and frayed. A baker's morning certainty of flour delivery had turned to a split possibility. A porter's practiced habit of catching a falling crate no longer aligned with the crate's path. A child chasing paper in the alley was now marginally more likely to run into the one horse not being held properly because the stable hand had been distracted by a dropped key. The world had not become chaotic. It had become inefficient in ways that bled into danger. At the corner by the medicine lane, Xin Yao stopped. A carriage wheel had wedged into a drained stone that should have shifted last season, but somehow never had. The delay jammed the alley. The jam kept a fever courier from reaching the lower steps. That forced him onto a side stair where 2 laborers were carrying wet timber. The near collision made one laborer drop his load. The timber struck a railing. Above, a hanging brazier swung free. Chain visible. Xin Yao moved. Fate dominion flared through his sovereign core. He did not consume. There was nothing personal to consume. Instead, he seized the nearest frayed lines and shoved them back into temporary alignment with brute will. The brazier swung wide instead of down. The courier ducked. The carriage horse calmed. For one breath, the lane remembered how to function. Then pain lanced through Xin Yao's eyes so hard, he tasted blood. The red line tightened once around his wrist. Not punishment. Instruction. He had stabilized a local probability not by acting as ad hoc management. Possible, the line seemed to say. Insufficient. Meng Xiaoyu reached him in time to catch his elbow. Say the useful part before you fall. He wiped blood from under one eye and looked down the lane where people were already recovering, swearing, rearranging, moving on as if ordinary sequence could still be trusted. It can be held, he said. Lu Wanshi, arriving behind them with fury in every step, answered at once. Good. Now explain how you plan to hold a continent. Chapter 124. By morning, the grain prices had not changed. The arrival schedules had. That was how the first true fear entered the city. Not because warehouses were empty, but because warehouse masters no longer trusted their own estimates. One shipment of low-grade spirit rice reached the North Docks early by a day and a half. Another, far more important shipment of medicinal bark arrived wet because a teamster who had followed the East Road for 10 years took the ridge cut on impulse and lost a wheel in red clay. The market board still showed reasonable stock. The kitchen stewards had begun counting twice anyway. Xianxia stood on the Old Watch Terrace above the lower market and looked out over a city built from routines beginning to drift apart. The morning smelled of coal smoke, thawing mud, and river salt. Below him, porters shouted not in alarm but in increasing irritation. Wrong crate. Wrong dock. Wrong tally. A man who had never missed a weighing mark in 15 years dropped 2 stones and shattered one. A clerk copied the correct figure into the wrong column and then stared at it, as if betrayed by his own hand. Lu Wanshi joined him wrapped in a travel cloak she had not changed since last night. The northern roads are worse, she said. Not collapsed. Just misaligned. Convoys that should complement each other now bunch. 2 herb caravans reached the same village this morning, while 3 towns farther down the route are waiting on lamp oil that somehow took the river fork instead of the ridge road. Coincidence decay, Xianxia said. She shot him a look. If you invent a phrase for this, I will charge you consultation fees. He ignored that. He was watching the market's fate lines. For years he had read destiny as personal leverage. Thick fate line, rich insult, harvest the contempt, redirect the charge. Later he learned continental structure from Halmurin's records. But even then the scale had remained abstract. Grids, burdens, load corridors, management points. Now the abstraction was standing in front of him wearing fish scales, tally brushes, rope burns, and irritated expressions. Economic infrastructure, he thought, was simply destiny rendered mundane. Not the grand destiny sects like to sing about. Not prodigies or heavenly opportunities. The tiny consistencies that let 10,000 ordinary exchanges arrive in adequate sequence often enough for a civilization to mistake that miracle for normality. The weaver's refusal to manage was exposing how much of the continent's economy had relied on those hidden consistencies. Zhu Beiran arrived carrying 3 folded dispatches and a peach he had apparently stolen on the way. Kingdom reports, he said. The southern ferries loaded correctly and docked at the wrong order. A sect armory shipment sent spare blades to a monastery kitchen and soup kettles to a border garrison. No one's dead yet. He bit into the peach. Juice ran over his knuckles. Yet, Lu Wanshi said. People starve slower than soldiers bleed. That doesn't make the math kinder. Meng Xiaoyu came up from the stairs with Shun Guowei beside her. The older man was carrying a tray of tea none of them wanted, but all of them needed. He set it down on the parapet with the firm economy of a man who had decided that whatever world-ending problem his nephew was currently wrestling with still required hot water. Drink, he said. They obeyed. The tea was scalding and bitter. It helped. Messages kept coming. The old kingdom granaries were still full, but the transfer chains linking them to sect markets and village stores had begun to drift. Not fail. Drift. A day late here. A duplicated shipment there. Spiritual coal arriving at warm weather forges while mountain schools burned damp pine because their expected loads had wandered south. Harvest tools delayed behind luxury cloth because both caravans missed the river exchange bell by 1 impossible minute and resorted under the wrong magistrate seal. Xianxia read the dispatches and felt the scale of the problem settle into focus. This was not a military crisis. That was why it was so dangerous. Military crises made heroes quickly. This kind devoured trust quietly. A merchant house missed 3 obligations and became suspect. A sect granary misreported 2 arrivals and was accused of hoarding. A kingdom convoy doubled 1 route and neglected another, and border resentment sharpened into political grievance. All because the hidden alignment engine beneath routine had stopped compensating for human imperfection. He looked down at the red line around his wrist. It had not pulsed all morning. It did not need to. Every late shipment was its argument. Lu Wanshi broke the silence. If this continues 1 month, prices become rumors. If it continues 2, rumors become policy. People will overstock because they stop trusting replenishment. Then your structural problem becomes panic. My structural problem? Xianxia asked. She met his eyes. You broke the lock. He accepted the accusation because it was true enough to be useful. Meng Xiaoyu set her cup down harder than necessary. And the lock needed breaking. I know, Lu Wancher said. I'm not calling for an apology. I'm calling for a sequence. That was why Xianxia kept her close. She could cut emotion into priorities without pretending emotion was irrelevant. Shen Guowei, who had no cultivation rank worth naming and therefore offended every grand theory by remaining useful in their presence, said, then stop talking like the only choices are old lock or sky enslavement. They all looked at him. He frowned back. What? Zhu Beiran's mouth twitched. Continue, uncle. Shen Guowei gestured toward the market below. If one man managed all deliveries in this district, he would miss things or turn tyrant or die. So we use many hands. Some fail. Others correct. If the corrections have stopped, then build new corrections. Why does every cultivator faced with a large problem become convinced only one monster can solve it? For a moment nobody spoke. Then Lu Wancher laughed so hard tea nearly came out her nose. Meng Xiaoyu rubbed her forehead. Because our profession is diseased. Xianxia looked at his uncle as if seeing a fate line where there had only seemed to be steam and habit. Of course, the weaver's model and how Murin's model differed in origin, scale, and honesty. They were identical in architecture. One mind, one management point, one seamless correction engine. Efficient, yes. Catastrophic by design the moment that center was corrupted or withdrew. Distributed correction was the only answer. Not because it was noble, because single-point systems were fate bait. He turned toward the city again and watched a team of dock porters spontaneously fix a loading error by arguing over it, until the right man remembered the right color mark on the right crate. Human redundancy. Messy. Load-bearing. The red line pulsed once at last. Assessment? Xianxiao's expression cooled. You will not get to be right just because your preferred alternatives are monstrous, he said under his breath. Meng Xiaoyu heard only the tone. Do you have something? Yes. Say it. He faced them. This is economic now. Structural. Not a battle, not a sect purge. If we let the fraying continue, trade confidence breaks first, then food distribution, then inter-kingdom trust, then cultivation resource flow. By the time armies notice, the real damage will already be done. Lu Wancher nodded once. Finally, a sentence worthy of my rates. The permanent solution is distributed management, Xianxia said. Not one sovereign, not one grand seer, not one weaver. A network. Zhu Beiran asked, of whom? Trained seers sharing load under open oversight. Meng Xiaoyu's face tightened. That takes years. Yes. The answer sat there like an unsheathed blade. Below them, a shipment of lamp oil arrived at the wrong quay, and 6 workers started swearing at once. Xianxia looked toward the road that led eventually to the celestial divination sect, now broken and rebuilding under new leadership. Xu Qingling would hate half of what came next. That was one reason it might work. He turned to Lu Wancher. Get messages to every major route hub you can still trust. To Meng Xiaoyu. Prepare travel. To Zhu Beiran. Find the Empress. Then to his uncle, because every structure worth building still needed someone who cared whether the water boiled and the room stayed open. Keep the tea house functioning. Shen Guowei snorted. At last, a task fit for my terrifying cultivation. Xianxia picked up the ledger. The real accounting had indeed begun. And now, at least, he knew what kind of debt he was being asked to answer. Chapter 125 The council chamber of the reformed celestial divination sect still smelled faintly of burned lacquer. No one had managed to erase that scent since Murin's fall. It lived in the wood the way old doctrine lived in architecture, hidden until damp weather or stress brought it back to the surface. Xianxia noticed it the moment he entered. So did Xu Qingling. Her eyes flicked once toward the darkened beams above the central dais, and then she looked at him with that composed, difficult expression she wore whenever duty and personal judgment had not yet finished arguing. You could have sent a report, she said. Xianxia stepped into the chamber with Lu Wancher at one side and Meng Xiaoyu at the other. If I had, you would have sent a committee. Yes. That is why I came in person. One corner of Zhu Beiran's mouth moved, but he said nothing. The Empress was already seated near the long map table, wrapped in pale winter layers that did not hide how much cultivation she had lost. Her face, however, had lost none of its edge. Recovery had left her physically diminished and mentally sharpened into something almost surgical. 3 representatives from the freed kingdoms stood with her. Lord Han of the river provinces, who looked like a magistrate taught to distrust miracles. Marshal Qiu of the western marches, missing 2 fingers and apparently offended by chairs. Scholar Minister Yao Lingsu from the southern grain states, whose brush case was more heavily guarded than some treasuries. All of them had chosen to come quickly. That alone was evidence of how bad the reports already were. Xu Qingling lifted a hand toward the map table. Show us. Xianxia did. He laid the ledger down beside the continental chart. He opened Fate Sovereign's site. He let them all watch. Silver lines spread over the carved terrain marks. Trade corridors, sect routes, kingdom granary chains, exam circuits, harvest transfer webs. At first the pattern looked sound enough to the untrained eye. Then the phrase appeared. Not tiers. Threadwear. Probability support thinning at intersections that had held for generations. Ordinary coincidences no longer compensating for human error. Minor misalignments cascading into logistical inefficiency. No single collapse point, which meant no single point of repair. Xu Qingling's breath caught despite herself. The Empress did not gasp. She simply grew stiller, which was more alarming. Minister Yao adjusted her sleeves and said, "This is why our winter dock tables are disagreeing with themselves." Lord Han asked, "Can it be contained region by region?" Briefly, Xianxia said, "At increasing personal cost." Marshal Qiu folded his arms. "Meaning you can brute force local stabilization. Meaning I can hold knots while bleeding through the eyes and shortening my own future." That ended any further romanticism. Xu Qingling stepped closer to the map. "The Weaver's solution is integration." She said it as a fact, not an endorsement. Lu Wanshur still muttered, "A very polite form of self-erasure." The Empress tapped one lacquered fingernail against the map edge. "And you refused?" "Yes." Without bargaining. Xianxia met her gaze. "I do not negotiate my own conversion into equipment." For a moment the chamber stayed still. Then, unexpectedly, the Empress gave a short nod. "Good." Xu Qingling exhaled slowly through her nose. "That does not solve the current problem." "No," Xianxia said. "It clarifies the boundary of acceptable solutions." That answer irritated her, which was useful. Xu Qingling always thought more precisely when annoyed. She moved around the table, eyes scanning the frayed corridors. A network of seers could distribute the correction load. Minister Yao turned sharply. "How many? For full continental management? Hundreds to begin. Thousands for resilient maintenance." Lord Han barked a laugh, without mirth. "So in 6 years we may enjoy orderly barges again." Marshal Qiu said, "Training time?" Xu Qingling did not soften it. "Years." There it was. The permanent answer, already visible and already too slow. Silence settled into the chamber with the weight of bad arithmetic. Meng Xiaoyu broke it first. "Then we build the school and the oversight now, while solving the immediate problem another way." The Empress looked at her with faint interest. "You say that as if another way is waiting politely in the corridor." Meng Xiaoyu met the older woman's gaze without lowering hers. "No, I say it because hopeless rooms make bad policy." Zhu Beiran finally stepped forward. "The old mistake was singular management without accountability. The Weaver model repeats it at cosmic scale. How Murin repeated it at sect scale. If we rush temporary authority into one pair of hands now, we'll simply rebuild the same weakness under better rhetoric." Lord Han frowned. "Yet the roads are fraying now." "Yes," Zhu Beiran said. "That is why the temporary measure must be visibly temporary and structurally incapable of becoming permanent." Xianxia looked at him once, sharply. That was the chain he had been circling since the terrace. Not one mind replacing the missing management layer. Not a vague promise to train more seers eventually. A stopgap that held long enough for the distributed model to be built while making future monopoly harder, not easier. He placed one finger on the map where 7 major route systems crossed in unstable sequence. "We need relay governance," he said. Xu Qingling's head came up. "Explain." "Not one central consciousness. A rotating lattice of temporary stabilization points. Existing seers, luck readers, kingdom diviners, formation calculators, route clerks with measurable pattern discipline. Anyone capable of perceiving or managing local probability drift at useful scale." Lu Wanshur looked deeply offended. "I refuse to be grouped with route clerks. You may complain after the continent stops mis-delivering lamp oil." The chamber ignored her muttered objections and leaned in. Xianxia continued. "Each node handles a bounded region. No node controls its own oversight. Corrections are logged and mirrored. If one node starts exhibiting centralizing behavior, neighboring nodes can detect the pattern. Xu Qingling's sect trains and certifies. The kingdoms provide auditors and material support. Merchant networks provide route data. Military routes stay separate except where civilian failure would become security collapse." Minister Yao's brush was already moving across paper. "That still leaves the immediate gap." "Yes." The Empress watched him too carefully. "And you have an answer for that part as well." He did. He simply hated it. Because the only bridge between now and a functioning distributed lattice was himself. His current sovereign capacity could serve as temporary backbone if broken into controlled relay segments and lent outward under conditions strict enough to prevent the Weaver's model from reconstituting through him. Possible, painful, dangerous, and, if done badly, a perfect path for exactly the kind of self-erasure the Weaver had offered more cleanly. Xu Qingling saw the shape of it from his silence. "No," she said immediately. That startled half the chamber more than agreement would have. She held his gaze. "If you are about to suggest anchoring the interim system through your own sovereign capacity, understand this first. I am saying no as the person most professionally qualified to exploit you." Lu Wanshi blinked. "That is almost flattering." Xu Qingling ignored her. "You would become indispensable on paper, temporary in rhetoric, and impossible to remove in practice if the fraying worsens. We both know how institutions behave around useful catastrophes." She was right. That was why Shun Yao had not opened with it. The Empress tapped the table once, then designed the restraints before the measure. Not after. Marshal Chiu grunted. "Good. Finally, governance from someone who has seen a supply chain die." Shen Yao looked around the chamber. Xu Qingling already drafting veto conditions she could use against him. Minister Yao building audit structures. Lord Han calculating kingdom buy-in. Marshal Chiu figuring out how to keep military transport from swallowing civilian correction authority. Lu Wanshi preparing to monetize survival while pretending not to. Meng Xiaoyu glaring at all of them in case anyone forgot the human body beneath the architecture. Zhu Beiran observing the whole thing like a man waiting to see whether intelligence and caution might, by accident, occupy the same room for once. Good. Too many interests. Too many objections. Too many hands. Load-bearing contradiction. The red line around Shen Yao's wrist pulsed faintly, as if the Weaver were listening from very far away. Assessment continues. Shen Yao lowered his eyes to the map, to the fraying continent spread across lacquered wood. "Then we build the permanent network," he said, "and I hold the sky off it long enough for the work to begin." No one in the chamber smiled. They had all recognized the same thing. The plan existed now. So did its cost. Chapter 126. They began the distribution at dusk because dusk was when the continent felt most fragile. Day concealed misalignment behind movement. People were busy enough to improvise around delayed carts and wrong docks. Night, however, revealed what systems had failed to place in time. Empty medicine shelves. Kitchens short on grain by one meal. Watch posts waiting on lamp oil that should have arrived by noon. The hour between sunlight and lantern glow had become the hour when everyone saw how much ordinary life depended on invisible continuities. Shen Yao stood in the central observatory of the reformed celestial divination sect with his sleeves tied back and the old lacquer floor painted over in 9 fresh circles of sealing ink. The chamber windows were open to the cold. Wind moved through brass chimes overhead and made them murmur out of sequence, as if even metal had begun to doubt habit. The temporary relay governance system was laid out in the room like a wound diagram. 9 major fate nodes across the continent. 9 receiving arrays prepared by Xu Qingling's seers. 9 mirrored audit stations run by kingdom scribes and merchant counters. 9 places where a fraction of Shun Yao's sovereign capacity would be anchored so the fraying weave did not snap before the permanent network could exist. Xu Qingling moved from circle to circle, checking the arrays herself. She had removed all ceremonial ornaments. Her robe sleeves were pinned at the elbows. Ink stained 2 fingers. She looked less like a sect head and more like an exhausted engineer, which Shun Yao trusted more. "Repeat the safeguards," she said without looking at him. He could have told her she already knew them. He did not. Each node handles bounded correction only. No node can read outside assigned region without mirrored authorization. All adjustments are recorded to 3 ledgers. No node may stabilize its own oversight chain. If one node begins taking discretionary authority instead of corrective authority, adjacent nodes are notified. Minister Yao Lingsu, stationed by the Southern Audit Board, added, and every 7th pulse is sent to civilian review, not sect review. Marshal Chiu grunted from the Westring station. "If I smell military routes creeping into food management, I break the board." Lu Wanshi, balancing a stylus over her merchant route screen, said, "If any of you break my board before recording why, I send your descendants invoices." Meng Xiaoyu stood outside the central circle with both arms folded so tightly the tendons showed white at her wrists. She had not agreed to this. She had merely failed to find a way to stop it in time. That was different, and Shun Yao knew the difference mattered. The Empress watched from the High East Station where old Grand Seers once presided over hidden data no one else was allowed to see. Tonight, by deliberate design, the station had no curtains. Everything lay open. Shun Yao stepped into the center. The red line around his wrist had been quiet all day. Watching, he thought. Good. Let it watch. He lowered the ledger to the floor inside the innermost ring. The worn leather looked almost ridiculous there among the vast continent-wide geometry. A personal account book in the center of a system crisis. Yet it belonged. It had always belonged. Every fate consumed, every repayment made, every insult preserved until consequence matured. His power had not descended from heaven. It had accumulated from people. Meng Xiaoyu's voice cut across the chamber. Last chance. He looked at her. What does that mean? Lu Wanshi asked. Meng Xiaoyu did not take her eyes off Xianyao. It means I am giving him one final chance to say no before he does something irreversible in front of enough witnesses that I can't even drag him out of it by force. Silence spread. Xianyao considered his answer. He knew what was about to be lost. Fate's sovereign was not merely a rank. It was a way of seeing the whole continent as legible burden. Every fray illuminated. Every structural lie exposed. To break that capacity apart and distribute it into temporary nodes was to surrender years of devoured destiny, years of risk, humiliation, and exacting repayment. He looked down at the ledger, then at the kingdom delegates, the seers, the merchant, the sword cultivator who was angry because she cared, the empress who would let him do this only if she could help chain the consequences, Shu Qingling who hated dependency enough to design restraints against her own sex convenience. It was never mine, he said. Meng Xiaoyu's jaw tightened. He continued, voice calm enough to irritate her more. I consumed it from people who had it first. If keeping it means the roads fail and the kitchens miscount and the kingdoms turn on one another because coincidence no longer covers human error, then all I've done is become Hao Murin with better manners. She took one step toward the circle. That is not fair. No, Xianyao said. It isn't. That almost made her laugh. Almost. The empress said from above. Begin before courage acquires opinions. Shu Qingling lifted both hands. The 9 arrays awakened. Lines of pale silver shot outward from the central ring and vanished into the horizon through prepared mirrors, relay towers, river altars, and sect observatories that had once hidden truth and now, for lack of a better future, were being repurposed to hold it in the open. Xianyao opened Fate's sovereign sight fully. The continent bloomed around him in impossible scale. Trade routes like arteries, dynastic obligations like knotted roots, sect competitions like heat patterns over stone. Thousands of tiny frays, each one a missed moment waiting to become a shortage, an accusation, an avoidable death. He inhaled once. Then he tore himself apart carefully. There was no technique more elegant than that description. He took the accumulated sovereign capacity in his core and divided it along the 9 prepared channels. Each division felt like pulling a living tendon free by hand. Light ripped through his meridians. The observatory floor cracked beneath his feet. Blood ran warm from his nose and into the sealing ink, turning parts of it black-red. The first node caught. North River Transport. At once he felt the burden leave him there. A little less totality. A little less range. In exchange, a whole corridor steadied. Barges that would have crossed orders held their sequence. A storm front that would have delayed 2 healing shipments split unevenly instead. Not by miracle. By corrected probability. The second node took. Grain basin exchanges. The third. Military-civilian border routes. By the fourth, Xianyao's knees shook. By the fifth, his second pupil ring blurred in one eye. By the sixth, the world no longer arrived as a single sovereign field. Distances crept back in. Blind spots returned. The exquisite, terrifying totality of Fate's sovereign was being diffused into infrastructure. Shu Qingling barked, hold line 3. It's overcompensating. Minister Yao snapped back. Because West grain tallies are still lying. Marshal Chiu slammed a palm onto his audit board. Then write that in the record and stop cursing at my region like it's a child. Lu Wanshi, face pale but hands steady, said, merchants in the lower routes are self-correcting. Give me 2 more breaths. 2. Good. Xianyao thought through pain thick enough to taste. Let them argue. If they were still arguing, the structure was still human. The 7th node nearly killed him. The red line around his wrist tightened for the first time since the tea house. Not to stop him. To measure. He refused to look at it. Instead, he forced the 8th anchor into place and felt something vast inside him collapse inward like a star being taught humility. Fate's sovereign broke. Not shattered. Spent. A lower rank settled beneath it. Heaven resonance. The downgrade announced itself through absence. The continent no longer sang all at once. It echoed. Near and far were separate again. He could still feel the nodes, but as relayed burdens, not direct command. He had traded dominion for participation. When the 9th node finally held, the chamber went white with reflected light. Outside, every observatory bell in the sect complex struck at once. The phrase did not vanish. but they stopped widening. Xianxia staggered. Meng Xiu caught him before he hit the floor. Her hand on his shoulder shook with anger. She was trying very hard not to turn into grief. You gave away what it took you years to build. He leaned enough weight into her that she had to brace her stance. It was never mine, he said again, blood drying at the corner of his mouth. I consumed it from people who had it first. She hated the answer because she understood it. That made it worse. Above them, the Empress looked down on the glowing continental array and said, not softly, record the loss. No one is ever permitted to call this effortless. Chapter 127. The continent did not heal. It breathed. That was the difference the next morning brought. The kitchen carts arrived late less often. The same dock did not receive the same shipment twice in one day. Bridge ropes stopped fraying in identical improbable ways across 3 provinces at once. The relay system held the weave in place just enough that people could improvise around ordinary failure without being buried by structural drift. Temporary stabilization, Xu Qingling called it. Painfully temporary, Lu Wancher corrected. Xianxia sat on the observatory's west balcony wrapped in a rough wool cloak and listened to them argue inside while the winter wind scraped cold along the stone. His cultivation had settled uneasily into heaven resonance. Weaker, yes, but not simply weaker. Lower altitude, narrower scope, more human distances between him and the continent. Every time he reached reflexively for sovereign totality and found only relay echoes, his chest tightened with a strange phantom loss. Good, he thought. If sacrifice left no wound, then it had probably been vanity. The red line drifted above the balcony rail, no longer coiled around his wrist. It had withdrawn to a more formal distance, as if his act in the observatory had forced even the weaver to reevaluate the shape of contact. Its color was changing. Red remained, but it had deepened towards something for which Shun Yao had no reliable word. Not crimson, not rust, not blood in bright light. It resembled the color of a coal seen through polished lacquer. Dense. Considered. Not approval. Recognition, perhaps. He disliked that possibility on instinct. Inside the chamber, Marshal Chiu was saying, if these relay nodes fail in sequence, I want grain routes militarized preemptively. Minister Yao replied, and if you militarize them preemptively, every merchant house starts hoarding under protection rumor. Lu Wancher said. For once, the minister is being properly cynical. Their voices blurred under the wind. Xianxia opened the ledger instead. Not to write. To remind himself what scale felt like when it belonged to names instead of systems. Each page smelled faintly of old ink and travel dust. He turned to entries that mattered less to history than to him. The butcher's son who spat near his shoes at 16. The elder who called him spiritually barren. Pei Hongru's first elegant insult. Cheng Qiru's cold dismissal. The ledger did not care about continents. It cared about accountability. The red line pulsed. This time the message came more clearly than before. Observed outcome. Non-retentive sovereign behavior. Xianxia looked up. That is one way to describe bleeding tears into the infrastructure. No answer. Then, unrecorded in prior cycles. There it was. The weaver had not seen a fate sovereign voluntarily distribute power before. He should have felt unique in a gratifying way. Instead, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Prior cycles, he said quietly. How many? No number came. Only layered impressions. 8 devourers recorded by mortal history. More failed mutations before them. Twin pupil lines cultivated, broken, hidden, redirected. Not an army of predecessors. A sequence of attempts, none stable enough to produce what the weaver regarded as a completed architecture until now. The old anger stirred. Not the hot anger of immediate humiliation. The colder kind that formed when someone large enough to think in systems reduced individual suffering to iteration data. You built us. You tested us. You watched. The red line did not deny it. Again the cold dark pulse. System objective, stabilizing mortal fate against monopolistic capture. Your methods are ugly. Historical constraint, mortal variance. That almost made him laugh. You mean people? No denial. Xianxia shut the ledger and rose. Below in the courtyard, newly trained seers were carrying mirrored plates between audit halls while kingdom runners exchanged route tallies with sect clerks who would once have considered such labor beneath them. The temporary architecture already looked cumbersome. Good. Cumbersome things could be questioned. The red line drifted down to his eye level. If you will not reintegrate, it conveyed, there is one other option. He waited. The next pulse struck more heavily than the rest. Name a successor architecture. Xianxia went very still. Not accept management. Design replacement. Inside the chamber, Xu Qingling's argument stopped mid-sentence, as if she had sensed something shift in the field though she could not hear the words. She stepped onto the balcony a moment later and found Xianxia standing with the wind pulling at his cloak and the red line suspended between him and empty air. Her eyes narrowed. It said something. He nodded. What? It is asking me to design the system that replaces the lock. For once, Shu Qingling's composure cracked visibly. Not because the request was flattering, because it was structurally monstrous. Of course it is, she said. That answer was so dry Xianxia almost respected it too much to reply. She came to stand beside him at the balcony, arms folded against the cold. If you refuse? He looked at the relay nodes stretching outward from the sect into the fraying continent. Then we build one anyway, he said. Only slower. And if you accept the request? Then I still build one, he said. But with an audience. Shu Qingling considered that. Wind tugged loose strands of hair across her cheek. She did not brush them back. Do not build a throne out of gratitude, she said finally. He looked at her. I wasn't planning to. Good. Because I'm not in a reverent mood. The red line pulsed once more, waiting. Xianxia lowered his gaze to the continent below, breathing, not healed. Then he said, to the weaver and to everyone else who would now have to live inside the answer, fine. Watch carefully. Chapter 128. Xianxia designed the successor architecture with 6 tables, for arguments at all times, and no locked doors. That part was non-negotiable. If the old system had hidden management inside sacred authority, then the new system would begin in public irritation. He requisitioned the southern planning hall, threw open every shutter despite the winter drafts, and ordered every draft copied to 3 walls before any revision was accepted. By the second day, the chamber looked less like a sect council and more like an accountant's siege. Maps pinned over maps, route tallies, sect jurisdiction charts, lists of known diviners, merchant corridor complaints, kingdom oversight demands, and, at the center, one statement written in Xianxia's own hand. In no single mind may manage the continent. Lu Wanshur objected first and loudly. This is idealism pretending to be architecture. Someone will manage it. The only question is whether they do so honestly or with incense. No, Xianxia said. The question is whether management remains hidden. Shu Qingling, reading a wall of copied notes, added, hidden discretion is how the lock reproduced itself through successive sect heads. Marshal Chiu said, then define the function if not management. Xianxia took the brush and crossed out manage. He wrote disclose. That changed the room. The old instinct in every cultivator present was to solve instability with stronger control. More ranking, more authority, more efficient discretion. Xianxia cut across that instinct at the foundation. The continental weave should not be centrally steered, he said. It should be made legible enough that lock patterns cannot hide. Minister Yao set down her stylus slowly, meaning every major sect, kingdom, and route consortium must maintain at least one trained fate reader whose sole function is monitoring for suppression architecture. Lu Wanshur frowned. Not for correcting trade luck, not for optimizing yields. No, wasteful. Deliberately. That earned a bark of laughter from Zhu Beiran, who had been silent for nearly an hour and was beginning to worry everyone. Xianxia continued, pacing once around the center table while the walls of notes shifted under wind. If fate reading becomes directly profitable at institutional scale, it will be captured. If it becomes a route to strategic advantage, it will be monopolized. The reader's job is not to improve outcomes for their patron. The reader's job is to report emerging lock patterns to a nonpartisan oversight body before they mature. Shu Qingling said, and the reformed celestial divination sect becomes the training branch, not the controlling branch. Yes. For a breath the old sect instinct showed on her face. Train but not rule? Preserve knowledge without hoarding it? It went against generations of inherited posture. Good. He wanted the discomfort visible. The Empress, seated near the brazier with a blanket over her knees and no patience left for spiritual vanity, said, nonpartisan oversight body means what, precisely? If you answer virtuous elders, I will leave. Zhu Beiran murmured. Please say anything else. I'd like to keep my afternoon. Xianxia did. Rotating oversight. Mixed composition. Kingdom delegates, sect delegates, merchant data auditors, civilian complaint channels, and independent record mirrors. No one branch holds both training and review. Civilian complaint channels? Marshal Chiu asked. Yes. He saw the resistance immediately. Good again. Suppression patterns are not only visible from towers, Xianxia said. They first appear as repeated local anomalies. Impossible promotion bottlenecks. Regions that never receive resource parity despite clean tallies. Families whose lines keep breaking at the same administrative rung. If ordinary people cannot report the pattern because they lack cultivation status, then the system will fail exactly where the old one thrived. Meng Xiaoyu, who had been reviewing recruitment standards with open distrust, said, "So you want the low-ranked and humiliated to have a path into the oversight body's notice?" He looked at her. Yes. Her expression eased by a degree too small for most to see. By evening, the architecture had shape. Not elegant shape. Usable shape. Regional readers. Publicly logged anomaly reports. Mirrored record houses. Mandatory disclosure of sect-level fate interventions. Prohibition on central private archives. Oversight rotation with forced external audits. Reader training divorced from direct political command. Lu Wanshur circled one section with her brush. Merchant houses will hate this. Good. Sects too. Also good. Xu Qingling looked up from the training section. My own people will call this a mutilation of our historical mandate. They can write essays about it after they submit transparency ledgers. That made the Empress smile into her tea. Near midnight, when the hall smelled of lamp oil and stale ink and everyone had forgotten pride in favor of fatigue, the red line pulsed again. The pulse passed through the copied drafts on the walls. Not altering them. Reviewing. Shen Yao felt the weaver reading the architecture the way one might test a rebuilt bridge by shifting weight onto it. The sensation was intimate enough to make his shoulders tense. No praise came. No warning. Only one final, deep vibration through the room's fate. Acceptance. The red line above the planning hall thinned. Retracted. Not gone forever, Shen Yao suspected, but withdrawn from immediate pressure. Lu Wanshur was the one who noticed the absence first. Well, she said softly, looking up through the rafters as if she might still catch the tail of it. That is somehow more unsettling than if it had tried to kill us. Xu Qingling rubbed ink from the side of her hand. Cosmic approval is not on my list of useful resources. Shen Yao stared at the statement he had written in the center of the room. No single mind may manage the continent. The weaver had accepted it. That did not make it safe. It only made the next labor possible. Chapter 129. Cheng Chiru returned on a day of sleet. The weather suited him. The old elder arrived at the lower gate in a patched gray cloak with the hood thrown back, as if dignity could be restored by refusing warmth. Age had not broken him. Expulsion had merely sharpened the parts already most unpleasant. His face remained narrow and proud. His eyes still carried the exact same evaluative contempt Shen Yao remembered from the assessment hall. That, more than anything, made the years vanish. One glance and Shen Yao was 16 again, standing in the third row while a man on a platform told him he measured as nothing. The messenger brought the request to the planning hall with obvious discomfort. He says it concerns restitution. Lu Wanshur looked up from route ledgers. Throw him back into the sleet. Xu Qingling said. Tempting, but unrecorded. Meng Tsayu's hand had already gone to her sword. Shen Yao closed the ledger he had been updating and stood. The pulse in his chest was not fear. Not even anger yet. It was the old directness of insult remembered exactly. Cheng Chiru had not become less himself in ruin. Of course he had not come to apologize. Men like him rarely regretted contempt. They regretted only losing the authority to define it. Bring him to the lower tribunal room, Shen Yao said. Meng Tsayu frowned. You want witnesses? Yes. And if I want to throw him into the courtyard fountain? He looked at her. Please wait until after the record is complete. Cheng Chiru entered the lower tribunal room, with wet sleet shining on his shoulders and arrogance holding his spine straighter than health ever had. Two guards flanked him, more irritated than threatened. The room smelled of damp wool, iron brazier smoke, and paper. Shen Yao sat at the long table with the ledger before him. Not on a dais. Never on a dais if he could help it. Cheng Chiru's gaze flicked over the assembled witnesses. Xu Qingling, Lu Wanshur, Meng Tsayu, one kingdom recorder, one sect recorder, and Zhu Beiran lounging in the corner with infuriating neutrality. You've become theatrical, Cheng Chiru said. Shen Yao opened the ledger. You've become punctual. That's new. The old elder's mouth tightened. There it was. Genuine contempt. The line anchored at once. Faint now compared to the rich threads Shen Yao once fed on, but still there. Useful. Cheng Chiru did not waste time. The lock is gone, he said. Everyone says your interference broke the suppressive structures nested through the sect and beyond. Since then my cultivation has shifted. Slightly. He said the word as if insulted by its size. I was always constrained below my proper capacity. If the false limits are being removed, then what should have been mine may yet be restored. Lu Wanshur stared. He came here to ask for store credit on destiny. Cheng Chiru ignored her with the discipline of long practice. His eyes remained on Shen Yao. You understand fate architecture. You understand what was taken from people by these distortions. Correct what was taken from me. For one breath, the room held still. Shen Yao looked at him carefully. There were truths buried under the old man's demand. The lock had suppressed more than kingdoms and rival sect lines. It had also distorted countless individual cultivation trajectories. Xianxia had likely been shaped by structures he never saw. His actual ceiling might indeed have been blunted in small ways. None of that changed the essential fact. He had used the little authority he possessed to sort human value downward with pleasure. Xianxia rested one hand on the ledger. You want me to tell you what you were owed? Xianxia lifted his chin. I want correction. No, Xianxia said mildly. You want vindication. That struck. The contempt thread darkened. Good. Xianxia opened the ledger to a page so worn from private revisiting that the corner had softened. Xianxia's expression shifted, just barely. Recognition. The assessment page. Xianxia read aloud. Not theatrically. That would have cheapened it. He read as one reads from a legal record. Assessment Hall. 3rd month, 12th day. Witnessed by outer disciple rows 1 through 7. Elder Xianxia presiding. His voice remained calm. Statement. 0 measurable cultivation. No meaningful spiritual response. At best fit for service labor. If ambition survives this result, it should be beaten out before it becomes troublesome. The room went silent enough to hear sleep ticking against the shutter lattice. Xianxia kept reading. Additional note. Tone, dismissive. Audience laughter from rows 1 and 2. Subject response. No verbal protest. Entry preserved for repayment. He looked up. Xianxia's face had gone brittle with rage, and, beneath it, something worse. Recognition. Not a fault. Of memory. He remembered saying it. Remembered the hall. Remembered the ordinary ease with which he had consigned one 16-year-old life to negligible category and moved on to the next name. You wrote that down, he said. Xianxia closed the ledger. Every word. Xianxia's voice roughened. That was an assessment. Yes. You were nothing by the sect's measures. Yes. The old elder blinked, wrong-footed by agreement. Xianxia leaned back slightly. That is what you still fail to understand. Your measurement was not the crime. Your confidence in turning incomplete measurement into a verdict on human worth was. The sleet outside thickened. It hissed against the shutters like a crowd that had learned restraint. Xianxia's hands curled. If the lock suppressed me too, then you owe. No. Xianxia's refusal was quiet enough that everyone in the room felt it land rather than heard it. He placed the ledger flat between them. You want me to restore the destiny you imagine belonged to you. You want history to concede that beneath your failures there slept a greater man denied by structure. Perhaps some possibilities were blunted. Perhaps some future branch thinned. That happens to most people under systems built by cowards. He let that settle. But I am not here to rewrite your self-romance. Xianxia actually took a step forward. Meng Xiao's blade rasped half an inch from its sheath. Xianxia did not move. You will remember this moment, he said to the old elder. Voice almost gentle. Probably not why it mattered. That's fine. What matters is simpler. I do not owe correction to a man who used his own small distortions as permission to distort others. The contempt thread trembled. Xianxia could have consumed it. Not for power. Not now. For punctuation. He chose not to. That restraint cost him a little. Good. Some refusals needed to remain refusals, not harvests. Xianxia stared at him for 3 long breaths, then laughed once, ugly and thin. You sound like judgment. No, Xianxia said. I sound like record. The guards took Xianxia out in silence. He did not apologize. He did not repent. He looked back only once at the threshold with a face full of hatred too old to become anything useful. After the door shut, Lu Wancher exhaled. I almost pity him. Don't strain yourself, Meng Xiao said. Xu Qingling looked at the closed ledger. You needed that. Xianxia touched the cover once with 2 fingers. No, he said. I needed him to hear it. Chapter 130. The first grave was beside a salt marsh that smelled of rot and wind. There was no marker grander than a leaning stone half swallowed by reeds. If the records had not named the place, Xianxia would have walked past it without pause. One of the 8 documented fate devourers had ended here, 3 generations before the oldest surviving sect archive, and history had rewarded that ending with mud and anonymity. Xianxia stood before the stone with his cloak snapping in the shore wind and said nothing for a long while. He had not brought an escort. That was deliberate. Meng Xiao objected. Lu Wancher threatened. Xu Qingling produced 3 entirely reasonable memoranda on why mysterious grave pilgrimages by the continent's most structurally inconvenient cultivator should not occur unobserved. Xianxia listened to all of them and left anyway before dawn. Fatal flaw, he thought with dry clarity, as he watched marsh birds take off in a burst of black wings. The window had opened. The graves had become relevant. Waiting for consensus would have been the sensible thing. So he had done the other thing. He spent a day at each grave. Not meditating in grand postures, not summoning visions by force. He sat, walked the perimeter, read the local fate drift, opened the ledger, closed it again, At one grave, he rebuilt a collapsed stone edge because no one else had. At another, he found offerings left by villagers who did not know whom they honored, only that the place felt unquiet. 7 locations. Salt marsh, mountain pass, a grove behind a ruined shrine, a dry riverbend full of white stones, a cemetery edge where no family names remained, a cliff path overlooking Cloud Sea, a field that had once been a sect orchard and was now just weather. Everywhere the same pattern held. No great residual power, no sinister curse, no immortal resentment clawing out of burial soil. Only absence arranged with too much intention. The records had called them graves because the records preferred closure. Xianxia no longer trusted closures offered by institutions skilled at erasure. On the 8th day, he reached the final site. 300 years old, if the ledger lineage was correct. The last stable fate devourer before him. The one Tenrin had spoken of in that dry voice years ago, when Xianxia still thought history was a thing you inherited rather than a thing that kept trying to consume you. The grave lay in a cedar hollow north of any road a sane caravan would choose. Snow lingered in the roots where sunlight barely reached. The air smelled of resin and old cold. No tombstone stood there. Only a low ring of dark stones around a rectangular depression that held no bones, no coffin, no offerings. Empty. Not robbed. Prepared. Xianxia's pulse slowed. The second pupil ring in his eyes opened under the dim winter light. Faint lines still clung to the place. Ancient. Not human fate lines exactly. Structural traces, like the memory of a lock housed in earth instead of metal. The same wrongness he had sensed in remnants of the old continental suppression system, but older than the sect's version. Cleaner too. He stepped into the ring. Cold bit through his boots. The earth beneath him did not feel like burial ground. It felt like a threshold that had been denied use so long it had learned to imitate a grave. Not a grave, he said aloud. The cedar boughs above him creaked in the wind. He crouched and brushed snow away from the center stone. A folded page lay there. White. Dry. Impossible. His hand stopped for one measured breath above it. He knew the page. Blank manuscript stock from Tanrin's archives. The same unnatural fiber. The same surface that looked empty until touched by the right sequence of fate and intention. He had left the previous page with Tanrin himself. It should not have been here. Xianxia picked it up. The paper was warm. Not from weather. From recent writing. Lines darkened as his thumb passed over the surface. Ink rising through the fibers like memory returning from depth. Not the weaver's script. Not ancient calligraphy. Tanrin's hand. Spare. Precise. Annoyingly recognizable. Only 4 words. Not a grave. A door. The cedar hollow went very still. For the first time in days, Xianxia's calm broke enough for true surprise to enter him cleanly. Tanrin knew, or had known, or was somehow still participating in a sequence that should have ended elsewhere. He turned the page over. Nothing. He held it to the light. No hidden secondary note. Just those 4 words, enough to split the whole meaning of the place open. Snow began to fall through the cedar branches in fine dry threads. Door, Xianxia thought. Not burial marker. Not memorial erasure. Not end. An anchor point. A threshold. A place the sect had converted into a grave to make sure no one asked what it had originally opened into. His first impulse was to open it at once. Of course it was. The same old flaw sharpened by secrecy and insult. Some hidden architecture had stood under mortal history for centuries while men like Chung Chiru and Hao Murin built judgments and monopolies on top of its corpse. Now the page in Tanrin's hand was practically a personal taunt. Come through, it seemed to say. See what they buried from you. Xianxia almost laughed. You know exactly what tone works on me, he murmured to the empty air. He did not open the door. Not yet. That restraint cost him too. Good. He slipped the page into the ledger, rose from the ring of stones, and looked once more at the empty depression that was not a grave. The snow thickened. Under fate's sight, the lines beneath the earth were beginning to stir in answer to his presence. Slowly, patiently, as if whatever waited below had expected him for a very long time and did not fear being left another hour. Xianxia turned toward the forest path. Tomorrow he would return with the others, with witnesses, with the kind of preparation that made hidden structures less likely to become private catastrophes. Tonight, he would walk out carrying a page that changed the history of every devourer before him. Behind him, in the cedar hollow, the buried lines shifted once like a lock remembering its own key. Chapter 131. The door opened without hinges. It opened because 12 people stood around the empty grave and agreed, under witness, that it was not one. Xianxia had returned to the cedar hollow at dawn with exactly the company the page required. Xu Qingling for the sect, Meng Xiyu for the cross-sect envoys, Lu Wanshi for the merchant networks, and because she would have followed him anyway. Zhu Bei ran because some structures resented being understood only by earnest people. Minister Yao, one kingdom witness, one civilian record keeper, 3 trained seers from the new relay lattice, and Xin Guowei because Xin Yao had learned, belatedly, that structures stayed human longer when ordinary people were made to stand near their sacred machinery. Snow creaked under boots. Breath fogged. Cedar resin sharpened the cold. The ring of stones looked no more impressive with a dozen pairs of eyes on it than it had looked to Xin Yao alone. That pleased him. Too many true things had been hidden inside theatrics already. Tan Ren's page lay open in his hand. Not a grave. A door. Shu Qingling crouched beside the central depression and let her fingers hover above the exposed stone. The suppression signatures are old, she said. Older than the sect's recorded founding patterns. Someone adapted an anchor and then wrapped burial language around it. Of course they did, Lu Wancher muttered. Nothing stays stolen unless it's renamed first. Meng Xiaoyu looked at Xin Yao. How do we open it? He considered the ring. Fate's sight no longer gave him sovereign totality, but heaven resonance with distributed support was enough to read the local pattern. The lines beneath the grave did not respond to force. They responded to recognition. Not personal authority. Structural correction. The sect had hidden the anchor by turning it into closure. To open it, that closure had to be denied in the record. By saying what it is, he said. That answer annoyed exactly the right people. Good. He stepped into the center of the ring and placed the ledger on the dark stone. The leather cover looked weathered and mortal against the old hidden geometry. Again, that felt right. Record begins, he said. The civilian scribe dipped her brush. One by one, he made them speak. Not chant. Not recite some mystical formula lost to antiquity. Speak as witnesses. Shu Qingling. This site presents remnant anchor architecture inconsistent with burial purpose. Minister Yao. Kingdom records show no interred family names at this location. Meng Xiaoyu. The false grave designation functioned to conceal access, not honor the dead. Lu Wancher snorted once and said, as a merchant and lifelong enemy of expensive lies, I testify this place smells like institutional fraud. Even that mattered. The stone under the ledger warmed. Xin Guowei was last before Xin Yao spoke. He looked mildly offended by the whole mountain of cosmic nonsense and said, there's nobody buried here. The ring answered him first. A sound like frost cracking over a pond moved through the earth. Then Xin Yao placed his hand flat over the ledger and spoke the final correction. This was never a grave. It was an access point converted into a grave so history would stop asking what it led to. The stones shifted, not outward, down. Snow poured into the gaps and vanished without striking any visible floor. The rectangular depression widened into a shaft lined with pale script that was not sect calligraphy, not kingdom notation, not anything designed for human eyes first. Cold air rose from below carrying no scent of rot. Only clean mineral silence and a faint brightness like moonlight trapped in water. Lu Wancher looked over the edge and said, I hate everything useful about this. Zhu Beiran peered down with quiet interest. Stairs. Thoughtful. They descended in order of worst decisions. Xin Yao first. Meng Xiaoyu close enough behind to kill anything that made the mistake of greeting him aggressively. Shu Qingling because she would rather die than admit she feared ancient design. The rest following under mirrored lanterns and witness seals. The shaft opened into a chamber no larger than the tea-house back room, where the weaver's red line had first fully named itself. That scale shocked Xin Yao. He had expected a vault, a library, a hidden command palace. Instead, there was only a stone desk, a suspended plate of translucent material above it, and 9 empty slots cut into the surrounding wall where something once rested and had been removed. Minimal, Minister Yao murmured. Deliberately, Shu Qingling said, no room for cult behavior. The translucent plate glowed as Xin Yao approached. His second pupil ring opened on instinct. Light flooded the chamber. Not blinding, revelatory. The plate unfolded into layers of script and pattern before his eyes. Not words first. Functions. Principles. The twin pupil mutation laid bare in original design language. Not weapon. Not judge. Not chosen bloodline superiority. Compass. That was the phrase his mind settled on because no other word fit more honestly. The mutation had been created to orient the fate system toward long-term flourishing when short-term stability began to dominate too harshly. A devourer, in the original design, did not consume destiny in order to rule. He consumed concentrated distortion. He was meant to notice when institutions grew so obsessed with preserving present order that they began eating the future. Devouring was corrective pressure, not personal entitlement. Xin Yao stood very still while the truth moved through him. All his life he had used the mutation under conditions of insult, because contempt anchored the lines. That part was real. The mechanics were real. The cost was real. But the oldest design had never intended the twin pupil as a private revenge engine or sect-breaking weapon. It had intended someone who could identify when dignity and possibility were being systematically thinned for the sake of efficiency. No wonder the celestial divination sect hid it. No wonder how Murin had strangled the architecture into a lock. If the mutation functioned as a compass toward flourishing, then any institution built on rank hoarding, suppression, and controlled scarcity would experience it as an existential threat. The plate shifted again. Names appeared. A list. Not all the dead devourers recorded by later history. Every one ever born under the design. 12 entries. Some marked by place. Some by generation. Some by only a single note where mortal record had fully failed. Xianxia found himself near the bottom. Number 12. After his name there was space. Blank lines. Not one spare line for ceremonial closure. Several. The room had gone silent around him. Meng Xiaoyu was reading over his shoulder, breath slow and controlled until she reached the open space. Then it caught. More, she said. Lu Wanxia, for once, had no joke. It expects continuity. Shu Qingling's face had gone hard in a way Xianxia understood. Not fear exactly. Structural outrage. This was proof that the sect had not merely misunderstood its inheritance. It had mutilated it and then buried the wound under theology. Shen Guowei, who could not read the ancient script but could read the people standing in front of it, said quietly, "You are not the end of the list." Xianxia looked at his own name glowing in the old design document. Number 12. Not final heir. Not last anomaly. Not singular exception. A point in a pattern that had been interrupted, weaponized, and erased often enough that history confused rarity for uniqueness. Something in him eased at that. Something else tightened. Because if there could be more, then whatever architecture he built now would not end with his own ledger. He placed his hand over his name and felt no authority pulse, no chosen one recognition, only fit. The old design accepted him the way a lock accepts a key that matches its cut, not because the key is beloved, but because the structure was made for that relation. That kind of belonging was colder than affection. It was also more trustworthy. He turned to the waiting witnesses. "Copy everything," he said. Lu Wanxia blinked. "You're not going to keep one world-changing ancestral specification secret for dramatic leverage?" "No, disappointing. You can survive it." The civilian scribe, cheeks pale from cold and revelation, asked, "All of it?" Xianxia looked once more at the blank spaces after his name. The answer cost him nothing and everything, especially the parts institutions would prefer hidden. Chapter 132. By the end of the month, every major cultivation faction on the continent had a copy. No one trusted a revelation until they had verified the route it traveled. So Xianxia made sure the route was impossible to monopolize. The original design document from the Cedar Anchor was copied in the Reformed sect's public halls under open witness. Shu Qingling assigned 3 independent script teams to compare every line. Lu Wanxia had merchant relays carry sealed duplicates along routes no sect archive could quietly intercept. Meng Xiaoyu, newly invested with the thankless dignity of cross-sect envoy, took authenticated excerpts personally to rival factions that would otherwise assume forgery and draw swords before finishing the first paragraph. The continent reacted exactly as a continent would, not in chorus. The southern grain states cared first about the disclosure architecture attached to the document. Could trained readers be established without feeding a new sect monopoly? Minister Yao answered that concern in public lectures sharp enough to skin laziness off policy. The Western March forts cared whether long-term flourishing was code for weakening military prerogative. Marshal Chiu made them hate the answer less by delivering it himself with all the charm of a hammer. Merchant houses split along predictable lines. The clever ones saw profit in transparent route forecasting. The stupid ones complained that public anomaly reporting would destabilize confidence, thereby proving why public anomaly reporting was required. And the sects? The sects did what sects always did when told some portion of their authority had rested on theft. Some denied the document. Some denounced it as strategic manipulation. Some accepted the parts that let them accuse rivals while pretending their own archives were innocent. Some, surprisingly, bowed to the evidence with bruised dignity and began rewriting internal doctrine before the old generation could stop them. Xianxia watched the spread from the southern planning hall, now converted into a disclosure chamber where every incoming response was copied to the walls before private replies were allowed. He approved of the room's ugliness. Argument should leave marks. Lu Wanxia tossed fresh dispatches onto the central table. Iron Peak, Lotus Harbor, 3 Royal Academies, 2 River Leagues, 1 anonymous, scholarly concern from people too cowardly to attach stamps. Meng Xiaoyu, mud still drying on one boot from her last relay ride, asked. Any direct denials of the document's authenticity? Fewer each day. Lu Wanshur flipped open one sealed complaint with her knife. Of the implications? Endless. Xu Qingling came in from the training yard carrying a stack of reader candidate lists. Endless is manageable. We have forms for endless. She looked tired enough to set the forms on fire herself, which meant the system was probably functioning. Shen Yao took the newest dispatch. Iron Peak sect. Not from some lower elder. Pei Zongheng, sect master. That made the room focus without anyone saying why. Pei Hongru's sect had been attached to Shen Yao's rise for years now, from petty feast humiliation to larger political reckoning. Pei Zongheng himself had never been a simple fool. Harsh, yes. Territorial, certainly. But rarely trivial. If he wrote formally now, it meant he had found the correct question. Shen Yao broke the seal. The letter was written in uncompromising black strokes, each line so controlled it looked carved rather than brushed. He read silently first, then aloud. Formal protest and inquiry. If fate devourers are not accidental mutations, but designed elements within a hidden architecture affecting continental destiny, then by what authority were they designed? By whom? And what grants any such design legitimacy over cultivators who never consented to its existence? No one in the room spoke for a moment. Lu Wanshur whistled softly. Annoying man. That is the right question. Xu Qingling nodded once, grimly. Exactly the right one. Meng Xiaoyu dropped into a chair and scrubbed both hands over her face. Good. I was worried we'd spend a month arguing over whether old script curvature looked authentic enough. Shen Yao set the letter down. Yes, it was the right question. The Cedar document established design. The Weaver established origin. But origin was not legitimacy. Architecture did not justify itself merely by existing before the institutions that later corrupted it. That distinction mattered enough to shape the entire future of the new system. Outside the planning hall, apprentices were already posting the day's newest disclosures. Route drift charts, reader training standards, 2 exposed cases of local sex suppression, and a public complaint from a village registrar who had noticed suspicious promotion failures in a border discipline school. The continent was learning transparency as a habit. Habits required foundations. If Shen Yao answered Pei Zongheng badly, transparency itself could curdle into a prettier theology around a new hidden authority. He looked at the blank lines after his own name in the copied design document pinned to the west wall. More names could come. That meant his answer could not be personal charisma dressed as principle. It had to survive him. Meng Xiaoyu washed his face and said, publicly. He nodded. Of course publicly. Lu Wanshur leaned against the table. Large venue. Yes. With witnesses from rival sects. Obviously. Good. If we're going to threaten the foundation myths of half the continent, I prefer everyone to hear the floor crack at once. Xu Qingling asked the practical question. Do you know the answer? Shen Yao looked out through the open shutters at the training yard where new readers were being taught not merely to see lines, but to report them without claiming ownership. Parts of it, Zhu Beiran, who had entered unnoticed as usual, said from the doorway. Then say the parts honestly and leave the rest room to breathe. That was advice from him, which meant it was either valuable or maliciously efficient. Likely both. Shen Yao folded Pei Zongheng's protest and slid it into the ledger as a temporary marker. Prepare the Western Forum, he said. If the question is who designed the devourers and by what right, then the answer will be given where every faction can watch each other hear it. Lu Wanshur grinned without warmth. Excellent. Nothing calms sect politics like a shared existential argument. The winter light outside had gone thin and white. Shen Yao looked once more at the public copies on the wall. Compass, not weapon. Disclosure, not lock. Future names possible. The scale had become continental. That did not exempt him from giving an answer precise enough to fit in a room. Chapter 133 The Western Forum had been built for duels, not metaphysics. That made it perfect. Stone tiers climbed in a half-circle above the river cut. Wind carried cold off the water and pressed robes flat against bodies. Banners from 12 major sects and 5 kingdoms hung from the high poles, none above the others. Merchant houses crowded the middle ranks. Civilian observers packed the lower benches because whatever the learned wanted to call this discussion, ordinary people understood one thing clearly. Some hidden structure had governed their chances at life for generations, and the explanation belonged in hearing distance. Pei Zongheng stood in the front witness ring in plain Iron Peak black, broad as a gate beam, face unreadable. Good, Shen Yao thought. A serious question deserved a serious man asking it. Xu Qingling opened the forum not with prayer or declaration, but with document chain verification. Every copy of the Cedar design text was authenticated in full view. Every witness stamp was named. Every route by which the record had traveled was read aloud. Only then did she say, Sect Master Pei's inquiry has been accepted as structurally necessary. Answer will be given in open hearing. No one applauded. This was not that kind of day. Xianxia stepped into the ring carrying only the ledger. The old instinct in public assemblies was always the same. People expected grandeur. Heaven-touched proclamations. A man elevated by secret architecture should sound different from everyone else. Xianxia had learned to distrust that appetite. He looked at Pei Zongheng and said, Ask it yourself. The Iron Peak Master did. His voice carried like struck timber. If fate devourers were designed, not born by chance, then who designed them? And who granted that design authority over the destinies of those who never consented to it? The question moved through the forum like cold iron. Xianxia let it settle. He had spent the night with the records, the red lines remembered pulses, the cedar document, and every reason not to overstate certainty. He knew enough now to answer honestly. The answer would satisfy no one entirely. That was how he knew it was likely true. The Weaver designed the twin pupil mutation, he said. Murmurs rose immediately. He held up a hand, not to silence them fully, but to keep sequence intact. Not designed in the way a sect founder designs a doctrine. Not as a god handing down law from outside the world. The Weaver is not a ruler, not a controller, not a throne behind the heavens. He saw skepticism sharpen across the tiers. Good. Let them make him earn every sentence. The Weaver, he continued, is what remains when the fate will of countless cultivators accumulates over millennia around one structural need, continuation. Not justice, not kindness, continuation. Enough lives, choices, ambitions, and survival drives layering into a semi-conscious tendency that seeks to prevent the system from collapsing into monopolies that eat the future. The wind cut through the forum. The river below struck rock in a steady, repeating rhythm. Pei Zongheng's eyes narrowed. You're describing an emergent pattern. Yes. With enough selfhood to design mutations. Yes. And not enough selfhood to claim rulership. Xianxia almost smiled. You hear the problem. Pei Zongheng folded his hands behind his back. I hear a very large tendency pretending not to be power. That was fair. So Xianxia answered fairly. It is power, but not sovereign power in the human sense. It does not govern by decrees. It does not own us. It exerts pressure toward continuation. Sometimes stupidly. His mouth flattened. It offered to absorb me into infrastructure. I refused. That hit the crowd harder than the rest. Some had heard rumor. Few had heard him state it cleanly. Xu Qingling did not interfere. Lu Wanshi watched the benches the way merchants watch storm fronts. Meng Tsayu stood with arms folded, daring anyone to mistake clarity for weakness. Pei Zongheng said, Then what are you to it? Xianxia looked at the ledger in his hand. The leather was cracked near the spine. There was dust in one seam from the old tea house. The whole object looked insultingly ordinary to be standing in the center of a question this large. He found that comforting. Not its agent, he said. Not its priest. Not its owner. I read what it points at. Sometimes I veto it. Pei Zongheng's brow moved slightly. One veto. I used it. Silence held for 2 breaths. Then, unexpectedly, Pei Zongheng gave a short nod. Not agreement. Acknowledgement that the answer, while dangerous, was not dressed up to flatter itself. Then what are you? He asked. That question mattered more than the first. Who designed the system was history. What Xianxia was inside, it would determine the next century. He opened the ledger. Pages stirred in the wind. I'm someone who makes a list of people who dismissed him and makes sure they understand what it cost them. A low ripple moved through the forum. Not laughter. Recognition. He continued. The scale got larger. The principal didn't. Pei Zongheng stared at him for a long moment. Then he gave what, from him, amounted to public concession. Annoying answer, he said. Acceptable. Lu Wanshi leaned toward Xu Qingling and murmured, I treasure his tenderness. The Iron Peak Master turned to the tiers and said, voice hardening, Then hear this from Iron Peak. If the Weaver is not a god and the Devourer is not its ruler, then no sect may use this revelation to claim divine mandate. Any faction that does so is merely repainting monopoly. That sentence mattered. Coming from Pei Zongheng, it gave reluctant legitimacy to the frame Xianxia needed. The forum did not become peaceful after that. It became useful. Questions followed. Could the Weaver be resisted elsewhere? Yes. Could twin pupil births be monitored? They already would be, but publicly now, not through sect abduction. Could future devourers become tyrants? Of course. Which was why the disclosure architecture had to outlive the current personalities building it. By the time the winter sun had dropped behind the western ridge, the forum had not reached harmony. Better, it had reached a shared working discomfort. As the crowd began to break into smaller knots of argument, Pei Zongheng paused beside Xianxia on the ring's edge. The older man looked out over the departing benches rather than at him. My son underestimated you at a feast, he said. Xianxia closed the ledger. Many people did. Yes. Pei Zongheng's mouth twitched with something too hard to be regret and too honest to be scorn. That has become expensive. Then he left without asking absolution for his sect, his bloodline, or his own role in the world that had produced Pei Hongru. That, Xianxia thought, might be the most useful kind of acceptance. No groveling. Just the admission that dismissal had a cost. Chapter 134. How Murin's residence stood in the sect's outer district behind a low wall and an apricot tree stripped bare by winter. There were no chains on the gate. That detail had angered some kingdom delegates when they first learned where the former Grand Seer was being kept. No dungeon. No torment cell. No ceremonial humiliation. Only watch rotation, restricted movement, stripped authority, and a small plain house where the man who had locked the continent's fate now lived with 2 bookshelves, 1 kettle, and all the uninterrupted consequences of surviving himself. Xianxia had approved the arrangement. He had also hated approving it. That was why he came alone. The guard at the gate bowed and stepped aside without speaking. Frost silvered the bare branches overhead. Somewhere beyond the wall, water ticked slowly from a roof edge into a ceramic jar. How Murin was waiting in the courtyard with a wool robe around his shoulders and a brazier at his side. Age had done in months what 2 centuries of stolen fate had once kept at bay. His hands were lined and spotted now. His hair, once disciplined into ritual severity, had thinned and gone white without dignity. He looked ordinary in exactly the way old monsters rarely expect to become. He inclined his head. Thank you for coming. Xianxia stopped 3 paces away. The winter air smelled of charcoal, damp bark, and bitter medicine. You asked. How Murin looked at the ledger in Xianxia's hand, and then away from it. I assumed you would bring that. I assume you know why. The old man sat first, not out of weakness, but because his body no longer negotiated with cold, as if it had endless reserves. Xianxia remained standing until How Murin gestured toward the second chair. If you insist on treating this as an interrogation, at least allow your legs some comfort. Xianxia sat. The brazier hissed softly. For a while neither spoke. No seers. No sect court. No witnesses except the guards beyond the wall and whatever remained of How Murin's conscience. The quiet was so plain it almost felt indecent after everything between them. At last How Murin said, I have read the disclosure copies. Good. The cedar design. The relay architecture. Pei Zongheng's protest. His mouth moved in something that was not quite a smile. You answer well under observation. Xianxia's expression did not change. Why did you ask for this meeting? How Murin rested both hands near the brazier, but not over it. As if warmth were a luxury, he distrusted. Because there is one statement I would rather make before death turns me convenient. Xianxia waited. The old man looked up. His eyes were clearer now than they had been when he wielded power. I was not wrong in my assessment of the danger, he said. I was wrong in my response to it. The sentence entered the courtyard and settled there. It was not apology. It was not enough. It was, however, the first time How Murin had framed his life in terms that admitted any line between perception and action. Xianxia let the quiet sharpen. Then he answered, You erased my past. How Murin nodded once. You murdered 8 people. Another nod. You locked an entire continent's fate for 200 years. Yes. The simplicity of that acknowledgement was infuriating. Good, Xianxia thought. Let it be infuriating. Better that than some theatrical self-pity offered as moral labor. He leaned back slightly. Do you expect the distinction you just made to comfort me? No, then why say it? How Murin looked at the apricot tree, bare black branches crossing the gray sky. Because accuracy matters even after power is gone. That was almost enough to make Xianxia laugh. Almost. You discovered a structure capable of concentrating and consuming destiny, How Murin said quietly. You were not ordinary dangerous. You were systemic dangerous. One devourer could destabilize every institution built on managed continuity. Xianxia's fingers rested on the closed ledger. And so you became the institution that consumed continuity first. How Murin closed his eyes briefly. Yes. There it was again. No defense. No plea. No request that intention cancel method. The old Grand Seer had built his life on the assumption that if he held the center firmly enough, history would forgive his hands. Now he sat in a winter courtyard with no center left to hold, and made no attempt to ask forgiveness from the man whose life he had tried to classify out of existence. That, Xianxia realized with a trace of resentment, made this harder. Monsters were easier to oppose when they clung to self-justifying lies until the end. How Murin had not become innocent. He had simply become exact. Do you regret it? Xianxia asked. The older man answered after enough silence to make the answer cost something. I regret the architecture I made unavoidable for others. Not the deaths first. Not his own fall. The architecture. It was such a Hao Murin answer that Xianxia felt a brief, bitter fondness for the consistency of human ruin. You still think like a system, he said. Age rarely improves style. The brazier popped softly. A coal split and collapsed inward. Xianxia looked at the old man across from him and understood, with clarity that brought no peace, that punishment had already done the work punishment could do. Rank stripped. Future gone. Body returned to ordinary weather. Name made cautionary in every archive being rewritten across the continent. What remained now was not justice's public face. It was something private and worse. Understanding. He had not yet decided whether he would grant it. Chapter 135 Hao Murin's real fate line was beautiful enough to be offensive. Xianxia discovered that the moment he chose to show it. The decision cost him before the sight even opened. His throat tightened. His fingers pressed too hard into the ledger's cover. Anger would have been simpler. Refusal would have been cleaner. Leave the old man in his narrow courtyard with his thin blankets and his exact admissions. Let history close over him as it deserved. But Xianxia had never wanted only punishment. He wanted comprehension. That was harder. He set the ledger aside and said, "Look at me." Hao Murin obeyed. The second pupil ring in Xianxia's eyes opened under the pale winter light. Heaven resonance was no longer the sovereign totality he once carried, but distributed support from the relay network flowed faintly into him, enough for one difficult act. He reached toward the old man's fate, not the managed structure Murin had maintained for centuries. That version was what the Grand Seer had built around himself, disciplined, constrained, all bright excess shaved away in service to institutional durability. Xianxia pushed past it, past the habits of self-erasure, past the cultivated narrowness, down, deeper, to the original line. It resisted, not with power, with long practice. Hao Murin had suppressed his authentic path since his 20s. The managed mask had calcified over it like old lacquer. Stripping it back felt less like reading and more like opening a sealed room whose air had not moved in 180 years. When it broke through, both men inhaled sharply. The courtyard changed. Not literally. Yet the winter light seemed to thin into something finer. The apricot tree's branch shadows sharpened on the stone. The hiss of the brazier became painfully clear. Xianxia saw how Murin's original fate lines spill upward in layers of silver-gold complexity so intricate that, for one involuntary breath, all his hatred had to share space with admiration. It was the fate of a teacher, not a ruler, not a lockmaker, not a custodian of hidden pressure points. A teacher and builder of schools. He saw lecture courts open to low-born disciples who would have been barred elsewhere. He saw traveling observatories, not private archives. He saw a network of recorded probabilities offered publicly to farmers, healers, magistrates, and sects alike. He saw a man who would have become famous not for control, but for making difficult knowledge legible to people without rank. There was joy in it. Quiet, durable joy. The line bent toward long work, patient correction, infrastructure made transparent rather than sacred. It was not soft. It contained iron where needed. But its beauty lay in opening systems, not closing them. Hao Murin made a sound, so small Xianxia would have missed it if the fate sight had not sharpened everything. No, the old man whispered. Xianxia did not answer. He held the line open. Hao Murin stared into his own erased possibility, as if the sight were a blade sliding in without blood. His hands, lined and spotted and no longer steady, lifted an inch from his knees and then stopped. The brazier light trembled against his skin. He was seeing what he had traded, not in metaphor. Actually, the young diviner who had found danger in hidden architecture and responded not by exposing it, but by deciding exposure itself was too risky. The man who had looked at systemic vulnerability and chosen monopoly over transparency, then repeated that choice until it became his identity. The centuries of suppression were all still there. Xianxia did not spare him those. He let Hao Murin see the branching point where he might have become something else, and then track, line by line, how often he had reinforced the opposite self. No punishment cell could have done this. No public stripping of title. No execution. Understanding entered slowly and without spectacle. Tears did not suit Hao Murin. He did not collapse. He did not beg. He simply sat in the winter courtyard with his own buried fate held before him and became, over the course of many silent breaths, a man forced to watch the scale of his substitutions. At last he spoke. I thought continuity justified narrowing. His voice had gone rough as old paper. I thought if I could preserve enough of the structure, whatever I cut out of myself would be acceptable collateral. Xianxia's eyes burned. The act of holding another person's original fate line open at this depth was not gentle on his own. Too many possible versions of how Murin flooded through him at once. Versions where the Grand Seer became a reformer. Versions where he died obscure and useful. Versions where the sect still tried to corrupt the architecture and failed because one man had chosen disclosure over ownership in his youth. Fate's sight at this level always cut both directions. He coughed once. Blood touched his lower lip. How Murin saw it and flinched for the first time. Enough, the old man said. No, Xianxia's answer came cold. You will look at it. So How Murin did. He looked until the line's beauty became unbearable precisely because it had been his, once. He looked until the difference between danger assessed and danger monopolized grew too plain to hide behind theory. He looked until the whole architecture of his life stopped feeling inevitable and started feeling chosen. Then Xianxia let the sight close. The courtyard returned. Bare tree, winter stone, hissing brazier. An old man breathing as if each inhalation had to negotiate its own right to continue. For a while neither spoke. Xianxia wiped the blood from his mouth with 2 fingers and reached for the ledger. How Murin did not stop him. Perhaps he knew what was coming. Perhaps he had known from the moment Xianxia entered carrying the book. Xianxia opened to the final page. There was little space left. A fitting thing. He dipped the brush in ordinary black ink. Not a formation ink. Not blood. Not fate-sensitive lacquer. Nothing ceremonial. The last entry deserved no mysticism. He wrote, How Murin. Below it, smaller. Asked for understanding. Received it. The ink soaked into the page and went matte. Xianxia closed the ledger. How Murin's eyes had not left the cover. No forgiveness, he asked, not hopefully. No, the old man nodded once. That was all. Not absolution. Not reconciliation. Only completion of one account line in a book built from every direct contempt Xianxia had survived and refused to let vanish into polite forgetting. He rose to leave. At the gate, How Murin spoke one final time. The line you showed me, he said without turning, would it have endured? Xianxia rested one hand on the wood of the gate. Frost had gathered there in a thin, rough skin. He considered lying. He did not. I don't know, he said. That was the point. It was alive. He stepped out into the cold street and shut the gate behind him. The ledger was heavier by one ordinary line of ink. Last entry. Not because the world was done producing arrogance, contempt, and systems eager to turn people into instruments. It would never be done. But because something in Xianxia had closed. He had shown the man who locked the continent's fate the unlived future he had murdered in himself long before he murdered it in others. No punishment could have matched that exactness. Snow began to fall as Xianxia walked back toward the planning halls where the new architecture still waited to be built into habit. The flakes were small and dry. They gathered on his shoulders, on the ledger cover, on the road ahead. For the first time in years, the next page in the book remained blank by choice. Chapter 136 The Network went live on a morning so ordinary that half the sect nearly missed its importance. That pleased Xianxia. If destiny needed drums every time it changed shape, then it was too fragile to govern anything worth keeping. The first activation bell rang just after sunrise. Frost still clung to the lower railings of the southern planning hall. A pair of apprentices were arguing over ink dilution outside the East Archive. Somewhere in the kitchens, millet porridge was burning because a novice reader had forgotten that cosmic disclosure did not exempt him from ordinary duties. Inside the main operations chamber, however, the continent held its breath. The temporary relay lattice that Xianxia had stabilized with pieces of his own sovereign capacity was ready to hand over to the permanent distributed system. Trained regional readers stood at their assigned mirrors. Kingdom auditors checked seal chains. Merchant route counters aligned public tallies with predicted corridor drift. Civilian complaint records from the past month had been stacked, indexed, and mirrored into the review columns. Xu Qingling stood at the central board in dark blue robes that still managed to look severe even with chalk dust on one sleeve. Final verification, she said. No ceremony. No invocation. Just the line every worker in the room trusted most because it suggested someone had checked the bolts. Reports came in. North River, node stable. Western March anomaly board mirrored. Southern grain complaints logged and civilian copies confirmed. Merchant route forecast updated and published. Public oversight bench seated. Meng Xiyu leaned against one of the side pillars, outwardly relaxed, which in her case meant she was only ready to hit someone every third breath rather than every one. Lu Wancher had 3 ledgers open at once and was somehow insulting all of them silently. Zhu Beiran, assigned no title he could misuse and trusted by everyone exactly, because he seemed likely to despise misuse on principle. watched from the rear platform with his hands in his sleeves and the expression of a man waiting to see whether intelligence could survive contact with administration. Xianxia stood in the center ring and felt less than he once had. Also more. That contradiction had defined his body since he broke fate sovereign apart. He no longer held the continent as a single burning field inside himself. He could not reach out and seize the total weave with one terrible, intoxicating clarity. The loss remained real. At times it still struck him unexpectedly, like reaching for a stair in darkness and remembering there was no step where memory promised one. Yet now, when he opened his sight, every tear answered at once. The near precision of fate sight. The selective pressure of fate erosion. The weaving intuition of threading. The kingdom scale patterns of his higher stages. The structural resonance left by heaven resonance. Tiny touches of sovereign understanding distributed through the network itself. Nothing was highest. Nothing was absent. The old records had no name for that configuration because the old records had been written by people who climbed upward in stacks. Xianxiao's path no longer felt stacked. It felt spread. Xu Qingling raised her hand. Activate. The room changed in the smallest possible way. No beam of light shot through the roof. No heavenly drum announced approval. The mirrors woke. Their surfaces went from dull gray to faint living silver. Public boards in every monitored region accepted the first synchronized pulse. Complaint paths opened. Training nodes linked. Oversight channels mirrored across sect, kingdom, merchant, and civilian review. Then the first real test arrived. A border route between two old war kingdoms reported an abrupt skew in spirit coal deliveries. Under the old order, such a discrepancy would have vanished into private review until it became accusation. Under Murin, it would have been quietly compensated if compensation served larger stability. Under the Weaver's preferred integration, perhaps it would never have surfaced as human decision at all. Now it surfaced everywhere. The route reader reported it. The local civilian board tagged it. The kingdom auditor logged it. The merchant route tables highlighted the mismatch. The neighboring node received automatic visibility without permission being asked from anyone important enough to hide it. Lu Wanshur smiled like a knife, hearing its own scabbard click. There. Beautiful. No one gets to pretend not to see. Marshal Chio's Western deputy, speaking through mirror relay, growled. We can correct that in half a day. Minister Yao's southern counterpart replied, good. You'll also explain why your military corridor crossed our civic tally without notice. It didn't cross. The public board says otherwise. The room watched. Not because of the route itself. Because the route was proving the architecture. Nothing was hidden. No one was singular. The correction would proceed through friction instead of secret efficiency. Xianxia felt the network hold. Not flawlessly. Better. Honestly. A faint pulse touched the edge of his perception. The Weaver. No red line descended. No direct contact. Only one almost inaudible acknowledgement moving through the distributed weave like a fingertip across silk. It did not name what he had become. It simply recognized the configuration's coherence. Xianxia let the pulse pass through him without answering. He no longer needed every old architecture to call him by a rank. When the first full operational cycle completed, the chamber exhaled. Some laughed. Some sat down abruptly as if fear had only just vacated their knees. One apprentice wept with embarrassment and relief at once. Meng Xiaoyu came over carrying 2 cups of tea and handed him one without looking at his face first. What do you call this? She asked. He took the cup. It was too hot. The steam smelled of ginger and bitter leaf. She clarified with a glance toward the live network boards. Not the room. You. Xianxia looked across the chamber at the moving mirrors, the public tallies, the complaint pathways, the human arguments already beginning to fill the new structure with noise. What was he now? Not fate sovereign. Not diminished in any simple sense. Not one rank standing above the rest. The answer came with surprising ease. Not a rank, he said. Meng Xiaoyu took a sip and raised one brow. A direction. Chapter 137. Meng Xiaoyu found him that evening on the east wall above the training terraces. The day's work had finally loosened its grip on the halls below. Lanterns moved between dormitory steps and archive doors. Reader apprentices were still arguing over route ethics in the yard with the breathless certainty of people who believed one good syllabus could fix civilization. A cold moon had lifted over the roofline. Under its light, Xianxiao's second pupil ring showed faintly if one knew what to look for. Meng Xiaoyu knew. She climbed the wall stair without announcing herself and sat beside him on the broad stone ledge, close enough that their sleeves touched when the wind shifted. For a while they listened to the sect work. Brushes tapping against wooden board. Metal cups against railings. Distant laughter from an apprentice who had survived her first full week without accidentally insulting a merchant house. Normal sounds. Hard-won ones. Meng Xiaoyu stretched her legs out in front of her and said, "You look less haunted." What a charitable way to say I look tired. You've always looked tired. The haunting was additional. He accepted that. There was no need to make every quiet, honest thing into a duel. She rested both hands behind her on the stone. Cross-sect envoy work is worse than sword training. You say that like it's a condemnation. It is. Swords usually admit what they're for. He glanced at her. Moonlight caught the old scar at the edge of her jaw, the one from the border skirmish she never mentioned unless someone else was bleeding more seriously. She had changed in ways that weren't merely about power. The girl who once failed to defend him publicly because fear and caution froze together in her had become a woman who now entered rival sect compounds and told armed elders that their disclosure ledgers were late. He respected that shape more than he had words for. Maybe she knew. Maybe that was why the silence beside her no longer felt unfinished. "You're leaving again soon," he said. "Yes." No apology in it. Good. She had her own line now, and he would have despised himself if his presence had bent it small. "North League mediation," she said. "Then the river schools. Then back west, because apparently once you become useful at making sect masters admit public facts, no one lets you rest. Tragic. I'm considering becoming unbearable on purpose." He looked at her then. "You would have to work hard." That earned him the shoulder check he deserved. They sat in comfortable quiet after that until she asked, almost casually, "Do you still keep the ledger?" He could have answered yes and left it there. Instead, he reached inside his coat and brought it out. The leather looked older than the years alone justified. Travel, weather, handling, the oil from his hands, the weight of being opened at exactly the wrong and right moments. Its physical wear comforted him more now than it once had. The book had become less weapon and more witness. He handed it over. Meng Xiaoyu took it with both hands, which told him she understood the trust being offered. She opened carefully. The last pages were nearly full. Old names, completed accounts, notes written in shorthand no one else would fully parse because they encoded not just insult but sequence, cost, and correction. Then Hao Murin's final ordinary line. Then, below that, one more entry written later in a quieter hand. Meng Xiaoyu read it and barked a laugh. "You wrote yourself in." It seemed overdue. She read aloud under her breath. "Xianxia. Unclear motivation. Ongoing review." She looked at him over the top of the ledger. That seems intentionally infuriating. It seemed accurate. To whom? He considered. That was the question, wasn't it? For years the ledger had been a method of refusing dismissal. A place to fix exact harms in ink so the world could not smooth them over with time. Writing himself into it was different. He was not his own enemy in the old sense. But he had become too structurally significant to exempt from record. "To the person doing the review," he said. Meng Xiaoyu shook her head slowly. "You really can't let yourself be simple for 5 breaths. Simplicity is untrustworthy. No, comfort is untrustworthy to you." She shut the ledger and held it in her lap. "You know what I think?" He made a noncommittal sound. "I think you built the book because it was the only way to survive being looked down on without letting other people define what mattered." Her voice had gone quieter, stripped of banter. "And I think now you don't know what to do with yourself when there isn't a fresh insult to answer." The words landed cleanly enough that he had to look away toward the lanterns below. That was the problem with letting people stay close. Eventually, they learned where accuracy could cut. He did not deny it. After a moment, he said, "The page after mine is blank." Meng Xiaoyu's thumb rested on the ledger spine. "Good. You say that very confidently. I mean it exactly as it sounds." She handed the ledger back. "Not every future needs to be written in defense." Wind moved along the wall. Somewhere below, an apprentice shouted because someone had spilled training ink on newly copied oversight forms. Meng Xiaoyu rose. "So," she said, brushing stone dust from her palms, "I'm leaving at dawn. Don't become infrastructure, religion, or a cautionary mural while I'm gone." He stood too. "I'll make no promises about murals. Some people are very committed to visual instruction." That brought the half-smile he liked most on her face. Small, real, not ceremonial. Then, before she stepped away, she touched 2 fingers to the ledger in his hand. "Leave the page blank a little longer," she said. He looked at her, at the woman who had once been too afraid to defend him and had chosen instead to become the kind of person who now defended structures from entire factions at once. "I'll consider it. Liar. Frequently." She snorted and went down the stair without looking back. Xianxia remained on the wall until the moon climbed higher. The ledger sat warm in his hands. Unclear motivation. Ongoing review. He found, to his annoyance, that he could not improve the wording. Chapter 138. The armistice was signed under glass roofs because no one trusted open sky anymore. Not literally. No kingdom believed the heavens were about to drop spears through the treaty table. But after generations of hidden fate pressure, accidental alignments, and managed continuities, symbolism had become practical. Let the meeting place be transparent. Let every corridor be visible. Let no one say later that shadows concealed the terms. The old imperial conservatory south of the river capital had once housed ornamental spirit vines for aristocrats too soft to understand weather. Now its winter-bare frames had been repurposed into a treaty hall. Sunlight fell cold through the panes. Every chair, table, and document chest was visible from 3 angles. Xianxia stood near the rear witness screen because the treaties were not his to rule. That mattered. His architecture had shaped the clauses. It had not entitled him to occupy every center where those clauses were implemented. The war kingdoms had come bruised but sober. The Empress represented one coalition, Marshal Chiu another. River lordships, southern grain states, mountain border administrations, and 3 setback protectorates all sent full delegations. Merchant observers lined the side galleries with ink stains already forming on their cuffs. At the center table, Minister Yao read the new armistice provisions in a voice so exact it stripped rhetoric off the air. Border de-escalation, disputed granary audits, mutual route guarantees, shared reconstruction burden. Then the clause Xianxia had worked hardest to make impossible to quietly remove. All signatory powers shall host at least one public fate reader under mirrored oversight, with authority to report large-scale fate manipulations, suppression architectures, and emergent lock patterns to the Continental Review Lattice. Such reports may not be sealed by military, sect, or royal order. No one smiled. Good. History did not shift most deeply when everyone smiled. It shifted when enough unwilling people signed anyway, because the structure left them no respectable path back to the old lie. One border prince objected on cue. This invites foreign review into domestic sovereignty. Minister Yao did not even lift her eyes from the text. No, it invites truth into domestic convenience. The prince's jaw tightened. The Empress, seated in winter white, and speaking less often now because every word she did use had become more expensive, added, "Your sovereignty is not injured by transparency. Only your capacity for hidden distortion is." That ended the objection. Not because the prince agreed, because the room recognized he had no cleaner defense. Xu Qingling oversaw the placement of the first treaty readers with visible reluctance toward all ceremonial gratitude. She preferred infrastructure to praise and had developed a habit of looking faintly offended whenever anyone called her role historic. Lu Wanshi, naturally, had monetized the new transparency faster than anyone else by establishing public route confidence markers tied to reader reports. She maintained this was civic duty. Xianxia maintained it was profit wearing polished boots. Both were true. When the final seals were pressed into wax, the conservatory did not erupt. It released pressure. Men and women who had spent half their lives negotiating through hidden disadvantage looked at the same clause and understood, some with relief and some with resentment, that a whole category of future manipulation had just become more difficult. That alone was worth the drafts. Xianxia left the treaty hall before the congratulatory gestures thickened. The winter gardens outside were dead in an orderly way. Vines cut back, frost silvering gravel paths. Gardener's tools stacked beneath eaves waiting for a spring no treaty could guarantee, but all of them still, stubbornly, planned for. He walked the glass corridor with his hands in his sleeves, and the strange new distributed self steady inside him. No high tier blazing. All tiers present. Direction, not rank. At the far end of the corridor, a courier waited beside a pillar and bowed when he saw Xianxia approach. Message from Overseer Zhu Beiran. Xianxia took the slip and broke the seal. The note inside was written in Zhu Beiran's intolerably neat hand. "I still can't read my own fate line." Xianxia stood there for a moment looking at the sentence while cold light fell through the glass above. Of course, if anyone on the continent remained structurally resistant to simple self-reading, it would be the man who moved through history like an unanswered question and somehow made people trust him more for it. Xianxia wrote the reply against the pillar with the courier's borrowed brush. Good. He folded the slip shut and handed it back. The courier read nothing, as trained. Urgent. No, Xianxia said. Then, after a thought, foundational. The courier departed at once. Xianxia turned back toward the treaty hall, where voices still moved behind glass. Mutual fate transparency. Not a perfect protection. Not a heavenly guarantee. Not even, probably, a stable solution unless tended by people willing to become tiresome in public on behalf of truth. Better, something alive enough to require maintenance. The kind of structure he trusted most. Chapter 139, the renovated evaluation hall at Hollow Peak, had a window where the platform used to be. Xianxia stopped in the doorway and looked at it for a long time. The hall itself was smaller than memory and cleaner than history deserved. The old rows remained, though widened now to keep disciples from standing packed like livestock awaiting judgment. The evaluation markers had been rebuilt with public notation boards attached beside them explaining their limits, their ranges, and the fact that null did not mean worthless. Even the wood of the floor had changed. Lighter grain, less polished tyranny. And where Chung Chiru once stood above everyone else to announce categories, as if he had been born with authority in his throat, there was now an open high window facing the mountain pines. Light entered there. Wind too, on certain days. Xianxia approved reluctantly, which for Hollow Peak counted as praise. The current sect master, Elder Rong Fan, now silver at the temples and sharper than ever, came to stand beside him with hands tucked into her sleeves. "You're judging the carpentry," she said. "I'm considering whether the window deserves promotion." She almost smiled. Age had changed her less than responsibility had. Where once she maneuvered inside compromised structures with a precision born of caution, now she bore the look of someone who had spent years rebuilding and no longer had patience for symbolic nonsense unless it served function. "It helps," she said. "The room breathes." "That is suspiciously sentimental. I'm old enough to permit myself one atmospheric concession per decade." They walked inside together. Rows of new disciples had long since gone for the day. Only a faint chalk smell remained from recent testing. Somewhere a shutter tapped softly in the draft. Xianxia looked toward the third row without meaning to. Memory rose, not as wound this time, but as geometry. The angle from which humiliation had once been delivered. The way audience laughter had bounced off lacquered walls. The exact pressure of being measured by a system too incomplete to know its own incompleteness. Rong Feiyun saw where his gaze rested. "A new cohort was tested last month," she said. He turned. One of them returned a null reading from the spirit root assessment. The words entered the hall and seemed to strike old ghosts on the way through. Xianxia said nothing. Rong Feiyun continued. "We did not announce it publicly." "Good," he thought at once. But he let her say it. "We brought him to a private room," she said. "We told him what we know now. Not in full detail. Enough. That null readings are incomplete. That unusual structures exist. That no one was permitted to laugh. That the purpose of assessment is to begin investigation, not impossibility." Xianxia looked toward the new window again. The mountain light coming through it made dust visible in the air. What did he say? Rong Feiyun's expression shifted by 1 degree into something he had almost never seen on her face before. Hope, stripped of vanity. He asked when he could start. For a long breath, Xianxia did not answer. Something old inside him, some iron hook of memory that had held his ribs tight even through victories, loosened without asking permission first. That was dangerous, he thought absurdly. He was not practiced at relief without retaliation attached. Rong Feiyun, who had always been better at reading him than either of them admitted, said nothing to intrude on the moment. At last he asked, "And your answer?" "I told him tomorrow at dawn." She folded her hands more deeply into her sleeves. "Then I assigned him a reader, a sword instructor, and a civilian tutor with enough common sense to stop both from becoming religious about anomalies." He almost laughed. "Good. I thought so." They walked the hall slowly after that. Not as sect master and outside force, not as survivor and witness, but as two people moving through a place that had once made one of them small and had finally, belatedly, learned shame. At the far end of the hall, where old records had once hung ranking names by merit and utility, a new board had been installed. Assessment limits, it read. No evaluation is final. No null reading is a verdict. No elder may announce value from incomplete measure. All anomalies are owed privacy, record, and beginning instruction. Xianxia read the board twice. Rong Feiyun said, "I considered making the language softer. That would have been cowardly." "Yes." Outside the hall, apprentice voices drifted from the lower steps. Somewhere below, training swords cracked against each other in even rhythm. The sect was not redeemed. Sects never were. Hollow Peak still had internal factions, old habits, budget fights, prestige anxieties, and men who mistook harsher instruction for rigor because it made them feel taller. But the platform was gone. In its place stood a window. Sometimes that was how real structural repentance looked. Not tearful declaration. Altered architecture. Different first experiences for people who had not yet learned how cruel institutions could be. Rong Feiyun stopped at the doorway. "Will you stay the night?" He considered. The mountain air smelled of pine and cold stone. Hollow Peak no longer owned a claim on him. He had resigned that claim himself years ago. Coming back as a visitor felt cleaner than any honorary restoration they might have tried to offer. "No," he said. "I have a road." She nodded as if she had expected nothing else. "Then go before I become sentimental twice in 1 decade." He inclined his head. As he stepped out into the afternoon light, he heard a boy's voice from down the corridor asking an instructor, with equal parts apprehension and stubbornness, whether null meant he would need more reading assignments than everyone else. The instructor answered, probably. Best begin resenting literacy now. That, Xianxia thought, was good enough. Chapter 140. He walked northwest, because that was where the silver line had always pointed. Not because prophecy commanded it. Not because the road promised reward. Not because every story demanded a hero leave on foot into symbolic weather. He walked that way because the direction had remained unfinished since Chapter 7. Because Tan Rin had once told him not to worry about it in the particular tone old archivists use when they are absolutely causing future trouble. And because some paths only become readable after the structures behind you stop shouting. Spring had begun to unfasten winter from the hills. Meltwater ran under roadside stones with a sound like low laughter. The pines wore fresh brightness at their tips. Cart tracks cut dark through damp earth. Xianxia's coat hung open at the throat, and the ledger, now full, rested inside it beside the cedar-designed copies and the folded page that had changed a grave into a door. He had no escort. This time that was not a flaw. It was simply solitude chosen before the next pattern announced itself. The road ahead shimmered with faint lines. Thousands. Carters heading south with salt and lamp oil. A mother carrying medicine for a child whose fever would break by midnight. Two young cultivators lying to each other about why they had left home. One old magistrate wondering whether retirement counted as cowardice. Merchants, pilgrims, apprentices, thieves, scholars, and people who would never call themselves any of those things. Their futures branched and rebranched above the road in silver, pale gold, occasional black knots, the odd green strand of unexpected endurance. He could have read them, could have touched many. In earlier years, he would have been hungry, even without contempt to anchor them. Now he watched without reaching. The sensation reminded him of standing beside a feast after surviving famine long enough to mistrust his own appetite. Not disgust, not disinterest. Knowledge. Power that can be taken is not always power that should be. That had taken him a long time to learn. By noon he reached the first bend where the road curved around a rocky outcrop, and the northwest opened wider into blue distance. Tan Rin's old silver line had once vanished there in his sight. Now ordinary sunlight lay over the path and made the puddles look like torn pieces of sky. Someone was waiting at the bend. Young. Too young to stand that still without trying. A narrow figure in travel-stained gray with a bundle tied badly enough to suggest either haste or inexperience. When the stranger looked up, Xianxia saw the eyes first. Double-ringed. Twin pupil. Not hidden by moonlight now because fear had widened the eyes enough for the structure to show. The traveler swallowed once. Hands tightened on the strap of the bundle. Not a child exactly. 17, perhaps. Old enough to know when the world was wrong. Young enough to still hope explanation might come in sentence form. Xianxia stopped 6 paces away. The road was quiet except for water moving under stone and one distant crow sounding irritated with spring. The young stranger looked at him, then at the ledger-shaped weight under his coat, then back to his face. I was told, the traveler said, voice rough with nerves and several days of road dust. You could explain this. Xianxia looked at the unmistakable double ring in those eyes. So the blank lines had not been theoretical. Good. Terrifying. Alive. He let the silence stretch just long enough for the moment to settle into memory properly. Then he asked, who told you? The traveler blinked, not expecting the first question to be administrative. An old man in a ruined archive, they said. Blind. Irritating. He said if I went northwest long enough I'd find someone who knew the difference between a curse and a function. Tan Rin, Xianxia thought, and almost laughed aloud on the road like a fool. Of course. Some men died and still kept arranging the next problem. The traveler shifted weight from one boot to the other. If this is a bad time, no, Xianxia said. It wasn't. Not because the road was easy. Not because he had become wise enough to welcome every burden gracefully. But because for the first time, the burden arriving at him was not hidden under a sect's contempt or a custodian's abstraction. It was simply the next person in a pattern too large and too human to close with one life. He stepped off the road and sat on the low milestone by the bend. He took the ledger from inside his coat. The leather was full now. No empty pages remained. The spine had begun to bow under completed accounts. He ran one thumb along its edge, then tucked it back without opening it. Some books were for witness. Some lessons had to begin before the writing. He looked at the young traveler and said, start at the part where someone told you you were wrong by existing. The traveler stared. Then, slowly, relief and dread arrived together in the face of someone realizing explanation had in fact been possible all along, only not from anyone who benefited from keeping it buried. They sat on the opposite stone and began. The afternoon stretched. The road curved northwest. Thousands of fate lines moved over it without asking to be owned. Xianxia listened. And for once, when the next story walked directly into his path, he did not have to go looking for an insult to begin the work. He already knew the shape of the first answer. If this story stayed with you, subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next path it opens. Leave a like, and tell me in the comments which moment struck you hardest. Share this with someone who loves long roads, dangerous truths, and power that refuses to kneel. Until next time, keep walking.